Lu Qingchen, an ordinary high school student, possesses a unique cheat called the genius cultivation system. However, this system cannot be activated without collecting energy items. As the college entrance exams approach, while his classmates are diligently preparing for their future, Lu Qingchen is preoccupied with finding a way to activate his system. In this world where martial artists and spirit beasts coexist, humans can gain extraordinary powers through cultivation. Getting into Wuhuan University means a bright future, endless glory, wealth, and high status. But for Lu Qingchen, who is only at the second level of body refining, this seems like a distant dream. Just as Lu Qingchen is worrying about his future, his friend Yushan asks about his plans for the exams. Yushan, naturally strong and robust, is the most promising student in their class to get into Wuhuan University. In contrast, the hopes for Lu Qingchen and the other students are much slimmer. At that moment, Lu Qingchen and Yushan accidentally wander into a large abandoned area. Suddenly, the system's voice rings out again, indicating that there are energy-containing items nearby. Overjoyed, Lu Qingchen quickly pulls Yushan to start searching through the piles of junk. After some effort, a dusty, dark yellow little bell catches Lu Qingchen's eye. He eagerly picks up the bell. 2 seconds later, a heavenly sound echoes in his mind. Ding! Divine power detected. System activating. Ding! The words echoed in Lu Qingchen's mind like a thunderclap. He trembled with disbelief, as if he had just heard the most beautiful melody in the world. The golden finger had finally arrived. Lu Qingchen carefully cradled the old, worn-out bell in his hands, treating it like a precious treasure. Yushan looked at him with suspicion and asked why he was holding a broken bell. Lu Qingchen just smiled mysteriously and said he had heard there was a hidden treasure in the area. Yushan, who always trusted his words, started searching around as well. Soon after, Lu Qingchen found a bronze scroll next to the bell. Ordinary objects wouldn't be found alongside such a magical bell, he thought. So, he decided to take both items home for further study. As he was about to head home, he realized Yushan was nowhere to be found. It turned out Yushan was emerging from a pile of trash, proudly showing off his own haul of junk. Lu Qingchen kicked him lightly in frustration, saying their home couldn't hold any more of his useless stuff. Yushan scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Having been transported to this new world, Lu Qingchen felt fortunate that his family and friends remained unchanged. Otherwise, having even his parents become strangers would be a fate worse than death. The Lu family lived in Jincheng community, which had been quite prestigious decades ago, home to the wealthy and powerful. Lu Qingchen vaguely remembered that his father had been a formidable martial artist back then, but for some unknown reason, he retired and chose to live in seclusion in Jincheng. With the city's development, Jincheng community had long lost its former glory, and the buildings were over several decades old. Lu Qingchen stood at his doorstep, staring at the faded red-painted door, filled with emotions. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." The door swung open, revealing a tall and imposing middle-aged man with graying temples. "You little rascal, you're back? Go rest. Dinner's almost ready," his father said warmly. Lu Qingchen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Even after crossing over and being reborn, his parents' love remained unchanged. At the dinner table, he gobbled down his food while his mother, Xiaolon, kept piling more dishes onto his plate. Amidst this warm atmosphere, Lu Qingchen suddenly said, "Mom, Dad, I want to apply to Wuhuan University." "What did you say?" "Wuhuan University." His father, Lu Qingchen, was visibly shaken. His son, who had always shown little interest in martial arts, suddenly wanted to apply to Wuhuan University. The reason Lu Qingchen had never been keen on martial arts was twofold. His progress had stagnated, and he didn't want to burden his financially struggling family. Moreover, his sister had already been accepted into Wuhuan University, and the tuition alone was a heavy burden on the family. Unexpectedly, his declaration made his father overjoyed. "Good. That's my son, Lu Qingchen. A man should pursue the martial path." Although his mother was worried about the dangers of martial arts, she didn't want to stifle her son's dreams. "Qingchen, if you've made up your mind, just be careful and don't end up like your father did." All right, Lu Qingchen interrupted Xiaolon. "I trust Qingchen. Even if he can't reach the pinnacle, he can still become a formidable force." After dinner, Lu Qingchen eagerly returned to his room. As soon as he closed the door, he started calling out to the system in his mind. As expected, the robotic voice sounded again. "Congratulations, the ultimate genius cultivation system has been successfully activated." Then came a series of notifications, with various beginners' gift packs arriving like a flurry of snowflakes. Great fortune pills, lesser fortune pills, true dragon essence blood. Just hearing these names, he knew how rare they were. What thrilled Lu Qingchen even more was that the system had detected he possessed a dual martial soul constitution and had already reached the second level of body refinement. This barrage of surprises left him dizzy and incredulous. "System, what's with that broken bell, the bronze scroll, and these pills? Can I use them?" The host can check the item information and usage methods through their thoughts, the system replied concisely. Lu Qingchen was overjoyed and asked further, what functions do you have? Can you make me invincible right away? This system aims to help the host build the strongest foundation to become an unparalleled genius. As for becoming invincible immediately, please stop dreaming. The system poured cold water on his excitement before explaining. Each time the host reaches the peak of a realm, the system will automatically issue rewards. The higher the realm, the more generous the rewards. I see. So this means if I dominate each realm, I'll be richly rewarded. Lu Qingchen pondered. In the past, he never dared dream of being invincible in the same rank. He wasn't even sure if he could awaken his martial soul. But now, well, a mysterious smile played on Lu Qingchen's lips as he focused his thoughts and began to inspect the item information. Donghuang Bell. The Donghuang Bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, is said to be the companion of the great deity Donghuang Taiyi, born from primordial chaos. This ancient artifact, originating from the chaos, holds supreme power, capable of reversing the sun, moon, and stars, and traversing the river of time. Its divine energy is potent enough to destroy worlds and devour the heavens. Lu Qingchen sat in a daze for a long time, unable to calm his turbulent emotions. He felt a strange sensation in his heart but couldn't quite identify it. Shaking his head, he decided to follow the system's instructions and recognized the Donghuang Bell as his master. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the bell. Instantly, the bell emitted a brilliant light and transformed into a stream of light, merging into Lu Qingchen's body. He raised his right hand and saw a golden bell-shaped mark on his palm, identical to the Donghuang Bell. Donghuang Bell, Lu Qingchen murmured. The mark radiated a dazzling light, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by a sea of fire. At the center of the inferno stood a colossal pillar inscribed with mysterious runes. Though he couldn't understand their meaning, he instinctively knew that only a supreme master of the fire Tao could control the Donghuang Bell. Driven by an inexplicable force, he placed his hand on the pillar. A surge of strange power flowed through his body, as if to change his fate. But within just 3 breaths, he could no longer endure and collapsed, unconscious. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lu Qingchen finally woke up. He glanced out the window to find the night still deep and the clock on the wall showing 2 a.m. His entire body ached as if it were on fire. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "System, open the attribute panel." In an instant, a golden light flashed, and a string of information appeared before him. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, fire attribute, type unknown. Realm, body tempering level 4. Mental power, 11. Techniques, none. Items, Donghuang Bell, Bronze Scroll, Great Heaven Creation Pill 1, Small Creation Pill 5, True Dragon Essence Blood 1. Body tempering level 4? As expected of the Donghuang Bell. Though it hurts a bit, it's totally worth it. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the panel, murmuring to himself, maybe now I really have a chance to get into the top 3 academies? With a thought, a crystalline dragonized pill appeared in his palm. He examined it for a while but found nothing unusual. Deciding to take a chance, he closed his eyes and swallowed the pill, letting its cool power cleanse his meridians bit by bit. An hour passed, and the strength of the pill grew increasingly overwhelming, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Unable to resist any longer, Lu Qingchen collapsed onto his bed, falling into unconsciousness once more. By morning, he awoke leisurely. His body was covered in black impurities that emitted a strange odor. Quickly pinching his nose, he rushed to the bathroom. Moments later, a handsome young man stepped out. Already good-looking, he now exuded an even more refined charm, his hair as black as ink, his skin fairer than snow, and his eyes bright as stars, deep and unfathomable. A powerful aura emanated from him, captivating anyone who saw him. Is this what transformation feels like? Not bad at all, Lu Qingchen said to himself. Next, let's see what this bronze scroll is all about. He casually bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. Moments later, the scroll turned into a red light and merged into his mind. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ears, "Flame Heaven Scripture, pinnacle of the fire Tao. Master it, and you can incinerate mountains, boil seas, and burn everything under the heavens." It's a technique. Lu Qingchen was astonished. In the path of cultivation, techniques are fundamental. A good technique is essential to fully unleash the potential of a martial soul. Who doesn't treat their martial arts techniques as precious treasures? Isn't the main reason everyone aims to get into Martial Soul University to obtain unparalleled techniques? He steadied himself, thinking to himself that this was a great opportunity. No one must know about this, or it would mean certain death. He understood the saying, "A gentleman is innocent, but treasuring jade rings becomes a crime." Checking his attribute panel again, he saw, Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Soul, Fire Attribute, Type Unknown. Level, 8th layer of body refinement. Mental power. 19. Techniques. Heavenly fire sacred cannon. Items. Donghuang bell, small creation pills 5, true dragon blood 1. 8th layer of body refinement. This system truly defies the heavens. Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself. Just as he was pondering, his mother called from outside, Xiao Chun, get up. Xiao Yu is waiting downstairs to go to school with you. Coming. Lu Qingchen sprang up, quickly washed and dressed. Just as he was about to leave, his father called him back. Lu Chongting handed him a bulging red envelope. Xiao Chun, here's 40,000 yuan for your Martial Soul University application. Use the rest to buy some body refinement pills. Dad. Lu Qingchen felt a lump in his throat and was about to refuse, but Lu Chongting interrupted. Take it. I know you have good intentions. Our family won't go broke over this. If you really feel bad about it, just study hard and get into a good university. Lu Qingchen accepted the envelope with both hands. Outside the door, Yushan widened his eyes in surprise. Chin, you're applying to Martial Soul University? Did I hear that right? That's right, Lu Qingchen said seriously. And I'm aiming for one of the top 3 universities. You're amazing as always, Chan. Yushan genuinely admired him. Since childhood, he had always supported whatever Lu Qingchen decided, as if whatever Lu Qingchen said was undeniably correct. If everything goes well with the college entrance exam, we should both get into one of the top 3 universities, Lu Qingchen mused. Why not help Mu Ting along the way? No problem. Yushan patted his chest. I'll do my best to help her train. I'm at the 6th layer of body refinement now. Upon hearing that, Lu Qingchen almost stumbled. 6th layer of body refinement? That's like a beast. Good thing I have the the primal power. But thinking about the system, Lu Qingchen's expression turned a bit strange. As they walked into class 7 of their senior year, they saw Su muting. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a glance and walked over to her. They had grown up together, living in the same neighborhood, and their parents were familiar with each other. Usually, they went to and from school together. Why hadn't they seen her at all yesterday? Just as Lu Qingchen was about to speak to her, someone blocked his way. It was Su Muting's close friend and class monitor, Yan Zian. What do you want? Yan Zian asked coldly. I'm looking for Muting, Lu Qingchen replied, eyeing him suspiciously. Say what you have to say here, Yan Zian said, unmoved. Ignoring him, Lu Qingchen looked directly at Su Muting. Muting, I need to talk to you. Say it here, it's no different, Su Muting said, her eyes avoiding his gaze. Muting, what do you mean by this? Lu Qingchen frowned. Yan Zian sneered. Don't you get it? Muting doesn't want to be too close to you, understand? Lu Qingchen's eyes turned cold as he stared at Su Muting, but she wouldn't look at him. I understand, he said calmly, uttering just 3 words. Yushan spoke in a deep voice. Chan said he would help you train with me. Just you two? Yan Zian sneered. Yushan might have some skills, but Lu Qingchen? Ha! He should look at himself in the mirror and see his worth. Only then did the other classmates turn their attention to them. Yushan completely ignored Yan Zian, his eyes fixed on Su Muting with a burning intensity. I need to know your decision, he demanded gravely. Su Muting remained silent for a long moment, her fists clenched tightly. Through gritted teeth, she finally spoke. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, we grew up together and share a deep bond. But now that we're adults, we can't remain this close. Besides, Lu Qingchen interrupted her, his expression calm. I understand. Since you have made your decision, I respect your choice. With that, he turned and left the classroom with Yushan, not looking back. Lu Qingchen, Su Muting called after them, but her words trailed off as she watched their figures fade into the distance. In the end, she chose to remain silent because Yan Zian had already taken her arm. Muting, don't waste your time on them. We're destined to get into Wuhuan University and leave them behind, Yan Zian whispered into her ear. Yes, she responded with a slight nod, silently resolving to focus on her future. Yan Zian was right. Once she got into Wuhuan University, her path and Lu Qingchen's would diverge irreversibly. On the school rooftop, a gentle breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers. This was where Lu Qingchen and Yushan often came to share their thoughts. Standing at this height, overlooking the bustling world below, always gave them a sense of detachment from the mundane. Yushan, everyone has their own ambitions, and that's understandable. But I never imagined that years of friendship could be so fragile, Lu Qingchen said, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he looked at the crowd below. Yushan, his face contorted with anger, retorted. She knew we don't get along, yet she let Yan Zian confront you directly. That shows where she stands. Years of friendship, just empty words. Lu Qingchen shook his head with a bitter smile. You can't blame her. Yan Zian is the class president, comes from a prominent family, and has reached the 5th level of body refinement. It's almost certain he'll get into Wuhuan University. In her eyes, I'm just someone at the 2nd level. Anyone else in her position would probably make the same choice. Yushan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingchen. As his closest friend, he knew that any attempt to comfort him would be futile. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "So, which school are you aiming for?" Lu Qingchen's expression instantly calmed, as if his previous frustration had been a mere fleeting thought. "Of course, one of the top 3 schools. I'll decide after the talent test results. What about you?" "The same," Yushan nodded. "But I'm leaning towards Monster Academy. It's the best school on the continent, after all." "True," Lu Qingchen mused. "Aren't you worried about not getting in?" Yushan asked, surprised. Lu Qingchen just smiled, saying nothing. Yushan understood, a look of genuine admiration spreading across his face. "When you set your mind to something, you always achieve it. I've never doubted that." At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a glance and quickly headed back to the classroom. As soon as they sat down, Hong Bing, who was seated in front of them, turned around excitedly. "I've talked it over with my family. No matter what, I'm applying to Wuhuan University." "Really? That's great," Lu Qingchen replied with a smile. "Absolutely," Hong Bing boasted. "I've reached the 4th level of body refinement. My dad says the whole family is counting on me to get into Wuhuan University and bring honor to our name, no matter the cost." "Is that a humble brag or just plain bragging?" Lu Qingchen teased. "It's not just bragging. It's outright boasting," he added with a grin. Yushan laughed smugly. "I'm only at the 6th stage of body tempering. I don't even know if I can pass the exam." Sigh. "The pressure is intense." Hong Bing's smile froze instantly. He glared at Yushan, turned his head away, and cursed silently to himself. "This guy's a beast. Why compare myself to a beast?" Understanding this, Hong Bing felt a wave of relief. He turned back with a mysterious grin. "Hey, have you heard? The admissions policy for Wuhuan University has changed this year." This statement was like a bomb, causing an uproar in the already lively classroom. "What? Tell us what changed." An energetic girl leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Her name was Zhang Ying, and her deskmate Su Man also perked up her ears. Seeing everyone's interest, Hong Bing proudly said, "From what I know, Wuhuan University will no longer accept students who have repeated grades for more than 2 years. Also, candidates with elemental sensing talent above the Earth grade can be admitted directly. Of course, you need to be at least at the 4th stage of body tempering." He added meaningfully, "Otherwise, don't even bother." "What's elemental sensing talent? Does it have anything to do with Wuhuan?" someone asked, puzzled. "Well," Hong Bing played coy, "I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to have some connection." Realizing this, the students started discussing and speculating about the mysteries of elemental sensing talent. Just then, a graceful figure walked into the classroom. It was the martial arts instructor, Lu Yin. The room fell silent immediately. Everyone wanted to make a good impression on the beautiful teacher. It was rumored that the mentors at Wuhuan University were all incredibly powerful and could admit students on a whim if they took a liking to them. Lu Yin scanned the respectful students and smiled. "Those who wish to apply to Wuhuan University, please go to the homeroom teacher's office to register, pay the fee, and fill out the necessary forms. The school will handle the applications for everyone." This announcement caused the classroom to erupt again. Lu Yin didn't leave, but instead continued to survey the crowd. When her gaze landed on Yushan, she was slightly surprised. This burly student had already reached the 6th stage of body tempering, a rare achievement. But when she looked at Lu Qingchen beside him, she frowned. It was strange. Although he was only at the 2nd stage, there seemed to be an inexplicable power emanating from him. With a hint of doubt, Lu Yin turned and left the classroom. At that moment, the students who intended to apply stood up and headed to the office. Hong Bing was the first to rise, followed closely by the spirited Zhang Ying and her gentle deskmate Su Man. Of course, the formidable Yushan also joined. Additionally, 2 other male students from the class joined the line. Just as everyone was about to leave, Lu Qingchen stood up leisurely. Hong Bing couldn't help but laugh. "Old Lu, we're going to register, not to the bathroom." "I'm aware," Lu Qingchen replied with a faint smile. "I'm going to register too." "What?" Hong Bing was stunned on the spot. Zhang Ying and Su Man were also dumbfounded, taking a long time to recover. "Lu Qingchen, did I hear that right? You want to sign up too?" Instantly, the entire class's eyes were focused on Lu Qingchen. After 3 years of being together day in and day out, everyone knew each other's backgrounds inside out. Although Lu Qingchen wasn't short, he always seemed somewhat frail next to the formidable Yushan. But at that moment, as he stood tall, the loose t-shirt subtly outlined his robust, lion-like muscles, and his chiseled features exuded an aura of captivating masculinity. Unconsciously, the girls' gazes were glued to him, including Su Muting's. It wasn't until he flashed a smile that they snapped out of it, blushing and quickly looking away. "What? I can't." Lu Qingchen said loudly. "Come on, let's go sign up together." The group, laughing and chatting, headed to the office, but Yin Zian and Su Muting were not among them. Well, Lu Qingchen, have you been secretly training behind our backs?
Bing TZ.
Yeah. Spill it. Have you been practicing in secret? Zhang Ying joined in. Lu Qingchen didn't mind at all, his smile radiant. No way, guys. I'm just naturally gifted. No need for sneaky stuff. Besides, missing this chance would be something to regret for a lifetime. Once we get into Wuhan University, what's a mere 10,000 bucks? Hearing this, Hong Bing and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts surge with excitement. Yeah, as long as we step through the gates of Wuhan University, it's a bright future ahead. Instant success. The allure of power. I just don't know if I can awaken my martial soul. If I can't awaken it. In the crowd, a delicate-looking boy named Su Xian suddenly spoke up. Everyone then realized that he had also applied to Martial Soul University. His friend, the rugged Zhang Wei, nodded in agreement. The group fell into silence. It was widely known that the deeper one's body refinement, the higher the chance of awakening a martial soul. However, without a martial soul bloodline, the odds were nearly 1 in a million for those below the 4th level of body refinement. Over the years, only a handful of people had awakened their martial souls at the 3rd level, and they all benefited from inherited martial soul bloodlines. Don't lose hope, everyone. Lu Qingchen broke the silence. Isn't there also the attribute sensing talent? They say anyone with Earth grade or higher can get direct admission. That's right. Yushan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Besides, we've all reached the 4th level of body refinement. The probability of awakening is still quite high. Hearing this, the group regained their hope. After all, reaching this level of refinement already proved their talent. They marched to the office in high spirits, only to find Yin Zian and Su Muting there as well. Yushan instinctively glanced at Lu Qingchen, who remained calm and was casually playing with a black pin, showing no sign of concern. Please have a seat, everyone. The homeroom teacher invited them to sit, and then addressed Teacher Lu Yin on the stage. Teacher Lu Yin, could you please explain the admission rules for Martial Soul University? Lu Yin smiled gently and began. First, there are 2 basic requirements for applying to Martial Soul University: reaching the 4th level of body refinement and awakening a martial soul. Once your martial soul awakens, you'll have a certain number of soul slots, ranging from 1 to 7. The number of soul slots directly determines your martial soul talent level. Soul slots? What are those? Hong Bing couldn't help but interrupt. I was just about to explain. Lu Yin smiled slightly. Soul slots are used to embed soul beads. For example, 1 soul slot can hold 1 soul bead, and 5 soul slots can hold 5. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately grasped the key point. So, soul beads must be very valuable. Exactly, Lu Yin nodded. The top 3 rewards in this year's college entrance exams include soul beads. One more thing to keep in mind. No matter how high your refinement level, it's all in vain without awakening a martial soul. After the refinement stage, you'll need to cultivate spiritual power, and the carrier of that power is the martial soul. Without a martial soul, you can't gather spiritual power. The classroom erupted in astonishment as everyone finally realized just how crucial martial souls were. Without awakening one, they'd truly be left behind in the world of martial arts. Lu Qingchen remained indifferent, as if the matter didn't concern him. Although Lu Yin found it odd, she reassured the students, the chances of awakening a martial soul at the 4th level of body refinement are quite high, so don't worry too much. What followed was straightforward: paying fees, registering, and filling out forms, all in one go. Lu Yin reminded everyone to prepare well for the upcoming detailed exam schedule, which the school would distribute soon. Back in the office, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, beamed at Lu Yin. This year, we have quite a few students above the 4th level of body refinement, several times more than in previous years. However, Lu Yin furrowed her brows. That's exactly what I find strange. Every class has an unusually high number of students at the 4th level of body refinement. I wonder what's causing this. She trailed off, lost in thought. This is great news. The homeroom teacher laughed heartily, showing no concern. If the kids eat and drink well, their cultivation will naturally improve quickly. Lu Yin didn't respond, silently leaving the office. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Directorly? This is Lu Yin. I need to report something. This year's situation is quite unusual. Meanwhile, the students returned to their classroom and buried themselves in their studies. Although the cultural exams at Wuhan University weren't heavily weighted, no one dared to take them lightly. If they couldn't awaken their martial spirits, they might have to rely on their cultural exam scores to get into a regular university. Lu Qingchen, however, had no intention of studying. For someone with a cheat system, doing exam questions felt like an insult to the system itself. Next to him, Yushan was already sprawled on the desk, fast asleep. Lu Qingchen glanced at him helplessly and silently called out to the system. What can I do for you, host? The mechanical voice promptly responded. I'm currently at body refinement level 8. Should I take the small fortune pill first, or the true dragon essence blood? Lu Qingchen asked. It's recommended to take the true dragon essence blood first to improve your physique, and then take the pill. This way, the medicine's efficacy will be maximized. Got it. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. He was now at body refinement level 8 and had 2 martial spirits, one of which was known to be fire-based. Getting into Wuhan University seemed certain. The question was whether he could get into one of the top 3 universities, as he wasn't sure about the grade of his martial spirits. Shaking his head, he decided to let things take their course. Soon, night fell. On the way home, Yushan sidled up to Lu Qingchen mysteriously. Chen, guess what treasure I found at the junkyard yesterday? I guess it's a brick, Lu Qingchen replied dismissively. Your guess is way off, Yushan retorted, pulling a brick from his bag with a smug grin. This isn't just any brick. I hit my dad with it yesterday, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Qingchen gave him a thumbs up. Only you could pull that off. You're quite the filial son. By the way, I have a little something for you too. He took out a small fortune pill. Yushan was stunned. What is this? Can I eat it? How do you think I made a breakthrough? Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. Take it and eat it when you get home. Yushan took the pill, gazing deeply at Lu Qingchen with mixed emotions. Just one pill? We're practically brothers. Lu Qingchen, with a playful grin, threw his arm around Yushan's shoulders. With our bond, I'm counting on you to join me on future adventures. Back home, a sumptuous dinner was already prepared. With the college entrance exams approaching, his mother, Xiaolan, made sure to cook nutritious meals for Lu Qingchen every day. Mom, where's Dad? Lu Qingchen looked around, not seeing his father. Your dad went to buy some body-refining herbs, Xiaolan said lovingly as she brought out a bowl of braised pork. He should be back soon. As she spoke, the door opened, and Lu Qingchen walked in, beaming and holding a cloth bag. I got lucky today, and found a 50-year-old blood Ganoderma. Xiaochen might break through to another small realm this time. Lu Qingchen leaned back in his chair, grinning at his father. Dad, I've got some good news for you. I've already advanced to the 4th level of the body refining realm. Dad, I've reached the 4th level of the body refinement stage, Lu Qingchen announced, carefully avoiding the fact that he had actually advanced to the 8th level. The leap from the 2nd to the 8th level was too extraordinary, and it would be easier for his parents to accept the 4th level. What? Xiaochun, you've reached the 4th level? Lu Chongting and Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. Moments later, their surprise turned to joy. Lu Chongting patted his son on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Good job, son. You truly are a member of the Lu family. But Lu Qingchen didn't stop there. He explained, actually, I found a small porcelain bottle at the neighborhood recycling yard. It had a few pills inside. I took one, and I immediately broke through. I felt an endless surge of power coursing through me. As he spoke, he pulled out the small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Lu Chongting with great care. Lu Chongting took the bottle, poured out the pills, and examined them closely. Suddenly, his hands began to tremble, and his expression turned to one of utter shock. After a long pause, he asked in a voice filled with disbelief, Xiaochun, do you know what these pills are? These are genuine Xiao Zhao Huadan. Before Lu Qingchen could respond, Lu Chongting excitedly continued, Xiao Zhao Huadan. These are the elixirs that countless kings and even emperors dream of. They can heal all diseases, repair martial souls, and even advance one's cultivation. This is the ultimate method for establishing an extraordinary foundation. Son, how on earth did you get so lucky to find 5 Xiao Zhao Huadan in a trash heap? Even if you had the money, these are simply not available on the market. Overjoyed, Lu Chongting wanted to hug his son and spin him around. Lu Qingchen, however, remained calm and said thoughtfully, I took one myself and gave one to Yushan. The remaining 3 are for you, Mom, and my sister. Xiaochen, do you understand how precious these pills are? Are you sure you want to give them to us? Lu Chongting asked, his expression serious, wanting his son to grasp the significance of his gift. Lu Qingchen, slightly exasperated by his father's reaction, replied, Come on, Dad. You and Mom are my parents. If I don't give them to you, who else would I give them to? Just take them and stop fussing. Xiaolan winked at her son and smiled. Xiaochen's filial piety is something you must accept. This will be a great help to you. Lu Chongting looked at his wife and then at his son, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. Finally, he simply patted Lu Qingchen's shoulder heavily and silently returned to his room. As his parents left, Lu Qingchen eagerly rushed into his own bedroom. He took out the drop of true dragon blood and consumed it along with the blood lingji that Lu Chongting had bought. He then drank a large cup of water to aid absorption. Soon, a surge of scorching energy began to flow through his body, like a thunderstorm. He felt his blood boiling, and even his skin turned a strange reddish hue, emitting intense heat. Lu Qingchen's pupils gradually transformed into vertical slits, and his eyes glowed with a fiery golden color, giving him the appearance of a dragon. This bizarre transformation continued for a while before slowly subsiding. Lu Qingchen exhaled a breath of turbid air, silently chanted, "System," and checked his status. Host. Lu Qingchen's martial spirit is of the fire element, though the specific type remains unknown. His current cultivation level is at the 10th stage of the body refining realm, with a mental strength score of 20. His cultivation method is the burning heaven sacred scripture. Upon awakening his martial spirit, he received items such as the Eastern Emperor Bell and 2 small creation pills. Immediately after that, the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing an unparalleled foundation. The next stage rewards will be released after the martial spirit awakens. Is this the power of the 10th stage of the body refining realm? I feel like my whole body is brimming with strength, completely different from before. Lu Qingchen excitedly stretched his muscles, feeling as light as a feather and incredibly powerful. Just then, he suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming from his parents' room, which disappeared a moment later. It seems my dad has quite the background too, perhaps even a hidden past. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. Over the next few days, he took leave from school under the pretext of refining his body. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, was surprised by his rapid progress but approved his leave without a second thought. In the blink of an eye, it was the night before the college entrance exams. In room 502 of the Lu family home, Lu Qingchen was devouring ribs while his mother, Xiaolan, helped him pack. "Xiaochun, are you sure you don't need mom to accompany you to the exam site?" Xiaolan asked, a bit worried. "Mom, the school has arranged buses for transportation and even accommodations. You don't need to worry," Lu Qingchen replied with a grin. "Besides, Yushan will be with me. With him around, what could possibly go wrong?" Mentioning Yushan eased Xiaolan's concerns a bit. She smiled and advised that Yushan is quite reliable. You should listen to him and discuss things with him. Don't act impulsively. Got it, Mom. Lu Qingchen nodded perfunctorily, thinking, reliable? I think he needs my help more. All right, Mom, you and Dad just wait at home to celebrate. When I get first place, we'll have a good time. On the morning of June 6th, Yushan was already waiting at Lu Qingchen's door. The two of them shouldered their bags and headed to school. The school gate was bustling with people, with 7 or 8 government-arranged buses ready to depart and private cars coming and going. Anxious parents were either giving last-minute advice or encouragement to their children. Lu Qingchen and Yushan craned their necks, looking for their classmates from Class 7. As they were looking around, a loud voice called out from behind, "Hey, old Lu, old you, we're over here." Turning to look, they saw Hong Bing waving vigorously. His loud shout drew many curious glances. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged embarrassed looks and reluctantly walked over under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As soon as they sat down, they saw Zhang Ying and Su Man chattering with their homeroom teacher, while Su Maoting and Yin Zian whispered to each other nearby. Lu Yin was sitting on the steps with her eyes closed, resting. Seeing the two of them, she stood up to greet them, but her face suddenly turned to shock when she got closer to Lu Qingchen. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Yushan has reached the 8th stage of the body refining realm? And I can't even see through Lu Qingchen's level? How is this possible in just a few days? Are they monsters? Lu Yan's mind was in turmoil, and she momentarily forgot to speak. Mr. Huang noticed her standing there in a daze and coughed twice to remind her, "Ms. Lu, please explain the exam procedures to the students." Lu Yan finally snapped back to reality. She quickly gathered her thoughts and smiled. "Today, everyone will first take a bus to the Green Hotel in Jinling City. The strength test will begin at 2 p.m. Before that, I'll explain the stages of body tempering. For the first 3 levels, each tempering increases your strength by 100 kilograms. However, at the 4th level, a qualitative change occurs, and your strength increases tenfold, reaching 1,000 kilograms. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone noticed that Lu Yan's expression suddenly became extremely serious. She said in a stern voice, "Anyone who doesn't reach 1,000 kilograms in this strength test will be eliminated. I know you've all reached the 4th level of body tempering, but I still want to remind you to give it your all during the test. Don't hold back at all. If you can't even pass this stage, there's no way you'll be ready for the martial soul awakening later." For Lu Qingchen and Yushan, this is a piece of cake. But those of you who just broke through to the 4th level, stay focused. You think I'll get eliminated? I just broke through a few days ago, Hong Bing said awkwardly, scratching his head. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, everyone. The school has prepared a blood-boosting pill for each of you, and there's a nutritious lunch planned for you at noon. You'll be in top shape. That's right.
Da Wang chimed in.
Our school is being generous for once. None of you will be left behind. Encouraged by their teachers, the students' spirits noticeably lifted. Inside the bus, besides the students and teachers of Class 7, there were several school leaders and 2 military personnel. Seeing a leader give him a nod, De Huang cleared his throat and loudly announced, "Students, today our school's leaders have come to send you off. Let's hear a few words from them." The students all turned their heads, waiting for the leaders to speak. This lunch and the blood-boosting pills were paid for out of the leader's own pockets, just to help you achieve good results. De Huang added, emphasizing the leader's generosity. Before he finished speaking, Lu Qingchen and Yushan stood up and led the group in saying, "Thank you, leaders, for your concern. We won't let you down." The other students followed suit, standing up and expressing their gratitude. A middle-aged man with thinning hair but a spirited demeanor waved his hands. "No, no, you students are the backbone of our school. When you get into Martial Soul University, don't forget your alma mater. Come back and visit often." "Of course." Lu Qingchen beamed. "We'll never forget the kindness of our leaders." After some flattery, the students finally relaxed. They all knew that the exam results were crucial for the school's reputation and the careers of various leaders. If a few top students emerged, it would surely be widely publicized. Didn't 2 students get into the 3 major universities last year? Their class teacher has since been promoted to vice principal. Not to mention the astronomical rewards. Even the martial arts instructors were secretly competing, each wanting to recruit the best talents for their alma mater. Everyone was calculating their moves, but no one knew which Martial Soul University Lu Yin hailed from. Over 2 hours later, the bus slowly pulled into the Green Hotel in Tianyang District, Jinling City. This was the government-designated assessment site. The place was grand and opulent. In room 404, Lu Qingchen put down his luggage and looked around, feeling satisfied with the luxurious setup. To ensure the students had a good rest environment, they were assigned standard twin rooms, 2 to a room. Yushan, showing no reservations, tossed his backpack aside and jumped onto the bed, causing the frame to creak loudly. This bed is really having a hard time, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. Just as he was about to delve into the sacred flame cannon, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lu Qingchen opened the door and was surprised to see their martial arts instructor, Lu Yin, standing there. "Instructor Lu, what's going on?" he asked, scratching his head in confusion. Before he could say anything more, Lu Yin darted into the room and slammed the door shut with a bang. Startled, Lu Qingchen exclaimed, "Instructor Lu, men and women shouldn't be in the same room like this. What are you doing?" Lu Yin knocked on his head lightly, exasperated. "What nonsense are you thinking? I have something important to discuss with you all." Lu Qingchen rubbed his head, secretly astonished. How could just a single tap from her leave such a big bump on someone at the 10th level of body refining? Little did he know, Lu Yin was secretly shaking her numb fingers behind her back, trying to maintain her composure. "It's about the batch of candidates from the capital," she said. "How did you know?" Lu Qingchen asked, his eyes widening in surprise. "How did you know?" Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen chuckled. "I just guessed it from how down you looked in the car. And I was right?" "Exactly." Yushan nodded repeatedly. "Even a blind person could tell from your reaction after that phone call." Lu Yin let out a long sigh and then asked seriously, "Be honest. What level are you both at now in body refinement?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged knowing glances and replied in unison, "4th level." "You too." Lu Yin laughed in exasperation. She pulled out 2 qi and blood pills from her pocket. "Don't play dumb with me. Spill the truth." 8th level. 9th level. Seeing the benefits, the 2 immediately revealed their true levels. Yushan suddenly turned to Lu Qingchen, jaw almost dropping. "Chenga, when did your cultivation surpass mine?" Lu Qingchen gave a mysterious smile. "I've always been low-key. My cultivation has been higher than yours for a while." Lu Yin looked at the 2 of them speechlessly. After a moment of silence, she revealed the purpose of their visit. Because of the students from the capital, this assessment won't be easy. People from the capital have always been arrogant, and even their students are the same. The Monster Academy is right in the capital, and many students from influential families are practically predetermined to get in. These students come from powerful backgrounds and are often overbearing. Some have even injured others during assessments, preventing them from getting into Wuhuan University. "What?" Yushan was indignant. "Don't the examiners do anything? Doesn't the government punish them?" Lu Yin shook her head with a bitter smile. "Examiners do intervene, but there are always oversights. Besides, those students have complex backgrounds, and some examiners don't want to offend them. As for the government," she sighed. "The government does punish them, but with powerful families backing them, the punishment means little. Moreover, some of these students' elders hold positions in the top 3 universities, and even the government has to give them some face. One day, you'll understand that when your strength reaches a certain level, the rules will bend for you. In this era where martial arts thrive, might makes right." Lu Qingchen pondered over Lu Yan's words. "So, you're here to warn us about being cautious around those capital students?" "Not entirely," Lu Yan said. "I mainly hope you avoid direct conflict with them. If they go too far, support our school students. After all, you 2 are among the top in our school." She gave them a meaningful look. Lu Qingchen's eyes flashed coldly. "Don't worry, We'll try to avoid conflict. But if they push too hard, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Good. That's the spirit. Lu Yin nodded approvingly. You really have a fearless attitude. Of course. Yushan chuckled. If we can't avoid it, we'll have to face them heeding, even if it costs us our lives. All right, stop saying silly things. Lu Yin scolded with a smile and tossed them 2 more qi and blood pills. You might not need these, but you can trade them for other resources. Cultivation requires resources, after all. With that, she pushed the door open and left, leaving the 2 boys staring at each other. As the sun reached its peak, there was another knock at the door. Yushan opened it to find Hongbing standing there. Hurry up, hurry up, Hongbing called out excitedly. The homeroom teacher wants us to pick up our qi and blood pills and have lunch together. Everyone gathered into Huang's room. Except for Lu Yin and a few leaders, almost all of Class 7 was there. Instructor Lu and the leaders have gone to get lunch for everyone, De Huang said, taking out 9 small porcelain bottles. Let's distribute the qi and blood pills first. Except for Lu Qingchen and Yushan, the other students eagerly took their pills. Why aren't you 2 taking yours? Hongbing asked curiously. Lu Qingchen just smiled and said, we'll take them later. After lunch, Hongbing sighed. If we can't even awaken our martial souls after this, wouldn't this meal be wasted? Lu Yin smiled faintly. Just eat your meal. Why worry so much? It's not like it can affect the awakening. Hearing this, everyone relaxed and dug into their food. Yushan was the first to put down his chopsticks, patting his full belly and letting out a belch. Come on, can't you be more civilized? Zhang Ying looked at him disdainfully. Look at Lu Qingchen, so well-mannered. But before she finished speaking, Lu Qingchen also let out a loud burp, clutching his stomach. What a pair of clowns, Lu Yin said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. The meal ended amid laughter and chatter, and the students returned to their rooms to rest. The large hotel fell silent as everyone conserved their energy for the afternoon's test. Time flew by, and the appointed hour arrived. The atmosphere grew tense. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway as nervous students stepped out of their rooms. Everyone, wake up. Gather downstairs. Don't forget your ID and admission tickets. The teacher's shouts echoed through the hotel, which quickly buzzed with activity. Lu Qingchen and Yushan, however, remained calm, exchanging knowing smiles. If we can't pass this with our cultivation at the 8th or 9th level of body refinement, then hardly anyone can, Yushan said. In the lobby downstairs, Lu Yin and De Huang were already waiting for Class 7. Remember what I told you, Lu Yin reminded Lu Qingchen and Yushan. If those people from the capital get too arrogant, you 2 need to back us up. They nodded in agreement. Yin Zian and Su Muting also arrived. Yin Zian glanced at Lu Qingchen but said nothing. Su Muting seemed like she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. First high school, gather over here. Second high school of Lingxing, line up. 7th high school, come over. Amidst the clamor, the examiner began taking attendance. Within 3 minutes, everyone was accounted for. Meanwhile, the students whispered among themselves. Quiet! The examiner shouted sternly. The first assessment of Martial Soul University is about to begin. This is a critical juncture. Passing is great, but if you don't lose heart. There are many paths in life. The examiners began to give the students some motivational speeches, but for someone like Lu Qingchen, who was deeply cynical, these words were like scratching an itch through a shoe. However, the less experienced students were stirred and inspired by the speeches. After several bowls of chicken soup for the soul, the examiners nodded in satisfaction and loudly announced, the first round of the Wuhuan University assessment, the strength test, begins now. I will now call out the group assignments, so listen carefully. Number 00001, Wang Teng, testing in Area A. Number 00002, Enlan, testing in Area B. Number 00038, Yushan, testing in Area A. Number 00088, Lu Qingchen, testing in Area A. Lu Qingchen and Yushan were fortunate to be in the same group, while other classmates from Class 7 were assigned to Area D. Students in Area A, follow me, ordered the examiner in charge of Area A. Lu Qingchen and Yushan followed the group to the testing site. Before them stood a massive training hall, with a dozen martial arts instructors monitoring the scene, including Lu Yin. At the center of the hall was a large, black, strength testing machine, its entire surface gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. The large target on the front was more than sufficient for punches and kicks. Can this thing really measure our strength? Not sure, but it looks pretty sturdy. Of course it can. This is Wuhuan University's specialized equipment, top-notch quality. The students chattered among themselves, clearly seeing such a device for the first time. Quiet down, the examiner barked. The test officially begins now. When I call your name, step up. Number 00001, Wang Teng. A handsome young boy stepped out from the crowd, assumed his stance, and delivered a powerful punch to the target. Bang! The machine emitted a loud noise, and the screen displayed, 1,300 kilograms passed? Yes, I passed. Wang Ting jumped in excitement, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Number 00002, Su Kuan. Bang! 888 kilograms failed. Su Kuan immediately burst into tears, and others rushed to console him. Number 00038, Yushan. A towering figure over 2 meters tall stepped forward, moving with surprising agility. Without hesitation, he punched the target. Bang! The target shook violently. 4,100 kilograms. The examiner couldn't hide his excitement. The crowd erupted in disbelief. No way. How can a mere high school student have such strength? He must be cheating. Examiner, I demand a recheck of his age. He doesn't look like a senior. Yushan scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just a big guy, really. I am a senior in high school. Silence. The examiner's face turned stern. Everyone here is an elite. How dare you question them? If you have time to gossip, use it to train instead. Number 00039, Wang Chong. The skinny student who had accused Yushan of cheating reluctantly stepped forward, scoring a dismal 666 kilograms, failing the test and wishing he could disappear from embarrassment. Finally, it was Lu Qingchen's turn. He asked confidently, Examiner, if I break this device, do I have to pay for it? The examiner rolled his eyes dramatically. If you can actually break it, I'll pay for it myself. Lu Qingchen nodded, got into position, and with a powerful punch, the device shattered with a loud bang. It turned out that the machine's limit was 5,000 kilograms, but Lu Qingchen's immense strength was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. His body had been transformed by the combined effects of the great heavenly creation pill and true dragon blood. The examiner was left speechless, staring in disbelief. After a moment, he shook his head and said to the crowd, Wait here, I need to report this to my superiors. As soon as the examiner left, the students erupted in chatter. Oh my God, they're monsters. How can anyone be that strong? Someone cried out. I want to go home. I want my mom. Hearing the sobbing, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. Today's youth. Why is their tolerance so low? Meanwhile, Lu Yen approached Lu Qingchen and Yushan with a serious expression. I formally invite you both to join the Heavenly Tao Academy. As long as one of you awakens a martial spirit, you can both enroll. I can guarantee that even if one of you doesn't awaken a martial spirit, you'll still receive the same resources as the regular outer disciples. Lu Qingchen pondered, no matter what kind of martial spirit we awaken, the Heavenly Tao Academy can teach us? Absolutely. Lu Yin said confidently, our academy has countless martial arts masters and covers all types of martial spirits. Moreover, the academy has a long history and houses numerous ancient texts and secret scrolls, something the other two schools can't compete with. Then I have no objections. Lu Qingchen nodded and turned to Yushan. What about you? Wherever you go, I go. Yushan replied with a goofy grin. Great. Lu Yin beamed. I'll report this to my superiors right away. Once the awakening is complete, we'll discuss the specific benefits. Just as she finished speaking, the examiner's figure appeared in the distance. As soon as Lu Yin left, someone suddenly shouted, Something's wrong. There's a fight in Zone D with people from Kyoto. The entire testing ground instantly erupted into chaos. Brothers, let's go watch the fun. Someone yelled, and the trainees rushed towards Zone D in a frenzy, completely disregarding the examiners and martial arts instructors trying to stop them. Lu Qingchen didn't pay much attention at first, but then he remembered that his classmates from Class 7 were in Zone D, so he grabbed Yushan and headed over. They arrived to see the boys from Class 7, led by Hong Bing, standing back-to-back in a circle, protecting the girls in the middle. Su Muting was sitting on the ground, crying uncontrollably, while Zhang Ying and Su Man tried to comfort her. Inside the circle, Hong Bing, Zhang Wei, and Su Xian were surrounded by a dozen students from Kyoto. Yin Zian was whispering something to a pockmarked boy, who grinned maliciously and nodded, causing Yin Zian to jump up and down with excitement. Seeing this, Yushan strode over with purpose. The Kyoto group quickly moved aside at his imposing presence. Yushan grabbed one of them and slammed him to the ground. Brother Chun, here's what happened, Hong Bing hurriedly explained. That Kyoto guy tried to hit on Muting. When she rejected him, he got aggressive. Zhang Wei tried to stop him and got beaten up. It's them. He pointed at Yin Zian and the pockmarked boy. Yin Zian didn't help us. Instead, he told us to know our place. Shameless. Zhang Ying fumed. Muting treated him as a friend, and he backstabbed her. Disgusting. Su Man added with a wrinkle of her nose. Sensing trouble, the Kyoto group unleashed a powerful aura, their body tempering level 5 or 6 strength not to be underestimated. Hong Bing and the others instantly felt suffocated, their faces turning red. Heh, Yushan sneered. Releasing his body tempering level 8 aura, crushing the Kyoto students like a tidal wave. They turned pale, their eyes wide with fear as if being strangled. Hong Bing, Zhang Wei, and the others looked on in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Qingchen helped Su muting up and moved Zhang Ying and Su Man to a safe area. Just as Yushan retracted his aura, causing the Kyoto group to collapse, a sharp palm strike suddenly attacked him. Yushan barely blocked it, retreating several steps. Is that all? The attacker sneered. I thought you were tough, but you only bully the weak. You're asking for it. Yushan, furious, was about to strike back when a figure rushed past him.
Bang!
With a loud crash, the pockmarked boy was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. You dare touch my brother? Lu Qingchen's eyes flashed with menace as he shouted coldly. You fool! Do you know who I am? The pockmarked boy, supported by Yin Zian, struggled to stand, hopping mad. I don't care who you are, Lu Qingchen sneered. Even if you were the king himself, you mess with my brother, he'll still beat you. How dare you? You're courting death. The other side roared furiously. Yao Qingwu, what's going on? A martial arts instructor demanded as he arrived. Master Hu, it was him. Kill him. Yao Qingwu pointed at Lu Qingchen with a venomous look. Was it you? Master Hu's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Qingchen, questioning him. Lu Qingchen sneered. What's this? Beat the young one. And now the older one shows up? Is this how people in the capital behave? Arrogant. Looks like you'll have to teach your parents a lesson on your behalf. Instructor Hu was instantly enraged, and a pressure as heavy as a mountain swept over the area. Lu Qingchen felt as though he was carrying 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders, and the tiles beneath his feet began to crack. Gritting his teeth, he activated the burning heaven sacred scripture to resist the force. Old dog, all you know is how to bully with your cultivation level? Huh? Lu Qingchen's eyes were sharp as blades, and he said coldly, Today, either I die here, or I take your head. These words thoroughly infuriated Instructor Hu. He raised his palm, intending to kill Lu Qingchen on the spot. Stop! Lu Yin, who had just returned, saw the scene and immediately intervened. Her powerful soul force erupted, and a silver light shot from her eyes, piercing straight towards Instructor Hu. Instructor Hu groaned, blood streaming from his orifices. He never expected this young woman to possess such strength. You're courting death, he roared, ready to counterattack. Everyone, stop! A thunderous voice suddenly echoed. The crowd turned to see a middle-aged man wearing a silver mask striding towards them. Greetings, Lord Enforcer. The instructors present bowed respectfully. Even Lu Yin and Instructor Hu did not dare to be negligent, clasping their hands and saying, Greetings, Silver Enforcer. The middle-aged man nodded. What's going on here? An instructor quickly reported the incident. I see. The enforcer snorted. It seems the people from Monster Academy are becoming increasingly audacious. An external instructor daring to attack a candidate? Come with me to the Hall of Justice for your punishment. Spare me, my lord. Instructor Hu was terrified at the thought of being taken to the Hall of Justice. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please, have mercy. The enforcer ignored his pleas and waved his hand. Take him away. Several guards from the Hall of Justice stepped forward, handcuffed Instructor Hu, and escorted him away. Lu Yin stepped forward to thank the enforcer on behalf of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Thank you, Lord Enforcer, she said, bowing. No need for thanks. The enforcer waved his hand. Fair enforcement of the law is our duty. Monster Academy has been getting too unruly lately. Even though the hall masters are not here, someone must maintain order. With that, he nodded to Lu Yin and then disappeared into the sky as a streak of light. As the people from the Heavenly Punishment Hall left, Lu Yin turned around to look at Lu Qingchen and Yushan with concern. Are you guys okay? Do you need any help? She asked. Both of them shook their heads. Apart from Yushan taking a hit, Lu Qingchen was unharmed. And given Yushan's robust physique, that blow didn't cause him much damage either. That's good to hear, Lu Yin nodded. She took out a small porcelain bottle from her storage ring and poured out 2 pristine pills, handing them to the pair. These are Qi restoration pills. Consider them a reward. Take them and rest well to prepare for tomorrow's assessment. Thank you, Instructor Lu. Lu Qingchen and Yushan chuckled and swallowed the pills in front of everyone. As the pills settled in their stomachs, a refreshing sensation spread throughout their bodies. Moments later, they felt a noticeable increase in their soul power. This feels amazing. No wonder she's an instructor at the Heavenly Dao Academy. She's so generous. Lu Qingchen almost exclaimed out loud. Seeing them take the pills, Lu Yin finally relaxed and addressed the group. Everyone has passed the strength test, so let's head back to the hotel and rest. With that, she led the way out of the testing ground, with Lu Qingchen and the others following closely behind. As they passed by Yin Zian, Lu Qingchen couldn't resist a jab. No wonder you're the class monitor of Class 7. Yin Zian clenched his fists but remained silent, standing still. It wasn't until everyone had walked far away that he muttered through gritted teeth. Just wait until young Master Yao gets me into one of the 3 major schools. Then we'll see who's the real winner. Unfortunately, no one was around to hear his outburst. On the way back to the hotel, the students' spirits were noticeably higher. Having all passed the strength test, the atmosphere became much more lively. Instructor Lu, who exactly was that silver enforcer from the heavenly punishment hall earlier? Hong Bing asked excitedly. He didn't even acknowledge the mentors from the 3 major schools. Yeah, tell us more. The other students chimed in, their curiosity piqued. Even Lu Qingchen was intrigued. Beyond the 3 major schools, there seemed to be another force that even Monster Academy dared not provoke. Lu Yin sighed helplessly and said, I don't know much either, but I'll give you a brief overview. The Heavenly Punishment Hall, as the name suggests, is an organization that administers punishment. Its members undergo rigorous selection, with integrity being the top priority. Each year, they recruit talented students from various martial soul academies. Of course, passing their tests is no easy feat, and all of this is tacitly approved by the major academies, including the 3 major schools. So, the status of the Heavenly Punishment Hall is extremely high. No matter what position you hold, if you commit a serious crime, the enforcers have the authority to take you away for judgment. But aren't the 3 major schools filled with powerful individuals? Su Muting asked cautiously. Why would they willingly submit to the Heavenly Punishment Hall? Well, Lu Yin pondered for a moment before continuing. There was once a similar question raised. But then something happened that shook the entire martial arts world of Huagua. What happened? Tell us, everyone urged eagerly. Lu Yin waved her hand, signaling for everyone not to take it too seriously. This is just hearsay, so I don't know if it's true. The story goes that one day, a core student from Monster Academy took a liking to a girl from another martial soul university. When his advances were rejected, he became enraged and severely injured her. The headmaster of that university, furious, led many mentors to demand an explanation, only to be beaten nearly to death by an elder from Monster Academy. The entire family is exceptionally talented, yet almost all returned lying down. Unbelievable. The Monster Academy is too arrogant. Hearing this, the students were filled with righteous indignation. Lu Yin continued, this matter was reported to the Hall of Heavenly Justice, which immediately dispatched a king to heal the wounded. Additionally, a golden enforcer was sent to capture the culprit. Despite the elder's profound cultivation, he was no match for the golden enforcer and was defeated within a few rounds. Just as the enforcer was about to take him away, the vice principal of Monster Academy intervened. It is said that the elder was his junior disciple, and the vice principal's cultivation was even higher. Not only did he severely injure the golden enforcer, but he also declared that the Hall of Heavenly Justice had no authority to act recklessly in Monster Academy. Such arrogance from the vice principal. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but interject. Would the Hall of Heavenly Justice let this slide? Lu Yin nodded and said, of course not. The golden enforcer returned injured, which infuriated the Hall of Heavenly Justice. One of the 4 heavenly enforcers, the Azure Enforcer, personally led 6 golden enforcers to storm Monster Academy. They captured the vice principal, the elder, and the student involved, taking them back to the Hall of Heavenly Justice for trial. What happened next? Surely Monster Academy didn't just let it go? Yushan asked anxiously. Of course not, Lu Yin sighed. The principal of Monster Academy personally led several elders to demand their release at the Hall of Heavenly Justice. However, they were suppressed by a giant hand and detained for 3 days before being released. It wasn't until the principal personally apologized and offered countless treasures that the matter was settled. But the vice principal and the offending disciples never returned. Since then, no one in Hua Nation dared to obstruct the actions of the Hall of Heavenly Justice. Everyone knew that angering them would lead to only one outcome. Lu Yin finished, feeling a sense of melancholy. The students listened intently, their expressions filled with excitement. It would be amazing to join the Hall of Heavenly Justice in the future. Hong Bing and Zhang Ying exclaimed in unison. Let's see if those people in the capital still dare to act arrogantly. Lu Yin comforted them. If you get into Wuhuan University, you'll have a chance to be noticed by the Hall of Heavenly Justice. Work hard. With that, the group chatted and laughed as they returned to the hotel. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, was already waiting anxiously at the entrance. How did it go? How many passed? He asked nervously. Hong Bing replied proudly, everyone passed. Really? Mr. Huang was so happy he nearly jumped for joy. To celebrate the good news, he generously treated the entire class to afternoon tea. By the way, Instructor Lu, could you tell us about the assessment process for tomorrow? Zhang Wei suddenly asked. And when does the awakening ceremony start? At the mention of the Wuhuan awakening, everyone's spirits were lifted, even Lu Qingchen's. Lu Yin set down her teacup and said seriously, tomorrow morning, we will conduct an attribute sensing talent test. Using a special sensing stone, We can preliminarily determine your Wuhuan attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The stronger the light emitted by the sensing stone and the purer the color, the higher the quality of your Wuhuan. What if there's no reaction at all? Yushan asked curiously. Lu Yin spread her hands helplessly. That would mean you have no Wuhuan within you. I'm sorry, but the awakening ceremony would not be for you.
Ah?
Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, each more astonished than the last. It turns out that to awaken a martial spirit, one must first pass the test of the attribute sensing stone. Without this, they aren't even qualified to participate in the awakening ceremony. Lu Yin quickly reassured, don't worry too much, everyone. If you have a martial spirit, the sensing stone will surely react. Besides, after this test, many martial arts university instructors will start recruiting students early. She then changed her tone, but some people don't know what's good for them and insist on waiting for the awakening ceremony. If their martial spirit turns out to be subpar, getting into a good school will be difficult. Isn't this all just luck? Someone couldn't help but complain. As martial artists, how can we not believe in fate? Lu Yin said seriously. From the moment your martial spirit awakens, your destiny is polarized. Those who awaken top-tier martial spirits are naturally sought after by prominent families, while those with useless martial spirits are ignored. Some don't even awaken a martial spirit at all. Moreover, some people are born with a silver spoon in their mouth, nurtured by spiritual herbs from a young age, with noble bloodlines. Aren't these all gifts from the heavens? Luck is also a part of strength. Lu Yan's words made the students present suddenly see the light. Don't underestimate luck, she said earnestly. Many martial arts masters owe their success to a turn of fate. Can you imagine a useless martial spirit reaching the peak of cultivation? Even in the heavenly punishment hall, there are such examples. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of aspiration, as if a door to the martial arts world was slowly opening before them. Little did they know, Lu Yan's words would stir waves in the days to come. As night fell, Lu Qingchen was studying the sacred flame scripture, while Yushan was tinkering with bricks he had picked up from the junkyard. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Yushan frowned as he went to open the door. To his surprise, Su Maoting was standing outside. She looked uneasy and said, I'm looking for Lu Qingchen. I want to talk to him. Yushan was about to refuse, but Lu Qingchen waved his hand. It's okay. I'll step out for a moment. I'll be back soon. But don't worry. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan on the shoulder. In the hallway, the two walked side by side, neither speaking first. After a while, Su Maoting mustered up the courage and stammered, Lu Qingchen, I'm sorry, Don't apologize to me, Lu Qingchen interrupted her. It's not wrong to have your own thoughts when you grow up. But If it's just to apologize, then forget it, Lu Qingchen said flatly. We're still classmates. As for what happened before, let's leave it in the past. He forced a smile and turned to leave. It's getting late, go back and rest. Watching his receding figure, Su Maoting felt a mix of emotions. The boy who once shared everything with her now wore such a distant smile. I want the purest feelings, Lu Qingchen murmured to himself. If a relationship is already broken, it's better to end it early than to continue in error. He recalled his sister Lu Qingshua's parting words, Xiaochun, relationships need to be tested. But often, the most precious ones can't withstand the trials. Only when you lose them will you understand that the one who loves you the most may not be the one you love the most. The one who understands you the best may not be the one who stays with you till the end. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. Memories from childhood flooded his mind, the joyful times playing with Yushan and Muting. Every time they got into trouble, Muting would always plead for them. But now, all that has turned into nothing. After all, they had grown up and needed to keep their distance. Muting's words still echoed in his ears. Thinking of Yin Xian's cold sneer and Yushan's anger made Lu Qingchen feel suffocated. He quickly left the hotel and found an open space, beginning to practice the burning heaven sacred technique. Throughout history, who has been called a hero? Once you step into the martial world, you fight against the sky. The sound of the zither and drums, the clash of gold and iron, blood splattered across the stars. Who in the world dares to compete? The phoenix divine fire, the golden crow emperor flame, burning all realms, yet love remains eternal. Clouds gather, prodigies emerge, aiming for the pinnacle, I stand supreme. Blood stains the sky, the sword points to the 9 heavens, only battle, battle, battle. Lu Qingchen chanted this battle song, unleashing all his refining power. The air around him roared as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. It took a long time before he gradually calmed down. Mundane affairs are but fleeting smoke. Only through martial cultivation can one stand above all. He secretly vowed that in this life, he would climb to the very peak without regret. Little did he know, someone on the hotel rooftop had witnessed everything. This kid can actually perform battle techniques? Lu Yin was shocked, and he even recited a battle song. What a magnificent verse. Blood stains the sky. The sword points to the 9 heavens. She had never heard such a grand poem. Her eyes burned with interest, wishing she could take Lu Qingchen as her disciple immediately. Back in the room, Yushan anxiously asked, "What did she say to you? Are you okay? Don't be deceived." "Don't worry, it's nothing," Lu Qingchen replied with a bitter smile. "I made it clear to her that we are just classmates now. Love and emotions are fleeting clouds. Only through martial cultivation can one stand at the peak." Yushan was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. "You're right. We should focus on our training." The two exchanged a knowing smile. The scene spoke volumes without words. Only the martial path. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Qingchen stretched and sighed contentedly. That was refreshing. The previous night's first use of his battle skills had left him feeling invigorated, his eyes glowing with energy. He woke up Yushan, who was still sound asleep, and after washing up, they headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. "Over here," Lu Yin called out as she saw the mentor. She had been discussing yesterday's test with Da Huang, but shifted the topic when Lu Qingchen arrived. "Not seeing you for a day, Miss Lu. You look even more beautiful." Lu Qingchen teased, feeling cheerful. "Is that so?" Lu Yin smiled sweetly. "Then tell me, what makes me beautiful?" Ah. Lu Qingchen hadn't expected her to ask that, so he raised his hands in surrender. "You little rascal, you're still green compared to me," Lu Yin said smugly. "Let's eat." Before she finished speaking, Lu Qingchen was already devouring his breakfast with a bun in one hand and soy milk in the other. Yushan grabbed a fried dough stick and started wolfing it down. "All you do is eat," Lu Yin said with a helpless shake of her head. Da Huang chuckled. "Eat more, eat more." As Lu Qingchen continued eating, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that other classmates had arrived. Everyone seemed in good spirits, except for Su Muting, whose eyes were red and swollen as if she had cried all night. "Since everyone is here, I'll go over today's assessment," Lu Yin began. "First, we'll conduct the attribute talent test. Those with talent can proceed to the awakening ceremony, while those without will be eliminated." She paused before adding, "If you're found to have attribute talent and get an early offer from Wuhuan University, it's best to accept it unless you're extremely confident or stubborn." Talents are categorized into 4 grades: Huang, Xian, D, and Tian, with Huang being the lowest and Tian the highest. Those with D grade or higher will be sought after by the top 3 schools. Lu Yin gave a playful smile. "To be honest, I'm a mentor at Tiandao Holy Academy. If any of you awaken with D grade talent, consider our academy first." Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that their gentle and kind mentor was from one of the top 3 schools? Hong Bing shamelessly sidled up and grinned. "Miss Lu, I bet everyone in our class has Tian grade talent. Why not just enroll us all directly?" "Haha, I don't want to be kicked out as soon as I return," Lu Yin laughed. "Unless you can beat the dean." "How strong is the dean?" Yushan suddenly asked. Lu Qingchen silently gulped. Was this guy really thinking about challenging the dean? "Please don't drag me into this. I don't want to get beaten up." Lu Yin sighed, rubbing her forehead. All right, you win." Da Huang was already laughing heartily. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the assembly call suddenly rang out. "The test starts in 10 minutes. Everyone, gather downstairs." Da Huang stood up, brushing crumbs off his clothes. "I'll leave these little guys to you, Lu Yin. Best of luck to all of you." "Got it," everyone responded in unison. 3 minutes later, the examiner had been waiting at the gathering point of Jincheng First High School for some time. "This time, there are no divisions," he said in a deep voice. "Once your attribute talent is tested, you can return to the hotel to rest and come back in the afternoon for the awakening ceremony." With that, he waved his hand. "Follow me." The group arrived at an open field where a stone pillar stood in the center, topped with a pitch-black stone. "Step forward when I call your name and place your hand on the sensing stone for 3 seconds. The examiner explained the rules briefly. Number 00001, Wang Tang. Lu Qingchen had a vague impression of him. It wasn't because he had the potential to become a great emperor, but because during the strength test yesterday, he was also the first to step up. A handsome Wang Tang strode forward, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his hand on the sensing stone. After 3 seconds, a faint yellow light appeared from the stone. "Earth attribute talent, yellow grade," the examiner announced loudly. "Yes, I have a martial soul." Wang Ting cheered, waving his arms excitedly. "My father will be overjoyed." A series of candidates tested one after another, but none of them had any attribute talents. Number 00005, Zhou Xian. A frail and delicate-looking boy walked up nervously and placed his hand on the stone. After a few seconds, the stone remained unchanged. Number 00005, no talent, the examiner called out flatly. "No, that's impossible." Zhou Xian's face turned pale as he burst into tears. "How can I have no talent? This can't be happening." As more numbers were called, No one besides Wang Teng had any attribute talent. The large open space fell silent. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavy, with faces filled with anxiety and fear. Next, number 00038, Yu Shan. The examiner's voice rang out again. A giant man, standing 2 meters tall and more imposing than the examiner, stepped out from the crowd. Lu Qingchen noticed the examiner's mouth twitching. Is this the physique of someone his age? The examiner thought to himself. Yushan walked up to the stone pillar and placed his massive hand on the sensing stone. Seconds later, a burst of golden light erupted, illuminating everyone's faces. Metal attribute talent, heavenly grade? The examiner's voice trembled. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone's mouths hung open, and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Young man, I invite you to join New North Martial Soul University right now. One of the instructors called out eagerly. We can discuss your benefits. New North? Come to our New South Martial Soul University. Another instructor countered, unwilling to be outdone. Don't listen to them. Blazing Shoe Martial Soul University is the best choice. Another instructor shouted. A heavenly grade martial soul talent was extremely rare, and the instructors were eager to recruit Yushan on the spot. Seeing the commotion, Lu Yin spoke calmly. Apologies, esteemed instructors. This individual is already a student of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, the testing ground erupted into chaos. It turned out that the students were from 3 prestigious schools, which explained their extraordinary talents. Now, even the Heavenly Tao Academy has started early admissions. How is anyone else supposed to compete? Oh, if only we could awaken some heavenly or earthly talents ourselves. The students chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with envy. Mentor Lu, your Heavenly Tao Academy is really unfair, one instructor said with a bitter smile. Our academy hasn't even seen an earthly talent, and you go and get a heavenly one. Exactly, what's up with that? Other instructors chimed in. Lu Yin blinked her bright eyes and gave a playful smile. Well, what can I say? They're my students. It's not my fault you weren't as quick as me. Look at how smug she is. A chubby instructor stomped his foot in frustration. This is infuriating. Seeing the commotion, the examiner quickly intervened. Everyone, calm down. Let's continue with the test. The shock finally subsided, and the testing resumed. Next, number 00041, Zhang San. A spirited young man stepped forward and placed his palm on the sensing stone. After a few seconds, the stone emitted a soft blue light. Water attribute talent, profound grade, the examiner announced loudly. To have a profound grade talent? Zhang San trembled with disbelief. Mom, Dad, I didn't let you down. Unable to contain his excitement, he burst into tears. Child, this is wonderful news. Don't cry. An instructor named Wang quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Through sobs, Zhang San said, Instructor Wang, I'm just so happy. I never thought this day would come. Kids these days, what pressure they've been under. Instructor Wang sighed inwardly. Then, with a smile, he said, Zhang, how about joining our Southeast Martial Soul University? We promise to give you the best treatment. I'd love to. I'd love to. Zhang San nodded vigorously. Oh, come on Wang, that's not fair. A charming female instructor complained. You snatched him before we even had a chance. Wang smiled sheepishly. I couldn't help it. This kid is exceptional. I won't compete for the next one, I promise. The subsequent candidates failed to elicit any reaction from the sensing stone. Next, number 00088, Lu Qingchen. The examiner's eyes were fixed on the young man before him. This was the student who had broken the strength testing device with a record of 5,000 kilograms. Lu Qingchen calmly walked up and placed his hand on the sensing stone. Initially, the stone emitted a faint red glow. Look, it's lighting up, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Before the words had fully settled, the sensing stone suddenly blazed with light, as bright as daylight. It shifted from red to golden, then to a jade-like white, creating a mesmerizing display of colors. Finally, the light settled into a dazzling red. The result is tentatively determined as fire attribute talent, heavenly grade, the examiner managed to say with difficulty. The crowd erupted once more. Oh my god, another heavenly grade talent. This guy is a monster. Not only does he have 5,000 kilograms of strength, but his talent is off the charts. What do the golden and jade lights mean? Can someone explain? The disappointed candidates felt even more dejected. Without any talent to speak of, and others starting off with the best of the best, the disparity was just too great. Lu Yin had been delighted by the red light, but then gold and jade white lights emerged, leaving even her, an experienced instructor at the Heavenly Tao Academy, momentarily at a loss. The other instructors were even more bewildered, exchanging confused looks and gaping like a bunch of fools. Young man. A slender middle-aged man was the first to shout, come to East China Martial Soul University. I guarantee you the best resources. Don't listen to him, another instructor quickly followed. North China Martial Soul University, you name the terms. Nonsense. They're all lying. Choose us, and you'll be vice dean on your first day. Yet another voice chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Lu Qingchen's head was spinning from the commotion. Is this what college recruitment has come to? He thought, scratching his head. Thank you all for your kindness, he said politely, waving his hand. But I already have plans, sorry. Which school had the nerve to act first? The crowd shouted in indignation. At that moment, a calm female voice came from the back of the crowd. Sorry, but Lu Qingchen is already with us at the Heavenly Tao Academy. Everyone turned in unison to see Lu Yin standing with her arms crossed, a victorious smile on her lips. Lu Yin flashed a victorious smile at the group of mentors. They stood there, stunned, before erupting in loud protests. The Tian Dao Academy has gone too far. How can they recruit all the geniuses in advance? Did you test their talents beforehand? Faced with the furious mentors, Lu Yin shook her head helplessly. I had no choice. We only recruited 2 students. Who knew they'd be so exceptional? She beamed and said animatedly, besides, didn't we all swear not to test students' talents early? Is there any Wuhuan university daring enough to break that vow? The mentors looked as if they had swallowed flies. 2 heaven-grade Wuhuan talents, snatched by the Tian Dao Academy. Oh my god, there's another heaven-grade genius in the capital, someone exclaimed from outside. The crowd rushed out, leaving Lu Yin, Lu Qingchen, and Yushan staring at each other. Kid, I didn't expect you to be this impressive. Lu Yin winked at Lu Qingchen. How about giving your sister another big surprise next time? Of course, Lu Qingchen chuckled. Just don't get too scared. Really? Lu Yin's face reddened slightly. If you can surprise me again, I'll grant you one wish. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and he glanced at a place he shouldn't have. Anything? People nearby started to notice. Yushan, impressed, thought, no wonder he's the master. Even wooing a mentor. Lu Yin noticed Lu Qingchen's gaze. What a bold kid. She glared at him fiercely. As long as you can do it, I'll grant any wish. Despite her words, she blushed as she recalled Lu Qingchen's spirited performance on the rooftop that night. What's wrong with me? She quickly touched her warm cheeks, pretending nothing had happened. Mentor Lu, why is your face red? Yushan asked mischievously. Nonsense. I'm just thrilled about my promotion to senior mentor. Lu Yin hurriedly explained, then smiled proudly. After all, I recruited 2 geniuses for the academy. The rewards will be plentiful. Yushan, seeing his jab fail, scratched his head awkwardly. Idiot, just focus on studying, Lu Qingchen thought. By then, the mentors had returned, looking dejected. It's ridiculous. 2 heaven-grade Wuhuan talents were taken by Tian Dao Academy, and another genius in the capital was snatched by Monster Academy. What do we have to report back? Not even a yellow-grade talent. Is Wuhuan University getting this competitive now? Listening to their complaints, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. What would Lu Yan's face look like if she returned empty-handed? The thought amused him. As the complaints continued, the examiner shouted, testing is over. Those without talent can leave. Lu Yin seized the moment. Let me tell you about Wuhuan awakening, she suddenly said. Hearing about the secrets of Wuhuan, Lu Qingchen and Yushan perked up, eagerly leaning in. Lu Yin tapped their foreheads and said seriously, the martial soul awakening ceremony, as the name suggests, is to help you awaken the martial soul hidden within you. Martial souls can be incredibly diverse, ranging from plants and trees to birds and beasts. When a powerful martial soul awakens, it may also bring forth divine weapons, secret techniques, and more. While the martial soul resides within you, its associated items can be taken by others if the owner dies. What? Yushan was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. Even Lu Qingchen was stunned. Lu Yin gave them a meaningful look. So, no matter what kind of martial soul you awaken, or whether it comes with any treasures, you must keep it a secret unless you have the strength to protect yourself. The world of martial arts is perilous, where the strong dominate. A single mistake could leave you with nothing but bones. She sighed and continued earnestly, even though you are students of the Heavenly Tao Academy, dangers still lurk outside. Never let your guard down. Just as she finished speaking, the examiner called out loudly, students who are awakening their talents, follow me. I need to prepare for the ceremony, Lu Yin said hastily as she stood up. Follow the examiner's instructions. Remember what I said. Whatever happens during the ceremony, keep it to yourself. If you have any questions, ask me at the hotel later. With that, she hurried off. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in agreement. They then stood up and followed the examiner out of the venue. As they walked, Lu Qingchen wondered to himself, what kind of martial soul will I awaken? A fire-based one would be ideal, but if it's something like flowers, insects, or birds, that would be tragic. Oh, please, not a dog or a pig. If I end up with something cute like that, I'll lose all my dignity. With these thoughts, Lu Qingchen felt both nervous and excited. He couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The examiner led the students into an incredibly spacious room, seemingly spanning over 1,000 square meters. 18 meditation cushions were neatly arranged, each about 10 meters apart. Lu Qingchen and Yushan looked around and noticed that the members from the other three zones had also arrived. However, in Zone D, apart from Su Xian and Zhang Wei, everyone else was absent. From a distance, Hong Bing shook his head at him, and Lu Qingchen understood immediately. Sigh, Minter Lu was right. Luck is crucial, he thought with mixed emotions. Do you know the procedure for awakening the martial soul? One student asked nervously. No idea, the examiner will probably explain, another replied. I'm so stressed about what kind of martial soul I'll awaken. If only I could get a strong offensive type, then I'd surely become powerful. The students could barely contain their excitement as the moment approached. Just then, numerous mentors from the Martial Soul University filed in, each holding an irregularly shaped black stone. Among them was Lu Yin. The mentors sat cross-legged beside each cushion, holding the stones in their palms. The Martial Soul Awakening ceremony begins now, the examiner announced loudly. First group of students, please take your seats in order. 18 fortunate students eagerly stepped forward, including Hong Bing, Su Muting, Zhang Ying, and Su Man from Class 7. Interestingly, Su Muting's cushion was right next to Lu Yin. Quiet, the examiner commanded sternly. We can begin. Lu Yin gently reminded Su Muting. Close your eyes soon and focus on sensing the power within you. No matter what happens, don't make a sound. Su Muting nodded slightly. The mentors began to emit multicolored lights, which Lu Qingchen guessed must be the legendary soul power. The mentors channeled their soul power into the stones, and after about a minute, the stones suddenly gleamed with golden light, slowly rising into the air before hovering above the students' heads. A pale golden barrier emerged from the stones, enveloping the seated students. The previously excited candidates instantly fell silent, their eyes closed as if deeply concentrating. After a quarter of an hour, the golden barriers gradually faded, and the stones turned black again, returning to the mentors' hands. At the same time, a blurry light appeared above each student's head. As time passed, these light clusters began to shatter, revealing various glowing forms, plants, animals, even rings and weapons. Lu Qingchen noticed that a roaring giant bear appeared above Hong Bing's head, glowing a dusty yellow. Su Muting's martial soul was deep blue, resembling a chirping bird. The lights above their heads dimmed, replaced by a faint glow from the martial souls themselves, each displaying bright slots. These must be soul slots, Lu Qingchen thought silently. He observed that Su Muting's martial soul had 4 soul slots, while Hong Bing had 3. The others varied, with some having up to 4 and some as few as 1. A few minutes later, all the martial souls transformed into streams of light and merged back into the students' bodies. The awakened ones opened their eyes one after another, some with pupils shrinking to a point, others with eyes glowing with extraordinary light, all exuding an exceptional aura. Once your martial souls awaken, you'll be able to sense their presence, the examiner said solemnly. I believe everyone here has already grasped the method to control their martial souls. Currently, you are in the awakening stage, which mainly involves understanding your martial soul and nurturing it with soul power. Once the martial soul absorbs enough soul power, it will automatically advance. Naturally, the higher the quality of the martial soul, the more soul power it requires. For now, you can only harness a portion of your martial soul's power. Take this student who has awakened the hasty pig martial soul, for example. After releasing it, their skin becomes tougher, significantly increasing their resistance to physical attacks. All eyes turned to the student, who lowered their head in embarrassment. No need to feel ashamed, the examiner reassured. Awakening a martial soul means you are already a genuine soul warrior, far superior to ordinary people. Besides, martial souls can be incredibly diverse. Beast types are quite normal. Hearing this, the dark-skinned boy straightened up, pride evident on his face. The examiner continued, after awakening your martial soul, a martial soul imprint will appear on your body. This imprint serves as the space where your martial soul resides. I trust everyone understands? These students, all exceptionally talented, quickly grasped the concept. All right, that's enough for now, the examiner said, waving his hand. Next group, step forward. 18 more students advanced, including Yushan and Yen Zian. To Lu Qingchen's surprise, the troublemaker from the capital, Yao Chengwu, was among them. Yushan noticed Lu Qingchen and winked at him. The process was identical to the previous one. The mentors infused the stones with soul power, causing them to levitate and envelop the students in a golden glow. After a quarter of an hour, the light began to fade. Yen Zian was the first to awaken, with a faint lizard shadow flickering in the flames above his head. A resounding moo echoed through the air as Yushan's light orb shattered, releasing a dazzling golden light. When the intense light subsided, a massive divine bull appeared, with a golden back, jet-black body, and spiraling horns pointing skyward. Even more astonishing were the 7 soul slots shimmering on its body. A top-tier martial soul, Lu Qingchen thought, his heart racing. This is... The examiner stammered. The supreme beast, the golden-backed Meng Tian bull. This is the ultimate beast spirit, the golden-backed celestial bull. That's right, this is Yushan's spirit. As soon as it appeared, it felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down, overwhelming everyone with its mountainous aura. Moments later, this aura became incredibly sharp, like a divine spear piercing the sky. As the examiner's words fell, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What kind of spirit is this? Did I see it right? Is it a beast spirit? Of course it is, isn't it obvious? The real question is it an attack type? The students buzzed with discussion, their eyes filled with envy and admiration as they looked at Yushan. Even the examiner nodded frequently, his eyes full of approval. Suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the sky, hurting everyone's eardrums. The crowd quickly looked toward the source of the sound, and saw a divine bird, entirely ice blue, perched above Yao Chengwu's head, proudly singing. It had the body of an eagle and the head of a dragon, emitting a faint chill. More astonishingly, this eagle-dragon hybrid also had 7 soul slots glowing on its body. Another top-tier spirit, Lu Qingchen thought to himself, feeling the pressure from the appearance of 2 supreme spirits. At this point, all the students on the mats had successfully awakened. Besides Yushan and Yao Chengwu, Yan Ziyan's spirit also had 5 bright soul slots. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but remember what Lu Yin had said, luck is also a part of one's strength. He shook his head and gradually calmed his mind. So what if he didn't awaken a top-tier spirit? Martial cultivation has never been solely about talent. As long as he could cultivate, that was enough, especially since he had 2 spirits. And didn't he still have his golden finger? In his nervousness earlier, he had forgotten about the system altogether. Lu Qingchen quickly chanted in his mind and brought up the attribute panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Spirit, not yet awakened. Fire and strength realms, body tempering stage 10. Mental power, 20. Techniques, heavenly flame scripture unknown, will unlock after spirit awakening. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, 2 small fortune pills. The spirit attributes changed? He frowned slightly but then relaxed. Luckily, it's fire and strength types. That's way better than some useless earth pig. Although Yan Ziyan had awakened 5 soul slots, he immediately felt deflated compared to the 2 giants, Yushan and Yao Chengwu. He glared at Lu Qingchen and sneered, even if I can't compare to them, I don't believe you can surpass me. Why do we have to awaken with these monsters? The other students were filled with mixed emotions. Their earlier excitement was doused like a bucket of cold water. The 3 prestigious schools really do things unpredictably. The tutors could only smile wryly, except for Lu Yin, who couldn't hide her joy. A top-tier talent with 7 soul slots was rare even in the 3 prestigious schools. With this, her promotion to vice principal was practically guaranteed. The examiner shouted loudly, "Last batch, please take your positions." Lu Qingchen took a deep breath and walked confidently to his mat. Coincidentally, the tutor awakening him was Lu Yin. "Don't be nervous," Lu Yin comforted him. "No matter what happens, don't make a sound. Now, sit cross-legged and focus on sensing the power within you." Lu Qingchen nodded and followed her instructions. Lu Yan's body began to emit a red glow, gradually injecting it into the black stone. About a minute later, the stone erupted in a burst of golden light, hovering above Lu Qingchen's head. A pale golden shield enveloped his entire body. A warm sensation washed over him, filling him with an unparalleled sense of comfort, as if he were nestled in a gentle embrace. At the same time, he distinctly felt something within him breaking free from its cocoon. His blood began to boil, and a surge of heat like molten lava coursed through his veins. Lu Qingchen trembled, drenched in sweat. In an instant, a dazzling light blossomed in his mind. A domineering cry echoed, and Lu Qingchen's consciousness transformed into a sea of golden flames. The fire blazed fiercely, consuming everything. As the flames gradually subsided, a figure became increasingly clear. It was a massive bird that blotted out the sky, its wings enormous and its body a brilliant crimson gold. Countless golden divine flames danced among its feathers, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It stood proudly in the air, its beak crystalline and its 3 talons covered in golden scales. Each feather was as sharp as a legendary weapon, exuding a formidable aura. A 3-legged golden crow? Lu Qingchen was too stunned to speak. This was a mythical creature that existed only in legends. Just as he was reeling from the shock, an ancient and profound dragon's roar suddenly exploded in his mind. In an instant, the golden sea of flames was reduced to ashes. Lu Qingchen felt his mind go blank, his spirit shaken to its core. What kind of majestic and overwhelming roar was that? An aura of primordial antiquity surged toward him. When he regained his senses, there was nothing before him except a towering figure, locking eyes with him. Lu Qingchen trembled slightly. He could hardly believe such a divine creature had become his martial soul. The golden dragon before him defied all description in its majesty and power. Bathed in shimmering golden light, its body was covered in radiant golden scales. Its dragon horns were as sharp as legendary swords, constantly emitting a dazzling glow. The dragon's body was entirely golden, each scale gleaming like a razor-sharp blade. The dragon's head was a masterpiece of perfection, a pinnacle creation of the divine. Golden whiskers danced in the wind, and a luminous dragon pearl hung beneath its chin. Its golden eyes radiated an aura of timeless authority. Massive wings blocked out the sky, and beneath its enormous frame were 9 powerful claws. A 9-clawed golden dragon? Lu Qingchen gasped in shock. This was the supreme dragon, representing the purest dragon bloodline. Ding. Host has broken through the awakening realm limit. Reward issued. Ding. Host has awakened the supreme martial soul and obtained the 3rd martial soul creation Jade Divine Lotus. As Lu Qingchen was still reeling from the shock, the long-awaited system notification sounded again.
Creation Jade Divine Lotus?
3rd martial soul? He murmured to himself, feeling as if he was on the verge of an incredible breakthrough. But what does supreme martial soul mean? At that moment, everyone noticed 2 dazzling light shadows appearing above Lu Qingchen's head. One shattered, revealing a golden divine bird brimming with vitality. The 3-legged golden crow had finally reappeared in the world. The other light faded, revealing a gigantic lotus, pure white like jade, with 24 petals gracefully encircling the center. 5 crystal-clear lotus seeds adorned it, adding to its beauty. Even more astonishing, the lotus had 7 bright soul slots, while the golden crow had just 1 massive soul slot, twice the size of the lotuses. What was happening? What was going on? Oh my god, it's a twin martial soul. Everyone was stunned into silence, unable to speak for a long time. Even the other candidates who had just awakened their martial souls were left dumbfounded, mouths agape. A lotus mark first appeared on Lu Qingchen's brow, then transformed into a golden sun pattern, the 2 designs complementing each other beautifully. Moments later, with a thought, the 2 martial souls turned into streams of light and merged back into his brow. When Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, he found everyone staring at him intently, eyes wide with amazement. Even Lu Yin was eyeing him up and down with a fiery gaze, subtly wiping a bit of drool from the corner of her mouth. Feeling a wave of nervousness under all those staring eyes, Lu Qingchen chuckled awkwardly. Everyone, I know I'm quite handsome, but you're making me feel a lot of pressure. Brother Chen, did you just awaken twin martial souls? Yushan couldn't contain his curiosity and hurriedly asked. It seems so, Lu Qingchen nodded. Looking at Lu Yin, she beamed and playfully said, Indeed. Little brother, you've really given your big sister a huge surprise. Embarrassed, Lu Qingchen scratched his head and responded with a sincere smile. All right, the awakening ceremony is now concluded. The examiner announced loudly, everyone can go back and rest now. By the way, the results of this test and your awakening will be important references for your college entrance exams. With that, he hurriedly left, likely to report the situation to his superiors. The others also dispersed, leaving only a few close classmates from Class 7 and Lu Yin. Great! Everyone has awakened their martial souls.
Bing exclaimed excitedly.
I need to go home and share the good news with my parents. Don't forget to treat us, Yushan said, grinning mischievously. No problem. Order whatever you want. My family will be thrilled.
Bing repliait confidently.
It's a pity that Su Xian and Zhang Wei couldn't awaken, Su Man sighed softly. An awkward silence fell over the group. This might not be a bad thing, Lu Yin comforted. Without a martial soul, they don't have to walk the dangerous path of martial arts. They might have a brighter future by getting into a top liberal arts college. The others nodded in agreement, finding her words reasonable. All right, you all go back to the hotel and rest, Lu Yin instructed. Lu Qingchen and Yushan, stay a moment. I have something to discuss with you. After everyone else left, she winked at Lu Qingchen. Twin martial souls, huh? You really surprise me. But why does the golden crow only have 1 soul slot? Honestly, I don't know, Lu Qingchen replied truthfully. He really didn't. Apart from the creation Jade Lotus having 7 soul slots, both the golden crow and the golden dragon had only 1, albeit larger than the lotus's slots. As for why others only saw 2 martial souls, it was simply hit it. Who doesn't know how to play dumb these days? With the 7-slot Jade Lotus as a foundation, he and Yushan were bound to enjoy the best resources at the Heavenly Tao Academy. Why bother with unnecessary burdens? Seeing his sincerity, Lu Yin didn't press further. You two head back. I need to report this to the higher-ups. Rest assured, the academy will offer you tremendous benefits. Satisfied with her words, the two of them beamed with joy. On their way back to the hotel, Lu Qingchen and Yushan were immersed in the excitement of awakening their martial souls, their steps light and buoyant. Just as they were about to reach the hotel entrance, a warning rang in Lu Qingchen's mind. Warning! Ambush ahead, danger! He tensed up, slowed his pace, and nudged Yushan with his elbow, whispering, there's an ambush ahead. When I count to 3, we run back to find teacher Lu Yin. Got it? Yushan kept his expression calm and gave a barely noticeable nod. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. Just as they were within 50 meters of the hotel entrance, Lu Qingchen shouted, 3, 2, 1, run? Lu Qingchen let out a low growl, and upon hearing it, Yushan immediately turned around. The two of them sprinted frantically towards the direction where Lu Yin was. The 4 soul warriors ambushing outside the hotel clearly didn't expect their prey to suddenly turn and flee. They were momentarily stunned, but that brief hesitation allowed Lu Qingchen and Yushan to cover a significant distance. At this moment, their bodies were radiating light, their speed far surpassing their usual capabilities. As newly awakened top-tier soul warriors, they had already received a portion of their soul power. The pursuers quickly snapped out of their daze and emerged from the shadows. 4 of them unleashed their soul power, and 2 even sprouted wings, soaring into the sky and chasing after Lu Qingchen and Yushan. Although Lu Qingchen and Yushan had gained an initial advantage, the disparity in strength between the two sides was immense. Lu Qingchen had never seen soul warriors capable of flying and was taken aback. The pursuers closed the gap swiftly after regaining their composure. Help, Mentor Lu Yin! Lu Qingchen suddenly shouted, startling the pursuers. The 2 airborne soul warriors dove quickly, landing less than 100 meters from Lu Qingchen. In just a couple of seconds, they would catch up. As the Grim Reaper's scythe loomed closer, Lu Qingchen let out a low roar, and 2 crimson wings suddenly unfurled behind him. Yushan, hold on tight and don't let go, he commanded loudly. Yushan quickly grasped Lu Qingchen's hand, and immediately felt his body lighten as his feet left the ground, being carried into the sky. The 2 soul warriors had just landed and hadn't had a chance to take flight again when Lu Qingchen, with Yushan in tow, shot up 20 meters into the air. The pursuers flapped their wings, firing 2 sharp beams of light. Lu Qingchen narrowly dodged, avoiding a fatal strike. He continued to flap his wings desperately, flying towards the testing grounds, now less than a kilometer away. However, the 2 experienced soul warriors quickly ascended to 100 meters in just a second or two, closing in rapidly. One of them accelerated, conjuring a blue flaming blade, aiming to take Lu Qingchen's life. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qingchen poured the last of his soul power into his wings. In an instant, the crimson wings doubled in size, emitting a dazzling flame that surged towards the soul warrior. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The warrior was engulfed in flames, turning into a fireball and plummeting to the ground. But this strike exhausted Lu Qingchen's soul power. He could no longer sustain his soul form, and the wings dissipated, causing both him and Yushan to fall. Yushan acted quickly, pulling Lu Qingchen into his arms. At the same time, his soul form fully released. His muscles bulged, clothes shredded, and his back turned as hard as rock, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He intended to shield Lu Qingchen from the impact. At that critical moment, Lu Yin arrived, letting out a gasp. She unleashed her full soul power, transforming into a streak of light, and shot forward to catch them. However, she was still a moment too late, and just as they were about to hit the ground, she closed her eyes in despair. Suddenly, a figure clad in icy blue appeared out of nowhere, catching the falling duo securely. Who dares to attack the students of Heavenly Dao Academy? The newcomer demanded coldly. Handing Lu Qingchen and Yushan to Lu Yin, the figure then soared into the sky. A pair of ice-blue wings unfurled, expanding 100-fold in an instant. Suddenly, a bone-chilling beam of light struck down upon their pursuers from the sky. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 soul warriors were frozen into ice sculptures before they could even scream, falling straight to the ground. In an instant, 4 lifelike human-shaped ice blocks appeared on the ground. You take them back to rest, the mysterious figure instructed. I'll handle things here. Lu Yin nodded quickly, scooping up Lu Qingchen with one arm and dragging Yushan with the other, rushing towards the hotel. Smells so good. This was the only sensation Lu Qingchen had while unconscious. The next second, he was thrown roughly onto the bed by Lu Yin, wincing in pain. Lu Mentor, can't you be a bit gentler? Lu Yin rolled her eyes dramatically, patting her chest as if she had just survived a catastrophe. Luckily, I reported your scores to the academy in advance. Otherwise, today could have been much worse. Lu Qingchen also realized the gravity of the situation. If it hadn't been for the system's timely warning, he and Yushan might have been done for. He would never forget this life-saving grace. Lu Yin furrowed her brows, her expression serious. Have you guys offended anyone recently? Why would someone suddenly try to kill you? No, they both instinctively replied. But as soon as the words left their mouths, a flash of realization struck them, and they exchanged glances, a surge of anger rising within them. They had always kept to themselves, never causing trouble. If they had enemies, there were only two people, Yin Zian and Yao Qingwu from Kyoto. The former came from an average family and couldn't afford to hire so many experts. That left only Yao Qingwu. He had been injured by Lu Qingchen before, losing face, and was later taken away by the people from the Tianqing Palace. Coming from a prestigious family in Kyoto, he certainly had the means to hire assassins for revenge. Lu Yin also realized this, her eyes widening in shock. Just as she was about to speak, the door suddenly burst open with a loud kick. Lu Yin quickly stepped forward to open the door. A striking figure in an ice blue dress gracefully entered. Her deep blue gown accentuated her porcelain-like skin and cascading hair. Even with a veil covering her face, her cold and aloof demeanor was unmistakable. She's so beautiful. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Yin hurriedly introduced her. This is my teacher, Vice-Dean Han Ming of the Tiandao Holy Academy. Greetings, Vice-Dean. Both of them quickly stood up and bowed. Han Ming smiled warmly. So, you two must be the prodigies Xiao Yin has been talking about? Oh, not at all, Vice-Dean. You're too kind, they replied, scratching their heads awkwardly. Lu Yin rolled her eyes and thought to herself, pretenders, keep pretending. With a flick of her wrist, Han Ming produced a small porcelain bottle from her palm, pouring out 2 pills and handing them to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. Take these, and your soul power will recover quickly. I need to discuss something with Xiao Yin. You two rest up. With that, they left the room. Han Ming pondered, 2 top-tier soul warriors with such incredible power. This is beyond the usual awakening. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, suddenly slapping her forehead. Oh, I forgot to mention something, teacher. Lu Qingchen. He has 2 soul spirits. What? Are you serious? Han Ming was shocked. Absolutely. Lu Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. But there's something odd about it. What's odd? Han Ming was intrigued. Lu Yin pondered, a top-tier soul spirit with 7 soul slots is rare in our academy, right? Indeed, Han Ming nodded. A few years ago, we barely managed to secure the national top spot with one such student. But recently, Monster Academy has been aggressively recruiting talents early, sparing no expense. Though they don't always succeed, their large pool means they end up with more geniuses. That's why we've been pushed to 3rd place, and even lost to the War God Academy last year. It infuriated the elders of the Tianshang Pavilion, who vowed to reclaim the crown next year. Lu Yin chimed in, that's why we're mobilizing in full force this year, with mentors stationed at every examination site to ensure no talent slips through. Returning to the top is easier said than done, Han Ming sighed. I've heard Monster Academy has at least 5 top-tier talents, while we have barely 3. She thought for a moment and then asked, who did you say had the unusual soul spirit? Oh, right, Lu Yan's eyes sparkled. Lu Qingchen has 1 soul spirit with 7 slots, but the other one has only 1. That's impossible. Are you sure you weren't seeing things? Han Ming looked skeptically at her unreliable student. Lu Yin pouted. How could I be mistaken? One is a pure white lotus, and the other is a golden bird engulfed in flames. I don't recognize the flower, but the bird seems familiar. Her voice trailed off. You should read more. Your slow cultivation progress is one thing, but not recognizing soul spirits is another, Han Ming scolded. Don't tell anyone, it's embarrassing. Lu Yin laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. There's another strange thing. The lotus has 7 soul slots, but the aura of the golden bird is even stronger. Han Ming found it hard to believe. Without seeing it for myself, it's difficult to judge. Once they recover, I'll examine them personally. She shook her head. What about the other student? Didn't you say both of them had awakened top-tier martial souls? Yes, the one named Yushan, Lu Yin said excitedly. He's got the golden-backed Titan Bull, and he has 7 soul slots. The golden-backed Titan Bull? Han Ming was stunned again. That's the supreme of the Bull clan, with immense strength and impenetrable defenses. Especially those golden spiral horns. Legend has it that the king of Titan Bulls can even tear the sky apart. She couldn't contain her joy and patted Lu Yin on the shoulder. Well done. With such a powerful warrior who excels in both offense and defense, he is destined for greatness. Oh, it's all thanks to Lu Qingchen and Yushan's abilities, Lu Yin replied modestly, smiling. You should have seen the faces of the tutors from Martial Soul University when they found out those 2 had joined our Heavenly Tao Academy. They were green with envy. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, there's also a candidate from the capital who awakened the Frost Sky Dragon Eagle. And he has 7 soul slots too. He had a run-in with our 2 students before, so I bet he's behind the assassination attempt. Han Ming nodded thoughtfully. The Academy will get to the bottom of this. Until we have solid evidence, keep this information to yourself, she said slowly. The Frost Sky Dragon Eagle. That candidate from the capital must be a disciple of a vice dean from the Monster Academy. Hearing this, Lu Yin admired her even more. No wonder you're the teacher. You're so well informed. I definitely need to learn more from you. Green Hotel, room 404. After Lu Yin and Han Ming left, Lu Qingchen and Yushan started chatting casually. Brother Chen, the mentors and the dean at the Heavenly Tao Academy are so beautiful, Yushan said with a meaningful look. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes and thought, who wouldn't be moved by them? But I wouldn't dare make a move unless I want to turn into an ice cube. He then replied dismissively, Brother, you're not getting any younger. Last time, your dad told my dad he's looking for a wife for you. Brother Chen, I was wrong, okay? My heart is solely dedicated to martial arts. Yushan hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Seeing that Yushan still had some ambition, Lu Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. The two chatted for a long time before finally sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin cultivating and restoring their soul power. Lu Qingchen silently opened his attribute panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Souls, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage 2. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon First Stage 30. Techniques, Blazing Heaven Sacred Codex, Emperor Dragon Indestructible Body, Creation Jade Pure Heart Scripture. Divine Abilities, Not Activated. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pills 2. Extreme Realm Rewards, Pending Collection. He called out in his mind, Claim Rewards. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blazing Heaven Divine Seed, a Star Refining Cauldron, and 100 Soul Stones. Lu Qingchen began to examine these treasures one by one. It turned out that the Blazing Heaven Divine Seed was a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth, the ultimate Firepath Divine Seed. Once refined, it endowed the user with burning power and allowed them to comprehend a divine ability. The Star Refining Cauldron, though a heavenly grade artifact, was an alchemical and body refining tool that increased success rates by 10% when used under starry skies. Soul Stones, as the name implied, were used to absorb and store soul power. The Blazing Heaven Divine Seed seemed extremely rare. How should he use it? He pondered deeply but couldn't come up with an answer. Forget it. I'll ask the mentors after I start school, he thought. Next, he checked the information on his 3 martial souls. Sun Golden Crow, the highest fire elemental divine soul, possessing the supreme power of the sun. Practitioners could wield it to become immune to all fire damage and harness the Golden Crow Emperor Flame, capable of breaking through all phenomena and burning the heavens and earth. Golden Emperor Dragon, the king of beasts and the embodiment of strength. Those who awaken it possess immense strength, a robust physique, and tenacious vitality, with a natural suppression over beast-type martial souls. Creation Jade Divine Lotus, a top-tier life element martial soul, often accompanying the birth of supreme martial souls. It not only doubles cultivation speed, but also has unparalleled healing power, capable of reviving the dead. What a great fortune! Lu Qingchen was overjoyed. Since the heavens have granted me such an extraordinary opportunity, if I don't reach the pinnacle of martial arts in this life, wouldn't it be a waste? 10 times the cultivation speed? It'll surpass my predecessors in no time. Just as he was feeling smug, a system prompt suddenly sounded, ding, a little reminder. Supreme martial souls are extremely slow to cultivate in the early stages. Avoid biting off more than you can chew. Martial arts cultivation requires steady progress, one step at a time. Do not rush. These words hit Lu Qingchen like a wake-up call, instantly sobering him. Martial arts practice emphasizes stability and long-term progress. Even with supreme martial souls, he must not be impatient. Haste makes waste. Moreover, the system was merely a support. Success or failure ultimately depended on himself. Take today's ambush, for example. Without the system's warning, he and Yushan would likely be dead by now. But if his own cultivation were strong enough, he wouldn't have been so passive in the first place. How could someone with the Vice Dean's level of power fear a few mere soul warriors? Various thoughts swirled in Lu Qingchen's mind, further solidifying his lofty ambitions. After taking the spiritual pills gifted by Han Ming, their soul power was steadily recovering. The breakthrough to the awakening realm meant Lu Qingchen finally had the qualifications to cultivate various techniques. Besides the heaven-burning sacred scripture, he now had 2 additional secret manuals. He quickly summoned his attribute panel for a closer look. The indestructible Dragon Emperor body, the supreme body-refining technique of the Dragon clan, is divided into 9 levels. With each breakthrough, a dragon mark would form on the body. By the 5th level, the physical body would reach perfection, transforming into the sacred body of the Dragon Emperor. If fully mastered, One could possess an indestructible dragon body comparable to the Golden Dragon Emperor and cultivate unparalleled true dragon chi. The Jade Purity Heart Sutra, accompanied by the Jade Divine Lotus, not only enhances the divine soul but also allows the martial soul to automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Practitioners would have hearts as calm as still water, unaffected by external disturbances. It was simply perfect. These two techniques perfectly complemented the heaven-burning sacred scripture, addressing its deficiencies in body refinement and soul cultivation. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at how the system's third soul always had his best interests at heart. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Glancing at Yushan, who was still fully absorbed in his cultivation, Lu Qingchen got up to answer it. Standing outside were none other than Lu Yin and Han Ming. "Greetings, Instructor Lu." "Greetings, Vice Dean," he said, bowing respectfully. "When did our little brother become so well-mannered?" Lu Yin teased. Lu Qingchen thought to himself, "I'm just trying to curry favor here. With those long, fair legs of yours, how could I not hold on tightly?" Outwardly, however, he humbly welcomed them into the room and considerately closed the door behind them. "I heard from Xiaoyan that you awakened 2 martial souls?" Han Ming asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Directly examining someone else's martial soul was indeed somewhat inappropriate, but she had just saved his life. Moreover, since Lu Qingchen intended to join the Sacred Academy of the Heavenly Tao, it would be unreasonable to refuse. So, he nodded, circulated his spiritual energy, and slowly released the Jade Divine Lotus. With a single thought, Lu Qingchen summoned the celestial Jade Lotus martial spirit. A pure white lotus blossom appeared out of nowhere, resembling a creation of white jade. 12 emerald green lotus leaves encircled the flower's core, and 24 petals layered intricately. In the heart of the lotus, 5 translucent seeds sparkled brilliantly. Even more astonishing, the entire lotus was dotted with 7 radiant soul slots. "What a beautiful lotus!" Han Ming murmured to herself, feeling like she had seen it in an ancient text but couldn't quite recall. Nearby, Lu Yin muttered under her breath, "You don't even recognize it yourself, yet you say I don't read enough? What did you say?" Han Ming's eyes twitched. "Nothing, I didn't say anything." Lu Yin quickly waved her hands, her desire to survive evident. Han Ming, eyes sparkling with delight, gazed at Lu Qingchen. 7 soul slots, indeed. Lu Qingchen, would you be willing to become my disciple? Lu Qingchen was taken aback by the sudden question and hesitated for a moment. "What benefits would I get from being your disciple?" he asked instinctively, surprising even himself. Han Ming blinked her bright eyes and smiled. "What benefits do you want?" Caught off guard, Lu Qingchen stammered, "How about some divine abilities, battle techniques, and elixirs?" To his surprise, Han Ming nodded in agreement. "No problem. However, the divine abilities and battle techniques will have to wait until you enroll. As for the elixirs..." She pulled out an exquisite porcelain bottle from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Qingchen. "This is a lesser soul pill, which can increase your soul power. And this?" She conjured a hexagonal ice crystal rune. "If you ever find yourself in danger, crush this rune, and I will sense it and come to your aid." Overjoyed, Lu Qingchen quickly accepted the gifts with both hands. After examining them for a moment, he grinned and said, "Thank you, beautiful, kind, and gentle master." "Imph, you're always praising her. Why don't you ever compliment me like that?" Lu Yin said jealously from the side. "How could I not? Senior sister Lu Yin is as beautiful as a goddess, with a face that could topple kingdoms, a natural beauty beyond compare." All right, stop with the flattery." Lu Yin chided, though she couldn't hide the smile at the corners of her mouth. Han Ming, with a knowing smile, glanced at Lu Yin, who immediately looked down, embarrassed. "Master is right. You are indeed the most beautiful woman in the world," Lu Yin conceded. Yushan watched the scene in astonishment, silently admiring Lu Qingchen's ability. No wonder he's amazing. In less than an hour, he's managed to get a stunning master and even win over Lu Yin. Sensing Yushan's thoughts, Lu Qingchen turned to Han Ming. "Master, Yushan has great potential too. Why not take him as a disciple as well?" Han Ming spread her hands helplessly. "I would love to, but you haven't even enrolled yet. I've already bent the rules by taking 2 disciples early. If I take any more, the other vice deans or even the dean won't be happy. Especially that brute from the power department. If he finds out I took a golden-backed bull youngster, he'll definitely pick a fight with me. Last time he rammed me, I was sore for days." Yushan's face turned pale as he groaned inwardly. "Why is my luck so bad? I want a beautiful master too." Seeing through his thoughts, Han Ming comforted him. "Don't worry, there are plenty of beautiful female instructors in the academy. You both still have a chance." She playfully waved her small fist at Lu Qingchen and said, "But remember, little Lu Qingchen, if you dare choose another woman at the master acceptance ceremony, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Of course not." I would definitely choose the most beautiful Weisteen as my master. Lu Qingchen quickly replied with a smile, though he couldn't help but worry internally. Why does my master have such a violent streak? How am I going to survive this? Han Ming then instructed, all right, when the time comes, no matter who tries to recruit you, just say you need to think it over. In the end, you must choose me, understood? The thought of her colleagues' reactions made her laugh out loud. Lu Qingchen nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, is my master mentally okay? Why is she laughing to herself? By the way, don't you have another martial spirit? Han Ming suddenly remembered and urged, show it to me now. Yes, master. Lu Qingchen responded, channeling his spiritual power. In an instant, a crimson glow burst from his body, transforming into a pair of enormous wings. The wings were surrounded by divine golden red flames, shimmering brilliantly. Each feather was as sharp as a sword, exuding a menacing aura. 3 talons stood in midair, covered in golden scales, with claws as sharp as blades. The entire form radiated an overwhelming sense of dominance and power, making one shiver involuntarily. The soul slot on his chest was remarkably larger than an ordinary one by at least twice the size. Confronted with such a terrifying presence, even Han Ming couldn't help but activate her own martial spirit. But within a few breaths, she regained her composure. Upon closer inspection, when her gaze landed on the 3 golden talons, she could no longer suppress her shock, her voice trembling. This is the supreme fire attribute martial spirit, the 3-legged golden crow. Master, what is a supreme martial spirit? Lu Yin couldn't help but ask. She had never seen her master so shaken. Han Ming took a deep breath and slowly explained, I only came across it by chance in ancient texts. A supreme martial spirit, as the name suggests, is the pinnacle of a specific attribute, unmatched by any other. For instance, Lu Qingchen's golden crow martial spirit is the absolute ruler among fire attribute martial spirits. Unless it encounters another supreme martial spirit from a different attribute, nothing can rival it. She paused before continuing, however, awakening a supreme martial spirit is no easy feat as far as I know. Our academy has only ever had one such occurrence. That student caused a sensation throughout the entire Tiandao Sacred Academy. The then dean and all the elders of the Heavenly Sage Pavilion vied to take him as a disciple. When he finally mastered his skills, he was invincible, marking the most glorious period in our academy's history. Upon mentioning this, Han Ming's tone carried a hint of regret. It's a pity that the student later left Blue Star and went to another world. However, our academy's library should still have some records about it. Although Lu Qingchen was curious, he noticed Han Ming's expression becoming increasingly serious. After a moment of hesitation, she solemnly said, Lu Qingchen, although I have accepted you as my disciple, the supreme martial soul is extremely rare. The dean and some senior members of the academy might have more experience in guiding you. If you wish, I can withdraw my decision, and you can seek them as your mentors. I'm sure no one would refuse a talent like you. Wait a minute. Lu Qingchen quickly raised his hand to interrupt her. Although I don't know why Master suddenly changed her mind, I have 3 points of disagreement. He spoke each word with a serious tone. First, I have already decided to be your disciple. How can I be fickle and break my oath? Second, you saved my life not long ago. As your disciple, I should be grateful and repay your kindness. How can I switch to another master? Third, when you accepted me as your disciple, you didn't know what kind of martial soul I possessed and did so with a sincere heart. Now that you know I've awakened the supreme martial soul, you want to push me to someone else. Isn't that a bit too distant? At this point, Lu Qingchen put on a flattering smile. In short, please don't mention this again in the future. I've already chosen you, master. You can't just pass me on to someone else. In his heart, he thought, come on. It wasn't easy to get a beautiful master. Who would want to switch to an old man? A beautiful teacher is much more pleasing. Hearing this, Han Ming's eyes reddened. She couldn't help but wipe the corners of her eyes and choked out, Xiao Chun, I didn't misjudge you. You truly are loyal and righteous. Lu Yin, who was watching from the side, felt deeply moved. This kid has a sweet tongue but a good heart. All right, master won't drive you away. Let's not mention it again. Han Ming broke into a smile through her tears. Yushan, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Wow, Brother Chun, that was brilliant. Lu Qingchen grinned cheekily. That's more like it. Master, don't cry out of gratitude now. Who said I was touched? Han Ming glared at him, feigning anger. Don't think that just because you're under my name, everything will be smooth sailing. Kid, we'll see about that. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but shiver. Could there be more to this? Clearing her throat, Han Ming instructed. I'll head back to the academy to report. Before you officially enroll, make sure not to reveal your martial souls. Once the admission notices are out, someone will come to get you. Xiaoyin, after you send off the candidates and handle things here, come back quickly. If the admission process goes smoothly, personally bring Lu Qingchen and Yushan over. Lu Yin looked worried. Master, are you leaving already? Han Ming sighed. What else can I do? Recently, the invasion of otherworldly beasts has been fierce. Many instructors from the academy have already gone to the front lines. I need to kill a few more to exchange for some cultivation resources for you all. With that, she turned and left without looking back. Sister Lu Yin, where's your master going? Is it dangerous? Lu Qingchen asked curiously. Lu Yin shook her head. Probably the otherworldly front lines. But things are relatively peaceful now. You'll understand once you enroll. And call me senior sister, not instructor. Do you think I'm old? Unexpectedly, as soon as Han Ming left, Lu Yin immediately adopted an authoritative stance. When the master is here, I'm a junior. When the master is not, I'm in charge. Lu Qingchen smiled mischievously and said, Senior sister, where's my welcoming gift? Don't even think about it. Lu Yin retorted irritably, just call me your mentor. In a few days, I have to go to another world to kill monsters and earn credits. I'm broke. Lu Qingchen awkwardly replied, Senior sister, I'm broke too. As it neared noon, the three of them, hungry, decided to head to the cafeteria for some food. By the time they arrived, the cafeteria was already bustling with students from Class 7 and several school leaders. Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, was beaming, and the other leaders looked equally cheerful. This year's students had performed exceptionally well, and there was a good chance of bonuses and promotions. Who wouldn't be happy? Little did they know, two of the top students had narrowly escaped death in another world just moments ago. But Lu Qingchen had no intention of making a fuss about it. Since everyone was safe, why worry them unnecessarily? Meanwhile, the other students were chatting enthusiastically. Zhang Ying and Su Man were comforting Su Xian and Zhang Wei. Even though you didn't get into Wuhan University, getting into a top liberal arts college means you can still find a good job. Exactly. Didn't mentor Lu Yin say that practicing martial arts is dangerous? Studying is the safest route. If you get into a prestigious school, your parents will be relieved. Hong Bing nodded vigorously in agreement with the girls. When he saw Lu Qingchen and Yushan walk in, he greeted them with a playful grin. Hey, the two geniuses are finally here. Lu Qingchen responded with a charming smile, drawing everyone's attention. Mr. Huang quickly stood up, enthusiastically patting their shoulders. Xiao Lu, Xiao Yu, I heard you did great on the exams. You've made our school proud. Several other leaders gathered around, each offering their congratulations. Lu, I'm the head of the senior class. I always knew you were a true talent. You didn't disappoint. Yushan, you're amazing too. I'm the vice principal, and I've heard plenty about your achievements. You both make our school proud. I'm the head of research. Come by my office sometime. I'm the head of logistics. If you need anything, just let me know. Lu Qingchen and Yushan forced themselves to smile and respond politely, though their faces were starting to ache from all the grinning. Lu Qingchen and Yushan listened with polite smiles as the leaders delivered their lengthy speeches. By the time they finished, both of their faces were stiff from smiling. It turned out that all the fanfare was just an elaborate setup for a celebratory banquet to win their favor, hoping for future support. As a modern youth who had traveled back in time, Lu Qingchen saw through their intentions clearly. However, he didn't want to offend the leaders. After all, they were all from the same school, Jincheng No. 1 High. Making a friend was always better than making an enemy. After several rounds of toasts, the dinner finally ended. Everyone boarded the bus, ready to go home. The atmosphere on the bus was lively, as everyone was in high spirits due to their good assessment results. Hong Bing was the first to ask, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, are you planning to go to Tiandao Academy? Lu Qingchen nodded, yes, Yushan and I have already decided. Once we receive the acceptance letters, we'll head straight to Tiandao Academy. What about you? Have you received any offers from Wuhan universities? Hong Bing hesitated for a moment, then said, a few schools have extended offers to us, but we want to try for the top 3 universities. Honestly, before awakening our Wuhan, we would have been satisfied with just getting into a regular Wuhan university. But now, if we don't aim for the top schools, it feels like we're selling ourselves short. Exactly, especially with Mu Ting. She's a soul-slit genius. She has a great chance. Zhang Ying chimed in. Su Man added softly, we're planning to wait until the universities announce their admission criteria before making a decision. Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded in agreement. Lu Qingchen analyzed, that's a wise approach. In your class, those with more than 3 soul slots are already rare. You'd definitely stand out at a regular Wuhan university. It's worth waiting to see the admission details before deciding. Yushan agreed, that's right. You need to have confidence in yourselves. If you do get into one of the top 3 universities, it could be a life-changing opportunity. Lu Yin joined the conversation. Classmates, let me add something. With your talents, getting into the top 3 universities is not a pipe dream. However, once you're in, you'll likely just be regular students. To get into the core circle, you'd need exceptional opportunities. On the other hand, at a regular Wuhan university, You might receive focus training with resources and opportunities directed towards you. Seeing the confusion on their faces, she continued, of course, the top universities have unparalleled advantages in mentors and techniques. I can give you a sneak peek. Attending a top university will completely transform your lives. Zhang Ying couldn't help but interject, what do you mean by transform? How different will it be? Lu Yin sighed wistfully. At the academy, the comfortable days we have now will seem like a luxury. Everyone is training furiously for resources and to get stronger. There's no time to relax. But I have no regrets. The things I've seen and learned, there are things I'd never encounter in 100 years in this comfort zone. So, if you want a more exciting life, I recommend aiming for the top universities, especially Tiandao Academy. But if you just want a peaceful life, then a regular Wuhuan University is a better choice. At least you'll have more time for your family. Her words left everyone deep in thought. Su Man, feeling a bit down, said, but my Wuhuan seems useless. People say it's a wasted Wuhuan. Lu Yin reassured her. As long as you have soul slots, you're not useless. Only those without any soul slots are considered truly hopeless. Show me your spirit power, someone demanded. Su Man hesitantly took out an apple, leaving everyone bewildered. Hong Bing was completely puzzled. Weren't you supposed to release your spirit power? What's with the apple? We're not hungry. We just ate. This apple is my spirit power, Su Man stammered, on the verge of tears. What did you say? Lu Yan's eyes lit up. Give me that apple. Su Man quickly handed it over. To everyone's surprise, Lu Yan took a bite immediately and devoured the apple in no time. The group exchanged confused glances, unable to make sense of the situation. Moments later, Lu Yan opened her eyes, visibly excited. Su Man, how many apples can you produce at once? And how long do they last? About 40 or 50 at a time, Su Man replied uncertainly. As for the shelf life, I'm not really sure. As she spoke, she conjured a few more apples and distributed them among the group. Yushan picked one up with a grin. Look at this applizo, big and round. It must taste great. Before he finished speaking, he took a big bite. But after just one taste, his face showed utter astonishment. Seeing Yushan's astonished expression, everyone took a bite of the apple Su Man handed out. Instantly, their faces mirrored Yushan's shock. Zhang Ying was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, exclaiming repeatedly, it can actually restore soul power. I feel completely revitalized. Hong Bing shamelessly pleaded. Su Man, can I have another one? Lu Qingchen, not to be outdone, said earnestly. Su Man, I want one too. Yushan suddenly stood up, his apple already reduced to nothing. In just a moment, he had devoured the entire fruit. Lu Yin looked at the group of gluttons speechlessly, thinking, are these really examinees or starving ghosts reincarnated? Lu Qingchen felt a warm sensation throughout his body, even his soul power seemed to recover a bit. He mumbled, Su Man, if you sold these apples, you'd make a fortune. They're delicious and restore soul power. A unique skill. Absolutely. Hong Bing teased. Just don't forget us when you get rich. Open a chain store, and we'll all be satisfied. Count me in too, Yushan chimed in eagerly. Just give me something to eat. Or rather, just an apple to munch on. Everyone joked with Su Man, making the introverted girl blush. Lu Yin, amused by the gluttons, finally calmed down and gently said to Su Man, I can responsibly tell you that your martial soul belongs to the food category, which is extremely rare. Among the 3 great schools, they'd fight to recruit someone like you. If you're willing, Tiandao Sacred Academy would be more than happy to admit you early, providing you with core disciple resources and training. You'll even have a dedicated mentor to guide you. Su Man's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and she stammered, I. Fearing she might reconsider, Lu Yin quickly added, of course, attending another prestigious school is also fine. But as someone from Tiandao Sacred Academy, I naturally hope you choose us. Can I really? Su Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Lu Yin beamed. As long as you agree, I'll report to the academy immediately. You'll join Lu Qingchen and Yushan upon arrival. I will. I really will. Su Man agreed without hesitation. Yushan cheered. That's fantastic. We'll get to eat Su Man's apples every day at the academy. Lu Yin, overjoyed by Su Man's decisiveness, said, great. I'll go report right away. You should receive the admission notice within a few days. Hong Bing, Zhang Ying, and Su Muting watched enviously, wishing their martial souls could produce apples too. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen asked, Instructor Lu, what makes food category martial soul special? How are they different from other martial souls? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lu Yin decided to explain the basics. The greatest feature of food category martial souls is that they can materialize into real food using soul power. Like the apples Su Man creates, not only are they edible, but they're also bigger, sweeter, and can restore soul power. In the cultivation world, they're top-tier supplements. Ordinary martial souls, no matter what tricks they use, can't produce edible items. That's why food category souls are so sought after. After all, who wouldn't want an extra way to restore their soul power? Lu Yin was speaking confidently when she suddenly noticed that Lu Qingchen had somehow conjured a crystal-clear lotus seed. She was momentarily speechless, staring in astonishment. Professor Lu, does this count as a food-type martial soul? Lu Qingchen asked innocently. The students of Class 7 were all stunned. Even Su Man stopped producing apples and stared fixedly at the lotus seed. You can conjure things too? Lu Yin could hardly believe her eyes. This isn't scientifically possible. Lu Qingchen handed the lotus seed to her. When Lu Yin took it, she saw that it was translucent and radiated a vibrant life force. She instinctively took a few deep breaths and felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Seizing the moment, she swallowed the lotus seed whole. It melted in her mouth and turned into a warm current that spread throughout her body. Moments later, she was enveloped in an aura of strange vitality. This lotus seed, I feel like all my internal injuries have healed. Lu Yin closed her eyes to savor the sensation, feeling an indescribable wonder. After a long while, she reluctantly opened her eyes and said in a complex tone, "It seems this is indeed a food-type martial soul. As for its specific effects, I haven't fully understood them yet. By the way, does anyone else know you can conjure lotus seeds?" Lu Qingchen shook his head honestly. "No, I just tried it out of curiosity and didn't expect it to work. But it does consume a lot of soul power." "All right, then don't mess around with it for now," Lu Yin advised. "I'll report this to our master truthfully. You should focus on conserving your energy and not do anything that might harm your vitality. After we enroll, we can have the master evaluate its effects and shelf life." Lu Qingchen nodded obediently, but his mind was racing. He wondered about the potential value of the lotus seed. If the academy had a high demand for it, he could make a fortune. The thought excited him, but he quickly realized that producing the seeds consumed too much soul power, making mass production impossible. This realization left him feeling a bit disappointed. The others were unaware of Lu Qingchen's thoughts. Each person was preoccupied with their concerns, lost in their own thoughts. Hongbing, Zhang Ying, and Su Muting felt a mix of envy and anxiety about Su Man's special admission. After all, the admission guidelines for other martial soul universities hadn't been released yet, leaving their futures uncertain and causing some worry. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was reminiscing about the lotus seed's miraculous effects, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The abundant life force had felt familiar, as if she had experienced something similar long ago. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, Lu Qingchen suddenly asked, "Professor Lu, are all the new students at Tiandao Academy about our age?" The question snapped Lu Yin out of her reverie. "I remember now," she exclaimed. "I got it." Lu Yin shouted excitedly, startling Lu Qingchen, who was about to speak. It suddenly dawned on her that the abundant life energy she sensed was a sign of longevity. Who would have thought that a mere lotus seed could extend one's lifespan? This was an incredible discovery. At that moment, Lu Yin wished she could take Lu Qingchen to the academy immediately to show Han Meng. Unfortunately, they couldn't return just yet. Otherwise, she would have dragged Yushan and Su Man along too. Although it was still unclear how much it could extend life, even a hint of longevity would be enough to attract countless people. Imagine if it were a genuine elixir of immortality. Suppressing her excitement, Lu Yin put on a serious face and said to everyone, "Lu Qingchen's martial soul is quite peculiar. I'm not sure if it's related to food. In any case, keep this to yourselves until we get back to the academy." Seeing her so cautious, the students quickly nodded in agreement. Understanding the situation, Lu Qingchen wisely kept quiet and focused on restoring his soul power. "By the way, weren't you asking about the new students at Tiandao Academy?" Lu Yin seemed to remember Lu Qingchen's question. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Su Man nodded eagerly, their faces full of curiosity. "This year's recruits are mostly around your age," Lu Yin said slowly after taking a sip of water. "Tiandao Academy upholds fairness. Everyone starts in the Outer Academy. The Outer Academy has 4 grades, similar to the freshman to senior years in a regular university. At the end of each year, there's an assessment. If you fail, you have to leave." "Leave? Does that mean dropping out, or repeating a grade?" Yushan interrupted. Lu Yin glanced at him and said calmly, "It means expulsion. But even students expelled from Tiandao Academy are highly sought after by other martial soul universities." She paused before continuing, "Each year, passing the assessment allows you to move up a grade. After 4 years, there's a final crucial exam. Passing it means you've taken the first step toward becoming a strong warrior. Our academy is divided into the outer and inner academies. The inner academy is further divided into the Tian and Sheng divisions. To get in, you need strong talent and a firm will. The Tian division focuses on martial arts, while the Sheng division specializes in spiritual souls. The assessment standards seem related to mental strength, but I'm not entirely sure." By this point, Lu Yan's throat was dry. She took another sip of water before continuing. In short, the path of martial arts is not easy. If you don't work hard, you'll quickly fall behind. Those who get into the inner academy are the elite of the elite, not to be trifled with. Lu Qingchen and Yushan were listening with glowing eyes, eager to prove themselves. With their extraordinary martial souls, how could they settle for mediocrity? Only Su Man looked worried and asked softly, Instructor Lu, do food-related martial souls also have to undergo the same assessments? Lu Yin reassured her, food-related martial souls are different. The assessment is very simple, given how rare they are. As far as I know, 99 of food-related souls get directly into the inner academy. Your skills are highly valued there. Su Man finally breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest. That's good to hear. Lu Qingchen, however, was puzzled. How do food-related souls fight? You can't just throw apples at people, can you? As everyone was digesting this flood of information, it felt as if a new world was unfolding before them. After what seemed like an eternity, the bus finally stopped in front of Jincheng High School. Although it had only been 3 days since they left school, it felt like an eternity to everyone. In those few days, they had encountered so many new things that it was all a bit overwhelming. A warm welcome back to the senior students who excelled in the martial arts exam. The large characters on the school gate were particularly eye-catching. As soon as Lu Qingchen got off the bus, he heard his mother, Xiaolan, calling out to him, Xiaochun, over here, over here. His father, Lu Chongting, was also waving at him. The young man rushed over, his face beaming with happiness. Other parents had been waiting for a long time as well. Seeing their children return safely, they were all moved to tears. Although it had only been 3 days, for parents who were used to being inseparable from their children, it felt like an eternity. It's okay, it's okay. Xiaolan looked her son up and down, worried that he might have suffered in any way. Did you eat well there? I made a whole table of your favorite dishes, sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, and your favorite braised pork. Lu Chongting, smiling, added, these past few days, your mom's been worried sick, constantly talking about going to Jinling to find you. She's been nagging me so much that my head's been spinning. Lu Qingchen glanced at his father's dark circles and felt relieved that he had returned in time. Things weren't much different over at Yushan's place. His father gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly knocked him off his feet. Ouch, Dad, take it easy. Yushan yelped. His father, however, was all smiles. Not bad, not bad. Your physique has improved a lot since awakening your martial soul. You truly are my good son. Lu Qingchen waved from a distance to Lu Yin and Yushan. See you tomorrow, mentor bro. I'm heading home now. Lu's father also called out to Yushan's dad. Old you, bring Xiaoqun over to our place for dinner sometime. There's plenty of wine. Yushan's father laughed heartily. No problem. We'll have a good drink then. At that moment, Su Muting was talking to her parents about the exam. Hearing Lu Qingchen and the others saying their goodbyes, she couldn't help but tear up. Mom, Dad, I think I made a mistake. I'm so upset. She choked out. Her parents quickly offered words of comfort. Hearing Su Muting's sobs, Lu Qingchen just lowered his head and walked silently towards home. Some decisions, once made, offer no turning back. Right, brothers? Golden City Residential Area, Building 2, Apartment 502. Lu Qingchen and his parents had just returned home. He couldn't wait to dash into his room, slamming the door behind him. What's the rush with this kid? Xiaolan chuckled and shook her head. Lu Chongting said mysteriously, Qingchen is growing up. It's normal for him to have some secrets. Yes, boys will be boys, Xiaolan sighed. I'll go make some soup. You can watch TV for a while. We'll eat once the food is heated up. In his room, Lu Qingchen hurriedly picked 5 lotus seeds from the heart of the celestial jade lotus. Only when the heart was empty did he realize that the lotus's soul power had been depleted. It seems I can only produce 5 at a time, and then it needs to recover its soul power, he thought to himself, storing 4 of the seeds in his system space. The next second, he eagerly swallowed the last one. The seed melted in his mouth, and moments later, a surge of vitality coursed through his body. It felt like some indescribable, wonderful change was quietly taking place. Lu Qingchen sat cross-legged, frowning slightly. What is it exactly? Ding. Congratulations, host. Your lifespan has increased by 5 years. The system's notification suddenly rang out. What? Lu Qingchen nearly jumped up. This lotus seed can extend my life? He muttered to himself. At this rate, won't I become immortal? Excited, he asked the system, can the effects of the lotus seeds be cumulative? Yes, but they will become ineffective after reaching a certain point, the system replied truthfully. And what is that limit? He pressed. You'll have to discover that on your own. However, one thing is certain. The lotus seeds have an infinite shelf life, the system added. Lu Qingchen was ecstatic. So, I can refine them every day and trade them for other resources? That's correct. The lotus seeds are at your disposal, the system confirmed. But the daily production is limited to a maximum of 5 seeds. Got it. Lu Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. You can go now, don't disturb my cultivation. Before the system left, it reminded him, remember, the effects of the lotus seeds will scale with your cultivation level. Don't be hasty. Too much can be detrimental. What? They can also make me stronger? The boy was both surprised and delighted. How strong exactly? Sorry, that's something you'll need to explore, the system replied tactfully. Just take it step by step, keep a low profile, and don't get impatient. All right, I got it, Lu Qingchen said, waving his hand in resignation. It seemed the secrets of the lotus seeds would have to be uncovered by himself. The path of cultivation was long, and shortcuts were not an option. Since the celestial jade lotus didn't need him to infuse soul power manually, Lu Qingchen began cultivating his other 2 martial souls. As he practiced earnestly, he realized just how immense the soul power reserves of these supreme martial souls were. The soul power he had just cultivated was like a drop in the ocean, barely making a ripple. No wonder Master Han Ming said that cultivating supreme martial souls was slow. He smiled wryly. I thought with 10 times the speed, it wouldn't be a problem. The path of a warrior is rugged and challenging. Without an indomitable will, how can one reach the pinnacle? Lu Qingchen sincerely felt. Indeed, time flies unnoticed in cultivation. Qingchen, time to eat? His mother's call interrupted his thoughts. He rushed to the dining room, where the table was already laden with fragrant dishes. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, spicy boiled fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, you name it, we have it. Ah, Mom's cooking is simply the best. With a chicken wing in his left hand and a rib in his right, Lu Qingchen was thoroughly enjoying himself. Xiaolan lovingly watched her son, constantly adding food to his plate. Eat more. I've been making delicious dishes for you every day. Lu Qingchen was also busy serving him soup. To them, the more their child ate and the stronger he grew, the better. Lu Qingchen devoured the scrumptious food without hesitation. Suddenly, he gulped down a large bowl of soup, and his expression changed. What kind of soup is this? Why do I feel my soul power increasing after drinking it? He asked in surprise. Xiaolan explained, this soup is made with 1,000-year snow ginseng and qingling bird. Your dad had a stroke of luck and got these supplements from a friend. We don't know the exact price, but judging by your body's reaction, it's definitely valuable. Lu Qingchen realized his parents had gone to great lengths for him. At the dinner table, Lu Qingchen casually asked, Xiaochen, how did your exams go this time? Did you awaken your martial spirit? The couple anxiously watched their son, holding their breath. Of course. Lu Qingchen patted his chest. Your son is a genius among geniuses. Not only did I awaken my martial spirit, but I also got early admission to Tiandao Academy. Tiandao Academy? Lu Qingchen was overjoyed. That's one of the top 3 schools. You're even better than I was back in the day. Lu Qingchen secretly wondered if his father had been quite the character in his youth. But we still have to wait for the Gaokao results and the official acceptance letter before I can enroll. The thought of soon leaving the home where he was born and raised filled the young man's heart with mixed emotions. Hearing that her son would be leaving, Xiaolan began to nervously remind him, when you get to the academy, be cautious, listen to your mentors, and train diligently. Lu Qingchen quickly assured her, don't worry, Mom. I will work hard and strive for success as soon as possible. Lu Qingchen listened quietly and, after his wife finished, spoke solemnly, Xiaochen, once you start school, your mother and I will take care of some old matters. Focus on your training, and as you advance, you'll discover the endless wonders of this world. By then, I believe the martial path will make your life even more vibrant and colorful. I'll train diligently, Lu Qingchen said solemnly. But, Dad, will the task you're undertaking be dangerous? Don't worry, Lu Qingchen laughed heartily. With me protecting your mom, everything will be perfectly safe. Just focus on your training and aim to achieve great results soon. The young man could only nod in agreement. Although he couldn't gauge his father's level of cultivation, he could faintly sense the vast, ocean-like soul power, which filled him with awe. After dinner, Lu Qingchen returned to his room to continue his training. The sooner he filled his martial soul with soul power, the sooner he could advance to the next level. Throughout this process, he continually sought to understand the mysteries of his martial soul. In the awakening stage, besides storing soul power to its limit, the most important thing was to comprehend the power of the martial soul. The deeper the comprehension, the stronger the control over the martial soul's power in the future. Lu Qingchen needed to master 3 major martial souls, which took more time than usual, but once he perfected his training, he would undoubtedly stand out among cultivators of the same level. He focused intensely, and before he knew it, he had entered a meditative state. Enveloped in a golden-red mist, it gradually transformed into a golden crow and a true dragon, circling and dancing around him. Time passed, and dawn began to break. Xiaochen, wake up! His mother's call brought him back to reality. I heard you have something to handle at school. Don't be late. That was refreshing. Lu Qingchen stretched, his joints cracking. After a night of training, he felt full of energy. But just as he sat down at the breakfast table, there was a rapid knock on the door. Xiaolon quickly went to open it, and sure enough, it was Yushan. Good morning, Andy. I came to go to school with Chun Gu, Yushan said, scratching his head sheepishly. Come in and have some breakfast. Xiaolon said warmly. I made plenty of delicious food. Oh, and I have something to discuss with you too. So, what was supposed to be a meal for one turned into a meal for two? With his mouth full, Lu Qingchen asked indistinctly, Mom, what's so secretive? Nothing much. Just wanted to ask Yushan which martial soul university he's planning to attend. Xiaolon smiled. Yushan was taken aback and pointed to himself in confusion. Me? Yes. Where did you apply? I'm going to Tiandao Sacred Academy with Chun Gu, Yushan said, scratching his head awkwardly. Didn't he tell you? Xiaolan's eyes widened in surprise. What? You both got into Tiandao Sacred Academy? Why didn't Xiao Chun mention anything last night? She turned to Lu Qingchen, who looked guilty and lowered his head. I forgot. I was going to tell you today, Lu Qingchen mumbled, then quickly changed the subject. Eat up. We'll be late for school. Yushan muttered in protest. I only had a dough stick. Let me eat a bit more. All right, don't rush, Xiaolon scolded Lu Qingchen with a glare, silently cursing, this kid, making me worry for nothing. She turned to Yushan affectionately, Yushan, take care of Xiaochen at school. He can be impulsive, and you might need to hold him back sometimes. Yushan nodded vigorously, his mouth full. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll keep an eye on him. After sending off her son, Xiaolon breathed a sigh of relief. To parents, other people's children always seemed more reliable than their own. Lu Qingchen and Yushan walked to school, chatting and laughing along the way. Yushan suddenly blurted out, By the way, Chun, my dad said that after I leave, he'll be leaving Jin City to take care of some matters. Coincidentally, my dad said the same thing. Lu Qingchen was surprised. Could it be that our parents have made plans together? Who knows? Yushan shook his head. Ever since I awakened my martial soul, I realized my dad is far from ordinary. His soul power is way beyond mine. Same here, Lu Qingchen sighed. I can't even gauge my mom's strength, let alone my dad's. I suspect he must have gone through something significant in the past and has been recuperating in Jin City all these years. Besides, haven't our dads known each other since we were kids? They probably have a lot of old scores to settle. And considering we both awaken top-tier martial souls, it's clear our parents are quite talented too. Yushan looked worried. Do you think what they're going to do might be dangerous? Lu Qingchen reassured him. I don't think so. Our parents are incredibly cautious and not reckless. Even if we knew exactly what they were up to, there's not much we could do to help right now. You're right. Yushan suddenly realized. The most important thing is to improve our own skills. Only by becoming stronger can we have the confidence to assist them. Exactly, Lu Qingchen said, patting his shoulder. Focus on your training. That's what really matters. Yushan nodded vigorously, pushing his worries aside for the moment. Lu Qingchen, however, was deep in thought. He vaguely remembered his parents mentioning that he had an older sister studying at the Martial Soul University. Looks like this life of mine is destined to be even more exciting than my last, he mused. In this era where martial arts flourish and extraordinary talents surround him, life is bound to be anything but ordinary. At the entrance of Class 7, Grade 12, Jincheng No. 1 High School, two students had just reached the classroom door when they heard a cacophony inside. Do you guys know? Our class has produced several geniuses this time. Really? When did that happen? Are you talking about the ones who went to take the Wuhuan University exam? Exactly. I heard they almost all awakened their martial spirits. A skinny boy with glasses said excitedly. I'm so jealous. I wonder what it feels like to awaken a martial spirit. I really want to try it. Stop dreaming. Another voice chimed in. We don't have that talent. Let's just focus on studying hard and aim to get into a good university through the college entrance exam. Yeah, that's all we can do. Getting into a prestigious school and finding a decent job wouldn't be too bad. Lu Qingchen listened to his classmates' discussions and shook his head helplessly. If it were his previous life, his thoughts would likely be the same as theirs. Studying hard and striving for a bright future was not only his own wish, but also his parents' hope. He and Yushan walked into the classroom, immediately attracting a lot of exclamations. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, have you guys awakened your martial spirits? Yeah, I heard almost everyone in our class has, except for a few. You two didn't get left out, did you? A boy who was close to Yin Zian sneered. Lu Qingchen ignored him and walked straight to his seat. Yushan, however, let out a cold snort and released a bit of pressure, scaring the boy into retreating with a pale face. Fortunately, Yushan didn't push it further and retracted his aura once the boy showed remorse. After all, they were all classmates, there was no need to make things too unpleasant. As soon as they sat down, Hong Bing came over enthusiastically. How did you guys sleep last night? Still adjusting? Yushan smiled. Not bad. Nothing beats the comfort of my own bed. At this moment, Zhang Ying, Su Man, and Su Muting also gathered around. Everyone knew that whenever Hong Bing started talking, it usually meant something was up. Let me tell you, Hong Bing lowered his voice mysteriously. I found out some explosive news last night. I guarantee you'll be interested. Want to hear it? Zhang Ying couldn't hold back. Stop teasing us and just spill it. No way, Hong Bing said smugly. If you want to know, you have to call me Brother Bing, otherwise no deal. Get lost. Zhang Ying stomped her foot in anger. Don't think I care about your little gossip. Forget it then. Seeing that neither threats nor persuasion worked, Hong Bing reluctantly said, all right, I'll tell you. Happy now? Seeing everyone perk up their ears, even others nearby couldn't help but glance over. Hong Bing cleared his throat proudly. It's said that this afternoon, or at the latest tomorrow, our assessment scores and admission cutoff lines will be released. Really?
Su Muting exclaimed in surprise.
Of course. And apparently, there's going to be a national ranking, with big rewards for the top 100. Hong Bing said confidently. What's the ranking based on? Lu Qingchen asked, intrigued. Hong Bing stroked his chin. It seems to be based on the overall performance in the 3 stages, evaluated by some mysterious organization. They also provide the rewards. He patted Lu Qingchen and Yushan on the shoulders, saying earnestly, I bet you two will definitely make it into the top 100. With your incredible scores, it's a sure thing. Zhang Ying and the others nodded repeatedly. The duo's extraordinary performance during the assessment had left them all in awe. The audience was in an uproar, with confused students exchanging puzzled glances. Lu Qingchen and Yushan in the top 100 nationwide? What on earth is going on? As everyone was busy discussing, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, strolled in. He was particularly well dressed today, sporting a burgundy double-breasted suit, a white high-neck shirt with subtle patterns, and a deep blue tie, looking every bit the dapper middle-aged gentleman. Listen up, everyone, he announced passionately. Our class performed outstandingly in the Wuhan University assessment and has been awarded the best class of the year, with a prize of 10,000 yuan. Let's give a round of applause to the students who participated. There was a moment of silence, followed by a thunderous wave of applause. Hearing about the 10,000 yuan, the students couldn't stay calm. As the cheers subsided, Mr. Huang added, those who applied to Wuhan University, just wait for your results and you can leave school for further instructions. But the rest of you, keep studying hard and don't slack off. His speech went on until the end of the class, and he reluctantly left the room. Lu Qingchen was frustrated to find that every teacher kept staring at him and Yushan with intense eyes, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even his classmates kept glancing over, making this low-key boy feel out of place. Before he knew it, the day had passed. The dismissal bell rang suddenly. However, the students stayed in their seats, as the homeroom teacher always had final reminders at this time. Sure enough, Mr. Huang burst in energetically, carrying a laptop. As soon as he reached the podium, he dropped a bombshell. Don't rush home just yet. I just got the notification that the admission cutoff scores and results for Wuhan University are now available. Everyone, hold on a minute. The class suddenly buzzed with excitement, as if a single stone had caused ripples across a calm lake. Those who had been ready to head home after the class teacher's usual end-of-day remarks were now wide awake, their faces lighting up with excitement. Mr. Huang, the class teacher, shakily opened his laptop and connected to the internet. He looked around the room and announced loudly, the results will officially be out at 6, but we can check them a bit early. Who wants to go first? Hong Bing eagerly stepped forward, striding confidently to the front of the class to stand beside Mr. Huang. Lan Hong logged into the National Martial Arts Exam Student Information System, entered her exam number and ID, and clicked Search with a heart full of anticipation. However, the screen displayed a message. Your information has not been recorded yet. Please check again at 6. Hong Bing's excitement was quickly replaced by disappointment, which was evident on his face. The entire class, including Lu Qingchen, shared his frustration. The atmosphere was as tense and uncertain as the final match of the Martial Soul Alliance's promotion tournament. Every time Hong Bing clicked Refresh, it felt like the start of a thrilling team battle, his heart racing with each attempt. Despite refreshing the page dozens of times, the information remained unchanged. Both Mr. Huang and Hong Bing began to look worried. Although not all students were taking the Martial Soul University exam, they were curious about their peers' rankings. Seeing Hong Bing continuously clicking the mouse, Zhang Ying couldn't help but ask, how's it going, Hong Bing? Did the results come out? Hong Bing shook his head helplessly. The results haven't been uploaded yet. We have to wait until 6. The dismissal bell had just rung, and there were still a few minutes left until 6. But no one showed any intention of leaving. All eyes were fixed on Mr. Huang and Hong Bing at the front of the room, afraid to miss a single detail. The classroom was silent except for the sound of everyone's breathing. Seconds ticked by, and no one spoke, all waiting for 6 o'clock to arrive. Finally, it was 5:59 p.m. Lu Qingchen noticed beads of sweat forming on Hong Bing's forehead. His fingers flew over the keyboard, refreshing the page, entering the exam number, ID number, and CAPTCHA. Everything was ready, just waiting for that final moment. At precisely 6 o'clock, Hong Bing clicked the search button with a sigh of relief. The few seconds it took to load felt like an eternity. Hong Bing felt his heart pounding, almost leaping out of his chest, while Mr. Huang stood beside him, equally tense, barely daring to breathe. Finally, the page loaded. Hong Bing's eyes locked onto his total score of 555 and his national ranking of 4,320. Overcome with excitement, he couldn't help but shout, "I made it into the top 5,000. Ha ha ha." Considering the vast territory of Huagua and the tens of thousands of students who awakened their martial souls, ranking in the top 10,000 was already an impressive achievement. Zhang Ying rushed to the front of the class, urging Hong Bing, "Quick, check my score." Hong Bing stepped aside, allowing her to enter her ID and exam number. The page refreshed, and the results appeared. Zhang Ying's face lit up with the same excitement that Hong Bing had just experienced. With a total score of 553, ranked 4,980 nationwide. Both of them made it into the top 5,000 in the country. Absolutely incredible. De Huang was so overwhelmed that he was teary-eyed, slapping his thigh and exclaiming loudly, "Amazing! These are my students, making their teacher proud." At this point, Su Muting, Su Man, Yushan, and Lu Qingchen had yet to check their scores. Already accepted early into the prestigious Tiandao Academy, these top students weren't as anxious as Hong Bing. Su Muting stepped up to check her results third. Her slender fingers danced lightly over the keyboard, entering her information and clicking search. The moment the results appeared, her face flushed red. A few seconds later, she couldn't help but start sobbing softly. De Huang quickly moved closer and, upon seeing the screen, gasped. Total score, 599, national rank, 2,900. This result was off the charts. De Huang trembled with excitement, murmuring, "Su Muting, national rank 2,900. Before he could finish, the whole class erupted in cheers. Several girls rushed forward to console the emotional Su Muting. Although Lu Qingchen had had some disagreements with Su Muting before, they had grown up together, and he was genuinely happy for her stellar performance. Lu Qingchen and Yushan felt a twinge of excitement but remained calm. They let Su Man go up next. The three of them walked to the podium together, with Su Man nervously entering her information and hitting the search button. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the slowly loading page. When the results finally appeared, everyone was stunned. The screen showed a national rank of 967, but the score column was blank. Despite being pre-admitted to 3 top universities, Su Man was thrilled to see a 3-digit ranking. De Huang was practically jumping for joy, pumping his fists and shouting, "Su Man, national rank 967. Incredible! Absolutely incredible!" The classroom exploded with cheers once again. Finally, it was Yushan and Lu Qingchen's turn. Lu Qingchen winked at Yushan, signaling him to go first. Yushan stepped forward, calmly entering his exam and ID numbers, and pressed enter. Again, no score was displayed, but the ranking was clear 11. Yushan remained composed, seemingly unsurprised by the ranking. Lu Qingchen's expression, however, turned serious. He knew that Yushan's strength test had reached 4,100 kilograms, and he had awakened a top-level martial spirit with 7 soul slots, the golden-backed bull. Such prowess only ranked 11th? Lu Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at the unprecedented talent in this year's martial spirit exam. While Yushan and Lu Qingchen stayed composed, De Huang was on the verge of fainting from excitement. Look, 11th place. Just 1 spot away from the top 10. And it's our student, making this teacher so proud. De Huang suppressed his overwhelming joy, cleared his throat, and proudly announced to the class, "Yushan, national rank, 11th. The classroom erupted once more. Lu Qingchen ignored the noise, walked up to the computer, and began entering his information. Yushan, Hong Bing, and the others gathered around, eyes fixed on the screen, holding their breath. Lu Qingchen took a deep breath, let his fingers fall, and clicked on the search button. The few seconds of loading felt like an eternity. It seemed as though the entire world had shrunk to just this one computer screen. When the rankings finally appeared on the display, everyone was stunned. The 5 dazzling characters were like 5 thunderous explosions. National rank 1. Even Yushan, who usually maintained his composure, couldn't keep calm. He, like everyone else, stared at Lu Qingchen in utter disbelief. National rank number 1. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on that sacred number, and for a while, no one could speak. The students below the stage stared in awe at the few people on the lectern and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, who was equally stunned. Faces lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. The classroom was dead silent, the atmosphere so heavy it seemed to freeze. Suddenly, Mr. Huang snapped out of his daze, jumped up from his seat, and, overwhelmed with excitement, pounded his chest like a madman, shouting, "Oh my God! I never dreamed that one day I could teach such an extraordinary student. This is the pinnacle of my teaching career." His outburst was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the entire class. In a flash, the classroom erupted. Some students rushed to the lectern, eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Qingchen's brilliance. Others danced around in excitement as if they had achieved the top rank themselves. Still, others shouted hoarsely from their seats, drawing curious glances from those around them. Amidst the excitement, Mr. Huang suddenly called for order. "Quiet! Quiet!" As the classroom gradually calmed down, he spoke slowly and deliberately. "Classmates, today is destined to be an extraordinary day. From now on, Class 7 of the third year will go down in history. Not only in Jinling City but throughout the entire nation, our names will be remembered." Mr. Huang's passionate speech rekindled everyone's fighting spirit. The students below the stage had eyes that sparkled with determination, as if they couldn't wait to rush out and share the good news with the world. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. Soon after, a well-dressed middle-aged man in his late 30s walked in, holding several exquisite gift boxes in his hands, a joyful smile on his face. "Students, you've worked hard. I heard the results and rankings of the martial arts exam are out. So the principal sent me to commend those who participated and to present you with some gifts. Please accept them with a smile." As he spoke, his gaze swept around the room before finally settling on the lectern. "May I ask, who are Lu Qingchen and Yushan?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged glances and stepped forward. The man promptly handed over the gift boxes and earnestly patted their shoulders, praising, "You truly are the elite students of Nantian Academy. Such remarkable achievements at such a young age. Your future is limitless." Lu Qingchen smiled modestly at the praise, about to say some polite words, but Yushan cut in with a chuckle. "You're too kind. Qingchen and I were just doing our duty. It's what we should do." The other leaders also handed out gift boxes to Hong Bing and the others, who were flattered and repeatedly expressed their thanks. Afterward, the middle-aged man at the forefront cleared his throat and said seriously, "Mr. Huang, now that the results are out, can we check the students' scores?" Surprisingly, although the students were filled with anticipation, they remained remarkably composed. They had all guessed that with Lu Qingchen and Yushan's abilities, they were bound to rank at the top, so they were mentally prepared. In response to the inquiry, Mr. Huang merely smiled faintly and said leisurely, "Principal Jiang, to be honest, we've already checked our class's results." That was quick. Mr. Huang gets things done efficiently. "So, what's the result? Tell us quickly." Principal Jiang asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. De Huang took a deep breath and said slowly, "First place, national first place." "What? What did you say?" Principal Jiang and the other leaders stared in disbelief, thinking they had misheard. "I said, our classmate Lu Qingchen achieved the top score in the nationwide Wuhuan University entrance exam." De Huang declared proudly. As soon as he finished, the classroom erupted in cheers. Students were jumping and shouting with joy, enveloping Lu Qingchen like a star, making him the center of attention. Just as everyone was celebrating, light footsteps were heard from outside the classroom. A young woman in a white dress, looking like a fairy descending from the heavens, walked in gracefully. "Instructor Lu Yin," a student recognized her and whispered in awe. She was the representative sent by Wuhuan University to conduct the special assessments for Lu Qingchen and Yushan. Lu Yin scanned the classroom and finally fixed her gaze on Lu Qingchen, smiling warmly. "Genius Bueno, I should call you the top scholar now, right? From now on, you are the most celebrated Wuhuan top scholar in Huagua, Lu Qingchen." Lu Qingchen returned her smile with a hint of mischief in his eyes and said, "Instructor Lu Yin, you once promised that if I made it to the top 3, you would reward me with a kiss on the cheek. Do you still remember?" Hearing this, Lu Yan's face turned bright red. She looked at Lu Qingchen's smug expression, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. Who wants to kiss you, you little brat? Don't get cocky," she exclaimed, stomping her foot before rushing out of the classroom, covering her flushed cheeks, ignoring the astonished gazes around her. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Qingchen, and the room filled with whistles and playful jeers. Feeling a bit awkward, Lu Qingchen silently cursed his senior for abandoning him at such a critical moment, making him lose face. Even Yushan, who had always seen Lu Qingchen as a rival, couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. He never imagined that the usually composed and restrained Lu Qingchen had such a carefree and unrestrained side. The excitement in the room was palpable as everyone wanted to befriend the newly crowned Wuhuan's top scholar. Even the school leaders looked at Lu Qingchen with envy, eager to recruit him. Principal Jiang, observing the scene, murmured, "Jincheng High School will be renowned from now on." Meanwhile, De Huang stood on the podium, his eyes sharp and his voice firm. From now on, when people speak of the Wuhuan world, no one will be unaware of Lu Qingchen's name. He will be remembered by history and future generations. From this moment on, Lu Qingchen's name is destined to spread throughout the entire Huagua, becoming a household name. Amidst the attention of everyone in Jinling City, a student with a sinister appearance and pockmarked face anxiously awaited his martial arts exam results in a luxurious villa in the capital. As soon as the clock struck 6, he immediately entered his identification number to check his ranking. When the screen displayed his national ranking 12, his face twisted in anger. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Who are the 11 scoundrels that dared to rank ahead of me? Yao Qingwu?" It turns out, this was the eldest son of the Yao family, who had previously clashed with Lu Qingchen and secretly sent assassins after him. Meanwhile, in the Huagua military headquarters, a young man as strong as an ox was rubbing his hands together in excitement. "I wonder who the 9 people ahead of me are. It's truly fascinating," he exclaimed. He then opened his computer, and the screen prominently displayed his national ranking 10. At that moment, similar scenes were unfolding across the country. Some were elated, some were disheartened, some were ecstatic, while others were dejected. As for Lu Qingchen, he had already escaped the classroom spotlight with Yushan. Despite being the top scorer in the martial arts exam, he felt overwhelmed by the multitude of astonished, envious, and jealous stares. On their way home, the two passed by Grandpa Wu's antique shop. Grandpa Wu, lounging comfortably at the entrance, thought a customer was approaching and quickly got up to greet them. But upon seeing it was the troublemaker Lu Qingchen, his face turned pale. Without a second thought, he dashed inside and slammed the door shut, hanging a closed sign outside. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged bewildered glances. "All we did was pick up a broken jade pendant. Does he have to avoid us like this?" Lu Qingchen muttered. All along the way, snippets of gossip filled the air. "Did you hear? The Martial Soul University exam results are out." "Really? I need to check my son's ranking right away." "I heard anyone in the top 10,000 is a genius." "Nonsense, it's the top 20,000. A middle-aged woman, claiming her son ranked 9999, boasted proudly as if she herself had achieved the ranking. The people around her offered perfunctory congratulations before hurrying home to check their own results. "Haha, if they knew our rankings, they'd be scared out of their wits." Yushan joked mischievously. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. "Come on, you're only 10 places below me. By the way, I heard the national ranking list will be released at midnight. Better brace yourself for a flood of visitors." Yushan's face turned awkward. "Hey Chun, no need to rub it in. Besides, we live in the same neighborhood. Who knows whose door will get knocked down first?" Jincheng Community, apartment 502. As soon as Lu Qingchen walked in, Xiaolan, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen to greet him. "Xiaochen, you're back? Hurry up and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." During dinner, Lu's father, Lu Chongting, casually asked, "Xiaochun, I heard you could check your martial arts exam results at 6 today. How did you do? Did you make it into the top 100? "Dad, if I only made it into the top 100, I'd be letting this face down. Your son should be in the top 10 at least." Lu Qingchen joked. "You rascal, tell me clearly, what rank did you get?" Father Lu demanded sternly. Lu Qingchen replied seriously, "I ranked first. I asked you to tell the truth, and you keep arguing." Lu Chongting was fuming with anger. "Dad, I swear I'm telling the absolute truth." Lu Qingchen raised 3 fingers, looking innocent. At this moment, Xiaolan came over with a dish and casually asked, "What are you two talking about? What's this about being first or not?" Lu Chongting hesitated for a moment before saying with difficulty, "We were just talking about Qingchen's ranking in the martial arts exam." "Ranking? What place did Qingchen get?" Xiaolan's eyes widened with curiosity. "He said he ranked first." "What?" Xiaolan nearly dropped the bowl she was holding. "Qingchen, are you serious?" Faced with his parents' doubtful looks, Lu Qingchen sighed and said, "I swear I'm not lying. How about this? The national ranking list will be released at midnight. You'll see for yourselves then." With that, he turned and went back to his room to continue his training. As midnight approached, Lu Qingchen woke from his training and headed straight for the study. To his astonishment, he found his parents glued to the computer screen, their expressions tense as if awaiting some monumental event. When the clock struck 12, they began frantically refreshing the page. Initially, the site wouldn't load due to heavy traffic, but thanks to Lu Chongting's persistence, they finally managed to access the martial arts exam's official website after dozens of attempts. The ranking list appeared, and their eyes scanned from the bottom up. National rank 10, Luo Zhan. National rank 9, Mu Ningyue. National rank 3, Morong Qingqing. National rank 2, Long Qianjue. National rank 1, Lu Qingchen. Lu Chongting and Xiaolan were dumbfounded, their mouths agape in shock. After a moment, Xiaolan threw her arms around Lu Qingchen, sobbing, "My son, you're amazing. I'm so proud of you. Lu Qingchen was equally overwhelmed, trembling with emotion as tears welled up in his eyes. My good son, how did you do it? You even surpassed Lu Qingchen. Oh heavens, our Lu family has finally produced a top scholar. While the Lu family celebrated Qingchen's remarkable achievement, the entire Huagua was abuzz. Who was this Lu Qingchen? How did he outshine everyone to claim the top spot in the martial arts exam? From nobility to common folk, everyone was curious about this rising star. Even prominent family scions like Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingchen had conceded to him. Just how formidable was Lu Qingchen? Speculation and rumors spread like wildfire, and soon, Lu Qingchen's name echoed through every corner of Huagua. Everyone was talking about the new martial arts champion, and curiosity about his background ran rampant. For a time, the stories about Lu Qingchen seemed to overshadow the man himself. At that moment, Lu Qingchen's parents were utterly stunned. They never expected their son to actually become the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Lu Qingchen swallowed hard and urgently asked, Xiao Chun, what was your score? What kind of martial spirit did you awaken to achieve this? Xiaolan also stared intently at Lu Qingchen, her face full of curiosity. Seeing his parents like this, Lu Qingchen decided not to hide it any longer. With a casual wave of his hand, a three-legged golden crow and a jade lotus of creation appeared instantly. Oh my, this lotus is absolutely gorgeous. Xiaolan was immediately captivated by the translucent white jade lotus, with 12 green leaves complementing its 24 petals, making it extraordinarily beautiful. Even Lu Qingchen was taken aback, but soon his attention was drawn to the unusually large soul slot on the three-legged golden crow. This is a supreme martial spirit? Lu Qingchen gasped, his eyes frozen in shock, unable to speak for a moment. No wonder his own martial spirit evolved on the day of his son's assessment. It all seemed destined by fate. After a while, Lu Qingchen regained his composure and said earnestly, Xiao Chun, unless absolutely necessary, never reveal your second martial spirit lightly. If someone with ill intentions finds out, the consequences could be dire. Lu Qingchen nodded. Besides Han Meng, Lu Yan, and a few examiners at the martial spirit awakening ceremony, he hadn't mentioned the three-legged golden crow to anyone. As for why he managed to come out on top, it was probably due to his twin martial spirits. Just as Lu Qingchen was lost in thought, Lu Qingchen spoke again. Xiao Chun, awakening twin martial spirits is a rare blessing, which means you have the potential to reach the pinnacle. But remember, the most important thing in martial arts is your mindset. Everyone, whether ordinary or gifted, will face challenges and temptations. Only with a will as steadfast as a rock can you cut through obstacles and achieve great success. Also, with such extraordinary talent, you will need resources for cultivation that are several times, if not dozens of times, more than an average person. It's fine to be competitive, but always ensure your safety first. Only by staying alive can you achieve great things. Lu Qingchen's tone grew increasingly serious. Don't worry, Dad, I understand, Lu Qingchen assured him earnestly. I'll strive for what I deserve, but I won't risk my life. Seeing their son's maturity, Lu Qingchen and Xiaolan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As parents, they naturally hoped their son would have a smooth journey, but some paths Lu Qingchen had to walk on his own. It's getting late, you two should rest, Lu Qingchen said with a gentle smile to his parents. Haha, don't rush to bed just yet. Tomorrow morning, I'm booking the finest hotel and inviting all your classmates for a celebration. Lu Qingchen laughed heartily, and Xiaolan's face lit up with joy. Just then, a mechanical female voice suddenly echoed in Lu Qingchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for ranking first in the martial arts exam, earning 100 hidden achievement points. The lucky wheel system is now activated. Give it a spin. Startled, Lu Qingchen quickly excused himself and hurried back to his room. He sat down on his bed, closed his eyes, and focused. Sure enough, a multicolored wheel appeared on the interface. System, what is this? He asked in puzzlement. Because the host has achieved a hidden accomplishment, the lucky wheel has been unlocked, the cold mechanical voice explained. The host can use achievement points to draw prizes here. Each spin requires 100 points. Oh, besides the lottery, are there any other hidden features? Lu Qingchen asked with interest. Currently, only the store is not yet open. It will be unlocked once the host completes the first system task. The system responded. A task? Lu Qingchen was taken aback. When will it be issued? And what are the rewards? For each major breakthrough, the system will randomly assign a task. Completing the task will grant generous rewards, but failing the task will result in the host being demoted by a minor level, the system explained. Lu Qingchen nodded silently, finally understanding how the system operated. He then carefully examined the lucky wheel before him. The wheel was made up of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with each segment being of equal size. Despite scrutinizing it from different angles, he found no clues. Well, let's give it a try, he thought to himself, biting his lip. Mentally, he commanded, draw. Instantly, a beam of white light shot out and began to spin rapidly on the wheel. After a moment, the light gradually slowed down and finally stopped in the blue section. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the immortal level technique Ice Phoenix Sealing Heaven Manual. Ding! System task has been activated. Please gift this technique to your future first master before the next major breakthrough. Task completion rewards include unlocking the store feature and receiving 10,000 soul stones. Well, there's no point in overthinking it, Lu Qingchen thought as he casually pushed the matter to the back of his mind. He sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly entered a state of cultivation. The golden crow and the imperial dragon circled around him, emanating an aura of supreme nobility. The night passed without incident, and the entire room was enveloped in a sacred glow. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Lu Qingchen was deep in his cultivation when he suddenly heard his mother, Xiaolan, calling from outside the door. Xiao Chun, your dad and I are going out to book a hotel. Breakfast is on the table. Make sure to eat something. A loud bang followed as the door closed. Seeing that it was already bright outside, Lu Qingchen decided to stop cultivating. He got up, washed up, and headed straight to the dining table. As he was munching on a savory pancake, he suddenly remembered he hadn't checked the admission standards of the major martial arts academies. He quickly grabbed his soy milk and rushed to the study, diving straight into the requirements of the 3 prestigious schools. The War God Academy, Tian Dao Holy Academy, and Monster Academy had similar criteria: national ranking, talent level, and the number of soul slots in one's martial soul. The only difference was that Monster Academy was accepting 1,500 students this year, a 50 increase from previous years. They must be loaded, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door. Who could it be this early? Lu Qingchen wondered as he went to open the door. To his surprise, standing outside were Yushan and his parents. Uncle Yu, Auntie, please come in. Lu Qingchen quickly ushered them inside, cleared off the coffee table, and hurried to make tea. Meanwhile, Yushan, the tall one, was left standing awkwardly at the door. Xiao Chun is such a considerate kid, and he even topped the national martial arts exam. Unlike our Yushan, Uncle Yu said as he sat down, teasing his own son. Just as they were chatting, there was another urgent knock on the door. Lu Qingchen rushed to open it and found his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, along with several school leaders. Hello, teachers. Hello, everyone. Yushan quickly greeted them, making the leaders beam with joy. After all, being respectfully greeted by a top 100 national talent was quite an honor. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen quickly invited everyone in and engaged in polite conversation. As someone who had been through many social situations in his past life, he handled it all with ease, soon making everyone feel at home. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Lu Qingchen's parents finally returned, and Lu Chongting excitedly said, being the national champion sure has its perks. I'm sure more people will come to congratulate us tomorrow. By the way, your mom and I just booked the biggest venue at the Golden City Hotel. The manager immediately offered it to us for free when he heard my son topped the martial arts exam. Yeah, your dad couldn't stop bragging at the hotel, chatting with all those envious folks for ages. He almost didn't want to come home. Xiaolan added with a laugh. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle at his dad's pride. As the family was laughing and chatting, the doorbell rang again. Lu Qingchen went to open it and was surprised to see Mentor Lu Yin standing there. She had come to deliver the admission letters from the 3 prestigious schools. Senior sister, when do we leave for Tian Dao Holy Academy? Lu Qingchen asked curiously. No rush, in the next couple of days, Lu Yin said leisurely, munching on sunflower seeds. We're just waiting for the letters for the other 2 girls besides you and Yushan. 2 more? Su Man and who else? Lu Qingchen was puzzled. And that girl named Su Muting. She's also ranked within the top 3,000 and applied to Tian Dao Holy Academy, Lu Yin answered with a smile. At the mention of Su Muting, Lu Qingchen's expression suddenly turned awkward. Seeing this, Lu Yan's gossiping spirit ignited instantly. What? Is Su Muting someone special to you? No, it's nothing. Lu Qingchen hurriedly waved his hand and tried to change the subject. Oh, by the way, senior sister, I'm hosting a graduation party at the Golden Eagle Hotel tomorrow. You must come. Lu Yin gave him a disapproving glare but didn't press further. As the evening grew late, she finally stood up to leave. Lu Qingchen quickly went to open the door, only to find his parents standing right outside. Their eyes bypassed Lu Qingchen and landed on Lu Yin, their faces instantly lighting up with warm smiles. Not bad, Xiaochuan. Who's this lovely young lady? Come on, introduce her to us. Lu Zhongting said enthusiastically. Lu Qingchen's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a smile. Dad, Mom, this is a huge misunderstanding. Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am the martial arts instructor for Lu Qingchen's class. Today, she came home with her acceptance letter from the Tiandao Academy. She smiled at Lu Qingchen, her eyes filled with admiration and expectation. Lu Qingchen is exceptionally talented, and I firmly believe she will shine brightly even at Tiandao Academy. Right, Lu Qingchen? Faced with her senior's playful remark, Lu Qingchen forced a smile and respectfully replied, "Yes, teacher. This is my esteemed martial arts instructor. Today, she specially came to deliver the acceptance letter, which is truly considerate." Lu Qingchen's parents are quite experienced and perceptive. During their conversation with Lu Yin, they seemed to sense that there was more to the story. With a warm smile, Xiaolan held Lu Yan's hand and enthusiastically invited her. "Teacher Lu, you've worked hard. I often hear Xiao Chun mention you. Please stay and have dinner with us tonight." Although Lu Yin is Lu Qingchen's mentor, she is only slightly older. She felt a bit awkward in the face of Lu Qingchen's mother's warm invitation, but eventually accepted the hospitality. Lu Qingchen felt a bit anxious, knowing there was no way to avoid this meal. In contrast, Lu Yin was even more uneasy. It was her first time having dinner at a male student's home, and Lu Qingchen's parents were present. Despite being adept at social interactions, Lu Yin couldn't help but feel a bit nervous about dining with Lu Qingchen's family. Fortunately, Lu Qingchen's mother was kind and approachable, quickly closing the gap between them. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen lounged on the couch, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV, enjoying this rare family time. If it were him, he might have found the situation awkward. In this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, time flew by, at least for Lu Qingchen. Before she knew it, she saw her father coming out with a tray. Soon, the table was filled with a variety of dishes, steaming hot, including soups and cold dishes. Lu Qingchen, while munching on a chicken wing, mumbled, "Dad, since when did you learn to cook?" "I had no idea." At this moment, Lu Chongting and Xiaolan kept serving food to Lu Yin. Her mother, while doing so, kindly said, "Xiao Yin, eat more. You look so thin. A girl's figure is important, but you shouldn't be too skinny." In truth, Lu Yin's figure wasn't as frail as Xiaolan suggested. As a spirit warrior and a goddess-like figure at the academy, Lu Yin's physique was perfect, complementing her stunning face. Today, Lu Yin wore a simple and casual outfit, a t-shirt with a cartoon print and knee-length denim shorts. Her long, slender legs were alluringly fair, and her graceful figure, with her long hair cascading like a waterfall, was captivating. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, with a touch of charm in her features. But in Lu Qingchen's mother's eyes, this beautiful woman might be a future daughter-in-law. So, she kept piling food onto Lu Yan's plate, which soon overflowed. Lu Qingchen, feeling dejected, silently wondered who was really the beloved child here. After dinner, Xiaolan continued chatting with Lu Yin, while Lu Chongting quietly went to wash the dishes. As the evening grew late, Lu Yin stood up to say goodbye. Just as she stepped out the door, she heard Xiaolan call out, "Yin, come visit often. We're counting on you to look after Chun." Lu Qingchen was puzzled by this, but Lu Yin responded gently, "Don't worry, auntie. I'll take good care of Lu Qingchen." Xiaolan was delighted to hear this, though Lu Qingchen found it somewhat awkward. What did take good care mean exactly? Early the next morning, Lu Qingchen was awakened by his mother, Xiaolan. After a hurried breakfast, the family of three headed straight to the most luxurious hotel in Jincheng, the Golden Eagle Hotel. Located on the bustling eastern section of Jinling Road, the hotel boasted an enviable location. As soon as they entered, Lu Qingchen was struck by the overwhelming opulence. The hotel's golden theme exuded a regal air reminiscent of ancient emperors. The hotel's name was even embellished with gold leaf, leaving Lu Qingchen in awe. This was indeed the top hotel in Jincheng. Upon entering, a group of beautiful hostesses greeted them in unison, surprising Lu Qingchen. His gaze was drawn to the hostesses, only to be snapped out of it by a tap on the head from his father. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen them before?" Despite this, his father's eyes were also wandering. If their mother weren't present, his father might have been even less restrained, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. Entering the main hall, they were greeted by a large red banner with bold characters. "Congratulations to Lu Chongting's son, Lu Qingchen, for achieving the top rank in the National Martial Arts exam." After sitting in the hall for a while, Lu Qingchen saw his friend Yushan striding in confidently. Not seeing his parents, he curiously asked about them. Yushan, while picking up some snacks from the table, explained, "My father and Uncle Lu are chatting in the back." Soon, more guests began to arrive, including school officials and their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, who led the entire senior class. The hotel hall buzzed with activity. Since Lu Yin came alone, Lu Qingchen arranged for Hong Bing, Su Muting, and others to sit with her. The classmates were divided into two tables, while Mr. Huang and the school leaders sat at another. Surprisingly, the district mayor of Jinling also attended, which caught Lu Qingchen off guard. He wondered how they found out about the celebration. The mayor congratulated Lu Qingchen on achieving the top national rank, making Jinling proud. He apologized for coming uninvited and hoped they didn't mind. Upon learning of the mayor's arrival, Lu Chongting quickly welcomed him and arranged for him to sit with the school leaders. The mayor had been informed by the school officials. The reason was simple: Lu Qingchen's top rank in the national martial arts exam. As a district mayor and a martial artist himself, he understood the bright future awaiting someone who would attend one of the top 3 schools, especially as the national top rank. The future was boundless. At that moment, seeing the scene, Lu Qingchen's classmates realized that he had moved beyond their level. A mix of emotions surged within each of them. Lu Qingchen raised his glass with exuberance and said, "Thank you all for appreciating my son, Lu Qingchen. As his father, I would like to propose a toast to everyone here. May each of you soar freely in the sky like true dragons. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content and share a wonderful time together." The atmosphere today was exceptionally lively. Chongting Lu brought out a rare vintage wine he had kept for years, and its rich aroma filled the air. Qingchen Lu took a light sniff and instantly felt refreshed. The school leaders and Chen Pong, the district head of Jinling, who were used to socializing, were also full of praise for the wine. Chongting Lu sat at a table with Yushan's parents and several strangers, whom Qingchen Lu did not recognize. As Chongting Lu opened the bottle, everyone filled their glasses and drank heartily. The task of toasting was given to Qingchen Lu. He first toasted his father, then went around the table, offering a toast to each person while saying words that delighted everyone. A burly man raised his glass and said, "Xiao Chun, if you ever encounter any problems at the academy, just let me know. Uncle Lei will definitely help you out." Qingchen Lu gratefully responded, "Thank you so much, Uncle Lei. You must be a famous person in Huagua." This flattered Uncle Lei, who beamed with pride. He patted Qingchen Lu on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Of course, Xiao Chun, you'll be even more outstanding in the future." Chongting Lu smiled and chimed in, "My son's achievements will surely surpass mine. The younger generation is truly remarkable." Qingchen Lu then moved to the table of the school leaders, toasting each one. After the round of toasts, the leaders were in high spirits and Chen Peng, with a broad smile, said, "Good lad. Jinling is proud of you. If you ever have any issues in Jinling, Uncle Chun will help you out." Qingchen Lu's eyes lit up, and he quickly toasted Chen Peng. After making the rounds, Qingchen Lu, who had been sober, began to feel increasingly excited. When he reached Yin Lu's table, they started a drinking contest. Before long, Bing Hong and Ding Zhang were already down. Only Yin Lu, Yu Shan, and Qingchen Lu continued the drinking game. Although Man Su and Mouting Su drank less, they were already half-drunk by then. The tables of the Lu family and Yu Shan were still drinking, while others were already heavily intoxicated. Yu Shan had passed out a few minutes ago, lying on the ground, leaving Yin Lu smiling at Qingchen Lu, continuing the drinking contest. Qingchen Lu struggled to maintain the last bit of clarity and, after downing another glass, collapsed onto the table and fell asleep. In his dreams, he felt a surge of power within him, as if it was about to overflow. After an unknown period, Qingchen Lu woke up in a warm bed. Drawing the curtains, he saw that it was pitch dark outside. Stepping out of the room, he found the house empty. His parents were gone. On the dining table, there was a letter, a ring, and a meal. Qingchen Lu picked up the envelope, which bore no markings. Opening it, he read, "Xiao Chun, by the time you read this letter, we will have left. Don't worry about us. We're off to do something long overdue. I used to think you weren't interested in martial arts, but I was wrong. We had misunderstood you." His journey of growth is nothing short of astounding. By chance, he produced a small pill called the Creation Elixir. Not only did it heal his body, but it also helped his parents overcome their difficulties. The real reason behind his decision, however, lies in something else. From a mere second stage of body refining to his current pinnacle, he firmly believes this growth will have a profound impact on him. The world is not short of geniuses, but those who can truly dominate an era are few and far between. Though a young eagle yearns to soar through the sky and become a true king, it must ultimately rely on its own wings. What he needs to do now is crucial for his future. He need not worry about his parents and should focus on training diligently at the Heavenly Tao Academy. There's no need to come looking for us. Once you break through to the king realm, you will naturally find out about us. We will meet again, and that day is not far off. On the table lay a storage ring that required a drop of blood to recognize its owner. It contained the resources he needed for his current level. Future resources would have to be earned by himself. When we meet again, his name will surely resound throughout the world. Lu Chongting did not leave a specific date, and Lu Qingchen understood that this was a letter from his father, written while he was drunk. As for why he got drunk, it was undoubtedly because the wine Lu Chongting took out today was extraordinary. Carefully folding the letter, Lu Qingchen placed it into his spatial system, then picked up the storage ring and dripped blood on it to claim it. Moments later, he checked inside and found a pile of soul stones and numerous bottles and jars, all labeled. Body refining pills, small soul pills, red heart spirit breaking pills. His parents had put a lot of thought into this, Lu Qingchen remarked with a sigh. Yet, his parents had left, and who knows when they would meet again. Lu Qingchen wasn't even sure what the king realm entailed. He had no idea what tasks his parents needed to accomplish. As the top scorer in the national martial arts exam, this was the first time Lu Qingchen felt so helpless. But no matter how exceptional he was, as his father said, the world is never short of geniuses. Countless talents have perished before they could grow. Anxiety crept into Lu Qingchen's heart, still in the awakening stage. Whenever he felt down, he would stand alone on the rooftop, quietly feeling the evening breeze. So he went to the rooftop, overlooking the place he once lived. Recalling his father's words, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but let out a long howl. A nameless fire ignited within him as his golden emperor dragon martial spirit awakened, gradually revealing some dragon-like traits. His heart, long suppressed by the creation jade divine mind, had always been calm as still water. But now, this calm had lasted too long, and he had never experienced a fierce battle since his martial spirit awakened. At this moment, his eyes had turned a dazzling crimson gold. His back skin tore open, revealing powerful, blood-streaked golden dragon wings for the first time. Unlike the initial red wings condensed from soul power, these blood-stained golden dragon wings were not formed by soul power. Lu Qingchen stood silently on the rooftop, gazing into the boundless night with a serene expression. A gust of wind swept past, and his golden wings unfurled as he soared into the sky, vanishing instantly into the dense darkness. In a room near the rooftop, Lu Yin held a small bottle in her hand, quietly watching as Lu Qingchen unfurled his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions, deeply curious about how many more secrets Lu Qingchen might be hiding. The next morning, Lu Qingchen finished his cultivation and realized there were only a few hours left before he had to leave for the Tiandao Holy Academy. A thought crossed his mind, and he opened his information panel to check his status. Name: Lu Qingchen. He possessed 3 powerful martial spirits: the Solar Golden Crow, the Golden Emperor Dragon, and the Celestial Jade Lotus. He had reached the 3rd level of the Awakening Realm in mental power and had mastered the 2nd stage of the Bright Moon technique. His skills included the Heaven-Burning Sacred Cannon, the Imperishable Dragon Body, and the Celestial Jade Purification Sutra. Although his divine abilities were not yet activated, he had various items like the Fire Dragon Artifact, the Eastern Emperor Bell, 2 small Celestial Pills, the Heaven-Burning Divine Seed, the Star Refining Cauldron, and 100 Soul Stones. Last night's cultivation had helped him advance a small realm, and his mental strength had slightly improved. His senior sister had mentioned that the Tiandao Holy Academy was divided into the Heavenly Academy and the Holy Academy, focusing primarily on the soul, or mental power. He was still uncertain about the level of his mental strength. Stepping out of his room, he quickly grabbed some breakfast and headed straight to Yushan's house next door. He arrived at the door and knocked gently. Yushan answered, looking visibly tired with dark circles under his eyes, clearly from a sleepless night. As Lu Qingchen entered, he noticed the house was empty and asked, Yushan, where are your parents? Are they out? Yushan, looking dejected, replied softly, Brother Chun, I don't know either. They left a letter saying they had some matters to attend to, and that I should reach the King realm before I could know more. It seems they left with your parents. This unexpected news surprised Lu Qingchen. His father and Yushan's parents had left simultaneously. He patted Yushan on the shoulder and said sincerely, Don't be too upset. My parents also left quietly last night, leaving behind a letter. I believe, Uncle, you must be traveling with them. Really? That's a relief. Yushan's mood shifted immediately upon hearing this. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes and comforted him. Let's go to the Tiandao Holy Academy and cultivate to the King realm. Once we're strong enough, all mysteries will be revealed. Yushan nodded and began packing his belongings. A few moments later, the two of them left the house and headed toward the academy. Perhaps it was his first time using a storage ring, but Yushan couldn't stop marveling at it, swinging it around in front of Lu Qingchen. This ring is amazing. It can hold so many things, he exclaimed. Lu Qingchen chuckled and said, There will probably be even more mysterious items at the academy. No wonder Lu Yin said we're about to start a whole new life. They walked quickly and reached the school gate in under 10 minutes. By then, a crowd had already gathered, with classmates from Class 7 there to see them off. Unlike the others, Shuaman and Su Muting had brought lots of luggage, while Lu Qingchen and Yushan arrived empty-handed. Hong Bing, wide-eyed with curiosity, asked, You're going to Martial Spirit University without any luggage? Yushan and Lu Qingchen exchanged a smile. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yin waved her hand, and Shuaman and Su Muting's luggage vanished. The classmates from Class 7 stared in amazement at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled as she explained, This is a storage ring with plenty of space inside. You can use it once you arrive at the academy. Hong Bing scratched his head, marveling at the existence of such a magical item. Just then, Su Man quietly asked, Teacher Lu Yin, how are we getting to the academy? Are we waiting for a bus? Lu Yin shook her head without answering. Instead, she took out an object resembling a sachet. Lu Qingchen seemed to remember something and muttered to himself, Oh, I see. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, revealing a massive bird in front of them. This is the fire spirit sparrow, my contract soul beast. In the future, when your cultivation is deep enough, or you pass the inner academy exam, the academy will provide you with a mount, Lu Yen said, gesturing for Lu Qingchen and the others to get on. Everyone was initially stunned by the sight of such a large soul beast. Only Lu Qingchen leaped onto the fire spirit sparrow's back effortlessly. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. The fire spirit sparrow was large enough to accommodate 10 people, and with only 5 of them, it wasn't crowded. Lu Yan's soul power surged, transforming into fiery red orbs that flew towards Su Muting and Su Man. She turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan, reminding them, hold on tight and protect yourselves. The fire spirit sparrow flies very fast. From below, Hong Bing and Zhang Ying shouted, train hard. Someday, we want to adventure with you. The classmates from Class 7 and a dog named De Huang waved goodbye as the fire spirit sparrow began to ascend. Lu Qingchen waved back at the students below, saying, goodbye. Su Man and Su Muting's eyes welled up with tears. It was their first time leaving their families and familiar city, and they couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Lu Yen noticed their emotions, but chose to remain silent. She sat cross-legged on the fire spirit sparrow's back, closing her eyes to focus on her cultivation. A sudden gust of wind nearly threw Lu Qingchen and Yushan off balance. Unlike Su Muting and Su Man, they were not shielded by Lu Yan's soul power. Lu Qingchen released his soul power, enveloping himself in a crimson orb. Yushan's body emitted a bright yellow glow. As the wind roared past, Lu Qingchen had no idea how fast the fire spirit sparrow was flying, or when they would reach Tiandao Holy Academy. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his cultivation, just like Lu Yin, and waited patiently. Yushan did the same. Su Man and Su Muting looked at them with curiosity. What exactly were they cultivating? In fact, Lu Qingchen possessed the Burning Sky Sacred Cannon, while Yushan had awakened with an innate companion technique, an advantage of top-tier soul spirits. Those without awakened soul spirits would have to choose suitable techniques to cultivate at the academy. Entering a state of meditation, Lu Qingchen's thoughts gradually calmed, and past experiences faded. He silently chanted in his heart, Tiandao Holy Academy, here I come. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lu Qingchen felt the wind around him gradually weaken. He slowly opened his eyes and exited his meditation state. He saw the fire spirit sparrow descending slowly until it finally landed on the ground. Lu Qingchen had some prior knowledge of the Tiandao Holy Academy. Tiandao Holy Academy is located in the heart of Demon City and is the only Wuhuan university in the city. It can be said that the entire economy of Demon City supports this prestigious institution. Tiandao Holy Academy provides ample protection for Demon City. As long as you're within its borders, safety is assured. Many people are drawn to it by its reputation, bringing a significant influx of people and economic activity to the city. As one of the 3 major schools, Tiandao Holy Academy excels in every aspect. The entire campus covers dozens of square kilometers, an impressive scale equivalent to hundreds of standard football fields. And that's just the outer campus. The exact location of the inner campus is unknown to outsiders, adding a layer of mystery to the academy. When the group dismounted from the fire spirit sparrow, everyone except Lu Yin was filled with awe. Lu Qingchen had visited numerous academies in his past life, including renowned universities across the country. He was familiar with middle schools, high schools, and universities alike. He had even attended Jincheng No. 1 High School. But an institution like Tiandao Holy Academy, with a gate nearly 100 meters tall and several tens of meters wide, was something he had never seen before. Looking up, he saw 4 ancient and majestic characters engraved on the gate. Tiandao Holy Academy. Besides these 4 solemn characters, the gate was devoid of any other decorations, giving it a dignified and solemn appearance. The gate left Lu Qingchen and the others in awe for quite a while. Yushan stared wide-eyed at the giant characters on the gate, which were taller than he was. Lu Yin smiled and said, are you already impressed? There will be even more astonishing things to come. Let's go. I'll take you to register. With that, a flash from the bag at Lu Yan's waist signaled the fire spirit sparrow turning into a streak of light and disappearing into the bag. Lu Yin led the group to the registration area and told them, you can register here, and I'll take care of the rest. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't be able to stay with you. She explained that students in the outer campus train here, and only those who rank in the top 10 in the new student trials have a chance to enter the inner campus. Lu Qingchen listened intently to Lu Yan's words. With a charming smile, she added, conflicts between grades are common in the outer campus. If someone bullies you, make sure to fight back. She waved her delicate fist as she spoke. The group watched Lu Yin walk away, feeling a bit lost. On their first day at Tiandao Holy Academy, they had already experienced several shocks. Lu Qingchen shook his head, calmed himself, and began to ponder Lu Yan's words. In this outer campus, only senior mentors and inner campus students are allowed to enter the inner campus. Moreover, It is said that only the top 10 students in the freshman trials are eligible to enter the inner campus. Lu Qingchen finally understood why only the top 10 in the freshman trials could advance to the inner campus. The reason was obvious. The cultivation conditions and resources in the inner campus were superior. Having clarified this connection, Lu Qingchen led Yushan and the others to the registration office. At the registration office, there was only a young man who appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Lu Qingchen and his group. He was lounging in a chair, lazily munching on sunflower seeds while waiting. As soon as he saw someone enter, he immediately stood up, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and asked with a smile, "Are you the new students of Tiandao Sacred Academy? Here to register?" The young man had a delicate appearance, but did not look weak. Lu Qingchen sensed the powerful strength within him. "Yes, we are the new students led by mentor Lu Yin," Yushan said, keenly aware that mentioning Lu Yin, who was quite reputable at the academy, might make things smoother. "Oh, senior sister Lu Yin, impressive," the young man replied with a smile. "Please register first, and I'll introduce you to the academy afterward." Lu Qingchen and the others quickly completed the registration. "Are you the national top scorer in the martial arts exam?" Lei Xian glanced at the name on the registration form and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Lu Qingchen nodded politely and modestly replied, "I was just lucky to get first place." Lei Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration for Lu Qingchen, as if he had discovered a precious treasure. Through their conversation, Lu Qingchen learned that this delicate-looking young man was named Lei Xian, a third-year senior in the outer campus. Perhaps due to Lu Qingchen's outstanding performance in the national martial arts exam, Lei Xian seemed particularly enthusiastic. Seeing that there were no other people around, Lei Xian smiled and said, "Since it's not busy right now, let me show you around." Lu Qingchen and his group nodded, grateful for the guidance as they were still unfamiliar with the academy's environment. "Look, up ahead is the teaching building where we have our classes. There are 4 buildings in total," Lei Xian said with a smile, pointing to the somewhat ancient-looking structures in front of them. These 4 buildings are designated for students from 1st to 4th year. Although the curriculum is relatively simple, each mentor has their unique teaching style. It's important to distinguish the buildings by their colors. The white building is for 1st-year students, the yellow for 2nd year, the purple for 3rd year, and the red for 4th-year students. However, the school uniforms are all white, with the only difference being the emblem on the uniform. Lei Xian pointed to the golden emblem on the school uniform. Following his gaze, Lu Qingchen noticed that the emblem was composed of 3 weapons and a divine dragon. The color of the emblem represents the student's year: white for 1st year, yellow for 2nd year, purple for 3rd year, and red for 4th year. At that moment, Su Man noticed that Lei Xian's school badge wasn't purple. Filled with curiosity, she asked, "Senior Lei Xian, why is your badge gold instead of purple?" Upon hearing this question, Lei Xian's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. He calmly replied, "Finally, someone asked. The gold badge represents the elite of the Outer Academy, also known as the Prodigies." Lei Xian's voice was filled with pride and confidence, as if the gold badge carried the honor and mission of the Outer Academy students. Lei Xian's words made Lu Qingchen a bit skeptical, so he couldn't help but ask, "In that case, how do we distinguish which grade the core students are in?" Lei Xian smiled mysteriously and gestured for Lu Qingchen to take a closer look at his badge. As Lu Qingchen stared at the golden badge, he noticed a purple mark on it. The design was truly ingenious, and the quality of the academy's uniform was exceptional. Compared to the previous uniforms, Lu Qingchen found the new one much more appealing, making him feel somewhat embarrassed about the old ones. He couldn't help but marvel at the clever design and excellent quality of the academy's uniforms. Yushan and the other 2 girls were also curious and asked how to differentiate the grades of core students. Lei Xian patiently explained, pointing to the purple mark, "The color on the badge represents the student's grade." Despite his calm explanation, the pride in his eyes was evident. As core students of one of the 3 prestigious academies, they indeed had reason to be proud. After answering everyone's questions, Lei Xian continued to lead them on a tour of the academy. As they walked, they came across another building with the same color scheme as before. Lu Qingchen and the others couldn't help but look at Lei Xian again. Lei Xian explained, "This is the dormitory, where the external students live. It's also color-coded." When everyone nodded in understanding, Lei Xian's tone suddenly became serious. "The dorms are double rooms, spacious and well-equipped. But I need to tell you," suddenly, everyone paid close attention to him. Lei Xian nodded in satisfaction. "Each grade's core students have their own exclusive residences. Only by living there can you truly enjoy an optimal training environment." With that, he led Lu Qingchen and the others towards the dormitory building, clearly about to introduce them to a whole new experience. As they walked, they arrived at a villa area. Lei Xian stopped, cleared his throat, and said, "This is the core students' residence, also known as the core zone." As they entered the villa area, they initially thought these buildings were for the academy's tutors or leaders. However, these places were far from ordinary dorms, and nothing like the neighborhood Lu Qingchen was used to. They were exquisite, high-end villas. Each villa was 3 stories high, predominantly white with golden patterns that looked as if they were embellished with gold leaf. Behind the villas was a moderately sized artificial lake with boats and wooden posts anchored in it. Standing near the villas, Lu Qingchen and the others could feel the spiritual energy within their bodies circulate more rapidly. Noticing their reactions, Lei Xian smiled and said, "Can you feel your spiritual energy accelerating?" Everyone nodded. He smiled mysteriously. "That's because there's a small spiritual vein beneath these villas, which increases the concentration of spiritual energy and speeds up your training." Everyone was stunned, amazed by the immense resources of Tiandao Academy. Lei Xian was very pleased with Lu Qingchen and the others' astonishment. Proudly pointing to a mansion, he said, "See that? That's my place." Su Man, somewhat puzzled, asked, "I thought training was supposed to be tough. How come this place looks even better than our home?" Lei Xian gazed deeply at Lu Qingchen and Yushan, with a hint of meaning in his eyes. He patiently explained, "Soul warriors are wealthy. This amount of money is nothing to them. Training is already tedious. If the living conditions were poor, they'd go crazy." Lei Xian continued, "Even with 1,000 trainees, only 10 can enter the villa area for training. It's a 900 chance, and those who enter the Heavenly Tao Academy are 1 in 10,000 geniuses." Lei Xian showed Lu Qingchen and the others around the training grounds, sports field, and cafeteria. The cafeteria was particularly eye-catching, with one of the buildings being enormous, 4 stories high, and able to accommodate thousands of people on each floor. The other cafeteria, though smaller, was luxuriously decorated. Lei Xian quickly explained, "The food in the large cafeteria is pretty standard, but the small cafeteria is different. The ingredients there can enhance physical strength and soul power, and they're very expensive." With a resigned look, Lei Xian added, "Core students get a discount, but others don't have that privilege." Gradually, Lu Qingchen and the others began to understand the perks of being a core student. They resolved to strive to become core students to enjoy the best accommodations, training environments, and resources. After showing the new students around the academy, Lei Xian asked if they had any more questions. Lu Qingchen, still puzzled, asked, "Senior, we just walked around. But why didn't we see anyone in the villa area?" Lei Xian explained, "They've gone to the exclusive area for core disciples. You'll know once you become core students." Lu Qingchen nodded, understanding the whereabouts of the core students. He remembered that Lu Yan had also left immediately. Seeing Lei Xian about to leave, Lu Qingchen hurriedly asked, "Senior, one last question. Where should we stay now?" Lei Xian pointed to the central villa and said, "You were the top scorer in the martial arts exam, so you'll stay directly in the core area." With that, Lei Xian hurriedly left, returning to his duties. Lu Qingchen was filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why the core disciples were not focused on their training, but were instead at the registration area welcoming new students. This seemed like a task more suited for ordinary students. Despite his doubts, he didn't show them, believing that many questions would be answered in the next 3 days. So, he led his companions from Yushan to their accommodation for the night, the core area. As they moved forward, they were full of anticipation and curiosity, eager for the challenges that lay ahead. In the core area, at building number 1 for first-year students, Lu Qingchen and his friends arrived at the entrance and found a set of keys hanging on the door. With the freshman orientation day approaching, the previous year's students had already advanced to the second year. Those who didn't advance were effectively eliminated. They pushed open the door and were stunned by the spacious living room. Lu Qingchen and his friends roamed up and down the floors, observing everything in detail. Could this be where the core students usually train? Besides a bedroom, the living room, study, training room, bathroom, and even the kitchen were all fully equipped. It was like a paradise for enjoying life. Everyone was inwardly exclaiming in amazement. Although the training room was somewhat small, only accommodating 2 people, the dense spiritual energy inside was palpable. As soon as Lu Qingchen entered, he felt his martial spirit frantically absorbing the energy. His entire body seemed to be rejoicing, and the comfort was unprecedented. All the facilities and living supplies in the villa were brand new, and apart from some personal items they needed to bring, everything else was provided. After exploring, Yushan and Lu Qingchen returned to the living room and sat on the soft sofa, exchanging glances. Su Man and Su Muting started organizing their luggage. Yushan and Lu Qingchen exchanged excited looks, their eyes sparkling with joy. Yushan, brimming with excitement, said to Lu Qingchen, "Brother Chun, I suddenly don't want to go home anymore. I want to live here forever. It's so comfortable." Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, any lingering homesickness vanishing in the face of their new environment. However, he earnestly reminded Yushan, if you want to live in the core area or even better places long-term, you must take the freshman trial seriously. Yushan nodded solemnly, then curiously asked, "Brother Chun, where are the better places? Do you know where instructor Lu Yan went?" Lu Qingchen's intuition was sharp, and his guesses were almost always spot on. They chatted casually, unconcerned about other matters, and headed straight to the training room. The training room was small, with 2 mats on the floor. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Several hours passed, and a knock came from outside the training room. Su Muting called out, Yushan, Lu Qingchen, it's almost evening. Let's go eat. They finished their training and walked out of the training room. Su Muting and Su Man stood outside, and Lu Qingchen caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, likely from shampoo, indicating they had just showered. Lu Qingchen silently noted this. Su Muting, seeing Lu Qingchen sniffing the air, felt her face flush slightly but still complimented them. You two are really diligent, training so hard on the first day. I need to step up my game too. If there are any geniuses among the freshmen, I don't want to be kicked out of the core area. Lu Qingchen shrugged with a wry smile, showing a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, the two girls' eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Su Man softly said, You guys will be fine. You all have top-tier talent. It's just that we might face some challenges. With a confident wave, Yushan reassured them, No worries, as long as Chun is with us, we'll be fine. Once Ching gets in, we'll have a villa to stay in. Looking at Yushan, Lu Qingchen secretly shook his head, thinking, Even you're not sure. So why pretend to be so confident? With that, they dropped the topic. Lu Qingchen changed the subject and asked, So, what are your plans for dinner? The two girls shook their heads, indicating they were unsure. Suddenly, Su Man pulled out 2 apples and handed them to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. After leaving the core area, they strolled around the academy. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Qingchen noticed that there were still many students walking around. He saw a lot of people heading towards a large cafeteria, walking briskly, some even carrying takeout boxes. Yushan seemed to be getting hungry and suggested, Why don't we check out the cafeteria first? Su Man and Su Muting nodded in agreement. Lu Qingchen proposed that they first check the registration area to see if Senior Lei Xian was still there, and if he was, they could invite him to join them for dinner. After all, Senior Lei Xian had been very helpful today, answering many of their questions, and he was a core student. For newcomers, having someone familiar with the school rules would be beneficial. Su Man and the others agreed, thinking it was a good idea to invite Senior Lei Xian. So, they made a round to the registration area and indeed found Lei Xian leisurely lying on a chair, eating sunflower seeds. Surprised to see them, Lei Xian raised an eyebrow. Lu Qingchen stepped forward and said, Senior Lei Xian, it's dinner time. Would you like to join us? Lei Xian's eyes lit up, feeling appreciative that these freshmen remembered to invite him. He stood up and left the registration area, closing the door behind him. Just as he closed the door, an arrogant voice rang out, What's with the people from Tiandao Academy? Don't they know the rules? Seeing me arrive and not coming out to greet me, and even closing the door, what's the meaning of this? Looking up, Lu Qingchen saw 4 or 5 people ahead, with the voice coming from the young man at the front. Seeing everyone looking at him, the young man became even more smug and continued loudly, What are you looking at? Who's responsible for welcoming new students? Didn't you see someone coming? He pointed at Lu Qingchen and shouted even louder, You there! Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Didn't you see me arriving? Lu Qingchen couldn't understand why there was such an arrogant person at the university. Facing this condescending young man, a surge of anger rose within him. Lu Qingchen stared impassively at the young man who had dared to shout at him, though a fierce anger burned within him. In a chilling tone, he questioned, Where do you think you are, parading around so arrogantly and rudely? Do you not understand the most basic manners? Intimidated by Lu Qingchen's imposing presence, the young man immediately fell silent, his eyes betraying fear and regret. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen continued, If you continue with this insolence, you'll have to face the consequences. I advise you to restrain yourself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Though his voice remained calm, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Lu Qingchen had always adhered to the principle of bending rather than breaking, but there were always some who didn't know their limits and sought trouble. Hearing the young man's curses, he trembled with rage but remained calm. The young man charged forward, attempting to throw a punch at him. Despite leading a peaceful life in Jincheng, Lu Qingchen had been suppressing his inner desire for battle. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he was born with a fighting instinct, especially with his Golden Emperor Dragon spirit, which made his thirst for combat undeniable. As the young man lunged at him, Lu Qingchen's eyes gleamed with a golden light. He did not retreat, but met the attack head-on, throwing a fierce punch. His fist, infused with golden soul power, compressed the air, producing a creaking sound. Their fists collided in the air with a crisp snap, and the young man's hand bones shattered instantly. He screamed in pain, and Lu Qingchen followed up with another heavy blow to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. The 4 men standing by the young man were stunned, watching their young master writhe in agony. One middle-aged man, seething with rage, bellowed, You little wretch, courting death. He charged forward, his hands glowing yellow with gathered soul power, and struck at Lu Qingchen with immense force. Lu Qingchen's gaze turned serious as he instantly activated his spirit. His right hand transformed into a crimson golden claw, radiating red spiritual energy, which mercilessly tore through the yellow light, destroying the man's hands in the process. The middle-aged man flew backward, clutching his bloodied hands, while the shockwave forced Lu Qingchen to take a few steps back. Seeing this, the other middle-aged men rushed toward Lu Qingchen. Yushan wanted to shield him but had no time to react as a figure already stood in front of Lu Qingchen. It was Lei Xian. Seeing Lei Xian blocking their path, the middle-aged men wore cruel expressions and unleashed various lights. They then used their abilities to form a massive earth-colored hand, aiming to crush Lei Xian. Suddenly, a huge blue beastly shadow appeared behind Lei Xuan, a lion bristling with electric sparks. The lion roared, its fur crackling like thunder needles, instantly piercing through the giant hand. Countless lightning needles shot toward the middle-aged men, who fell to the ground convulsing, subdued by Lei Xian. He looked at them coldly and said calmly, "Get lost if you know what's good for you. Causing trouble here is asking for death." In truth, Lei Xian had held back, reducing the power of his soul force at the last moment, significantly weakening the lightning needle's impact. Those guys had already been completely overwhelmed by Lei Xian's thunderous power. At this moment, Lu Qingchen retracted his massive, golden claws, transforming them back into human hands, though the sleeve on his right arm was now in tatters. Su Man and Su Muting were left speechless, not because of the colossal thunder lion behind Lei Xian, but because of the overwhelming aura that emanated from Lu Qingchen when his martial spirit took over, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. This was when the advantage of martial spirits became evident, and compared to them, Yushan appeared utterly defenseless. Lei Xian dismissed the giant beast behind him and turned around, saying, "Let's go. Don't worry about those people. If they dare to cause trouble in the academy, the enforcers will handle it." A bright smile emerged on his face as he looked at Yushan and Lu Qingchen and added, "I am a bit hungry. Let's go grab a meal." With that, Lei Xian led them to the dining hall, not the large one, but the smaller cafeteria reserved for core students. At the counter, Lei Xian called out, "Old Zhang, 5 portions of grilled dragon wings, 5 bowls of purple spirit rice, and a serving of green spirit egg soup." His hand glowed as he took out some small stones and handed them to Old Zhang. Lu Qingchen and the others quickly protested, "Senior Lei Xian, after you showed us around the academy, we should be the ones treating you." Lei Xian chuckled and said, "It's no big deal. Even though I'm a bit tight on money, I can still treat my juniors. Plus, I get a discount here. You can treat me once you become core students yourselves." They nodded, filled with confidence about becoming core students. As a third-year core student at Tiandao Holy Academy, Lei Xian had a keen eye. When Lu Qingchen's martial spirit manifested, Lei Xian immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. Only top-tier beast martial spirits caused such significant physical changes. Lei Xian knew that only a few core students in the outer academy could transform an entire arm into a beast form, and some even needed to use soul beads to achieve that. More importantly, when Lu Qingchen unleashed his martial spirit, Lei Xian felt a faint sense of pressure. As the possessor of a top-tier beast martial spirit and the king among ferocious beasts, it was rare for anyone in the academy to make him feel such pressure. The core students' cafeteria was empty, giving it a somewhat desolate feel. They sat around a round table. As soon as they sat down, Yushan curiously asked, "Senior Lei, what was that giant hand those soul warriors used earlier? And what about the giant lion behind you?" Su Man and Su Muting were equally curious. Lei Xian smiled and explained, "The giant hand those soul warriors used is one of the divine abilities of the earth martial realm, and the lion behind me is my Dharma form." His face radiated pride as he spoke. "Wait, Senior Lei, what level is the earth martial realm? And what exactly is a Dharma form?" "I don't understand any of this," said the three, except for Lu Qingchen, looking utterly puzzled. "Dinner is ready." Xiao Lei was about to say something when he heard Lao Zhang's call, so he quickly stood up to get the meal. Smiling at everyone, he said, "Let's enjoy dinner first. We can chat and savor the food at the same time. Could a kind soul help me carry the food?" Yushan was the first to stand up and followed Lei Xian to fetch the meal. Their movements were swift and precise, and in just a minute, they brought back several large platters. When Lu Qingchen and Su Muting saw the dishes they carried, their eyes widened. The platters held 5 enormous grilled wings, each nearly the size of their arms. When Su Muting and Su Man saw the grilled wings in front of them, their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, not because of the size of the wings, but because of their enticing aroma and glistening, oily sheen. As they watched Yushan devour a massive grilled wing, Lei Xian noticed the reactions of the two girls and smiled with a hint of pride. "Haha, these are the wings of a fierce bird beast we call flying dragon. The meat is exceptionally tender and infused with spiritual energy, which greatly benefits one's cultivation. These flying dragon wings must be expensive, right?" Su Man asked with some concern, aware that Lei Xian must have spent a lot to treat them. Lei Xian waved his hand dismissively and picked up another wing. Ordinary students might find them unaffordable, but core students get a significant discount. I'm in a good mood today, so why not indulge a little? By the way, what were those small stones you used to pay earlier? Can they be used as currency? Su Muting asked curiously. Lei Xian, while gnawing on a wing, explained, those are soul stones. They can be used to aid in cultivation. Within the academy, most transactions are conducted using soul stones. Soul stones? I think I have some, but I don't know their purpose, Lu Qingchen said, his eyes lighting up as he realized he had quite a few soul stones on him. How do you use soul stones for cultivation? He asked eagerly. Lei Xian replied calmly, when absorbing soul power, hold the soul stone in your hand and run your cultivation technique. The three boys devoured the flying dragon wings with gusto, their mouths covered in grease, while Su Muting and Su Man carefully maintained their composure, taking small bites of the delicious wings. Before long, Yushan and Lu Qingchen had finished eating, and Lei Xian took his last bite. Noticing that the two girls were still eating, Lei Xian reminded them seriously, girls, there's no need to be so reserved when dining in the academy. Haven't you seen the senior sisters? I once had dinner with them, and it was shocking. What's the most important thing in the academy? Cultivation. Time is a resource, and if you keep eating like this, others will have half an hour more to cultivate than you. While it's understandable that girls care about their image, you can relax and eat heartily. Lei Xian, Lu Qingchen, and Yushan shared a knowing smile. Earlier, you asked about the Earth martial realm and the Dharma aspect. Let me explain, Lei Xian said, taking a sip of purple spirit egg soup, his face beaming with satisfaction. The Earth martial realm, also known as the divine ability realm, is simply a name to distinguish between levels. You should have all awakened your martial souls by now. This stage is called the awakening realm or the spirit martial realm. When you fully infuse your martial soul with soul power, you can comprehend a divine ability. Once you do, you can advance to the divine ability realm and start cultivating your personal martial path. As Lei Xian passionately explained martial arts knowledge to Lu Qingchen and the others, they listened intently, eager to absorb every bit of information. After reaching the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, consider advancing to the next stage. You need to use your martial soul as a guide and harness the spiritual energy of the world to forge your own manifestation, similar to how Lei Xian once displayed his thunderous lion manifestation. Once the manifestation is forged, the power of your supernatural abilities will far exceed the level of the divine ability realm. Lei Xian suddenly stopped, cleared his throat, and began to explain, you are currently in the awakening realm, commonly referred to as spiritual level soul warriors. The divine ability realm is also known as earth level soul warriors, and those possessing a manifestation are referred to as heaven level. For convenience, we can simply call them spiritual martial, earth martial, and heaven martial. These are the early stages of martial arts realms. As for the realms beyond this, you'll gradually learn about them in the future. After speaking so much, Lei Xian felt a bit parched and quickly took a sip of soup. Lu Qingchen and the others fell into deep thought, trying to digest the martial arts knowledge Lei Xian had just shared. Lei Xian stood up, smiled at them, and said, take your time and enjoy your meal. I'm going to continue my training. With that, he left the room, leaving Lu Qingchen and the other three behind. Su Muting and Su Man continued to enjoy the dragon wings, while Lu Qingchen and Yushan sipped their soup. Spiritual martial, earth martial, heaven martial. What comes after heaven martial? Could it be the king realm? Lu Qingchen couldn't help but wonder, as he recalled the lightning needles when Lei Xian released his thunderous lion manifestation. He wondered when he would be able to reach the manifestation realm. Although Lei Xian was only 2 years ahead of them, he already possessed such formidable strength. Lu Qingchen shook his head, feeling an even stronger sense of urgency. By now, Su Muting and Su Man had finished eating. Su Muting exclaimed in surprise, the soul power contained in these dragon wings is so rich. I think I've broken through a minor level. Lu Qingchen felt the same. After dinner, he sensed an increase in his soul power. Perhaps influenced by Lei Xian's words, everyone felt a sense of urgency. They hurried back to the core area and entered the training room. Lu Qingchen took out 2 soul stones and placed them in his palms, following Lei Xian's method, and began circulating the heavenly flame scripture. He felt his soul power rapidly increasing, and soon the soul stones in his hands were depleted and turned to powder. He took out 2 more soul stones and continued his training. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qingchen's body suddenly trembled, and he felt as if he had broken through a minor level. He opened his information panel, which displayed his martial soul and realm, awakening realm 4th level spiritual power, cultivation technique level, and supernatural abilities. Seeing this information, Lu Qingchen let out a long breath. Awakening realm 4th level tonight's training had allowed him to advance another minor level. The path to reaching the pinnacle of mastery was still far off and uncertain, but Lu Qingchen was keenly aware of the long, arduous journey ahead. He glanced at his storage ring and noticed that a portion of the soul stones, piled like a small mountain, had already been consumed. After some mental calculations, he figured that this round of cultivation had taken about 4 or 5 hours and used up around 200 soul stones. At this rate, the 20,000 soul stones he had would only last about a month. Lu Qingchen had left him 10,000 soul stones, with another 10,000 reserved for system lotteries. Given that he needed to consume 200 soul stones every 4 to 5 hours, nearly 7 to 800 stones would be used up in a day, not even considering the time spent eating and resting. Resources cultivation indeed required a tremendous amount of resources. No wonder his father had urged him to seize every opportunity before his passing. Suddenly, Yushan's voice broke his train of thought. He was startled to see Yushan staring at him in amazement. Brother Chun, while you were cultivating, a firebird and a dragon were circling around you. Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, puzzled, and looked at Yushan. A bird and a dragon? He had no idea what Yushan was talking about. Yushan hurriedly explained, I just finished my cultivation and was about to wake you up when I saw a dragon and a firebird circling around you. Lu Qingchen was skeptical, so he immediately activated his cultivation technique to check for any abnormalities. After a while, he found nothing unusual and angrily knocked on Yushan's head, demanding, What nonsense are you spouting? Yushan rubbed his head, feeling a bit wronged, and quickly explained, I really saw it, and the area around you was extremely hot, about a 2-meter radius. Lu Qingchen noticed that Yushan was sitting 2 meters away and nodded, thinking that Yushan might not be joking. As for his own cultivation situation, he decided to ask Han Ming about it later, as long as it didn't interfere with his training. He waved off Yushan's concerns, saying, It's fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with cultivation. We'll ask Master after the freshman trials. Yushan nodded seriously, knowing that Han Ming, as the vice principal of the Heavenly Tao Academy, was knowledgeable and experienced. Not dwelling on it any further, the two left the training room and headed to the second-floor room. Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan's expression was a bit strange. At this moment, Su Man was sitting on the soft bed, lost in thought, while Su Muting was not present. Suddenly, the door opened, and Lu Qingchen and Yushan walked in. Su Man was startled and casually said, You're here? Lu Qingchen smiled and asked her what she was thinking about and why she seemed so dazed. Su Man blushed and quietly replied, Nothing, I was just wondering if we could still stay here after the freshman trials. She suddenly lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. But I'm just a food-type martial soul with no combat ability. It's almost impossible for me to make it into the top 10. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan on the shoulder and said with a laugh, What's the problem? Once Yushan gets into the top 10, we'll have a place to stay. Su Man was surprised and asked, Really? Is Yushan that strong? Chenggu was right. Yushan scratched his head and smiled. Silently, Yushan thought to himself, Before Uncle Yu left, he asked me to find a girlfriend at the academy and bring her home. Now, I'm just helping to fulfill that wish. I hope Yushan won't let him down. Lu Qingchen mused inwardly. He glanced around the room and noticed that Su Muting was not there. So he asked, Why are you the only one here? Where's Su Muting? She went to take a shower and should be back soon, Su Man replied. Before she could finish, the door clicked open. Su Muting had just finished her shower and was ready to go to bed when she walked in and saw Yushan and Lu Qingchen in the room, feeling instantly embarrassed. She screamed and rushed to Su Man's bed, covering herself with a blanket, wishing the ground would swallow her up. She had only wrapped herself in a towel and had no idea that Lu Qingchen and Yushan were also in the room. Lu Qingchen and Yushan quickly turned their heads away, silently chanting, I didn't see anything, as the atmosphere in the room grew awkward. Su Man chuckled, Don't worry, she has a towel on. It's not like she's naked. Lu Qingchen felt a nosebleed coming on and internally screamed, I'm a decent person. Why is my martial spirit so indecent? He hadn't expected that a moment of carelessness would lead him to a new ability, the Golden Emperor Dragon's Eye technique, which could see through illusions and even objects behind walls. This little incident had inadvertently led Lu Qingchen to a higher level of understanding. Su Muting poked her head out and asked awkwardly, Aren't you guys going to rest? It's already late. Let's practice tomorrow. Since the two girls hadn't yet chosen a cultivation method, they could only rely on consuming elixirs and natural treasures to increase their soul power. Lu Qingchen absent-mindedly agreed and hurried off to take a shower. The bathroom was spacious and bright, filled with a faint fragrance, reminding him of the earlier awkward scene. He turned on the shower and let the cold water wash over him, trying to calm himself down. The icy water gradually soothed his emotions, and he began to ponder the mysteries of the three great martial spirits. Since beginning his cultivation journey with the awakening of his martial soul, Lu Qingchen noticed that aside from changes to his body when the martial soul was activated, there were almost no other effects. It wasn't until he broke through to the 4th level of the awakening realm that he gained a trace of the Golden Emperor Dragon's power. Additionally, during an escape, the release of his blazing flame light incinerated one of his pursuers. Besides this, he hadn't mastered any other supernatural abilities. Generally, martial soul cultivators in the awakening realm rarely have the opportunity to comprehend supernatural powers unless they fill their martial soul energy to the brim, which usually happens at the 9th level. It's extremely rare for someone like Lu Qingchen to understand such powers at the 4th level unless they possess a supreme martial soul. The terrifying aspect of a supreme martial soul lies in this early comprehension, making them invincible among their peers. Reflecting on his newfound ability, Lu Qingchen felt somewhat speechless. Although it allowed him to see through illusions, what did clairvoyance truly mean? Despite his doubts, he enjoyed the sensation. Having just awakened this ability, Lu Qingchen couldn't control it very well. He named it the Golden Saint Eye, thinking the name was quite creative. After taking a shower and wrapping himself in a towel, he returned to the room and noticed the 3 others staring at him, leaving him puzzled. He asked, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" They shook their heads, and Su Man softly said, "Nothing, just go to sleep." Lu Qingchen then noticed that the villa had only 1 bedroom, but it contained 3 single beds. Considering Yushan's size, the 2 girls had to share 1 bed. Watching Yushan go to take a shower, Lu Qingchen lay on his bed, feeling slightly awkward. He had never shared a room with girls before, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Su Muting poked her head out and said, "Lu Qingchen, we'll be staying here for a few days until the new students move in." Su Man, looking a bit reluctant, glanced around, indicating she didn't want to leave. Lu Qingchen smiled and said, "It's fine, I don't mind. Living alone in such a big villa is too quiet anyway. Whatever you decide is okay with me." Both Su Man and Su Muting liked the place, especially the facilities in the training room. But, considering it might inconvenience Lu Qingchen, they hesitated before speaking. Seeing that Lu Qingchen didn't mind, Su Man also didn't want to move out. Su Muting nodded slightly, pulled her head back under the covers, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that no one noticed. Su Muting was filled with regret for the harsh words she had once spoken to Lu Qingchen in class. She wasn't sure if it was because Lu Qingchen was at the 2nd level of body refinement back then, or if it was just a momentary lapse in judgment. Every time she recalled that moment, it felt like a knife to her heart. She came to the Tiandao Academy with a strong sense of guilt, hoping to make amends. However, upon her arrival, Lu Qingchen silently offered his help. Su Muting realized that without Lu Qingchen, they might have had to hurriedly find a hotel outside the academy. Gradually, she found it increasingly difficult to understand Lu Qingchen's thoughts. Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, didn't think too much of it. After all, they were just classmates, and he felt it was his duty to help. The 3 of them lay in their beds, lost in their thoughts, until Yushan returned from washing up. He leaped onto his bed, which seemed particularly narrow compared to his burly frame. The bed creaked under his weight, but the quality of the beds at the top 3 academies was top-notch. Aside from the noise, it remained sturdy. Yushan called out to Su Man, "Su Man, pass me an apple." Perhaps due to prolonged training, Yushan was quite hungry and called out loudly. Su Man silently handed him an apple and, after a moment's thought, also gave one to Lu Qingchen. Taking the apple, Lu Qingchen remarked, "Soul warriors with food-related martial spirits are like walking money trees." Watching Yushan take big bites, Lu Qingchen also began to eat. The night passed in silence. The day for new students to enroll was approaching, and Tiandao Academy started to buzz with activity. After breakfast, they headed straight to the registration office. The office was empty, but many people were gathered at the entrance. Lu Qingchen and his friends hurried over. Lei Xian was busy registering the new students. Calmly and efficiently, he recorded each student's information, while a few second-year students maintained order. Seeing Lu Qingchen and the others arrive, Lei Xian smiled and greeted them. "You're here? Let me first arrange accommodations for these 2 new students." As he spoke, Lei Xian swiftly made the arrangements. "Su Muting, Su Man, you'll be staying in dorm 501. Go get your keys and pay the registration fee," Lei Xian instructed. Lu Qingchen nodded and then asked, "Yushan, let me see. You should be in building 4 of the core area. Let's get the keys together." Lei Xian chuckled at Lu Qingchen's question and replied warmly, "Sure, but make sure it doesn't interfere with your training." A sharp cry just pierced the air, followed by murmurs of discontent from the crowd. Why do they get to cut in line and register early? When will it be our turn? Emotions quickly flared, and a sense of injustice spread among the people. This unfair treatment left them feeling angry and disappointed. They began to question why some were given priority while others were forced to wait. This sentiment spread like wildfire through the crowd, illuminating the deep-seated dissatisfaction and anger in everyone. In the crowd, a muscular young man with narrow eyes and a look of superiority shouted loudly at the registration desk. Lei Xian frowned slightly but still explained kindly, "I'm sorry, those students arrived a few days ago, so I registered them first. Now we can continue with the next registration. Coming a few days early gives them the right to cut in line? Is this the Academy's rule, or did you make it up because you know them?" The young man with a superior attitude persisted. Lei Xian narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on the sneaky-looking young man. You seem pretty confident. Mind sharing your national ranking in the martial arts exam? The young man froze for a moment, then smiled proudly, unable to hide his arrogance. I ranked 1999th in the national martial arts exam. What? Trying to change the subject. Lei Xian's expression turned into a faint smile. 1999th in the national exam? Not bad. Suddenly, his tone changed as he pointed to Lu Qingchen beside him. Do you know why I prioritized him? His name is Lu Qingchen, and he topped the national martial arts exam this year. He deserves these privileges. The crowd erupted in chatter. The young man with the superior attitude turned pale and argued. So what if he's first in the nation? Does that mean he can cut in line? Is there a rule for that? Seeing his stubbornness, Lei Xian's face turned cold. Being first in the nation does come with perks. That's my rule. If you don't like it, feel free to report me to the academy and see if you have the guts. Now get back in line. If you keep causing trouble, I'll personally deal with you. With a cold snort, Lei Xian's imposing presence silenced the crowd. The young man reluctantly moved to the back of the line, still muttering, just wait until we're in the academy. I'll report you, and you'll be punished. Lei Xian was unfazed and shouted to the crowd. If anyone here thinks they have a high ranking, come forward and register early. No need to queue. Here, I make the rules. If you don't like it, you can report me once you're in the academy. Seeing Lei Xian's firm stance, no one dared to speak up. They quietly lined up to wait for registration. Lu Qingchen didn't disrupt Lei Xian any further and simply apologized. Senior Lei, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lei Xian patted Lu Qingchen's shoulder and smiled. No worries, no worries. This happens every year. You'll soon learn that in the academy, the one with the strongest fist makes the rules. Lu Qingchen and his group headed towards the dormitory, while Lei Xian stayed behind to handle the registrations. Before they left, Lei Xian instructed, Lu Qingchen, ranked 3rd in the national martial arts exam? All right, head to the first-year building number 2 in the core area. The dorm supervisor will guide you. The group politely knocked on the door of the dorm supervisor's office. Welcome. Within seconds, a middle-aged woman, engrossed in her writing, responded. As Lu Qingchen and the others stepped inside, the woman noticed the group of young people but saw no luggage. Hesitantly, she asked, Are you here to register as new students? They nodded in affirmation. Of course, why else would we be here?
Xuman replied sweetly.
Auntie, we're freshmen here to get our dorm keys. I'm staying in room 501. The middle-aged woman rummaged through her desk for a moment before handing Su Man a key. Take good care of this key, dear. If you lose it, you can always come back for a replacement, she said gently, perhaps charmed by Su Man's sweetness. Thank you, Auntie. Su Man responded, handing the woman an apple. Her smile widened, and her demeanor towards Lu Qingchen and Yushan softened as well. And you too, which rooms are you staying in? Yushan smiled warmly and replied, Auntie, I'm in the first-year building, core area, number 4. He's in building 1. The woman looked surprised. The core area? Yushan confirmed, yes, we're in building 1 and 4 of the core area. I've already got my key for building 1, and just wanted to report in. The woman gazed at Yushan and Lu Qingchen with admiration. Very impressive. I could tell you two weren't ordinary students. The keys for the core area are hanging by the door. Just sign in here, and you can take them. The two quickly signed the register, and the woman looked at them as if they were precious treasures. Goodbye, Auntie. After completing the registration, they bid the woman farewell and hurried to their respective accommodations. Outside the dorm, Yushan asked the two girls, Are you planning to stay in the dorms or join us? The girls hesitated before deciding to stay in the dorms for a few days and then decide. All right, see you later. Lu Qingchen waved as he and Yushan headed towards the core area. Yushan, somewhat surprised, asked Lu Qingchen why he didn't invite the girls to stay with them, praising the excellent cultivation environment there. Lu Qingchen replied mysteriously, They'll come over after a few days in the dorms. Although puzzled, Yushan didn't press further, and they proceeded to the core area. Upon finding Building 4, they unlocked the door and noticed the interior setup was similar to Building 1. They immediately entered the cultivation room, where Lu Qingchen sensed that the spiritual energy here wasn't as dense as in Building 1. However, the difference was slight, and only someone with Lu Qingchen's keen sensitivity to spiritual energy would notice it in a short time. After a brief observation, he patted Yushan's shoulder and said seriously, We should stay in Building 1. The spiritual energy there is richer, and we need to enhance our cultivation level before the freshman trials. During the first 3 days of their admission, Lu Qingchen and Yushan were engrossed in intense training in the cultivation room. As the soul stones were absorbed one by one, Lu Qingchen could clearly feel the continuous growth of his soul power. They motivated each other with mutual understanding, training tirelessly until the morning of the 3rd day. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Lu Qingchen emitted a mysterious aura. The heavenly flame scripture was spinning rapidly, and the soul stone in his hand turned to dust in an instant. A powerful energy surged from his body, followed by a flow of crimson soul power. After a moment, the aura gradually subsided and finally returned to calm. Lu Qingchen ended his cultivation state and let out a long breath. In just 3 days, he had broken through once again, reaching the 5th level of the awakening realm. He vaguely felt that something new had appeared within him and was about to explore whether he had acquired a new ability. Suddenly, a strong aura emanated from Yushan, with golden soul power surging. Once the aura calmed down, Yushan gave Lu Qingchen a proud smile and announced that he had broken through to the 3rd level of the awakening realm. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan's shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Brother, everyone grows at their own pace. Take it easy." Yushan, still savoring the joy of his breakthrough, was taken aback by Lu Qingchen's teasing. He stared at Lu Qingchen and, after a brief pause, finally uttered, "Impressive." The two decided to step out of the villa to experience the outside world. Walking along the path in the academy's small forest, they saw students in small groups and some walking alone. Most of their peers were in a hurry. When they arrived at the cafeteria, it was bustling with people, mostly new students. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Lu Qingchen, Yushan, over here." Su Man and Su Muting waved at them from a table. The crowd turned to look at Lu Qingchen, their curious gazes fixed on him. Perhaps they had heard about him at the registration office or were following the national martial arts exam rankings. A boy with a crew cut walked over and asked, "Are you the top scorer in the national martial arts exam?" Lu Qingchen nodded. The boy introduced himself enthusiastically, "I'm Zheng Yu, ranked 21st, but I'm not satisfied. I'll challenge you in the freshman trials." Lu Qingchen accepted the challenge without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Zheng Yu waved goodbye and left. After finishing their meal, Lu Qingchen and Yushan joined Su Man and Su Muting at their table. The food here was reasonably priced, similar to what they had eaten in Jinshan, just ordinary meals. Seated at the dining table, Su Man excitedly asked, "Have you heard about the freshman trials?" The two shook their heads, having been engrossed in their training and unaware of the news. Su Man continued with enthusiasm. "It's said that the top 10 in the freshman trials can directly move into the core area and receive generous rewards." Su Muting, with a look of envy, added, "I heard the top 10 also get a chance to train in a mysterious place and obtain various elixirs and divine weapons." A mysterious place? Could it be where the inner academy students train? Lu Qingchen thought quickly, recalling what Lu Yin had mentioned earlier. They were all curious about the content of the freshman trials, and Lu Qingchen asked, "What's the selection process?" Su Man whispered, "No one knows the exact method yet, but it's rumored that only 10 out of 1,000 freshmen will be chosen." Lu Qingchen sighed in exasperation. After lunch, the four of them took a stroll around the academy before returning to their dorms. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to open his door, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw a very cute girl with lively, big eyes and hair that was not black but a vibrant green. The girl asked curiously, "Are you Lu Qingchen?" Lu Qingchen nodded with a smile and asked her purpose. The girl didn't answer. She just flashed a playful grin and hurried off, leaving behind a cryptic message, "You'll find out soon enough." Yushan looked at Lu Qingchen curiously and asked, "Chen, did you meet a new girl again?" Lu Qingchen shook his head with a wry smile, thinking it best to stay low-key. They entered the training room and spent all their time training, only stepping out for some food in the evening. Time seemed to fly by during their training, and when Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, it was already morning. Their ability to stay in the villa depended on their performance today, as the freshman trials would begin right after the entrance ceremony. After washing up, they headed to the cafeteria and found that there were few freshmen, mostly senior students. Suddenly, a loud horn sounded, and the cafeteria buzzed with activity as the entrance ceremony began. The students headed to the field, and Lu Qingchen and Yushan quickly followed. On their way, they saw countless students all heading towards the field. Amidst the crowd, the freshmen were surprised to see so many senior students gathered at the entrance ceremony. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but speculate that this year's ceremony was anything but ordinary. Nevertheless, he unhesitatingly followed the throng, trailing closely behind the senior students, heading straight to the playground of the Tiandao Academy. At this moment, his heart was brimming with anticipation and curiosity, filled with dreams for the future. Soon, Lu Qingchen and Yushan arrived at the training ground. The academy's field was exceptionally vast, far larger than the narrow 400-meter track at Lu Qingchen's previous school. The Tiandao Holy Academy's field also had a track, but it spanned several laps, totaling at least 3 kilometers. At this moment, many students, faces alight with excitement, were flocking to the field. Lu Qingchen looked around and estimated that there were more than 3,000 students present. Considering each grade had only about 1,000 students, it was surprising to see that 3/4 of the students had gathered, along with many mentors and leaders. Despite the large number, the 3,000 people seemed insignificant on the expansive field. The scene was somewhat amusing as Lu Qingchen and the other freshmen formed a massive square formation. Nearby, senior students watched them with amused smiles, and the stands were packed with spectators. The freshmen felt like zoo animals being watched, a wave of embarrassment washing over them. Most of the spectators were third and fourth-year students and mentors from the Tiandao Holy Academy. A keen observer would notice that Lei Xian was also in the stands. He was chatting enthusiastically with his classmates, occasionally flashing a mysterious smile. After a long wait, the freshman induction ceremony was finally about to begin. Finally, the freshman induction ceremony is here, someone exclaimed. Yes, I remember 2 years ago. We were the ones being watched like monkeys. Now it's their turn. The cycle continues. Ha ha ha. This time, it's our turn to enjoy the show. I've heard that many of these freshmen are exceptionally talented. After the freshman trials, important figures from the academy will come to recruit disciples. I'm so envious. Being chosen as a disciple by one of these key figures is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A man in the stands said with anticipation. That's nothing. If you could be taken in by those two stunning female mentors, that would be true luck, he chuckled. Shut up. A female mentor frowned slightly, reprimanding them. You're being too disrespectful. If the academy's higher-ups hear you, there will be consequences. Remembering the strict training from the academy's leadership, the group shuddered and chose to stay silent. The male mentors nearby, who had been listening intently, urged them on. Go on. The higher-ups are all training in the inner courtyard. They won't come to watch the induction ceremony. I guarantee it, one of them said. With the support and permission from the male mentors, Lei Xian and the other senior students resumed their discussion, this time including the male mentors in their conversation. I heard that this batch of freshmen includes students from the Holy City of Life. Have you heard about that? No, I haven't. I only know that both the vice dean and the dean are planning to personally attend to recruit new disciples. The dean is truly fortunate. The new students are lucky to have their attention, especially that renowned dean. If one were to become their disciple, their future would be incredibly bright. I heard many of the academy's top officials admire those two goddesses. Young, beautiful, and highly skilled. Who wouldn't like them? Lei Xian and a few male instructors were enthusiastically sharing their experiences, chatting, and laughing. Suddenly, a cool voice shattered the lively atmosphere. 3 figures emerged from the void, led by a stunningly beautiful woman with ice-blue eyes that seemed to reflect the entire universe. She was Han Ming, the vice dean of Tian Academy, accompanied by a burly man and a very refined middle-aged man. Upon seeing these 3, the students and instructors immediately paid their respects. Lei Xian and the other instructors didn't dare to lift their heads, fearing they'd be noticed. The refined middle-aged man smiled and said, Go on, Lei Xian, tell us more about the goddess's figures. Lei Xian felt a pang of dread but forced a smile and said, It's too crowded here, not convenient to talk. Dean Lu, you came at the perfect time. We were just about to. Before he could finish, the refined man sternly interrupted. Shut up. Lei Xian immediately closed his mouth, cursing silently. He slowly raised his head and awkwardly said, Too many people around. Let's not talk about it. Dean Lu, your timing is impeccable. Dean Lu snorted coldly, thinking Lei Xian almost ruined things. The burly man chuckled and said, Lu Chengfeng, bullying students, huh? How about a match with me if you have the guts? Lu Chengfeng silently clasped his fists and humbly replied, No need, I admit defeat. The audience fell silent, everyone stunned. Lu Chengfeng, the burly man, and Han Ming were all puzzled. Lu Chengfeng remained calm while the burly man sulked and found a place to sit. Han Ming helplessly said, Can you be any more shameless? Lu Chengfeng replied seriously, If you wish, I certainly can. Lu Yin shook her head and sighed, feeling weary. Lei Xian struggled and finally had a chance to speak, but seeing Vice Dean Lu's displeased look, he stopped, awkwardly saying, Honorable deans and instructors, the new students of the Sacred Academy of Heaven are about to arrive. When the new students of Tiandao Holy Academy heard the announcement, they eagerly stepped out of their dormitories, curiously scanning their surroundings. Although the academy hadn't specified the exact location of the entrance ceremony, the new students noticed many others heading towards the sports field. Without hesitation, they followed the crowd. Among them was Lu Qingchen, who continuously looked around. Blending into the crowd, he gradually shed his initial shyness. With a sharp gaze, he observed that the number of new students was less than 1,000, as more were still arriving. These newcomers, filled with curiosity, began whispering to each other. Hey, do you know what's going to happen next? I heard it's the entrance ceremony, but it won't be that simple. I heard something exciting is going to happen. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, a commanding voice suddenly echoed from the stage. Silence! The sudden command instantly quieted the previously noisy crowd of nearly 1,000 new students, who looked up at the stage. There stood a stern-looking middle-aged man. He glanced around and loudly addressed the students below. Excellent! There are 1,000 students in total. Today, 993 have arrived, and 7 are absent. Those who are absent will be deprived of their first year's cultivation resources. Hearing this, the new students' expressions changed slightly, feeling fortunate for arriving on time. If they hadn't followed the academy members to the field, they would have missed out on the resources. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of Tiandao Holy Academy, which mercilessly stripped the absent students of their resources. What if one of them was a genius? Lu Qingchen's concern was not unfounded, but as the upper echelon of Tiandao Holy Academy, their insight was unparalleled. With just a glance, the middle-aged man could identify the geniuses among the students present. Of course, he only observed the top 10 geniuses who had entered the academy. The presence of others was not his concern. As the new students began to whisper again, a male student walked onto the field. He happened to hear the middle-aged man's words and raised his head to question, "Why are we being deprived of a year's cultivation resources? The academy did not clearly notify us of the time and place for the entrance ceremony. Why should we be punished for being slightly late?" The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to the stern man on the stage. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man pointed to the gathered freshmen and began to speak slowly. "Look, 993 freshmen have already gathered. Do they not know where the entrance ceremony is being held? You heard the noise and came out of your dorm, didn't you? Did you see the other freshmen heading to the field?" Suddenly, he raised his voice and questioned, "Why did you remain indifferent when you saw others going to the field? Why did you spread rumors about conspiracies within the academy? Who gave you the right to tarnish the reputation of Tiandao Sacred Academy?" A series of questions left the freshman pale and terrified, wondering how he knew what he had said. The freshman's heart was filled with fear, realizing that rumors in the academy were no trivial matter. Other students looked at him with pity, thinking his days at Tiandao Sacred Academy would be tough. At this moment, the middle-aged man ignored the student and turned to address the 900-plus freshman with a stern voice. "I don't care about your past or background. Once you enter Tiandao Sacred Academy, you become a part of it and must follow the rules. You may have been considered geniuses before, and your family and teachers might have called you prodigies. But," he paused briefly, "but in this world, geniuses are not rare. Tiandao Sacred Academy seeks the extraordinary. Do you understand? Once you enter the academy, put away your pride. Everything is based on strength. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. When your cultivation surpasses mine, I will listen to you, because Tiandao Sacred Academy only reveres the strong." The middle-aged man smiled slightly and continued, "Remember, I am Lu Qingchen, the Director of Education of the Outer Academy. Welcome to challenge me." His voice, though not loud, was powerful and left a deep impression on everyone. After hearing Lu Qingchen's admonition, the freshman fell silent. Lu Qingchen fully realized that past achievements were meaningless here. What he needed to do was to continuously strive and grow stronger. This time, only 7 people were absent, which was much better than previous years. Just as Lu Qingchen resolved to work hard in his cultivation, Lu Qingchen's voice rang in his ears again. These words made some senior students lower their heads, including Lei Xian. The mentors in the audience looked on, some speechless. Lu Qingchen announced a reward of 10 academy points for each freshman. He explained, "You may not yet understand the use of points, so let me tell you now. At Tiandao Sacred Academy, 1 point equals 100 soul stones. Soul stones can accelerate your cultivation." The freshmen were excited upon hearing this, feeling they had chosen the right academy, as they received such generous rewards right from the start. For a student like Lu Qingchen, who possessed 3 major martial souls, 1,000 soul stones might only be enough for a day's training. This was the benefit the academy provided to freshmen. Furthermore, if you are recognized as a genius, you will receive even more resources. Under the command of Lu Qingchen, everyone gathered and headed toward the heavenly Tao arena. Lu Qingchen transformed into a streak of light and vanished over the horizon. The other mentors and students also unleashed their martial spirits and dashed toward the arena. The scene instantly became electrifying, with figures soaring through the sky and radiant streaks racing across the ground. Amidst the fervent rush, Lu Qingchen was not to be outdone. He unfurled his massive crimson wings, which shone brilliantly and captivated everyone's attention. The new students couldn't help but glance his way, but Lu Qingchen paid them no mind. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Lu Qingchen transformed into a streak of light, quickly disappearing from sight. Through this gathering, everyone demonstrated their strength and determination with their actions. They were all giving their utmost effort, charging forward to claim victory at the heavenly Tao arena. On the Tao arena, Lu Qingchen, with his formidable cultivation as the dean of the outer court of the Tao Academy, instantly arrived at his destination, showcasing his unparalleled strength. Alongside him were Han Ming, Lu Chengfeng, and a burly middle-aged man. If there were any new students present, they would be astonished to see 11 massive arenas standing there. The arena where Lu Qingchen and his companions stood was surrounded by 10 ordinary arenas, forming a unique arrangement. Compared to the other arenas, the one they stood on was smaller in scale but made of a special metal, exuding an unmatched majesty. This was the legendary Dao Arena. Lu Qingchen shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the students' ears. He announced that the first 10 new students to reach the Dao Arena would receive 30 points as a reward. Hearing this news, the new students were extremely excited, as if infused with boundless energy, and they all rushed towards the training ground. As the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts exam, Lu Qingchen naturally arrived at the training ground first. At this moment, the several bigwigs on the Dao Arena were all carefully observing him. Han Meng didn't speak, but blinked her bright eyes, showing approval to Lu Qingchen. The burly middle-aged man patted Lu Qingchen on the shoulder and said with a big grin, "Kid, your speed is impressive." Lu Qingchen, almost shaken apart by the pat, grinned and thanked him. "Thank you for the compliment, Dean." As a former Five Poisons youth, Lu Qingchen was adept at responding to praise, effortlessly showing just the right amount of humility. The burly man was momentarily stunned by Lu Qingchen's response, then burst into hearty laughter, winking at Lu Changfeng to show his delight. Lu Changfeng quietly stepped back 10 meters. He showed a hint of disdain for the burly man's actions, muttering to himself, "This guy is so clueless. Can't he see that I look more like a dean than that big oaf?" Lu Changfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Moments later, a blue figure flew to Lu Qingchen's side and landed on the arena. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingchen discovered it was a tall woman with snow-white skin. Beside her was someone Lu Qingchen had seen before, a green-haired girl he had encountered in the villa area. It was clear that the tall woman had brought the green-haired girl along. Lu Qingchen immediately sensed the presence of his good friend Yushan. A yellow light flashed, and Yushan hurriedly arrived, nearly bumping into Lu Changfeng. Startled, Lu Changfeng almost got knocked over by another burly figure. This unexpected scene made Han Meng chuckle. Yushan finally stopped and smiled sheepishly at Lu Changfeng. "Sorry, Dean, I lost control for a moment." Yushan's similar eloquence to Lu Qingchen's brought a sense of relief to Lu Changfeng. Enthusiastically, Lu Changfeng patted Yushan's arm and said, "No problem, keep it up, I'm rooting for you." Yushan smiled gratefully. Subsequently, more figures appeared, each stepping onto the arena. Lu Qingchen noticed that one of the people inside was the same person who had challenged him in the cafeteria before. The top 10 had all arrived, and following them, the vast army of new students also started to pour into the Celestial Academy. Seeing that more than a dozen people had already gathered on the stage, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. 30 points had vanished, along with 3,000 soul stones, leaving the 11th student to arrive feeling a deep sense of loss. Initially, Lu Qingchen had planned to fly over with Yushan, but considering Yushan's strength and talent, he was confident that Yushan would secure a spot in the top 10. At this moment, many high-ranking officials of the academy were present, and Yushan's performance was under their watchful eyes. Perhaps, some influential figure might even take notice of his talent and accept him as a disciple. As the new students gathered, Lu Qingchen raised his voice and said, "Speed is also a form of strength. In future dangers, speed can be the key to survival." However, many new students scoffed at his words and paid no attention. Noticing their expressions, Lu Qingchen said in a stern voice, "I know what you're thinking. You consider yourselves geniuses, full of pride, believing that you must fight to the end in any danger. But have you thought about the fact that with your current level of cultivation, you might not even be able to defeat a single soul warrior? Even with my level of cultivation, there are still those stronger than me. When facing someone I can't defeat, I must also flee, let alone you. Remember, life is of utmost importance. Without life, how can you train to become strong?" Lu Qingchen listened silently to the dean's admonishment, deeply agreeing. He vividly remembered the ambush he had once experienced, realizing how insignificant he was compared to true experts. As he listened to Lu Qingchen's guidance to the new students, he couldn't help but straighten his posture. The dean continued, "I know some of you still have doubts, so let's have a simple test. Let's see if you have the right to be so arrogant." With that, he stepped back slightly, and a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. "I am Vice President Chu of the Celestial Academy. This freshman ceremony includes a simple assessment, and I will announce the rules." He pointed to the 10 stages in front of him and said, "You 1,000 students will be divided among the 10 stages, with 100 students on each stage. Your task is to remain standing, no matter the means, until only 10 students are left on each stage. Then, the assessment will end." A new student asked doubtfully, "Will there be any punishment for those who don't make it to the end on the stage?" "There will be no punishment, but the top 100 students will have the opportunity to enter the core class." Vice President Chu replied. Another new student couldn't help but ask, "What's special about the core class?" Vice President Chu ignored the question and waved his hand, summoning countless beams of light. Each student found themselves holding a token, and Lu Qingchen saw his number stage 1. Lu Qingchen carefully examined his nameplate before turning towards the arena where Yushan was. "I'm at arena number 4, he stated without hesitation. Yushan smiled and revealed his own position. At that moment, a clear voice chimed in from the side. Sister Ningyue, which arena are you in? A tall girl asked with a smile. I'm in arena number 3, another girl replied, shaking her head slightly with a hint of regret. Alas, I'm in arena number 2. Vice Dean Chu listened to their conversation and smiled. Addressing them, stop chattering. The top 10 students who reached the Heavenly Dao Arena have been distributed across different arenas. Now, each arena has one of the top 10 new students. I see, Lu Qingchen said, blinking her bright eyes in understanding. Vice Dean Chu encouraged the new students. Now, proceed to your designated arenas according to the numbers on your nameplates. The matches will begin in 1 minute. Good luck. He sounded somewhat gleeful as he motivated the new students. Upon hearing the Vice Dean's words, the crowd immediately sprang into action, hurrying to their assigned arenas, eager to secure a good spot. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen and Yushan walked calmly towards their arenas. Lu Qingchen was growing restless, eager for the match to start. Moments later, the arenas were filled with people, and the competition began. Most of the new students were participating in such a challenge for the first time, standing bewildered and unsure of what to do. How would one stand out in a melee involving over 100 participants and become the last one standing on the arena? Some freshmen with excellent martial arts exam scores or strong backgrounds wore serious expressions. They began scanning the crowd for familiar faces. Having awakened the supreme martial soul, Lu Qingchen was already impatient. Seeing everyone hesitate, he shouted, "Let's be honest here. All of you are just ordinary folks." His words infuriated the other freshmen. A male student yelled, "Everyone, let's get him off the arena first, then we can settle the score." With that, his entire body glowed silver, his hands transforming into sharp claws. He charged towards Lu Qingchen with incredible speed, his martial soul unleashed. Facing the challenge heathen, Lu Qingchen's eyes gleamed. His body radiated a crimson glow, one arm transforming into a golden claw. In the next moment, the two claws clashed. The boy with the silver glow contorted in pain, screamed, and was enveloped in light, disappearing from the arena. One down on Arena 1, 99 to go, announced Lu Qingchen. Concerned about the new students' lack of combat experience, the Academy's leadership didn't want the competition to become too intense and result in injuries. Therefore, they would intervene to save anyone deemed to be in life-threatening danger. Each arena had instructors observing to prevent any accidents. The Dean of the Outer Court of the Heavenly Dao Academy was personally overseeing the event, with the 3 Vice Deans also present. The students on Arena 1, seeing the boy who had clashed with Lu Qingchen get eliminated, took a few steps back. Despite the small group's retreat, Lu Qingchen had no intention of stopping. At this moment, Lu Qingchen resembled a ferocious beast, fearlessly charging towards the small group. His powerful claws demonstrated extraordinary strength, boasting over 5,000 kilograms of force even before reaching the awakening stage. On the arena, he dominated like a tiger among sheep, each swing eliminating a participant and turning the stage into his solo performance. The initial thoughts of the freshmen witnessing this scene were quickly dispelled, and they chose their individual opponents to engage in fierce battles. 2 students, inspired by Lu Qingchen's display of strength, felt their fighting spirit ignite. With their martial souls activated, they rushed towards him. The student on the left was covered in gray scales and had snake-like eyes, spewing an unknown liquid. The one on the right had hair that turned earth yellow and a body that became massive, swinging his fists towards Lu Qingchen. Their coordinated attacks meant that any attempt by Lu Qingchen to dodge would result in an even fiercer assault. However, as the top scorer of the martial arts exam, Lu Qingchen would never back down. At the same level, he feared nothing. With a cold snort, flames erupted around him, instantly incinerating the mysterious liquid upon contact. Simultaneously, Lu Qingchen's robust, crimson gold claws met the student's fists. Blood sprayed from the boy's knuckles on impact, forcing him to retreat several steps, glaring at Lu Qingchen with hostility. Lu Qingchen advanced without hesitation, mercilessly closing in. He unfurled his enormous crimson wings, accelerating rapidly, and with a powerful swing, took down the student with earth-yellow hair. After defeating his opponent, Lu Qingchen turned towards the student with snake-like eyes. The student's face remained indifferent as he saw Lu Qingchen charging, spewing even more venomous liquid from his mouth. Unable to dodge, Lu Qingchen's arms were instantly covered in crimson gold scales, blocking the toxic fluid which sizzled and evaporated upon contact. Realizing he couldn't evade, the student attempted to signal for the instructor to remove him from the arena. Despite his efforts, he couldn't withstand Lu Qingchen's terrifying claw attacks. Even though Lu Qingchen had already eliminated his companion, the student was determined to inflict some damage on him. Trusting that the instructor would prevent serious injury, he didn't dodge the incoming attack. What he didn't anticipate was Lu Qingchen's Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul, which naturally countered snake-type martial souls. As the cold, ruthless attack approached, Lu Qingchen's eyes flashed with a chilling light. With a mighty roar, the supreme aura of his martial soul surged like a tidal wave. The instructor, who had already intervened, was suppressed and unable to react in time, resulting in his defeat. At this moment, Lu Qingchen raised his claw-like weapon, slashing fiercely at the student with the cold expression. His eyes blazed with determination and anger, as if he intended to unleash all his resentment and dissatisfaction in this single strike. Though his body trembled slightly, his face remained unusually calm, fully immersed in the rhythm of the battle, his heart as unyielding as iron. The student, intimidated by Lu Qingchen's ferocious aura, involuntarily took a step back, his cold demeanor slightly wavering. He hadn't expected Lu Qingchen to be so resolute and decisive, which caught him off guard and even made him a bit fearful. At that moment, he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from his opponent, causing him to consider retreating. A surge of intense anger coursed through Lu Qingchen's heart, leaving only the resolve to fight and mercilessness towards his opponent in his eyes. He knew this strike would tip the scales of victory, and he had no intention of showing mercy or hesitating. In this fierce confrontation, he wanted to prove his determination, courage, and inviolable dignity. In his world, victory was the only option, and he was willing to go to any lengths to achieve it. The student's indifferent face suddenly tightened, and a flash of fear appeared in his eyes. A brilliant golden light streaked through the air, and blood splattered everywhere. His chest was torn open, and his breathing grew faint. Only then did the mentor realize the gravity of the situation and quickly intervened to stop Lu Qingchen, fearing he might strike again. However, Lu Qingchen had no intention of attacking further. He merely looked on with a detached expression. The academy mentor couldn't help but question Lu Qingchen, asking why he had been so ruthless when the opponent was already exhausted. Lu Qingchen frowned slightly and replied coldly, "If he hadn't attacked, I wouldn't have done this. But who can be sure he doesn't have more tricks up his sleeve? On the arena, everyone is a potential enemy. I won't show mercy." The mentor remained silent, struck by Lu Qingchen's words. After all, in the arena, everyone is a competitor. The student had initiated the attack. The mentor tried to explain, even though opponents in the arena, there's no need to be so cruel. After all, you're both students. Lu Qingchen's tone grew even colder as he emphasized, "I simply did what needed to be done." The mentor hesitated, and Lu Qingchen reminded him, "If you still want to help him, you better get him treated quickly before it's too late." Just then, another figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Director Lu Qingchen spoke up, "Take him for treatment." Lu Qingchen did nothing wrong. Showing mercy to an enemy only harms yourself. Lu Qingchen acknowledged Lu Qingchen's decisiveness and praised his resoluteness, expressing anticipation for his future performance. Then, Lu Qingchen turned and left for another arena. Lu Qingchen remarked, "Director Li is true to his word, worthy of being the director of the Heavenly Tao Academy." On another platform, Mu Ningyue led the students off the arena, announcing the elimination results. Meanwhile, on Arena 4, Yushan displayed formidable strength, remaining undefeated. The senior students and leaders watching were thoroughly impressed, marveling at the advantages of a top-tier martial soul. Lu Chengfeng commented, "Having a top-tier martial soul is indeed a huge advantage. Talent is indispensable." Director Chu also agreed, "Good talent is truly a blessing from the heavens." Students with top-notch talent shine from the very beginning. The situation on Arena 1 had shifted. After an intense battle, Lu Qingchen showcased his formidable strength, leaving the other trainees in awe and too intimidated to challenge him further. After all, who would want to provoke such a powerful and cold adversary? However, Lu Qingchen did not become complacent. Observing the dwindling number of trainees on the other arenas, he yearned to quickly conclude this assessment and face even more challenging trials. He was eager to experience the thrilling tests that lay ahead. Without hesitation, he launched attacks, defeating one newcomer after another. As time passed, just when Lu Qingchen was about to target his next opponent, a stern voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "The assessment on Arena 1 is over. 10 have emerged victorious. Cease fighting immediately." Lu Qingchen's voice resonated throughout the arena. Upon hearing this announcement, the trainees stopped their battles, and the 10 victors sat down to recuperate, awaiting the conclusion of the assessments on the other arenas. Lu Qingchen also sat cross-legged, reflecting on the recent battles. When facing that sinister opponent, he had to fend off attacks forcefully, fearing injury from the opponent's venom. This made him contemplate his own shortcomings in combat. Meanwhile, the number of trainees being eliminated from the other arenas continued to grow. When the last trainee was defeated, the entire assessment came to an end. Those who had been eliminated hung their heads low, struggling to accept their defeat. They had once considered themselves top talents, but this assessment painfully revealed their naivety. The victors standing on the arenas were the true elites. This assessment required not only strength but also teamwork. Particularly for the newcomers on Arena 1, Lu Qingchen's elegant yet intimidating presence cast a shadow over them. Having nearly eliminated half of his opponents, those defeated by him were filled with fear. Lu Qingchen looked down at the varied reactions from the trainees with satisfaction, his objective achieved. He stepped onto the arena and addressed the crowd. Now do you understand your shortcomings? Failure is not what's frightening. The real fear is a failure of spirit. The trainees, moved by his words, lifted their heads and responded with renewed determination. Yes, we will keep striving. Lu Qingchen encouraged them further. Failure is just a temporary setback. Stand tall and show your resilience. His words reinvigorated the newcomers, who resolved not to be defeated by failure again. If they can't handle this minor setback, perhaps they should consider going back to where they came from. Lu Qingchen's words reignited a spark of hope among the freshmen below the stage, their eyes now shining with determination. They all focused intently on the dean of the outer academy, as if conveying their unwavering resolve. Satisfied, Lu Qingchen nodded, silently marveling at the resilience of these newcomers, which was far beyond his initial expectations. His gaze shifted to the 100 students standing on the stage, then he turned to address those who had already been eliminated, speaking in a deep voice. Now, let's proceed with the next trial and see how these remaining freshmen face the challenge. The eliminated students below the stage immediately became excited, eager to witness the abilities of the 100 who had bested them. Lu Qingchen turned back to the 100 upright students on the stage and continued. I promised you that the top 100 would enter the core class for further training. However, I forgot to mention one thing. Each of you will receive a reward of 100 points. The victors on the stage couldn't hide their joy upon hearing this news. 100 points was indeed very tempting. Just as everyone was basking in their victory, Lu Qingchen's tone suddenly changed. Smiling, he added, not only that, but I will also give you an opportunity to gain a fortune. By participating in this assessment, you have a chance to earn an additional 500 points. 500 points. The announcement hit like a bombshell, plunging the freshmen on the stage into silence, their rapid breaths the only sound. The eliminated students below were left in shock, with some regretting their earlier decision to give up. Even Lu Qingchen, who possessed numerous soul stones, was swayed by the allure of 5,000 soul stones. Excuse me, Dean, how can we earn these 500 points? One of the students on the stage couldn't help but ask. The other freshman also watched Lu Qingchen intently. With a slight smile and a hint of mischief, Lu Qingchen loudly declared, as I mentioned, you just need to win in the assessment to earn the 500 points. With that, he waved his hand to one side. Suddenly, dazzling lights converged on the heavenly Tao stage from all directions. A few seconds later, the lights faded, revealing 20 figures on the stage. These 20 individuals were dressed in pristine white uniforms, signifying they were students of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Their uniforms were adorned with yellow badges, symbolizing second-year students of the Outer Academy. Lu Qingchen recalled Lei Xian mentioning that yellow represented the second-year students of the Outer Academy. The freshmen turned their attention to these 20 figures, and Lu Qingchen also glanced over. At the forefront stood a female student in a golden uniform, indicating she was a core second-year student. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened as he seemed to grasp the nature of the upcoming assessment. Noticing the curiosity among the crowd, Lu Qingchen decided to cut to the chase and directly explained the rules of this trial to the 100 freshmen on the stage. He acknowledged their outstanding performance in the first trial. On the Heavenly Tao Arena, 100 freshmen faced the challenge from 20 outer courtyard students whose expressions varied. Some wore smiles, others displayed contempt, and a few looked on with schadenfreude. At the forefront stood a woman who appeared proud and distinct, as if she disdained mingling with the others. As the outer courtyard students began to comment on the freshmen, one average-looking second-year student remarked to a companion, "They look pretty decent." However, another student cautioned, "Don't underestimate them. I heard that the National Martial Arts Exam top scorer joined our academy this time. So what if they're the top scorer? Do you really think we can't handle a bunch of newcomers?" "There's nothing to worry about," another student retorted dismissively. The group echoed their agreement, showing their confidence. The freshmen on the arena could sense the unfriendly attitudes of the senior students. Lu Qingchen announced loudly, "Before you stand your senior students, the task for this assessment is to choose an opponent and defeat them. If you win, you'll be rewarded with 500 points. But if you lose, well, those 100 points will go to your seniors." The head instructor's voice reverberated across the venue. Hearing the penalty for failure, some students hesitated. Lu Qingchen continued, "Those who wish to withdraw can leave 100 points behind and step off the arena now." As soon as he finished speaking, some freshmen began to leave the arena. Some had a clear understanding of their own abilities, while others were simply taking a chance. After a minute, less than half of the students remained on the 10 arenas. Although they were fewer in number compared to the outer courtyard students, a considerable number still stayed. Lu Qingchen waved his hand, and the second-year students stepped forward in unison, exuding a powerful aura that made it hard for the freshmen to breathe. Lu Qingchen, smiling, addressed the remaining students again. "Anyone else want to quit now? If you lose, you won't get any points." Most of those on the arena began to leave. Observers expressed their confusion. Why challenge if they can't even withstand the pressure? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Everyone in the academy, including the three vice deans, watched the remaining students intently. Han Ming also focused on the crowd on the arena, particularly on Lu Qingchen. Seeing Lu Qingchen standing firm, Han Ming's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. Moments later, only a handful of the initial 10 students who arrived at the Heavenly Dao Arena remained, the top contenders for this assessment. Lu Qingchen glanced at Arena 4 and noticed Yushan watching him as well. They exchanged a look and smiled. Lu Qingchen looked at the 20 opponents on the arena, feeling a surge of anticipation. The senior students of Tiandao Academy are the cream of the crop. They not only possess extraordinary talent in cultivation but also excel in various aspects, showcasing remarkable abilities and leadership skills. These students have undergone countless trials and challenges, honing their resilience and wisdom. Their eyes reveal determination and decisiveness, and no matter what difficulties or challenges they face, they confront them with composure and move forward with courage. On their path of cultivation, they always carry a vision for the future and a steadfast commitment. They are unafraid of hardship, willing to challenge themselves, and constantly push their limits. Their hearts are filled with a thirst for power and a pursuit of justice, and they are willing to fight to the end to protect the peace of the world. Each senior student has a unique personality and charm. They support each other and grow together. In them, people see the light of courage, wisdom, compassion, and justice. Their presence infuses Tiandao Academy with vitality and hope, inspiring more students to strive in their cultivation and chase their dreams. The senior students of Tiandao Academy are not only the pride of the academy but also the hope for the future. Their growth and progress bear witness to the power of justice and courage, and they contribute to the peace and tranquility of the world. Let us cheer for these outstanding students and wish them great success on their path of cultivation, allowing them to shine brightly in their own unique ways. Suddenly, two dazzling figures flew towards the area, followed by a group of senior students. The second and third-year students widened their eyes in astonishment. They were surprised to see that even fourth-year students were participating in the freshman trials. Did this mean that the trials were of exceptional importance this time? The two leading figures landed gracefully, revealing themselves to be two stunning women. The woman on the left was breathtakingly beautiful, with long, silky blue hair, skin as fair as snow, and flawless features. The woman on the right was tall, with long, winered hair cascading down her back, exuding a sense of laziness and pride. Her slightly seductive light red eyes made it impossible to look away. Apart from the freshmen on the stage, other outer courtyard students and fourth-year students also cast fervent glances their way. Seeing everyone's reaction, the woman with the winered hair couldn't help but whisper to the stunning beauty beside her, "Xiaoxue, why are you suddenly so interested in the freshman trials?" "Could it be?" The woman called Xiaoxue responded somewhat helplessly. "I've been cultivating for a long time and just wanted to get some fresh air. Don't read too much into it." If Lu Qingchen saw these two women at this moment, he would be shocked to find that the woman with the blue hair was his long-lost sister. Back then, Lu Qingxue did not participate in the National Martial Arts exam but was instead taken away by a mysterious expert. Lu Qingchen had heard from his father that this expert was an acquaintance of his father. He never expected that his sister would also be at the Tiandao Academy and become a core disciple. However, at this moment, Lu Qingchen was not paying attention to the crowd around the stage, but was instead focused on the 22nd-year students on the Tiandao stage, his eyes burning with passion. Li Yanqing waved his embroidered robe and shouted to the 10 students, "You 10, step onto the Tiandao stage." In a flash of dazzling light, 10 freshmen stood on the Tiandao stage, facing the 20 senior students. Seeing the freshmen before him, Li Yanqing smiled with satisfaction and began to announce the rules. Their opponents would be the senior students. Defeat your opponent, and you will earn 500 points. At the mention of 500 points, a few couldn't help but swallow hard. Li Yanqing turned to the second-year students and said, "There are only 10 freshmen this time. I will throw 10 nameplates. Whoever grabs one will fight. Understood?" The 10 nameplates were quickly snatched up. Those who didn't get a nameplate could only smile wryly and lament, "You guys got lucky, earning 100 academy points for free." Lu Qingchen took a closer look and noticed that even the core second-year students were among them. Li Yanqing then threw 10 more nameplates to Lu Qingchen and the others, saying, "Each of you, pick one." The group casually took the nameplates. Lu Qingchen flipped his over and saw the large character, 1, written on it. Both the 10 freshmen and the 10 senior students eagerly anticipated who their opponents would be. Volunteering himself, Lu Qingchen declared, "I am number 10, number 9, number 8, number 1. The final, cold voice echoed, surprisingly coming from the girl known as Lan Xiao. As the last of the second-year core students called out their numbers, the eyes of the students and mentors outside the arena focused on these 10 newcomers. They were all curious to know who the unfortunate number 1 would be. "I'm number 8. Yushan's voice boomed across the venue. "Number 3. Number 2. Mu Ningyue and Lu Qingchen's voices followed in quick succession. Once everyone had announced their numbers, all eyes turned to the last person. Han Ming looked at the delicate figure on the stage with a mix of speechlessness and anticipation. Lu Qingxue and a woman in wynard clothing also glanced in that direction, eager to see who the unlucky one was. When Lu Qingxue saw the delicate face, she covered her mouth in shock. The woman with wynard hair noticed Lu Qingxue's reaction and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Do you know that unlucky guy on stage? Lu Qingxue suddenly recalled a few years back at home. That boy who was only at the first stage of body refinement and showed no interest in martial arts was her brother. The frail figure from years ago overlapped with the upright figure on the stage. Lu Qingxue, feeling a mix of emotions, said to the woman beside her, actually, he is? After everyone had reported their numbers, countless strange and sympathetic gazes fell on Lu Qingchen. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen's mouth twitched slightly, and he reluctantly announced, I'm number 1. Hey, this is interesting. The top scorer of the martial exam is up against a core student. Ha ha ha, Lu Chengfeng suddenly burst out laughing, clearly excited. Shut up. Han Meng snapped, hearing Lu Qingfeng's smug laugh and feeling worried for her disciple. Lu Chengfeng quickly closed his mouth, but his strange expression remained. At this moment, Li Yinqing looked at Lu Qingchen with concern and said, Lu Qingchen, you've drawn a core student. You still have one chance to forfeit the challenge. This way, you can earn 100 academy points. If you accept the challenge and fail, Li Yinqing remembered that Lu Qingchen had only one soul slot for a combat-type martial soul and worried that failure might demoralize him. But before Li Yinqing could finish, Lu Qingchen waved his hand to interrupt him. Thank you for your concern, Director Li. Since I've drawn this token, I will accept the challenge. Lan Xiao, standing opposite, shook her head, thinking he was wasting the opportunity given by the director. She arrogantly said to Lu Qingchen, you're the top scorer of this year's martial exam. I've read your file. You might excel in other areas, but with a 1-star combat-type martial soul, I advise you to give up. Lan Zhao's voice spread across the training ground, and many senior students looked on with schadenfreude. After all, they were not core students, and seeing the top scorer embarrassed gave them some satisfaction. Hearing Lan Zhao's words, Lu Qingchen frowned slightly. Although he was deeply grateful for his senior's kindness, he firmly stated that he would never give up easily, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a hint of pride appeared on Lu Qingchen's handsome face as he slowly said to Lan Xiao in front of him, I've always looked forward to witnessing the strength of a core student. On the heavenly Dao arena, Lu Qingchen's voice slowly faded, and the surrounding crowd was immediately fired up. Who does he think he is to refuse Director Li's offer? Word has it that he's the top scorer in this year's martial arts exams, brimming with confidence. It's well known that top 100 freshmen from previous years are exceptionally arrogant, something you should be well aware of. Haha, regardless of his rank, a fight will determine who's stronger. Well said, haha. In no time, the senior students around started whispering among themselves, none of them optimistic about Lu Qingchen. Having experienced similar situations, they could predict the freshman's tragic outcomes. Upon hearing Lu Qingchen's words, Lan Xiao, a core female student, paused in surprise, not expecting a freshman to be so audacious. With a hint of sarcasm, she remarked, no wonder you're the top scorer in the martial arts exams. You're certainly full of yourself. She paused, then continued with a cold laugh. But let me tell you, the arrogance you're displaying will inevitably lead to an unbearable tragic end. This batch of students is truly disappointing. Her remarks not only drew angry glares from the other freshmen on the arena, but also ignited fury among the eliminated students below. In the distance, Han Ming furrowed her brows upon hearing Lan Zhao's words. Perhaps it was because of Lu Qingchen that this core student made her feel uneasy. Facing Lan Zhao's disdain, Lu Qingchen chuckled. He stared at the prideful expression on Lan Zhao's face and said, word by word, sorry, senior, no, core sophomore. In my opinion, the one who will face an unbearable tragic end is you. Lu Qingchen's aura gradually intensified, his delicate face becoming slightly sinister as he mocked. To be frank, you and the other 9 sophomores are nothing but pushovers. These arrogant words echoed across the heavenly Dao arena, leaving everyone stunned. What did he just say? A freshman daring to speak like this? The senior students were filled with immense doubt, then quickly concluded that this freshman must be insane. A woman with burgundy hair covered her mouth in shock and said to Lu Qingxue, your brother is too bold. Standing opposite, Lan Xiao was trembling with rage, her face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth and demanded, who are you calling a pushover? Say it again. Lu Qingchen nonchalantly spread his hands and replied with a slightly helpless expression, it seems I was right. Not only are you weak, but you also have hearing problems. Lu Qingchen didn't intend to be this confrontational, but Lan Zhao's words had ignited his fury. Looking down on freshmen before even fighting was infuriating. At this moment, Lan Xiao was nearly driven to madness by her anger. A few seconds later, she said nothing more and coldly turned to Lu Qingchen. Director Li, we can begin? Standing on the arena, Lu Qingchen was still wondering if he had heard correctly. Seeing Lan Xiao looking at him for confirmation, he quickly snapped out of it. His deep and resolute voice carried across the heavenly Dao arena to the 20 students, instructing those who had drawn nameplates to proceed to their respective stages and prepare for the fierce battles ahead. The students, transformed into streaks of light, swiftly flew to their designated platforms, awaiting the start of the trials. As the light barriers on the 10 stages slowly rose, Lu Qingchen locked eyes with Lan Xiao, their gazes brimming with fighting spirit. Let the match begin, Lu Qingchen shouted, and the 10 stages were instantly enveloped in a layer of pure white light. No sooner had the words been spoken than Lu Qingchen's arm transformed into a sharp claw, lunging ferociously at Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao sneered as she spread her wings and ascended into the air, hovering gracefully above. High in the sky, a mocking smile played at the corner of her lips as she stared down at Lu Qingchen. Sharp ice spikes shot towards Lu Qingchen from above. Lu Qingchen smirked and took flight, dodging the incoming ice spikes with the agility of a soaring dragon. Since senior sister is so enthusiastic, I won't hold back either. Lu Qingchen's wings glowed brilliantly as a massive pillar of flame surged towards Lan Xiao. The audience's eyes widened in astonishment. They hadn't expected this freshman to be so powerful, nor for Lan Xiao to be unable to subdue him immediately. One of the 3 vice deans, Lu Chengfeng, smiled wryly at Han Meng and the middle-aged man beside him, saying, "These freshmen are something else. They've already displayed such extraordinary abilities at the spirit martial realm." Han Meng smiled in agreement, adding, "Of course, he's the top scorer in this year's martial exam. You know how formidable this batch of freshmen is, right?" The two nodded, fully aware that many of these new students were exceptionally talented, with several being descendants of famous academy heads. The fierce battle on the stage continued. Lan Xiao, unafraid of the massive flame pillar rushing towards her, charged straight at it. Her hand gathered a cold soul force, forming an icy sword that she gripped tightly, facing the enormous flame pillar without fear. With a sharp crack, the icy sword cleaved through the flame pillar, sending ripples through the light barrier behind it. Lan Xiao swung her sword, thrusting forward. A sharp sword beam soared through the air, targeting Lu Qingchen. "Ice Thorn," Lan Xiao called out, and the sword beam seemed to tear through space, fiercely stabbing towards Lu Qingchen. Seeing the sword beam approaching, Lu Qingchen raised his crimson gold claw and struck forcefully. With a hum, the sword beam shattered instantly, followed by several announcements. Winner of Stage 8, Yushan. Winner of Stage 3, Mu Ningyue. 2 figures emerged from the shattered light barriers. Standing on the stages were Yushan and the tall Mu Ningyue, while their opponents, second-year outer courtyard students, knelt on the ground, their faces flushed with shame not from injury, but from the rare sight of their exposed faces. Yushan won even faster than me. That's surprising, Lu Qingchen thought, taking a deep breath. Without hesitation, he unleashed the full power of his 3-legged golden crow martial spirit. Lan Xiao felt the overwhelming masculine energy emanating from the 3-legged golden crow, which instantly made her feel immense pressure. Suddenly, a gigantic flaming hand descended upon her, blotting out the sky. This scene filled her with uncontrollable fear. Lu Qingchen's voice echoed in her ears like a solemn proclamation. "Golden crow, scorching heaven palm." The words were imbued with authority, as if foretelling an unstoppable force about to be unleashed. Boom! The giant, fiery hand descended mercilessly toward Lan Xiao's position. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 3-legged golden crow's martial soul, Lan Xiao felt at a loss. It wasn't until the massive flame hand was about to strike her that she realized the danger. Her heart pounded with intense emotions, unwilling to be defeated by a freshman. She released an ice-blue avian martial soul, exerting all her strength for a final stand. However, Lu Qingchen's attack was so fierce that its pure yang energy shattered Lan Zhao's defenses. A loud crash echoed across the stage as Lan Zhao's confident martial soul defense was utterly destroyed, the essence of her martial soul retreating back into her body. Pale and trembling, she recalled the scene of the giant hand bearing down on her, a flicker of fear rising within. If not for Lu Qingchen's timely intervention, Lan Xiao would have been gravely injured, if not worse. The protective barrier descended as Lu Qingchen stood between the two, his gaze fixed deeply on Lu Qingchen. Outside the arena, numerous students and freshmen watched intently as the barrier dissipated, eagerly anticipating the expression of defeat on Lu Qingchen's face. However, seeing Lu Qingchen standing proudly on the stage while Lan Xiao still trembled, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Second-year students, in particular, understood the arduous path to becoming core students, knowing Lan Zhao's exceptional strength in the earth martial realm. Yet, despite their incredulity, They had to accept that this victory belonged to the freshmen. The most astonishing part was that the cross-realm battle ended in a freshman's triumph, a deserving title for the new king. Lu Qingchen and the vice deans paid little attention to the students' reactions. Lu Chengfeng and Dean Shu left hastily, leaving Han Ming alone, watching their departure with a slight smile, as if anticipating more excitement to come. Lan Xiao looked at Lu Qingchen on the stage, her expression complex. She then glanced at the proud young man across from her and softly said to Lu Qingchen, "Director Li, I admit defeat." She slowly approached Lu Qingchen, and after a moment of eye contact, she bowed slightly, saying with a hint of sadness, "I acknowledge my defeat. I'm sorry for my earlier remarks." Lu Qingchen was stunned by Lan Xiao's reaction, not expecting the previously arrogant opponent to apologize. He was puzzled, thinking, shouldn't I be the one apologizing? This makes me seem a bit rude. With that in mind, he quickly stepped forward to help the apologetic Lan Xiao. Scratching his head a bit sheepishly, he said, "No, it's partly my fault too. You don't have to be like this, senpai." Lan Xiao looked up, staring in surprise at the boy's delicate face. She hadn't expected such a cute side from the previously arrogant freshman. Feeling a bit touched, Lan Xiao couldn't help but smile gently and said softly to Lu Qingchen, "It was my fault earlier. My words were indeed inappropriate. After the trial ends, I will personally arrange a banquet to welcome the new students. Please make sure to come." Seeing that the usually cold senior had gone to such lengths, Lu Qingchen reluctantly nodded. "Thank you, senpai." Lu Qingchen, watching this scene, smiled in satisfaction. He felt pleased. This was the kind of magnanimity expected from students of Tiandao Academy. Yushan was stunned by what he saw on the first ring and couldn't help but admire, as expected of Chen. After a moment, he quickly helped the senior who had fallen to the ground, loudly saying, "Sorry, senior. Let me apologize on behalf of my junior." From a distance, Han Ming covered her face at the sight and hurriedly left. Lu Qingxue, also seeing this, was momentarily frozen, not expecting her brother to change so quickly. The girl with wine-red hair next to her poked her face and said with a giggle, "Little Chan sure knows how to play. He hasn't even finished the trial and he's already won over a core female student." Lu Qingxue waved her fist and retorted, "Little Chan isn't like that." The senior students outside the ring started to get excited, especially the second-year students. Seeing Lan Xiao suddenly being gentle with Lu Qingchen, they couldn't help but howl, "Ah, my goddess. These freshmen are tough. Brothers, let's go teach this kid a lesson." Lan Xiao, hearing the howls of the second-year students, felt a bit embarrassed and tucked her hair behind her ear. With a slight blush, she said to Lu Qingchen, "Congratulations in advance on winning the Rookie King title." After saying that, she turned to leave the ring. Just as she turned, a white light enveloped her, causing her to gasp softly. As the light faded, she felt all her fatigue and injuries disappear, and her soul power restored significantly. She turned back to see Lu Qingchen smiling at her, holding a white lotus in his hand. Seeing his bright smile, Lan Xiao smiled softly and quickly left the ring. Lu Qingchen, hearing the students' howls, shook his head and ignored them. Instead, he flew to the Tiandao ring, raised his hand and shouted, "All the freshmen who won their challenges, come here." Hearing Lu Qingchen's voice, the victorious freshmen flew towards the Tiandao ring. "Silence!" Lu Qingchen shouted, and the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. "Let's meet the top 5 students of this year." He pointed to the 5 freshmen on the Tiandao ring and said loudly to the senior students below, "Remember their names?" Lu Qingchen stood on the Tiandao arena, pointing to several students: Jingyu, Yushan, Mu Ningyue, Murong Qingqing, and Lu Qingchen. Excitedly, he announced that they were the top performers in the latest assessment. Except for Lu Qingchen, each of the other 4 would be rewarded with 500 points. This news quickly spread among the senior students below the stage, sparking a flurry of discussions. They were surprised to find that although Lu Qingchen had defeated a core student, he hadn't received any points, leaving them puzzled. Smiling, Lu Qingchen then explained that Lu Qingchen would receive an additional 500 points for surpassing his level to defeat his opponent. Moreover, as the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, his reward would be presented by Tiandao Academy. Amid the growing curiosity, 3 vice deans and a handsome middle-aged man appeared on stage. This man was exceptionally good-looking, with well-defined features and an impressive aura. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded confidence. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen loudly announced, "Now, let's welcome our Dean Long to present the awards to these outstanding students." The handsome man walked slowly toward the arena, nodded to Lu Qingchen, and then turned to the students, waving warmly. The crowd erupted in excitement, responding enthusiastically. A woman with auburn hair covered her face and sighed to Lu Qingxue beside her, "Every time I see him like this, I feel so conspicuous and a bit embarrassed." Lu Qingxue gave a wry smile, understanding her feelings. Dean Long looked at the students with satisfaction. Once the crowd quieted down, he began, "I, Long Feng, will present the awards to the top freshmen." He walked towards the 5 on stage, who appeared slightly nervous, knowing that Long Feng was the dean of Tiandao Academy. Sensing their anxiety, Long Feng gently reassured them. You have already passed such a challenging freshman trial. There's no need to be nervous. His voice was as warm as a spring breeze, calming the students. Long Feng first handed a storage ring to Zheng Yu, who accepted it excitedly. Then it was Yushan and Mu Ninji's turn. After they each received their rings, Long Feng announced, the top 100 in the National Martial Arts exam will be awarded 20,000 soul stones and a storage ring. Welcome to Tiandao Academy. The students cheered and applauded thunderously, and the dean nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased. The dean walked up to Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingchen, looking at them with approval. With a smile, he took out 2 small jade boxes and handed them to them. Lu Qingchen accepted the box, gently turning it in his hands, and it seemed that a green bead was nestled inside. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up when she saw the bead, indicating her familiarity with it. Perhaps sensing Lu Qingchen's curiosity, the dean patiently explained, this is a soul pearl. After the entrance ceremony, someone will instruct you on how to use it. Surprisingly, he did not immediately announce the rewards. Instead, he turned to the audience below the stage and announced, now, let's meet the top 3 in this year's National Martial Arts Examination. Third place, Lu Qingchen, and first place, Lu Qingchen. The two found the announcement a bit odd, but politely waved to the crowd below. The handsome dean seemed reluctant to leave the heavenly path arena, perhaps unsatisfied with the students' reactions. Suddenly, he shouted, to welcome the new students, the core cafeteria will offer 3 free meals today. As soon as he said this, the students erupted in excitement and rushed toward the core cafeteria. The dean left the stage, his mood appearing to fluctuate. Why did he have to present the awards personally? Perhaps it was because of what Vice Dean Chu had said to him. Vice Dean Chu had mentioned that a new student possessed twin martial souls, one with 7 soul slots and the other with just 1. Before Chu could finish, the dean had hurried over to present the awards himself. During the ceremony, he scrutinized each student carefully. When awarding Lu Qingchen, he felt a fiery sensation within him, almost immediately confirming his suspicions. A twin martial soul, with one being a supreme martial soul, this was extraordinary. Long Feng couldn't recall how many years it had been since the academy had a student with a supreme martial soul, and the other martial soul was also of top-tier talent. This cohort might have a chance to become the wielders of the heavenly path divine soldiers. A supreme martial soul. Let's see what the Monster Academy and the War God Institute can showcase this time. Compared to the emergence of a supreme martial soul, the news of free meals at the cafeteria seemed trivial. At that moment, Lu Qingchen wasn't focused on the soul pearl but was looking in a certain direction. He thought he saw his sister, Lu Qingxue, and hurriedly ran towards her. Yushan, noticing Lu Qingchen's unusual reaction, followed suit. As the distance shortened, Lu Qingchen saw 2 women smiling at him. A flash of light passed, and Lu Qingchen walked straight towards the beautiful and somewhat stunning woman. After a few seconds of intense gazing, he couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, sis, it's finally great to see you. Finally, she saw her younger brother. Hearing his words, Lu Qingxue's eyes welled up with tears as she gently embraced Lu Qingchen. She softly patted his back and whispered, I knew you would choose this path. It was just a matter of time. Normally, Lu Qingxue was calm and focused on her cultivation. If it weren't for Long, she constantly reminding her about the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam coming to Tiandao Academy, she might still be immersed in her training. Seeing her brother, she couldn't help but recall Long Shi's earlier words, Xiaoxue, look, the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam is coming to our academy, and his name is just one character different from yours. Despite usually being indifferent to other matters, Lu Qingxue couldn't resist glancing at the name on the screen. Lu Qingchen, exactly the same as her brothers. However, in her mind, Lu Qingchen was just a little boy uninterested in martial arts, still at the first stage of body tempering. She even doubted whether he could get into an ordinary martial arts college, let alone one of the top 3 schools. Although she considered the possibility of someone with the same name, her intuition told her this was indeed her brother. Ever since hearing Long Shi's words, Lu Qingxue's heart had been unsettled. The day of the new student ceremony finally arrived, and Long Shi had been chattering in her ear since morning. Thus, the scene before her unfolded. Half of the students in the training field had already gone to the cafeteria, while the other half lingered, either slower in pace or wanting to take another look at certain individuals. However, when this year's top scorer, Lu Qingchen, left the stage and rushed towards the 2 stunning women, many students were stunned. Witnessing the embrace between the 2, many senior students exclaimed in surprise. Some said, what's with this year's freshman? Why him? Others mocked, with your looks, even your kind wouldn't take notice. Various strange comments emerged. Not only were the senior students reacting this way, but even Lu Qingchen's good friend, Yushan, was shocked. He marveled, is this fate? How can Chen's sister be so beautiful? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Qingchen scratched his head and said to Lu Qingxue, sis, this isn't the best place to talk. Let's find somewhere quiet. Lu Qingxue and Long Shi agreed. So the three of them left the training field, heading back to their residence. Noticing Yushan still standing there in a daze, Lu Qingxue smiled and said, "You're Chin's good friend, right? Come along." Yushan, a bit shy, scratched his head and followed them. They arrived at a small villa in the core student area. Lu Qingxue glanced at the sign on the villa and gently said, "Xiao Chun, go on inside. I'll explain everything to you later." With that, the four of them entered the villa together. As Lu Qingchen pushed open the door, he discovered that this villa was almost identical to his own home, complete with a spacious living room on the first floor. However, what surprised him was that the living room had been redecorated, with everything from the decorations to the walls in a fiery red, giving off a warm and vibrant feeling. Lu Qingchen glanced perplexedly at Lu Qingxue. He knew she wasn't the type to spend much time decorating a living room. Sensing his confusion, Lu Qingxue helplessly explained, "It's not just me living here. There's also your sister, Shi." Long Shi, a woman with luscious burgundy hair, smiled as she played with a strand of her hair and explained to him. Although Lu Qingchen didn't know this senior, he could tell from her demeanor that she must be a close friend of Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue shrugged and explained to her brother, "Her name is Long Shi. She's a good friend of mine, and we've been living together for a while." Lu Qingchen nodded, showing his understanding, and candidly said, "Senior, you're really beautiful." Long Shi was delighted by his compliment and tilted her head playfully, saying, "Call me Shi, not senior. That sounds too formal." Lu Qingxue shook her head, knowing her friend's personality well. In reality, Long Shi was lively around Lu Qingxue, but seemed aloof in public. If other senior students were present, they would surely be surprised. It was the first time Long Shi had shown such warmth to a guy, not just because of her relationship with Lu Qingxue, but also due to a unique charm Lu Qingchen exuded that made her feel comfortable in a way she couldn't quite explain. As mealtime approached, Lu Qingxue realized that Lu Qingchen and Yushan had just finished their assessments and hadn't eaten yet. So, she turned to Long Shi and said, "Xiao Shi, could you go to the inner courtyard and buy some ingredients? See if there are any good ones. We'll have dinner here today." Long Shi's eyes sparkled with delight as she asked, "Xiao Shui, are you cooking yourself today?" Seeing Long Shi's earnest expression, Lu Qingxue nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Long Shi instantly disappeared in a flash of light. Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself, realizing that his sister's friend was quite the foodie. Yushan also seemed somewhat expectant after seeing Long Shi's reaction. After Long Shi left, Lu Qingxue took Lu Qingchen by the hand and led him upstairs, having many things to share with the handsome young man. Lu Qingchen quickly followed her upstairs. Before ascending, she turned to Yushan and said, "Take a seat for a while. I'll be right back." With that, she floated upstairs, following Lu Qingxue. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa surrounded by picturesque mountains and waters, Long Shi was shaking a handsome middle-aged man, showering him with praises. "Dad, you're the best. Please, give it to me." The middle-aged man seemed to enjoy his daughter's compliments and slowly retrieved something from his storage ring, handing it to Long Shi. Upon receiving it, Long Shi immediately transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. In the third-grade building, room 201 of the core student area, Lu Qingxue gently pushed open the door, followed closely by Lu Qingchen. The room was a sea of red, with walls covered in various wallpapers and stickers. The most eye-catching feature was a giant Rilacomo plushie on the bed, surrounded by countless other stuffed toys. Lu Qingxue noticed her brother's puzzled expression and patiently explained that Xiaoxi had a special fondness for these plush toys and had meticulously decorated the room herself. Lu Qingchen nodded, finding his senior quite interesting, and complimented, "Xiaoxi's room feels much cozier now, not so cold and empty." Lu Qingxue nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. She thought that if she were living here alone, the room might indeed feel desolate. "Xiaochen, you? Sis, you?" The two broke the silence simultaneously, speaking in unison. "Xiaochen, you go first," Lu Qingxue said softly, her voice gentle and caring. Lu Qingchen, looking a bit uneasy, gazed intently at his sister and asked, "Sis, have you been at the Heavenly Tao Academy all these years? How have you been? Why haven't you come home to visit?" Sensing her brother's agitation, Lu Qingxue responded, recalling, "Yes, ever since the teacher took me, I've been living at the academy. Life here is quite good, and the teacher takes great care of me. Plus, Xiaoxi constantly chats with me, so it's not boring. But sometimes, I do miss home." She paused before continuing, "You're right, I did think about going back, but the teacher advised against it. Besides, Dad sent a letter to the teacher." "Dad wrote a letter to your teacher? What did it say?" Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and hesitated before saying, "The teacher showed me the letter. It was in Dad's handwriting. Apart from reminding me to train diligently, there wasn't much else. The teacher also told me that Mom and Dad have an unfinished mission to complete, but I don't know the details." Lu Qingchen nodded, showing a hint of understanding. "And you, Xiaochen? How did you become the top scorer in the martial arts exam?" I remember you weren't that interested in martial arts before. How are mom and dad? Are they in good health? Having been out of touch with her family for years, Lu Qingxue was filled with worry and questions. Lu Qingchen admitted, Sis, I was really lucky before. I got a bottle of elixir and gave a pill each to mom and dad. Before I came to the academy, they left, saying they had an unfinished matter to attend to. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but ask, what are they going to do? Will it be dangerous? Lu Qingchen, patting his chest confidently, reassured her, Mom and Dad will be fine. After taking the elixir, Dad told me they were in good health. They even disconnected their contacts, telling me not to look for them and that I would understand everything once I reached the king level in my training. Lu Qingxue felt a sense of relief wash over her after hearing her brother's words. The scene before them was astonishing. Lu Qingchen had actually consumed a Xiao Zhao Huadan and even gave one to their parents. Lu Qingxue felt a surge of complex emotions. She understood the preciousness of this elixir and its miraculous effects. The Xiao Zhao Huadan could cleanse and refine one's meridians, improve physical constitution, and even unconditionally elevate one's cultivation level, making it invaluable to any practitioner. Though Lu Qingxue had read about such elixirs in ancient texts at the academy, she never imagined she would see one in her lifetime. She knew that anyone who obtained such a treasure would consume it immediately without hesitation. Hence, she resolutely returned the elixir to Lu Qingchen. Xiao Chun, I can't accept this elixir, Lu Qingxue said firmly. The Xiao Zhao Huadan is too precious. I can't bear to take it. Sis, there's no need to say more. I know what you're thinking, Lu Qingchen interrupted her. Dad, Mom, and I have already taken one, and I gave one to Yushan as well. This one was always meant for you. Silently, Lu Qingxue accepted the Xiao Zhao Huadan without further words. She looked deeply at her refined younger brother, filled with gratitude and confusion. Finally, she decisively swallowed the precious elixir and calmly said, Xiao Chen, guard me. In a quiet cultivation room, a refined middle-aged man reported to a stunning woman who was meditating with closed eyes, Dean, given the situation, I'm not entirely certain. I request that you inspect it personally. The woman slightly parted her lips and asked seriously, Are you sure that new student possesses such a martial soul? Did Long Feng go himself? Lu Chengfeng replied with conviction, I can sense that ancient and noble aura, and the other martial soul is indeed the Zhao Hua Jade Divine Lotus. Judging by their combat performance, a one-soul slot martial soul shouldn't possess such astonishing power. The woman nodded, signaling Lu Chengfeng to leave, but he anxiously reminded her, Dean, it's best if you go personally. If we delay, Dean Long might get there first. The woman's brows furrowed slightly as if she had thought of something. Her figure gradually blurred and finally disappeared from the cultivation room. In the quiet meditation room, Lu Chengfeng was left alone. The entire space was filled with a serene atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With his eyes closed, Lu Chengfeng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Inside, his emotions were turbulent, like a powerful force surging within him. He knew that only through relentless training could he push beyond his limits and reach greater heights. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through, bringing a touch of coolness. His furrowed brow relaxed slightly, as if he had found a spark of inspiration. He began to channel his inner energy, meditating with closed eyes. In that moment, he felt as if he had become one with the universe, sensing the flow of its boundless power. Lu Chengfeng's gaze became increasingly resolute. He was determined to break through his own limitations and surpass his previous achievements. He understood well that the path of cultivation was fraught with obstacles and challenges, but he was willing to face them all in pursuit of his steadfast dedication and belief. In this tranquil meditation room, Lu Chengfeng's heart was as clear as a mirror. He believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would eventually reach the pinnacle of his cultivation journey and become an unparalleled master. The solitude and hardships he endured now would become invaluable assets on his path to growth. She hurriedly made her way to the core area. In the room, Lu Qingchen could feel the aura around Lu Qingxue growing stronger, with her soul power surging within. This aura reminded him of Lei Xian, but Lu Qingxue's was even more intense. She swallowed a pill but felt no immediate changes. Just as she was about to sense any bodily transformations, a powerful force of creation energy suddenly emerged, flowing through her meridians. Unlike the usual pain associated with taking other pills, this creation energy gently and persistently nourished her whole body. Due to Lu Qingxue's innate intelligence and her pure, untainted body, she began to emit a faint glow under the influence of the small creation pill. The powerful creation energy instantly broke through the barriers within her body. As she made her breakthrough, Lu Qingchen sensed a strong aura rushing towards him, but his unique martial soul shielded him from the immense pressure. After a few minutes, the aura from the breakthrough gradually dissipated. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Qingxue's eyes, and she was about to share her excitement with her brother when the door swung open. She entered, her face beaming with joy, but her expression quickly turned to shock as she sensed Lu Qingshue's aura. In disbelief, she hesitantly asked, Xiaoxue, did you break through? Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded. You've really reached that level? Long Zai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked. Yes, Xiaoxi, I have broken through to the Zunhua level, Lu Qingxue replied, her voice melodious and pleasing. Only Lu Qingchen looked puzzled. He knew his sister had made a breakthrough, but what was the Zunhua level? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Sister, what is the Zunhua level? Lu Qingxue patiently explained. After the body refining realm comes the awakening realm, also known as the Lingwu realm. You should know that. Lu Qingchen nodded. She continued. After the Lingwu realm is the earth martial realm, and above that is the sky martial realm. The Zunhua realm is the pinnacle of the sky martial realm and the highest level of soul power cultivation. What's beyond the Zunhua realm? Lu Qingchen asked eagerly, longing to know when he could reach the level of a king. With hopeful eyes, Lu Qingxue looked at him and earnestly said, Beyond the Zunhua realm is the king's realm, but it's a challenging milestone. So, after Zunhua comes the king's realm, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. Realizing he was only at the Lingwu realm and had a long way to go to reach Zunhua, he sighed. Seeing his expression, Longshi couldn't help but comfort him. Don't be discouraged. You're one of the top talents of this generation and might get early admission to the inner academy, where the cultivation speed is much faster than the outer academy. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up at this, and he looked at his sister. Lu Qingxue patiently explained. These concepts are a bit complex, but once you enter the inner academy, you'll understand. I believe you'll experience rapid improvement there. At this moment, Lu Qingchen was filled with deep longing for his family and eager to reach the king realm so he could reunite with his parents. He realized that his sister was just a step away from the king realm, while he was still stuck at the 5th level of the Lingwu stage, which filled him with a strong sense of urgency. Just then, Lu Qingshue's gentle voice broke the silence. Xiao Chun, don't worry. We still have plenty of time. The higher the realm, the harder it gets. You might catch up to me soon. Longshi couldn't stand it anymore and said to Lu Qingxue just broke through to the Zunhua stage, which is already impressive. Yet, Lu Qingchen isn't satisfied with being the top of this year's class. It's just ridiculous. Hearing Longshi's words, Lu Qingchen closed his mouth and silently vowed to surpass Longshi and even catch up to Lu Qingxue. Longshi shrugged and said to Lu Qingxue, don't forget, others in the same realm might not even be able to defeat you. Her eyes dimmed a bit as she murmured to herself, the resources I need for cultivation are too unique. Where can I find them? Lu Qingchen comfortingly patted Longshi's shoulder and said, Sister Shi, don't worry. Once I become stronger, I'll help you find them. Longshi smiled and said, you said it. Don't go back on your word. She flexed her arms to show off her strength, making Lu Qingchen laugh. At that moment, Longshi excitedly announced, Xiao Shui, I brought the spirit beast Dad caught last time. Didn't you want to cook it yourself? Lu Qingxue asked in confusion. What kind of spirit beast? With a wave of her hand, Longshi summoned a snow-white antelope with a single golden horn into the room. Although the spirit beast was no longer alive, it still emitted a faint aura of power. Lu Qingshue's eyes widened in surprise. Is this a king realm spirit beast? Longshi proudly replied, that's right. Dad caught this king realm spirit beast last time and was reluctant to give it to me. I finally persuaded him after a long time. Mentioning the king realm spirit beast, Lu Qingchen was also stunned and cautiously asked, Sister Shi, are we really going to eat this spirit beast? Longshi arrogantly answered, of course we are. Are we going to save it for the new year? The three of them moved the king realm spirit beast to the courtyard. Hearing the commotion from the living room, Yushan got up from the sofa, ready to see what was happening. As Lu Qingchen stepped onto the first floor, he was immediately greeted by the sight of Mount Yu standing tall before him, overlooking the land. The magnificent view lifted his spirits, making him feel as if he had entered a beautiful, otherworldly paradise. Sunlight bathed him in warmth and comfort, allowing him to truly appreciate nature's gifts and power. Standing there, he could almost hear the birds singing in the mountains and feel the gentle caress of the breeze. In that moment, he felt a deep sense of gratitude, marveling at the wonder and beauty of the natural world. Yushan had just gotten up and was looking toward the stairs when he saw Lu Qingchen carrying a heavy package on his shoulder. At the same moment, Lu Qingchen looked up, and their eyes met. There was a glimmer of joy in Lu Qingchen's eyes, while Yushan looked a bit puzzled. However, this fleeting emotion quickly passed. As the three of them reached the ground floor, Yushan finally noticed the package on Lu Qingchen's shoulder. He opened his mouth but suddenly forgot what he wanted to say. Longshi, seeing Yushan dazed, shouted, hey, stop daydreaming and come help. Yushan hurriedly took over Longshi's position and grabbed the package from her shoulder. With that, Lu Qingchen and Longshi began to direct the scene setup. Longshi excitedly walked out of the living room and into the courtyard, energetically directing the two of them. They placed the package in the designated spot and then sat down to enjoy the food. Longxi's ring glowed, and a massive black pot appeared in the courtyard. The corners of Lu Qingchen's mouth twitched, and Yushan was also stunned. They realized that compared to their senior, they were not true foodies. Yushan muttered to himself, "We have a long way to go compared to our senior." Lu Qingchen nodded, realizing there was much he needed to improve. "What are you two mumbling about? Come help with the ingredients," Longxi said, pointing at a golden horned snow antelope on her shoulder. The animal was entirely white, except for a striking golden horn on its head. Although not of the beast king species, it was still a powerful king-level spirit beast. As soon as she finished speaking, Yushan already had a kitchen knife in his hand and swung it at the beast without hesitation. The knife struck the golden horned snow antelope with a crisp clang, like metal striking metal. The knife now had a noticeable nick and was clearly unusable. Lu Qingchen was stunned, thinking this must be what a true foodie looks like. Little did he know that this kitchen knife would become his trusty tool in the future. Longxi covered her face and said, "This is embarrassing, using a kitchen knife to cut a king-level spirit beast." Yushan also felt troubled, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Lu Qingchen's arm transformed into a gleaming golden claw, and with a swift motion, he sliced off a leg of the antelope. However, handling ingredients was not their forte. They watched as Longxi pulled a massive dark red long knife from her ring. The knife was about 4 feet long, engraved with mysterious mythical beast patterns. The handle was black, but the blade was dark red, exuding a bloody aura. The sharp edge showcased its ferocity, as if demonstrating its power to everyone. Longxi wielded the divine weapon and swiftly separated the 4 legs of the golden-horned snow antelope. Lu Qingxue set up a huge grill and took the legs, ready to cook. After finishing the preparations, she arranged the legs and signaled Longxi to start. Longxi opened her mouth, and a jet of flame shot out. Lu Qingchen watched Longxi's performance with a sense of unease, though he could understand her predicament. Flames licked the wood, quickly engulfing it as everyone waited in silence. Time passed slowly. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly and said with a hint of resignation, "The physical body of a spirit beast at the king realm is incredibly tough. Xiaoxi, your flames aren't hot enough." Faced with this situation, Longxi, feeling helpless, replied, "What should I do then? If my flames aren't strong enough, we might have to ask the director or the dean for help." Hearing this conversation, a glint appeared in Lu Qingchen's eyes. He walked over to the 2 women and said, "Let me give it a try. Maybe I can do it." Longxi looked at Lu Qingchen skeptically. Despite his top performance in the martial exam, his cultivation was only at the spirit martial realm, and she doubted his ability to handle the problem. Lu Qingxue said, "Xiao Chun, give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." She had a feeling her younger brother might surprise her. A scorching flame burst forth, instantly setting the wood ablaze. The intense heat made the 2 women step back instinctively. Observing from the shadows, 2 middle-aged men wore expressions of resignation. One was the dean who had spoken earlier on the platform, and the other was the stern director. Long Feng looked at Li Yinqing and said, "Dean, could this boy's martial spirit really be the 3-legged golden crow? But he only has 1 soul slot." Li Yinqing gave Long Feng a meaningful look and said, "Yinqing, you're still young. Some things aren't as they seem on the surface." As Lu Qingchen unleashed his flames and the wood burned, Lu Qingxue began to prepare a leg of lamb. She watched the ingredients intently, not taking her eyes off them. Soon, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. Lu Qingxue's hands glowed, and various seasonings appeared out of nowhere. As the cooking progressed, the fragrance grew stronger, causing the 2 middle-aged men to sniff involuntarily. Long Feng said to Li Yinqing, "Dean, should we go and have a taste?" Li Yinqing nodded earnestly, and the 2 men continued to watch from their hiding spot, eyes fixed eagerly on the scene. After a while, the leg of lamb turned a golden brown, catching everyone's attention. The 4 men couldn't help but swallow. The leg of lamb became translucent, emitting a spiritual energy, and the dripping fat sizzled as it hit the flames. If the instructors from Tiandao Academy saw this, they would undoubtedly be amazed. The golden roast leg of lamb, emitting an irresistible aroma, was finally completed as Lu Qingxue sprinkled some unknown spices on it, turning it into a delectable dish. Longxi couldn't resist swallowing. Lu Qingxue handed her the leg of lamb, and Longxi took a big bite, exclaiming, "It's delicious, so fragrant." Lu Qingchen and Yushan could only watch, trying hard to suppress their own hunger. The 2 important figures also continued to observe everything from the shadows. "Dean, if we don't go now, it'll be gone," Li Yinqing said anxiously. Long Feng, while trying to reassure him by saying there were still 3 legs left, couldn't hide the anticipation in his eyes as he watched their every move intently. Lu Qingxue called out to Longxi, who was feasting heartily, "Xiaoxi, go handle the remaining spirit beast meat. We'll make a soup later." Reluctantly, Longxi tossed the dark red long knife to Lu Qingchen, muttering to himself, more work again, and I haven't even had a bite yet. He could only take the sharp divine weapon and start processing the leftover ingredients. Yushan, noticing Lu Qingchen's unwilling expression, said gleefully, Chun, looks like it's your turn today, ha ha ha. Long Shi immediately instructed Yushan to fill the pot with water and prepare to boil it. Han Meng stepped out and said, I've collected some water from the Han Tian pool recently. Let's use it to cook the spirit beast meat. She was like a beauty stepping out of a painting, with a flawless, cold, and noble appearance, her icy blue eyes reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. Han Meng smiled and said to Lu Qingchen and the others, no need to make a fuss. I just happened to be passing by. Please, continue. She stood quietly to the side, watching them with her beautiful large eyes. Long Shi and Lu Qingxue, knowing Han Meng's personality, didn't feel awkward about her presence. Han Meng found the large black pot quite amusing. As Lu Qingchen processed the spirit beast meat, he noticed Han Meng seemed to be smiling foolishly, which made him laugh as well. Han Meng's jade bottle magically poured the Han Tian pool water into the large black pot, leaving Lu Qingchen and Yushan staring at the bottle in surprise. Han Meng patiently explained how this storage artifact differed from regular storage rings. After finishing with the ingredients, Han Meng took over the long knife and skillfully handled the food, her voice clear and pleasant. Lu Qingchen watched his master's adept movements, filled with admiration. Moments later, the ingredients were all prepared. Half of the meat was sliced evenly, while the other half was cut into barbecue-friendly lengths. The meat of the golden horned snow antelope was translucent and exceptionally tender, exuding a mysterious aura. Han Meng placed most of the meat slices into the giant black pot, and the water from the Han Tian pool instantly solidified the mysterious aura emanating from them. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Qingchen, signaling him to light the fire. Lu Qingchen hurriedly released flames, and the wood at the bottom of the black pot immediately caught fire. As the flames grew stronger, the water in the pot began to boil. Just as the leg of lamb was about to be perfectly roasted, Long Shi suddenly pulled out a large lid and clanged it onto the pot. Li Yinqing, watching secretly, looked at Long Feng in astonishment. When Long Feng saw his daughter take out the large lid, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The dean also arrived. Was she here just to join the fun? How would I know? This girl is becoming more enigmatic by the day. I didn't even notice her presence when she arrived. It seems she is responsible for Lu Qingchen and Yushan's assessment area. What? Are you serious? Long Feng's face suddenly turned serious. As the second leg of lamb was about to be done, Lu Qingxue glanced at Lu Qingchen and Han Meng standing nearby. She walked towards them, and Lu Qingchen couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he saw his sister approaching with the roasted leg of lamb. Here you go, Dean Han, Lu Qingxue said, handing the food to Han Meng while Lu Qingchen looked on enviously. Han Meng took the leg of lamb, smiled slightly at Lu Qingchen, and then handed it to him. I'm not hungry for now. You go ahead and eat, she said. This unexpected act of kindness left Lu Qingchen staring dumbfounded at his beautiful mentor. Feeling his intense gaze, Han Meng became a bit nervous and quickly handed him the food. Lu Qingchen accepted the leg of lamb without hesitation and began to feast. With each bite, the juicy, golden crisp meat of the spirit beast filled his mouth with flavor. After a few bites, the meat transformed into a surge of spiritual energy that flowed into Lu Qingchen's body. He couldn't help but cry out as the influx of energy caused his pores to open, seemingly releasing more spiritual power. Quickly circulating his cultivation technique to absorb the energy, Lu Qingchen continued to devour the meat. At this moment, his two supreme martial souls also began to absorb the internal spiritual energy automatically. Hurry up, Dean, or it'll be too late. Li Yinqing anxiously looked toward where Long Feng had been. To his surprise, the spot where the dean had been standing was now empty. The villa door opened automatically, and Long Feng walked towards Lu Qingchen and the others with a smile. I was just passing by and saw everyone here, so I couldn't resist coming over to chat. Who wants to chat with you? Just admit you want to join the fun. As Long Feng slowly approached the large black pot, everyone suddenly realized what was happening. Long Feng paid no attention to the curious stares around him as he resolutely approached the enormous black cauldron. With a flash of light, a pile of precious treasures mysteriously appeared in the hands of the dean. Long Feng lifted the lid of the cauldron, gently placed the treasures inside, and closed the lid again. Welcome, Dean Long. Please take a seat. Seeing Long Feng's generosity, Yushan and Lu Qingchen immediately became attentive, eager to host their esteemed guest. Outside the villa, Lei Xian was strolling leisurely, heading towards Lu Qingchen's residence. As soon as he stepped out, he noticed Dean Li Yinqing pacing back and forth in front of a villa. Lei Xian quickly approached and asked, Dean Li, what are you busy with? Need any help? Li Yinqing was slightly surprised to see Lei Xian. Looking at Lei Xian's innocent expression, he suddenly broke into a sly smile. Lei, are you hungry? Lu Qingchen and Long Shi ate quickly. After finishing their meal, They sat cross-legged and began to absorb the essence contained in the meat of the king-level spirit beast. Soon, their bodies started emitting a faint glow as they silently absorbed the immense spiritual power within them. Han Ming and Long Feng watched them closely, worried they might not be able to fully absorb the vast spiritual power. However, as core students of the Heavenly Tao Academy, their abilities were extraordinary. To the astonishment of the two deans, Lu Qingchen absorbed the essence faster than Long Shi and successfully broke through a level. That was too easy, Lu Qingchen remarked. Noticing a hint of envy in Long Shi's eyes, he curiously asked, Shi Jia, what's on your mind? Long Shi shook her head, stood up, and smiled at Lu Qingchen. The soup will be ready soon. Can you still drink some? Lu Qingchen patted his chest, indicating it was no problem for him. With two supreme martial souls, Lu Qingchen required an enormous amount of resources. For other spirit martial students, just a little bit of spirit beast meat would be enough to break through a level. But the way Lu Qingchen consumed it, he might burst before finishing it all. Long Feng noticed the disappointment in his daughter's eyes and sighed inwardly. Long Shi's martial soul was unique, making it difficult to break through with ordinary resources. The Heavenly Tao Academy had sent personnel to various martial exam sites at Long Feng's behest. All he could do was wait. Shaking his head, Long Feng decided not to dwell on it any longer. As everyone was about to enjoy the soup, there was a knock at the door. Yushan opened it to find the familiar Lei Xian, carrying several packed meals and beaming with a smile. I just came from the cafeteria and thought you might not have eaten yet. At that moment, Li Yinqing also emerged from behind Lei Xian, holding more food. I ran into Lei at the cafeteria. He said you hadn't eaten yet, and had news to share with you. This absurd lie left everyone in the courtyard speechless. The fact that a freshman managed to find a core third-year student was truly surprising. Despite their doubts, everyone warmly welcomed the newcomer under the guidance of the dean. Dean Long and Dean Han were present. As Li Yinqing walked in, he greeted them politely. Han Ming nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while Long Feng gave an approving glance. Soon, the last two lamb legs were ready. Lu Qingxue handed one to Han Ming. With only one left, she hesitated, unsure whether to give it to the dean or to Yushan. Li Yinqing and Lei Xian could only look on eagerly, clearly knowing they wouldn't get a share. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingxue decided to give the lamb leg to the dean. She worried that Yushan might not be able to absorb so much spirit beast meat, and after all, this spirit beast was originally obtained from the dean by Long Shi, who had just provided many precious treasures. Just as Lu Qingxue was about to hand the last lamb leg to Long Feng, a jade-like hand appeared out of thin air and gently took it. Everyone was stunned by this sudden act. Who dared to snatch food from Long Feng? Then, a complete figure emerged from the void. She had an enchanting and voluptuous figure, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. Unfortunately, her face was veiled, preventing anyone from seeing her features clearly. Seeing this figure, Lu Qingxue exclaimed with joy, Master, why are you here? Just passing by and thought I'd check on you, a cool voice responded. Long Feng looked at the figure and said helplessly, If you're here, you're here. Why take my lamb leg? I didn't take your food. Clearly, Xiao Shui gave it to me, the voice replied, clear and pleasant. Long Feng couldn't argue, knowing it wasn't worth disputing over a lamb leg with her master, especially since the outcome was uncertain. With the last lamb leg claimed, Lei Xian and Li Yinqing turned their attention to the black pot. Master, why did you suddenly come and specifically to see me? Lu Qingxue asked, delighted but knowing her master's temperament. Training has been a bit monotonous lately. I came out to relax and check on you, her master replied, though her gaze shifted to the waiting Lu Qingchen. Sensing something amiss, Long Feng quickly changed the subject. Yinqing, has Di Nangong arrived too? Go fetch my treasured wine. Got it. Li Yinqing, understanding Long Feng's intention, vanished in a flash of light. Everyone present exchanged knowing glances. The senior core students, including Lei Xian, understood the situation well and kept silent. Lu Qingchen and Yushan also remained quiet. As a result, the previously lively scene turned somewhat awkward. In a secluded chamber, Li Yinqing anxiously reported to an elderly man with white hair. The dean sent me to inform you. Are we sure it's the supreme martial soul? I haven't seen one in years, and I find it hard to believe what Long Feng said. The elderly man shook his head, expressing doubt about Li Yinqing's words. Li Yinqing firmly replied, what Dean Long said must be true, and Dean Nangong has already gone there. What if the Holy Academy takes it? The elderly man's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Holy Academy, and he asked, are you certain about this? Li Yinqing confidently said, I guarantee it. The old man calmly replied, all right, I understand. We'll convene the Supreme Council of Tian Academy at noon tomorrow. You may leave now. His voice echoed softly through the room. In the courtyard of the third-year dormitory in the core area, a round dining table was set up. A group of people sat around it, seemingly like friends gathering, but the atmosphere was far from warm. Each person's eyes revealed cunning and strangeness. Lu Qingchen clearly sensed that the people at the table were divided into three factions. Long Feng led one side, Dean Nangong led another, while Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Lei Xian formed the third group. Lu Qingchen speculated that Long Shi and Long Feng were father and daughter, and his master was likely in the same department as Long Feng. His sister stood with their master, but he wasn't sure if it was by choice. Lu Qingchen's assessment was accurate, but he was puzzled by the sudden appearance of so many significant figures. Were they here for the King Realm Goldenhorn Snow Antelope? The atmosphere around the table grew colder as the two deans exchanged sharp glances. Their powerful auras created immense pressure on everyone present. At that moment, the door opened, and their auras instantly retracted. It was Li Yinqing returning. Seeing everyone silent, Li Yinqing stood at the door with 2 bottles of wine and said, "Hey, I'm back." The group was at a loss. Yushan looked at the table full of food and quietly asked, "Can we start eating?" Lu Qingchen looked at his good friend in surprise and shook his head. Long Feng gently said to Yushan, "Of course, help yourself, young man," and handed him a plate of roast meat. Yushan took it and was about to eat when a voice said, "Isn't it too greasy to eat just roast meat? How about some vegetables?" Nangong Qinyue smiled, pushing a plate of vegetables towards Yushan, indicating he should eat them with the meat. Yushan asked Lu Qingchen, "Chun, aren't you eating?" Lu Qingchen noticed no one had touched their chopsticks and smiled wryly. The two deans hadn't started eating yet. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Li Yinqing quickly placed the wine on the table and found a seat. As soon as he sat down, the atmosphere immediately lightened up. Lu Qingchen performed exceptionally well in this year's freshman assessment, earning Li Yinqing's favor. At Long Feng's signal, he raised his glass to congratulate Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen quickly responded, raising his glass in return. "I've heard that an ancient trial secret realm has been discovered, and it's said to be unexplored," said Nangong Qinyue. "That's right. I heard that this year's trial will be replaced with a nationwide exploration of the secret realm by freshmen from all martial academies," someone added. "Only freshmen?" Lei Xian asked. "Not exactly, but only those below the earth martial realm can enter, meaning those above the spiritual martial realm can't participate." At the mention that only those below the spiritual martial realm could participate, Lei Xian immediately lost interest. "But this trial's secret realm is extremely special, and the rewards are said to be extraordinary," someone else chimed in. At the mention of rewards, both Lu Qingchen and Yushan became very interested. Long Feng, noticing their reaction, silently approved, thinking to himself, "These two young men have quite the ambition." The details aren't fully confirmed yet, but in 2 or 3 days, everything will be finalized, Nangong Qinyue said with a smile, interrupting Long Feng before he could continue. Long Feng shot her an annoyed glance, but could only raise his glass to toast everyone. As drink after drink went down, Lu Qingchen and the others began to lose their awareness. Eventually, after Li Yinqing passed out, only the 3 deans remained. Feeling triumphant, Long Feng smiled and raised his glass to Nangong Qinyue. "Dean Nangong, care to continue?" "I'm not done yet." Nangong Qinyue rolled her eyes at him and left quietly. Long Feng felt incredibly pleased and confident. However, he didn't notice a faint light falling onto the unconscious Lu Qingchen as Nangong Qinyue departed. Due to the rarity of the supreme martial soul, both Tian Academy and Sheng Academy wanted to recruit Lu Qingchen. But now, with everyone drunk, Long Feng had ample time to prepare. He believed that with proper planning, he could surely win over Lu Qingchen. Meanwhile, Han Meng was drinking by himself, watching the two deans' interaction with a peculiar expression. "If they knew I had already taken Xiao Chan as my disciple." Lu Qingchen slowly woke up the next morning, surveying his surroundings. "I should be outside. How did I end up in this room?" he wondered. Just then, the door opened. "Hey, Xiaochun, you're up early," Lu Qingxue said, surprised to see her brother awake so soon. "Just woke up, sis. Where are you, Shan and the others? How did I end up in this room?" "They're downstairs. I brought you and Xiao Shi to this room," Lu Qingxue explained softly, seeing the confusion on Lu Qingchen's face. Lu Qingchen nodded and got up to head to the living room. As he stood, he realized that his soul power had significantly increased, and he felt refreshed. With a thought, he opened his information panel to check. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Souls, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage, Level 7. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon, Level 5. Cultivation Techniques, Heaven Burning Sacred Cannon, Emperor Dragon Immortal Body, Creation Jade Purity Heart Sutra. Lu Qingchen made significant progress, breaking through 2 minor realms in one day, which made him feel everything was going too smoothly. However, he didn't realize how rare and precious the meat of a King Realm spirit beast truly was. Apart from a select few, no one in the entire academy, including the inner courtyard students, had ever tasted King Realm spirit beast meat. This realization made him start to understand that the challenges he faced might be far more difficult than he had imagined. Lu Qingchen stepped out of the room and into the living room on the first floor. Yushan and Lei Xian were still sound asleep, and Lu Qingchen glanced around. He didn't see any sign of Long Shi. Noticing his actions, Lu Qingxue chuckled and teased. "What's up, Xiaochen? Looking for someone?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, Lu Qingchen replied, "I thought sister she was here too. Where is she?" She woke up earlier and was taken back to the inner courtyard by Dean Long. "I heard he had something to discuss with her," Lu Qingxue explained, not surprised by her brother's question. It was obvious to everyone that the dean was Long Shi's father. "Oh, by the way, sis, can academy points only be exchanged for soul stones? Or do they have other uses?" Lu Qingchen asked. "Points are very important. You can exchange them for many cultivation resources, including battle techniques and divine weapons," Lu Qingxue patiently explained. "You just started and haven't attended any classes yet. The teachers will explain everything to you. For now, let me take you to the resource hall." Without disturbing the still sleeping Lei Xian and Yushan, Lu Qingchen followed his sister to the resource hall. Despite its name, the hall wasn't very large, roughly the size of the academy's main dining hall. Lu Qingchen counted around 30 windows, with countless students coming and going, making it even busier than the dining hall. Some senior students couldn't help but stare at Lu Qingxue with intense admiration as she entered. Noticing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't resist teasing, "Sis, it seems you're quite popular in the outer courtyard." Lu Qingxue shot him a sharp look and retorted, "Do you want a beating? How dare you tease your sister?" "No, no, just joking," Lu Qingchen quickly replied, touching his nose in a playful defense. Leading him straight to one of the windows, Lu Qingxue's cool voice rang out, "Hello, could you please give me the resource exchange information for both the inner and outer courtyards?" The young woman at the window, upon seeing the golden badge, quickly handed over 2 jade cylinders to Lu Qingxue. "Just infuse a bit of soul power, and you'll be able to see the information," Lu Qingxue explained. Holding the jade cylinder, Lu Qingchen infused a bit of his soul power. The cylinder suddenly emitted a bright light, forming a luminous screen in front of him. The list of exchangeable resources appeared like a detailed menu. Scanning through the items, Lu Qingchen saw that besides pills and soul stones, there were some daily supplies but not much else. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "Is this all they have?" he muttered. "Check the other jade cylinder," Lu Qingxue reminded him. Following his sister's advice, Lu Qingchen infused his soul power into the second jade cylinder. A light screen nearly 5 times larger than the previous one appeared before him. Each item on the screen came with a corresponding picture and description. Red Flame Blade, Earth-grade high-quality spiritual weapon. Attacks carry a trace of red flame, causing a burning effect. The blade is crafted from refined iron mixed with red flame stones, making it exceptionally sharp. Required points, 100. Small Soul Pill, enhances one's soul power upon consumption. Easier to absorb compared to soul stones. Required points, 10. Lu Qingchen quickly scanned the extensive list of items, feeling excited by the variety of resources available for exchange. The Biling Ju, a lower-grade heaven-level technique, requires 500 points to redeem. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, as if everything before him could be used to his advantage. As he continued reading, he discovered Stargrass, a heavenly treasure that enhances the body by harnessing the power of the stars. This exceptional body-tempering material needs 300 points to redeem. Finally, he found it. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up because this was precisely the resource he needed to cultivate the first level of the indestructible dragon body. Each breakthrough in the indestructible dragon body adds a dragon pattern to his body. Upon reaching 5 dragon patterns, he would transform into this sacred dragon body. Achieving just the first level allows him to cultivate true dragon energy. "Sis, I want to redeem the Stargrass. How do I do it?" Lu Qingchen asked. Hearing her brother's voice, Lu Qingxue walked straight to the window and politely said to the staff, "Hello, I'd like to redeem 10 pieces of Stargrass." She handed over a nameplate. The staff took the nameplate, tapped it lightly, and then returned it to her, saying, "That will be 3,000 points. Here are 10 pieces of Stargrass." The staff then handed over the starry, glowing grass to Lu Qingxue. She took the nameplate and the Stargrass and immediately handed these precious resources to Lu Qingchen. "In the future, if you need any cultivation resources, just request them at the window and hand over the nameplate," the staff explained. Lu Qingchen nodded and carefully stored the Stargrass. Although curious about what Lu Qingchen intended to do with the Stargrass, Lu Qingxue decided not to ask. After all, her brother was growing up and would have his own secrets. "Sis, how many points do you have left?" "This Stargrass is for my cultivation technique," Lu Qingchen explained, sensing Lu Qingxue's curiosity. "I still have plenty of points, don't worry. If I ever run out, I'll let you know," Lu Qingxue reassured him gently, making Lu Qingchen feel incredibly at ease. Besides exchanging soul stones, are there other ways to earn points at this academy? Lu Qingchen asked curiously. Lu Qingxue patiently explained, most students don't favor exchanging soul stones because the ratio is high. They usually earn points by completing tasks or trading in unnecessary, heavenly treasures and materials. Many inner academy students often hunt spirit beasts or search for spiritual herbs to acquire the resources they need for cultivation. In a few days, during classes, the instructors will explain all this in detail. Lu Qingshue's explanation was clear and thorough. After listening, Lu Qingchen understood and immediately pulled Lu Qingxue to a secluded spot. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and 5 lotus seeds materialized in Lu Qingchen's hand, which he then handed to Lu Qingxue. Hey, Xiaochen, what are these lotus seeds for? Lu Qingxue carefully examined the seeds, but couldn't discern their secret. Sis, these are the seeds of the creation jade divine lotus. Take them. Each seed can extend your life by 5 years, Lu Qingchen said softly. What? Lu Qingshue's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, please take them, he insisted. Lu Qingxue looked deeply at her brother and finally accepted the seeds, resolving to keep this matter a secret from everyone else. In the core student area, Yushan and Lei Xian had already woken up. They were sitting in the living room, enjoying a leisurely time, munching on sunflower seeds and chatting. Longxi was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, a hint of anxiety in her eyes. She couldn't help but worry about where Xiaoxue and the others had gone and why they hadn't returned yet. As the wait grew longer, Longxi started to feel a tinge of doubt. Suddenly, 2 beams of light appeared, and Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingxue materialized before her. Longxi immediately showed signs of distress, glaring at the two with displeasure. Lu Qingchen explained that they had just gone to the resource hall to exchange some cultivation resources, which had caused the misunderstanding. Longxi then realized that they had only gone for cultivation resources. This mission was to lead the 5 final winning freshmen to the inner courtyard, Longxi said, with excitement gleaming in her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Qingshue's expression became serious, realizing that this task might not be easy. Longxi continued to talk about the importance of this trial, her excitement and anticipation evident. Lu Qingxue, somewhat resigned, asked when they would take the other 3 to the inner courtyard. Longxi replied that she had already notified them and they should arrive soon. Shortly after, the other 3 winning freshmen arrived. They greeted Longxi and Lu Qingxue politely. Longxi coldly noted that everyone was present and then led them to the inner courtyard. Each person received a golden token. Lu Qingchen noticed that Yushan was missing and quickly went to find him. Yushan and Lei Xian were still chatting in the living room when they saw Lu Qingchen enter. They continued their conversation nonchalantly. Lu Qingchen reminded them that it was time to head to the inner courtyard, feeling slightly exasperated. They immediately stood up and followed Lu Qingchen out. Upon hearing the words inner courtyard, Lei Xian and Yushan stopped their conversation and quickly followed. Longxi teased them for not continuing their chat, which was somewhat amusing. She handed the last token to Yushan, reminding them to infuse a bit of soul power to be transported to the inner courtyard. After Lu Qingchen infused his token, Longxi stopped him, saying it wasn't time to depart yet. However, Yushan and Lu Qingchen infused their tokens and instantly disappeared, leaving everyone speechless. Longxi couldn't help but laugh, feeling both amused and annoyed by her 2 friends' actions. Yushan and Lu Qingchen found themselves in another space, stunned by the sight before them. The courtyards here were much larger than those in the core area, filling them with awe. These courtyards, much like the villas in the central area, are built around a lake. However, compared to the artificial lake in the outer courtyard, the lake here is far more magnificent. Mist rises from the lake's surface, resembling a painted landscape, adorning the surrounding courtyards and creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Lu Qingchen widened his eyes, realizing that it wasn't mist but condensed spiritual energy swirling around. A grand palace seemed to rest on the clouds, with towering spires reaching heights beyond measure. The contrast between this place and the outer courtyard was stark, like heaven and earth, an otherworldly paradise. Is this the inner courtyard? Both were left speechless, momentarily forgetting their purpose. At that moment, Longxi and the others were still standing outside the villa, seemingly waiting for something. Li Yinqing, the head instructor of the outer courtyard, appeared. He scanned the students in front of him and asked with a hint of confusion, didn't anyone inform Lu Qingchen and Yushan? The group exchanged glances, and Longxi responded with a touch of helplessness. They've already entered the inner courtyard ahead of time. Li Yinqing was slightly taken aback, but then chuckled. Entered ahead of time? Huh? Interesting. Let's go in too. With that, he vanished before their eyes. The students quickly infused their golden plaques with soul power, and in the next moment, they all disappeared from the villa's exterior. Upon entering the inner courtyard, the first thing they saw wasn't the grand architecture or the ethereal scenery but the backs of Lu Qingchen and Yushan's heads. Lu Qingchen was marveling at the inner courtyard's cultivation environment when he felt a light tap on his head. Turning around, he found Longxi smiling at him. The inner courtyard's environment has left you stunned, hasn't it? Long Shi said meaningfully. Lu Qingchen nodded. Yes, I never imagined such a place existed. It's like being in another world. Long Shi mysteriously added, from today onwards, your perceptions might change dramatically. Not only Lu Qingchen and Yushan, but the other three new students, Lu Qingchen, Mu Ningyue, and Zheng Yu, were equally astounded. They stared in disbelief at the inner courtyard of the academy, unable to fathom that such a place existed. The towering palace and spires reaching into the clouds left a profound impact on them. Li Yinqing observed their reactions without surprise, remembering how he had felt the same way when he first arrived. He led the group to a three-story pavilion, which, though not ornate, exuded an ancient and timeless aura. The new students curiously eyed the pavilion, unsure of its significance. Only Lei Xian, Lu Qingxue, and Long Shi were stunned, staring at the ancient structure before turning to ask Li Yinqing, Director, are we going in here? After Lei Xian finished speaking, Li Yinqing nodded seriously. You three wait here for a moment. I'll take them inside, Li Yinqing said to Lu Qingxue and the others. Suddenly, a gentle voice broke the silence. No need for that. Since you're here, come in together. The voice was so soothing that it felt like a warm spring breeze. Lu Qingxue and the others immediately showed delighted expressions and followed Li Yinqing into the small pavilion. Inside, the pavilion was simple yet beautifully ancient. The sound of their footsteps on the stairs quickened their heartbeats, adding a touch of nervousness. When they reached the third floor, Li Yinqing stepped forward and gently knocked on a door. The door opened to reveal Long Feng, the head of the academy. Seeing the slightly nervous core students, Long Feng smiled slightly and said, Come on in. Hearing the headmaster's words, the students no longer hesitated and entered the meeting room. Lu Qingchen noticed that the floor was covered with stones resembling soul stones. Walking on them, he could feel a rich spiritual energy flowing into his body, making him yearn for the comfort of training there. The meeting room was sparsely furnished, with a round table being the only notable feature. He counted 11 seats around it. Li Yinqing bowed towards the table and said, Greetings, esteemed elders. An elderly but strong voice responded, Are the new kids all here? Bring them over so we can have a good look. At Li Yinqing's signal, Lu Qingchen and the other freshmen walked forward and finally saw the elders' faces. Besides the 4 elders on the outer seats, the 2 inner elders bore visible scars. The one-armed elder and the white-haired elder beside him each had only one eye, making the newcomers feel a complex mix of emotions. Are you frightened, little ones? These scars are from battles decades ago, the one-armed elder said with a warm smile, as if he could read their thoughts. Long Feng's voice rang out again, this time filled with authority. Lu Qingchen and the others quickly bowed to the elders. Long Feng explained, The 6 elders before you are the guardians of the academy and of all Huagua. Decades ago, beings from another world tried to invade ours. Countless soul warriors sacrificed their lives to resist them. Ultimately, the elders of the academy and the Huagua sanctuary fought to the death to secure the peace we enjoy today. These elders deserve your utmost respect. These words profoundly affected Lu Qingchen and the others. They realized there was another world, and it posed a threat to their home. Don't say that, Xiaofeng. We only did what we had to do back then. Today, Huagua has changed dramatically. The future of the academy and all of Huagua rests on these outstanding young people, said one of the elders. The elderly man with one arm spoke gently from the depths, causing the new students to clench their fists. Children, you have been gathered here because you are about to face an extremely important test. This test concerns the fate of the Heavenly Tao Academy and even the future of the entire Huagua. On behalf of the academy, I want to thank you. With that, the 5 deans and 6 senior members stood up and bowed slightly to them in gratitude. Boom. The minds of Lu Qingchen and the others went blank for a moment. What was happening? It felt like a dream. These were the 11 highest-ranking leaders of the Heavenly Tao Academy, bowing to them. They stood there, frozen in place. Children, come and claim your gifts, the elderly man spoke again after the bow. Long Feng led Lu Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, and the others to a round table. On the table were 5 exquisite jade boxes, each containing a soul bead. Lu Qingchen recognized these soul beads, each emitting a captivating glow. With a wave of Long Feng's arm, the jade boxes flew towards Lu Qingchen and the others. The box Lu Qingchen caught contained a water blue soul bead. These were specially prepared by the academy for you, and they will be your safeguard during the secret realm exploration. Keep them safe. Someone will assist you in absorbing them later. Long Feng's voice resonated. The 5 quickly stored the soul beads away. Deans, please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin, the elderly man instructed, and several figures immediately took their seats. Lu Qingchen noticed that some of them were the deans he had seen before, including his mentor. Xiaofeng, I'll leave the rest of the meeting to you, the elderly man said.
Yes.
Long Feng responded. He looked at the 5 new students, and his expression suddenly became serious. What I'm about to say is crucial, so listen carefully. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the five of them. This test not only concerns the future of Huagua and the Academy, but also your own survival, he continued. What? The exclamations came from everyone except Lu Qingchen and Mu Shan. Long Feng gave the two a deep look and continued. The test will take place in the center of this region, where an unexplored secret realm is hidden. According to the messages from the temple, it contains opportunities that could allow top soul warriors of Huagua to achieve breakthroughs. You need to do your best to seek out these legacies while ensuring your safety. The secret realm is rich with precious resources. Even if you don't find a legacy, obtaining rare treasures and divine weapons would be highly beneficial. Once inside, you will be randomly scattered, so it's best to regroup before taking action. Not only will our Heavenly Tao Academy be participating, but also major soul warrior academies and temple members from Huagua. Most importantly, beings from another world will be competing with you as well. When news arrived that beings from another world were about to participate, everyone's hearts were collectively shaken, as if recalling some unsettling memories. Long Feng observed the expressions on their faces, his own expression grave. He spoke deeply. That's right. The beings that invaded our world decades ago will also enter the secret realm this time. Therefore, your primary task is to ensure your own safety and then strive for opportunities. If you encounter beings from another world, try not to leave any alive. If you can't win, then escape. Lu Qingchen and the others nodded silently, indicating their understanding. That was all the information for now. The secret realm would open in a month. Your current task is to enhance your strength as much as possible. The Academy will assign mentors to guide you five specifically. Work hard to improve your abilities within this month, understand? Understood, the five responded in unison. Long Feng announced the end of the meeting, but asked Lu Qingchen to stay behind. The others were directed to the training room on the second floor, where mentors awaited them. They acknowledged the instruction and headed upstairs. Long Feng watched their departing figures with a hint of satisfaction. He could clearly sense that these new students trusted his words completely. Lu Qingchen, however, felt a bit uneasy, wondering why the headmaster had singled him out. Long Feng gazed at Lu Qingchen for a long moment, a smile playing on his lips, making Lu Qingchen shiver involuntarily. He began to worry if the headmaster had some peculiar habits, his skin prickling with goosebumps. But Long Feng was unaware of Lu Qingchen's thoughts. After a while, Long Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's something I need to tell you later." With the headmaster's directive to wait, Lu Qingchen could only close his eyes and rest. Long Feng then called Lei Xian, Lu Qingxue, and Long Shi over. The three quickly approached him. Long Feng continued, "You all heard what I just said. These five newcomers are about to represent the Academy, fighting for resources and even representing the Academy's future." He glanced at the three before continuing, "Very well, Lu Qingxue has already broken through to the Zun realm. The two of you, one at Tianwu level 8, and the other at Tianwu level 9. I expect both of you to break through to the Zunwu realm within 6 months and make a name on the Tianjiao list." Hearing this, Lei Xian became anxious and quickly said, "Headmaster, breaking through 2 levels in 6 months is quite difficult." Long Feng glanced at him and assured that the Academy would provide all necessary training resources for the next 6 months. Upon hearing this, both Lu Qingxue and Lei Xian couldn't help but feel delighted. Lei Xian patted his chest and said, "Then I have no problem." Long Shi, however, remained silent, seemingly uninterested. As the headmaster, Long Feng was equally troubled by his daughter's situation. The training resources containing true dragon essence were extremely precious. Although the Academy's treasury held many heavenly materials and treasures with dragon essence, not all dragons were true dragons. This thought made Long Feng furrow his brows. But after a few seconds, his expression suddenly brightened with joy. He immediately said to Long Shi, "There is a solution for your training resource issue, but it will take some time." When Long Shi heard her father's words, she couldn't help but sway, almost losing her balance. She nodded with a smile, while Long Feng waved his hand, signaling the others to leave and reminding them to train diligently. Lu Qingxue and the others gradually left, with Lu Qingxue giving her brother a glance that seemed to hint at a later meeting. As a result, only Lu Qingchen remained in the hall. The prominent figures around him stared intently, making Lu Qingchen feel like a delicacy on display. He awkwardly smiled and asked the principal, "Is there anything you need me to do?" Long Feng, satisfied, patted his shoulder. "Indeed, there's a task for you on the second floor of the Tianshang Pavilion." Yushan and 3 others then proceeded to the training room on the second floor. They opened the door to find 4 instructors waiting inside, 2 men and 2 women. As soon as the instructors saw them, they stood up to greet them. "Come with me," one of the male instructors said to Yushan with a kind smile. Yushan inwardly groaned, thinking it was yet another male instructor. He followed the instructor to a special training room, where the instructor indicated for him to take out the soul pearl. Yushan opened the jade box, and the soul pearl emitted a golden glow. "You're in luck. This is an attack-type soul pearl. obtained from a power-type soul beast, the burly male instructor said with a beaming smile. Yushan scratched his head, not fully understanding the soul pearl's function and effects. You'll understand after you merge with it. Now, close your eyes and release your martial soul, the instructor said. Without further thought, Yushan began to silently release his martial soul. The competition among various factions is fierce this time. Don't hold back, even if they're from other martial soul universities in Huagua, Long Feng said. Lu Qingchen slowly nodded, grasping the critical importance of this secret realm trial. Regardless of whether they were from the top 3 schools or other ordinary martial soul universities, anyone entering the secret realm would become an enemy. The 5 students from the Monster Academy were all exceptionally powerful and should not be underestimated. It's said that a freshman from the Monster Academy has already reached the 8th level of the Lingwu stage. Be very careful, Long Feng said gravely. Suddenly, he asked about Yao Chengwu, who had clashed with him during the last national martial exam, and whether Lu Qingchen remembered him. Mentioning Yao Chengwu brought back memories of the assassination attempt. If not for Han Meng's help, he and Yushan might have been in grave danger. Sensing Lu Qingchen's internal struggle, Long Feng added, I heard that Yao Chengwu is among the students sent by the Monster Academy this time. This statement made Lu Qingchen clench his fists. The secret realm trial ahead was unpredictable, and the principal's words carried a hint of coldness. Do you understand? The principal asked, his tone icy. Lu Qingchen's face remained calm, but a surge of killing intent rose within him. I understand, he replied after a brief silence, his voice carrying a cold edge that echoed through the room. Long Feng, satisfied with Lu Qingchen's reaction, nodded approvingly. His goal was to ensure that Lu Qingchen and the others quickly grasped the harsh realities of martial arts through this secret realm expedition. Additionally, he wanted them to witness how the geniuses from the temple and another world approached this trial. With these thoughts in mind, he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the performance of these new students in the secret realm a month from now. He continued, some people die, and that's it. In the secret realm, no one will know. Even if they did, what could they do? You have the Heavenly Tao Academy backing you. Long Feng spoke with unwavering confidence, a confidence stemming not only from the Academy's formidable strength, but also from his own abilities. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, having made a certain decision in his heart. That's all I have to say about the secret realm trial. Additionally, I have a personal request, Long Feng said, staring intently at Lu Qingchen's delicate face, as if trying to read his thoughts. Facing the dean's smiling gaze, Lu Qingchen earnestly replied, Dean, whatever you ask, as long as it's within my power, I will give it my all. If you find any treasures or divine weapons imbued with true dragon aura in the secret realm, please try to acquire them. It concerns my daughter's cultivation, Long Feng expressed his request, satisfied with Lu Qingchen's response. No problem. If I come across any valuable items with true dragon aura, I'll do my best to obtain them, Lu Qingchen replied, finding the request manageable. That's all then. Head up to the 2nd floor. Someone will help you absorb the soul beads there. After bowing once more to the elders, Lu Qingchen slowly left the meeting room. As he descended the stairs, he pondered the dean's words. It seemed that the secret realm trial would be even more challenging than he had imagined. The school had invested significant resources and precious items, not just for the freshmen to compete for legacies, but to ensure their rapid growth. If it was merely about entering the secret realm, they could have easily picked a few second-year students at the 9th level of the spirit martial stage, who had more experience and an advantage over the freshmen. Moreover, the inability to know what happens inside the secret realm meant that those who died there were truly sacrificing themselves in vain. As Lu Qingchen contemplated these thoughts, he walked towards the 2nd floor. Suddenly, he bumped into a beautiful woman. Fortunately, neither of them was hurt. Instead, he felt a surprising sense of comfort. I'm sorry, Lu Qingchen quickly apologized, instinctively looking up. The stunning woman staring back at him had icy blue eyes that held a hint of shyness. Dean Han? He exclaimed, recognizing her. It was a good thing he reacted quickly. Otherwise, everyone in the pavilion would know he already had a mentor. Han Meng stared at him with a somber expression, her mind filled with questions. What on earth could he be thinking about so intently? How could he not notice a living person right in front of him? Lu Qingchen awkwardly scratched his head and cautiously asked, Dean Han, what are you doing here? Han Meng shot him an impatient look and coldly replied, I'm here to help you absorb the soul pearl. Lu Qingchen had thought a mentor from the academy was going to assist him, but to his surprise, his own master had come in person. Grateful, he said to his ice blue-eyed master, Thank you, Dean Han, for coming to help me absorb the soul pearl. The scene from the meeting room still lingered in the minds of the deans. They watched Lu Qingchen's departing figure, lost in thought. Long Feng chuckled and said, Since we have some free time, why don't I help him absorb the soul pearl? Dean Chu immediately agreed, I'm free too. How about I join you? It'll be safer that way. Nan Gong Qianyue smiled slightly, seemingly indifferent to the new student. Long Feng glanced around the meeting room and noticed Han Ming was nowhere to be seen, causing both Lu Changfeng and Nan Gong Qianyue to burst into laughter. At this moment, Han Ming and Lu Qingchen had already arrived at the training room on the second floor. After closing the door, Han Ming looked at Lu Qingchen with a teasing smile and said, "You are quite popular, you know. The deans were almost ready to fight over taking you as a disciple." Lu Qingchen shrunk his head and whispered, "They wouldn't go that far, would they, Master Han?" Han Ming knocked on Lu Qingchen's head and seriously said, "Call me Master." "Master." Lu Qingchen obediently repeated, then couldn't help but ask, "Master, aren't you worried they'll hear us?" Han Ming replied with a smile, "Of course, I'm worried. But the soundproofing here is excellent. They won't hear our conversation." Lu Qingchen looked at the walls of the secret room and nodded. Han Ming continued, "Before we proceed, remember to call me Dean during the apprenticeship ceremony to avoid any trouble." Lu Qingchen squeezed Han Ming's hand, feeling its softness and smoothness, and praised, "Your hands feel really nice." Han Ming froze awkwardly and then forced a smile. "So, my disciple, what do you think?" Just as Lu Qingchen was about to respond, a sudden sharp pain hit him. Han Ming had grabbed his ear and was pulling it hard. Although it didn't injure him, Han Ming's strength made Lu Qingchen grimace in pain and loudly beg for mercy. "Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please be gentle." Hearing this, Han Ming became even angrier and pulled even harder. A blush spread across Han Ming's pretty face as she tugged hard on Lu Qingchen's ear, her tone a mix of shyness and anger. "I'll let you off this time, but don't you dare try it again." Her eyes sparkled with a hidden firmness and tenderness. At that moment, a few senior members and the dean were still gathered in the third-floor conference room. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing as if it were right beside them. Dean Shu looked around in confusion and asked the other deans if they had heard the strange noise as well. The other deans exchanged puzzled glances but remained silent. Only Long Feng smiled and said, "Old Shu, maybe you're just overworked and need some rest. Don't push yourself too hard." Meanwhile, in the training room, Lu Qingchen clutched his reddened ear, his face contorted in pain, while Han Ming wore a triumphant smile. Lu Qingchen grumbled, "It was just a pinch on the face, nothing serious." His voice was so low that only he could hear it. Upon hearing this, Han Ming's expression changed instantly, his smile vanishing. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "What did you just say?" Han Ming's emotions began to flare up. Lu Qingchen quickly changed the subject, trying to calm Han Ming down. Han Ming let out a cold snort, deciding not to pursue the matter further, and commanded, "Take out the soul beads. I'll teach you how to absorb them." Lu Qingchen shivered slightly and hurriedly retrieved two white jade boxes. One contained a green bead, and the other a blue one, both radiating a light that almost pierced through the jade. Han Ming took the green soul bead and handed it to Lu Qingchen, guiding him on how to absorb its energy. Lu Qingchen placed the soul bead in his palm, sat cross-legged, and summoned his martial spirit. A beautiful jade lotus appeared above his head, emitting a warm aura. Han Ming instructed him to maintain his focus and slowly absorb the energy from the soul bead. Soon, green light flowed from the bead into Lu Qingchen's body, causing one of his soul slots to dim. As time passed, the dim soul slot gradually began to glow green, exuding a life-giving energy that enveloped the entire training room in a green light. Han Ming stared at the light in bewilderment, muttering to himself, how could he absorb the soul bead so quickly? When the light finally faded, Lu Qingchen noticed that one of his soul slots had turned green. He asked Han Ming if the absorption was successful, and Han Ming, frowning slightly, replied uncertainly, "It seems to have worked. Try using the abilities you just gained from the soul bead." Normally, it would take 1 or 2 days to absorb soul bead, but Lu Qingchen had done it in less than an hour. This speed left Han Ming feeling puzzled. Closing his eyes, Lu Qingchen focused on his newly acquired abilities. Moments later, a green beam shot toward Han Ming. Han Ming's eyes widened in slight surprise, and he quickly stopped Lu Qingchen from releasing a second wave of power. He scrutinized his disciple with a displeased expression and said, "You got extremely lucky this time. This kind of healing ability is incredibly rare." Lu Qingchen smiled, having grasped the wondrous utility of this mysterious power. Without hesitation, he took out a second blue soul orb and began absorbing its energy. On the third floor of the meeting room, a one-armed elder said to Long Feng, "Xiao Feng, once these children finish absorbing the soul orbs, you deans will personally guide them for a month." Long Feng respectfully replied, "Yes, Elder Tian." The elder continued, "The Holy Sanctuary will also send some of its disciples to participate in this secret realm trial. Be particularly cautious of the Thunder Sanctuary. It is not what it used to be, understand?" A dangerous glint flickered in Long Feng's eyes, as though he had realized something. The elder added, "Don't worry, they're nothing but clowns. Besides, the Thunder Sanctuary's days are numbered. I can vaguely sense that someone has already awakened." Long Feng asked, "Awakened?" The elder nodded, a hint of an expectant smile on his face. That feels amazing. Lu Qingchen stretched, feeling invigorated after absorbing 2 soul orbs. Han Ming, his master, looked at her disciple in astonishment. It was the first time she had seen anyone absorb soul orbs so quickly, and this disciple was hers. Han Ming gestured for Lu Qingchen to leave. He nodded and prepared to exit the training room. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to Han Ming. Master, I'm not very familiar with this place. Could you show me around? Han Ming replied impatiently. There are people waiting downstairs. Let them show you around. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Ming's figure disappeared. Lu Qingchen scratched his head and left the training room. Outside the small attic, he saw 2 beautiful women standing by the door as he descended the stairs. Sis, I'm done, Lu Qingchen called out. The women turned around, and Lu Qingxue asked joyfully, Xiao Chun, did you successfully absorb the soul orbs? Lu Qingchen nodded seriously. Lu Qingxue took out a small ice blue shield from her storage ring and handed it to him gently. Xiao Chen, the secret realm trial in a month will be very dangerous. Take this shield with you. Lu Qingchen accepted the shield and examined it closely. It was a defensive artifact that could activate soul power to protect him in times of danger. Following Lu Qingxue's instructions, he infused soul power into the small shield, which instantly expanded, forming an ice blue barrier that enveloped him completely. Lu Qingchen put away the shield and said to Lu Qingxue, Thank you, sis. She smiled slightly. No words were needed between them, only mutual understanding. By optimizing the narrative, the text becomes more emotionally expressive and detailed, making it more fluid and vivid to read. Lu Qingchen's heart skipped a beat when she saw Long Shi take out the dark red long knife. This mysterious weapon exuded a chilling and ominous aura, filling her with dread. Handing the knife to Lu Qingchen, Long Shi said firmly, Take it. This is for your trial. Make sure to protect yourself. As Lu Qingchen accepted the knife, she felt it tremble slightly, and hesitation crept into her heart. Seeing this, Long Shi unhesitatingly pressed the knife into her hands. The knife vibrated briefly but then settled down. Long Shi, with a slight frown, looked at her, feeling a bit puzzled. Long Shi explained, Doesn't matter as long as it works. This knife is different from the previous treasure. Give it a try. With that, Lu Qingchen infused a bit of her soul power into the blade. It trembled violently and emitted a dazzling red glow, surprising both Long Shi and Lu Qingxu. When she stopped infusing her soul power, the knife returned to its calm state. Lu Qingxu asked in confusion, What's with this knife? Long Shi, shaking her head with a complex expression, said she wasn't sure. As long as you can fully control it, that's what matters. Put it away, she advised. Lu Qingchen followed Long Shi's instructions and stored the knife in her ring. At the moment the knife emitted the red glow, Lu Qingchen felt her soul power draining, which made her uneasy. She decided to ponder over it later. Lu Qingxu and Long Shi offered to show her around the inner courtyard, and Lu Qingchen gladly agreed. As they walked, Lu Qingxu introduced various places to her. Besides some independent courtyards, the only other notable feature in the inner courtyard was the training room. Lu Qingxu explained, The Tianshang Pavilion we just entered is reserved for senior members of the academy. It's quite rare for you new students to be allowed in. Long Shi added with a smile, This trial in the secret realm is particularly significant, so they gave you rewards in advance. Hearing this, Lu Qingchen became even more aware of the importance of the upcoming trial in the secret realm, filling her with both anticipation and a sense of challenge. Xiaoxi was right. The soul pearl is indeed an incredibly precious treasure. Be extra cautious on this journey into the secret realm. Lu Qingxue's tone turned serious. Sis, I'll be careful, don't worry. Several people arrived in front of a massive stone tablet, and Lu Qingchen looked up at its top. 5 golden characters sparkled on the stone tablet. That's the Hua Nation's list of prodigies. Lu Qingchen muttered to himself as he gazed at the 5 characters. This is a list published by the Sacred Hall, gathering all the young martial artists in the Hua Nation at the Zunhua level. Every young martial artist dreams of one day being on this list. What benefits come with being on the list? Lu Qingchen asked, puzzled. If it's just for honor without any tangible benefits, Lu Qingchen thought the list wasn't that important. Of course there are benefits, we just don't know them yet. It's said that every 5 years, those on the list get to enter a mysterious place filled with countless opportunities. If you're lucky enough to gain some fortune there, your career can skyrocket. Long Shi said excitedly, as if her name was already engraved on the Hua Nation's list of prodigies. Lu Qingchen smiled at the excited Long Shi and asked, Sister Shi, why don't I see your name on it? His words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening Long Shi's enthusiasm. Her expression shifted from excitement to disappointment. Long Shi waved her fist at Lu Qingchen and said fiercely, Don't think I won't make it onto the list. In a few months, my name will definitely be there. By then, don't be jealous. Lu Qingchen shrugged, clearly unconvinced. Listening to their conversation, Lu Qingchen chuckled and said, "Let's go check out the places above." She pointed to 3 towering buildings in the clouds and spoke to the 2. Lu Qingchen looked up and saw 2 grand halls standing among the clouds and a high tower piercing the sky. With red wings unfurled, Lu Qingchen followed the 2 women as they flew towards the grand hall in the sky. The 3 of them arrived at the first grand hall, where the plaque bore only 3 characters, Library Pavilion. Inside, Lu Qingchen found many ancient books, jade scrolls, and some handwritten notes. The library pavilion had 5 levels. The first level housed ancient books and records, documenting many strange tales and cultivation insights. The second level contained the skills and techniques needed for the Zunhua level. As for the third and fourth levels, only kings and emperors were qualified to enter, and Lu Qingxue didn't know the specifics. She patiently explained what she knew to Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen walked into the first level, casually browsing some of the ancient books, which documented various heavenly materials and their effects. Opening another book, he found it mostly introduced divine weapons. Just as he was about to leave, a book titled List of Heavenly and Earthly Wonders caught his attention. He picked it up and started flipping through the pages. Throughout history, countless rare objects have been born in the world, but only the most extraordinary make it to the list of wonders. After reading the introduction, Lu Qingchen turned to the second page. Lu Qingchen stood before the divine soul rankings, the large characters glowing like stars, radiant and brilliant. This list represented the honor and dreams of countless powerful individuals, and he yearned to be among them. With a burning desire for challenge and a longing for victory, he resolved to pursue this goal. He knew that his journey of cultivation would be fraught with countless difficulties and trials, but it was precisely these challenges that fueled his determination to keep moving forward, steadfastly chasing the light in his heart. No matter how many risks and hardships lay ahead, Lu Qingchen would face them bravely, for he believed that with unwavering perseverance, he would ultimately achieve his goal and become a legendary figure shining at the pinnacle of the rankings. Lu Qingchen continued reading and discovered a line of small text. The annotation mentioned that each divine soul seed is unique. Born from the heavens and earth, no 2 divine seeds are ever the same. The top-ranked eternal divine seed shines like the brilliant sun in the sky, illuminating the entire world and commanding supreme respect. It is said that those who obtain the eternal divine seed gain endless longevity, protection from the heavenly way, and become immortal and indestructible. Becoming the inheritor of the eternal divine seed is considered an immense honor. Lu Qingchen's eyes grew serious. He hadn't expected a single divine seed to have such astonishing effects. Immortality, could this be the ultimate goal that countless martial artists pursue? He gently shook his head, a contemplative look on his face, and continued to read the next ranking on the list of divine seeds. The second-ranked god-slaying ancient demon seed is an extremely mysterious soul seed. According to ancient records, it is the ultimate demon seed, unmatched in offensive power. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the inheritor of the god-slaying ancient demon seed emerged, countless powerful figures from righteous sects joined forces to hunt them down. Ultimately, 9 heavenly sovereigns perished in that battle to suppress the inheritor. That day, blood flooded the land, the heavens wept, and all beings mourned, shaking the entire cultivation world. The inheritor of the god-slaying ancient demon seed, known as the god-slaying demon emperor, is the only one in history to have claimed the title of emperor with ancient sovereign cultivation. Reading this, Lu Qingchen exhaled slowly. The second rank of the god-slaying ancient demon seed is truly well-deserved. If not for the unique nature of the eternal divine seed, this demon seed would likely hold the top spot. With this thought, Lu Qingchen felt even more anticipation for his own divine seed. The third-ranked chaos divine seed is widely recognized in the cultivation world as one of the strongest divine seeds. It is rumored that inheritors of the chaos divine seed possess a chaos divine body, one of the top 3 physiques in all realms. This powerful physique can sweep through everything, and the previous inheritor of the chaos divine seed even surpassed all other prodigies, achieving the position of heavenly sovereign. The inheritor of the chaos divine seed is known as the chaos heavenly sovereign. The fourth-ranked devouring divine seed possesses incredibly strong devouring power, allowing its inheritor to acquire the abilities of multiple divine seeds and making their cultivation speed unparalleled throughout history. The inheritor of the devouring divine seed is known as the heaven-devouring demon sovereign. The fifth-ranked reincarnation divine seed's inheritor remains unknown to this day. Lu Qingchen continued reading until he finally found the ranking of his own divine seed at 9th place. The 9th-ranked heaven-burning divine seed is one of the 5 elements divine seeds, sharing the 9th position with the other 4. It is hailed as the strongest divine seed of the fire path. It is said that an inheritor who masters the heaven-burning divine seed can incinerate mountains and rivers and destroy all things. The inheritor of the heaven-burning divine seed is known as the Eastern Emperor Ancient Sovereign. Lu Qingchen murmured to himself, unable to believe that the soul seed granted by the system was ranked among the top 10 divine seeds. He knew he must keep this a secret. Otherwise, he would be unable to protect the divine seed, and even his life would be at risk. His eyes grew solemn. This was a treasure of the heavens and earth, entirely different from innate talent. Such treasures are unowned and could be taken by others. With this heavy thought, Lu Qingchen continued to read. The method of inheriting a divine seed is similar to that of soul beads, but the process takes longer. It is important to note that each person can only absorb one soul seed and cannot possess multiple soul seeds simultaneously. The devouring soul seed is an exception, as only those with the highest grade martial souls can inherit multiple soul seeds. Lu Qingchen stood in the grand hall, hesitating over whether he should immediately absorb the divine flame seed. After reading the ancient texts, he felt uneasy. The divine flame seed was incredibly precious, and if the Academy discovered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. He shook his head, deciding to put off absorbing the soul seed for now. Lu Qingxue and Long Shi saw Lu Qingchen engrossed in the ancient texts and couldn't help but ask what he was reading. Lu Qingchen handed the book to Lu Qingxue, who flipped through a few pages before passing it to Long Shi. After reading, Long Shi dismissively remarked, "I've never seen this kind of soul seed before, but I've heard that the Academy's treasure vault might have a few." Surprised, Lu Qingchen asked, "Haven't the elders and deans of the Academy absorbed the soul seeds?" Long Shi readily explained, "The deans might still be considering it since each person can only absorb one soul seed. Actually, it wasn't that the deans were still undecided. According to my master, absorbing a soul seed is a crucial matter. Not everyone succeeds. For example, a fire attribute soul master absorbing a water attribute soul seed would inevitably fail. The Academy has accumulated only a few soul seeds over the years, and their unique attributes make them unsuitable for the deans." Lu Qingxue added. For them, they were confidants and shared everything without hesitation. Lu Qingchen thought with a sigh that these secrets were known only because of Lu Qingxue and Long Shi's special status. He turned and asked, "Sisters, haven't you absorbed any soul seeds either?" The two smiled bitterly. Long Shi glared at him, annoyed. Soul seeds aren't just lying around everywhere. They're incredibly rare. Even after so many years, the Academy's treasure vault holds only a few. Even if there are soul seeds, the higher-ups get first dibs. We don't stand a chance. Long Shi looked dejected, filled with emotion. Lu Qingxue calmly added that soul seeds were beyond the reach of ordinary students. According to what she knew, only students who had made significant contributions to the Academy had a chance of being rewarded with a soul seed. One such student obtained a soul seed during a secret realm trial and voluntarily offered it to the Academy. The Academy, in return, generously rewarded the student and provided lifelong cultivation resources. When the secret realm was mentioned, Lu Qingxue and Long Shi seemed to share a mutual understanding, recalling what Lu Qingchen had just told them. They exchanged a silent glance, wordlessly turning their gaze towards the young, handsome boy in front of them. "Do you have the same idea?" When Lu Qingchen heard the two girls' surprised reactions, he shrugged and said with a hint of helplessness, "Why not? The dean said this secret realm hasn't been explored yet." Lu Qingxue and Long Shi were speechless at first, but upon reflection, they realized Lu Qingchen had a point. The deans had indeed confirmed that this was an unexplored secret realm. Rumor had it that the secret realm contained opportunities for top soul warriors in China to break through. Therefore, soul seeds might appear within it. However, once a soul seed emerged, it would undoubtedly attract fierce competition. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxue began to worry. "Little Qin, maybe we should be more cautious and try to avoid conflicts with other factions. If we can obtain opportunities and treasures, we should take them. If there's any danger, we must retreat," she advised, concern evident in her voice. As a soul warrior at the Zunhua level, she knew the harsh realities of martial arts. But as Lu Qingchen's sister, she only hoped for her brother's safety, willing even to take on the risks for him. However, Lu Qingchen firmly responded, "Sis, I understand. Since I've chosen this path, I won't back down. Our parents' letter also mentioned that warriors must compete to reach the pinnacle. So, some conflicts are inevitable. Given that, I'll let my strength do the talking." Hearing her brother's resolute attitude, Lu Qingxue knew further persuasion would be futile. She could only look seriously at him and gently say, "Since you're so determined, I won't stop you. But please, be extra careful. If possible, try to find Yushan and the others once you enter the secret realm. It's always better to stick together than to act alone." Lu Qingchen nodded in understanding, assuring his sister he would be careful. Meanwhile, Long Shi, with a slight smile and a hint of exasperation, watched the siblings. She remarked slowly, "Qingxue, haven't you seen his strength firsthand? Even core disciples at the Diwu level struggle against him. If he doesn't knock others down in the secret realm, it'll be a miracle. Your concern for his safety is quite perplexing." Long Shi's words made Lu Qingxue realize the truth. Indeed, if even core disciples at the Diwu level couldn't match him, how could Lingwu level warriors? With that in mind, Lu Qingxue's worries eased. She then suggested, since we've already toured the library, how about I take you to see the Fengwang Hall and the Tongtian Tower? Long Shi, seemingly excited, expressed her interest in these two places. Lu Qingchen picked up a book on rare treasures and another on divine weapons, asking, "Can we take these books with us?" With the help of Lu Qingxue and Long Shi, Lu Qingchen filled out his information at the registration desk and borrowed the ancient texts. As soon as they left the library, Long Shi eagerly grabbed their hands and hurried towards the Tongtian Tower, her curiosity evident. The Tower of Heaven stood imposingly before everyone, reaching into the clouds, its grandeur and majesty evident. The tower's peak was even shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see in its entirety. This mysterious structure, named the Tower of Heaven, had existed long before the establishment of the Celestial Academy. People knew nothing about its purpose or height. Long Shi's words piqued Lu Qingchen's interest, prompting him to walk slowly towards the tower and touch its ancient, weathered surface. The texture was rough, seemingly carved from stone, yet it felt cool to the touch. Gazing up at the sky-piercing tower, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of excitement. According to the headmaster, the tower held great opportunities within, waiting to be unveiled at the right moment. Lu Qingxue added this piece of information. As the group was about to leave without delving deeper into the tower's mysteries, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed. The Celestial Secret Realm would open in 10 days, and the Celestial Academy would select 5 Spirit Martial Realm students to enter. Hearing this, everyone turned quickly to see an old man standing among the clouds. Long Feng immediately responded, "Thank you, Lord Tianyang, for informing us. The Celestial Academy is aware and will lead the students to the Secret Realm at the appointed time." The old man gave a brief warning, indicating that the journey to the Secret Realm would be extremely dangerous, with life and death uncertain, and advised them to be prepared. Long Feng politely replied, "Thank you for the warning, senior. We will visit the Solar Temple when we have the chance." As Long Feng replied, the old man's figure gradually faded into the clouds. Lu Qingchen and the others clearly heard the old man's warning, instantly understanding Lord Tianyang's intention. The Secret Realm was extremely dangerous. Be prepared. His words were concise and conveyed a clear message. Lu Qingchen speculated that the old man had a close relationship with the Celestial Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued such a warning. At this moment, Long Feng returned to the meeting room on the 3rd floor of the Celestial Pavilion. Everyone gathered to hear the old man's voice. Long Feng frowned and asked the group. Lord Tianyang personally conveyed the message. This trial in the Secret Realm may be fraught with danger. What are your thoughts? A senior of the Celestial Academy suggested, "Let the new students undergo some training first. The Academy will provide protective treasures." Another senior advocated for replacing the candidates, arguing that the new students lacked enough experience compared to the second-year students. Han Ming immediately agreed. Lord Tianyang personally conveyed the message, so it must be extremely dangerous, and it involves his prized disciple. Moreover, these students have extraordinary backgrounds. Mu Ningyue is the daughter of the head of the reconnaissance department, and Lu Qingchen is a prominent figure in the City of Life. Lu Chengfeng, with a serious expression, added, "Any mishap could have unimaginable consequences. In this enchanting world, soul beads are precious treasures that can only be obtained by defeating powerful spirit beasts. Each warrior can embed a soul bead that matches their strength into their martial spirit, with each bead granting them a mysterious supernatural ability. Soul seeds, on the other hand, are even rarer. Each soul seed is unique, either birthed from the essence of heaven and earth or acquired by defeating a sacred beast of the holy realm. An individual can absorb only one soul seed, which endows them with various magical abilities, including supernatural powers, enhanced physique, cultivation techniques, and elemental attributes. Unless one devours the inheritor of a divine seed, only those with the highest martial spirits can embed an additional soul seed. These precious soul beads and soul seeds, like shining stars, are destined for the elite chosen by fate. Each acquisition is a heroic challenge against destiny and a testament to one's strength and growth. In this magical land, the existence of soul beads and soul seeds fills every warrior with anticipation and yearning. They take pride in them, striving tirelessly to reach higher realms, seek greater power, and embark on their own legendary journeys." Lu Chengfeng's words made everyone present furrow their brows, a sense of worry creeping into their hearts. Like the military, the investigation department's influence was deeply rooted throughout Hua Nation. The reason the War God Academy ranked among the top 3 schools was largely due to their support. Meanwhile, the Holy City of Life was an even more terrifying entity, rivaling the power of the top 3 schools. The surname Murong also triggered sensitivity among the crowd, as there were rumors that the city lord of the Holy City of Life bore that surname. Dean Chu spoke in a serious tone, "It doesn't matter if other forces get involved. I have full confidence in these young people. What concerns me is that this secret realm is extremely dangerous. Apart from knowing that it's an unexplored realm accessible only to Lingwu-level warriors, we have no other information." After hearing Dean Chu's explanation, everyone furrowed their brows even deeper. Seizing the moment, Dean Chu added, "These freshmen are exceptionally talented, especially Lu Qingchen and Qingchen, who possess twin martial souls. Even if they don't enter this secret realm, their future achievements will be boundless." The others nodded slightly, agreeing with Dean Chu's reasoning. At this moment, Lu Qingchen and the others had already left the library. After hearing the words of the Hall Master of Tianyang, they lost interest in familiarizing themselves with the inner courtyard. "Sis, I'm heading to the training room," Lu Qingchen said after a brief silence, turning to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately remained silent. Without saying more, Lu Qingchen turned and walked towards the training room. He knew Lu Qingxue was worried about him. The Hall Master's words had made the danger of the secret realm clear. After Lu Qingchen walked away, Lu Qingxue finally snapped back to reality. Long Shi, seeing her expression, comforted her, "Don't worry too much. This kid is smart. Plus, he's fully equipped with offensive and defensive treasures. He can even fight against opponents at the Diwu level." Despite Longshi's reassurance, Lu Qingxue still looked doubtful and asked, "Are you sure, Longshi?" Longshi smiled and replied, "Of course. Let's look forward to their good news. Why don't we go train as well?" The two of them left together, disappearing into the training room in a flash of light. Once inside the training room, Lu Qingchen shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. He carefully sensed the dense spiritual energy in the room, which was tens of times richer than in the core area of the outer courtyard. He couldn't help but wonder how many spiritual veins were hidden beneath this training room. He began to operate his cultivation technique, focusing intently on his training. After a day of discussions, the meeting room of the Tianshan Pavilion gradually quieted down. "Since we have differing opinions, let's vote. Those in favor of swapping the participants for this secret realm trial, please raise your hands," Long Feng said. Han Meng immediately showed her support, and Lu Changfeng and Dean Chu also raised their hands. The senior members exchanged glances and followed suit. 5 votes. Han Meng looked at the voting results in disbelief. Long Feng did not agree to the proposal. With only 5 people in support, the meeting had to be hastily concluded. However, just as everyone thought the meeting was over, Han Meng suddenly stood up, loudly voicing her opposition. She emotionally pointed out that sending 5 students into the secret realm was too dangerous, and their lives were not to be taken lightly. Her impassioned words made her stance even more compelling. Lu Changfeng also supported Dean Han's viewpoint, emphasizing that these students held special identities, particularly Lu Qingchen, who possessed the supreme martial soul. Their loss would be a tremendous blow to the academy. Lu Chengfeng's demeanor was serious, and his tone was resolute. As top martial artists in Huagua, they all understood the terrifying power a supreme martial soul could unleash once it broke through to the King realm. The other 2 senior members of the academy also expressed their agreement, fully aware of the might of the supreme martial soul. Once it reached the King realm, it could challenge the Emperor realm with the power of the supreme laws. Moreover, Lu Qingchen possessed twin martial souls. After hearing Lu Qingfeng's speech, the other 2 seniors nodded in agreement. With their support, a hint of joy flashed in Han Meng's eyes. However, before the joy could last, a commanding voice interrupted all the discussions. "The candidates for this secret realm have already been decided. There is no need for further discussion," said the one-eyed elder seated at the center. In the cultivation chamber, the air was thick with spiritual energy. Lu Qingchen could feel his soul power continuously rising, on the brink of breaking through to a new realm. After absorbing 2 soul beads, he had long sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. In the chamber, his 3 martial souls were frantically absorbing the dense spiritual energy for about 15 minutes. Lu Qingchen's body trembled, realizing he had reached the 8th level of the Lingwu realm. With a thought, he opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial souls, Solar Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Realm Level 8. Spiritual Power, 7th tier of the Bright Moon. Techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Tome, Imperishable Dragon Emperor Body, Creation Jade Pure Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Holy Healing Golden Eyes, Purity Cleansing, Unawakened Divine Fire. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill 1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stones 10100. Looking at the attribute panel, Lu Qingchen noticed he had acquired 2 new divine abilities. These must have been granted by the 2 soul beads. He was familiar with the Holy Healing ability, having seen his master use it before. As for Purity Cleansing, Lu Qingchen was not yet well versed in it. He carefully read the description of the ability and found that it could shield his aura, making him difficult to detect. Thinking about the power of this ability, a gleam of anticipation flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes. This was definitely a valuable divine ability. The secret realm trial this time was nothing short of a life-and-death struggle, filled with excitement and challenges. "I heard that all the participants are students at the Lingwu stage," who can defeat their opponents within a 10-meter range using their speed and strength alone. Lu Qingchen, having absorbed 2 soul pearls, saw his power surge to the 8th level of Lingwu and was brimming with confidence in his abilities. Unlike Lu Qingxue and other classmates who were worried, Lu Qingchen was eagerly looking forward to this trial. With his 2 supreme martial spirits, he had yet to meet a true rival at the same level. Upon hearing that students from the 3 famous schools and the sanctuary would also join, Lu Qingchen's heart was already racing with excitement. Although he promised his sister, Lu Qingxue, not to get into conflicts with others, it was merely to reassure her. He was determined not to miss any opportunity in this trial. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen stared at the task glowing with red light. Before breaking through to the next level, he only needed to deliver the Ice Phoenix Sealing Sky technique to his master to unlock the shop feature. Previously, Lu Qingchen had not given this technique to Han Ming because he didn't know how to explain its origin. But now, the situation had changed. After the trial, he would have a valid reason to present this immortal level technique to his beautiful master. Although he wasn't sure of the exact rank of an immortal level technique, its name alone suggested its preciousness. It was undoubtedly superior to the technique Han Ming was currently practicing. Anything provided by the system was guaranteed to be top-notch. With this thought, Lu Qingchen resolutely stood up and left the serene cultivation room. The list for this secret realm trial will not change. There's no need for further discussion, declared the one-eyed elder sitting at the center of the round table without hesitation. He, like the one-armed elder, was one of the top authorities of the Heavenly Tao Academy. As his words fell, the entire conference room fell silent. Han Ming felt somewhat dejected, but she still firmly stated, "No matter what, I cannot agree to allow these new students to participate in this secret realm trial." Everyone exchanged glances. Even Long Feng lowered his head slightly, his face flushing. Han Ming's concerns were not without merit. Besides wanting to train the new students, the elders and deans present each had their own selfish motives. Most people's progress in cultivation was slow due to the lack of advanced techniques. Almost everyone present, except those on the verge of reaching the saint level, still had a long way to go. If Lu Qingchen and the other 4 new students obtained saint level or higher techniques in the secret realm, the strength of the Heavenly Tao Academy would reach unprecedented heights. This was one of the reasons the one-eyed elder opposed changing the list of students. However, Han Ming was unwilling to let her disciple take such risks. After listening to Han Ming, the one-armed elder at the center of the round table smiled faintly, showing no concern. He thought Han Ming, this young girl, was worrying too much. He believed the academy would fully protect the 5 students at the spirit martial realm, and these kids were certainly not to be underestimated. They surely had more hidden cards. Moreover, other prestigious schools and temple heirs would also be heading to the secret realm. Would they ignore safety concerns? Han Ming gradually calmed down upon realizing this. She understood that other factions had sent their top talents, and they must have considered the dangers of the secret realm too. The one-armed elder continued, saying that without experiencing countless battles and the baptism of blood, it would be hard for the students to grow. Everyone understood this principle. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words. Without facing setbacks and refining themselves, they would only remain superficial. Flowers cultivated in a greenhouse are often the most fragile. The elders did not act out of selfish motives. They hoped these kids could obtain the saint-level techniques, which would greatly benefit both the children and themselves. Tian Lao added that the Heavenly Tao Academy did not rely solely on these kids. Even if they did not obtain the saint-level techniques, the academy would continue to exist. He hoped the children would gain something in the secret realm. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Han Ming apologized to the elders at the round table, hoping they wouldn't mind her rashness. The elders waved it off, showing their understanding. One burly elder kindly said that Han Ming wasn't entirely wrong. They did have some personal interest, but it wasn't for the techniques, it was to witness the growth of these 5 kids. Hearing this, Han Ming's face turned even redder. The elders at the round table exchanged smiles. In a grand hall, an elder was conversing with a young man. The elder advised the young man not to be arrogant and suggested finding students from the Monster Academy once inside the secret realm, as individual power is limited. The young man responded arrogantly, saying only the other 2 temple heirs were worthy of competing with him. The rest were insignificant. The elder shook his head helplessly. At the military headquarters of Hua Nation, a spirited woman and a burly man were drinking together. The man laughed and said, "Xiao Yu and Hong Tian are both entering the secret realm. Aren't you worried?" The woman retorted, "You don't see me fretting like you." They teased each other, and their laughter echoed through the hall. Hong Tian, this young man, is brimming with confidence and determination for this secret realm trial. He proudly declared, "Some of you might not be fully aware of the levels of spiritual power and soul beads, so let me explain in detail. In the early stages, spiritual power is categorized into star, moon, and sun levels, which correspond to the Lingwu, Diwu, and Tianwu realms, respectively. The subsequent levels align with the martial arts realms. As for the soul beads, their levels are ranked as Ling, Di, Tian, Zun, and Wang. To make it easier to remember, these levels also correspond to the martial arts realms. Additionally, it's important to note that the highest level for soul beads is Wang. At this moment, all factions have received the temple's notification, agreeing to gather at the entrance of the secret realm in 10 days. The situation has become tense. As Lu Qingchen stepped out of the training room, he saw a graceful woman, veiled and beckoning him. Nangong Qinyue's voice was clear and melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Pointing at Lu Qingchen, she said, "Come over here. You're the last one." As the dean of Nangong Academy and Lu Qingshue's mentor, Lu Qingchen held her in high regard. Nangong Qinyue, with her picturesque eyebrows and affectionate eyes, informed him, "There are 10 days left until the secret realm opens. The academy has decided to conduct special training for the 5 of you." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen pondered, realizing the significance of this journey. The academy had tailored specific training for them. However, Nangong Qinyue's next words disrupted his thoughts. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" she asked, looking at him seriously. This surprised and flustered him. He stammered, "Of course, you are unparalleled in beauty." Satisfied, Nangong Qinyue nodded and then asked, "Who is more beautiful, me or Han Meng?" This question put immense pressure on Lu Qingchen, akin to being asked by a girlfriend in his past life whether he would save her or his mother if they both fell into the water. He understood the sensitivity of the question and dared not answer recklessly. Seeing his hesitation, Nangong Qinyue smiled and repeated the question. Lu Qingchen could only muster, "Dean Nangong and Dean Han each have their own charms, enchanting like celestial beings." Nangong Qinyue smiled slightly and shifted the topic. They arrived at the spacious training ground, where Han Ming and the other 4 freshmen were waiting. Nangong Qinyue approached Han Ming, with Lu Qingchen trailing behind her. The other freshmen snickered at him for following Nangong Qinyue. Reaching Han Ming, Nangong Qinyue playfully said, "Dean Han, I've brought you this interesting little fellow." She covered her mouth and laughed, her body shaking with mirth. Though Han Ming's face remained expressionless, she inwardly responded with gratitude, "Thank you very much, Dean Nangong. I will return to the team." Under Han Ming's watchful gaze, Lu Qingchen reluctantly walked past Nangong Qinyue and headed towards the others. "Now that the person is here, Dean Nangong, you may leave," Han Ming instructed Nangong Qinyue. Nangong Qinyue, smiling, replied, "Make the most of these 3 days. I'll be back on time." The 2 deans exchanged glances, and with a light chuckle, Nangong Qinyue gradually disappeared. Watching her departure, Han Ming finally sighed in relief. Aside from Lu Qingchen, who kept his head down, everyone else looked at her with anticipation. Han Ming gave Lu Qingchen a silent glance and then addressed the group, "In 10 days, you will head to the Heavenly Ancestors' secret realm for a trial. For this special challenge, the Academy will arrange some special training for you." Hearing this, everyone perked up, and even Lu Qingchen lifted his head. Han Ming continued, "The training will be divided into 3 parts, guided by the deans and mentors. It seems these 10 days won't be easy." The group pondered this, but remained confident in their abilities. However, Han Ming added, "If anyone performs poorly during the training, forget about going to the secret realm." This remark caused the expressions of the other 4 to shift slightly, as they were unsure of the training details. The Academy had already selected the 5 students for the secret realm, and Han Ming's words were meant to heighten their sense of urgency and ensure they took the training seriously. Without further ado, Han Ming introduced the assessment details. "Now, head to the armory pavilion to select your weapons. Suitable weapons will be crucial in the secret realm. Once you've chosen, return here. I'll be waiting for you." The other 4 were puzzled, having just absorbed their soul beads and unsure of the pavilion's location. Seeing Lu Qingchen head off alone, Han Ming pointed in another direction and said, "Follow that path, and you'll find it. You can also follow Lu Qingchen." With that, they hurried out. Watching them leave, Han Ming smiled slightly. Moments later, they followed Lu Qingchen to a small black pavilion with the words, "Armory Pavilion," written above the door. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen strode towards the pavilion. Tom is a diligent student who consistently goes above and beyond to achieve his goals. He is passionate about his studies and never backs down when faced with challenges. Tom firmly believes that hard work and determination are the keys to success, and he is always willing to put in the extra effort to realize his dreams. Lu Qingchen stepped into the armory pavilion, with the others following closely behind. Curious, Yushan asked, "Chun, what exactly happened between you and the 2 deans?" They were all intrigued by the argument between the deans and waited patiently for an answer. Lu Qingchen glanced at them, forcing a slight smile as he replied, "What's the big deal? It's just that incident." Everyone felt a bit disappointed, but Murong Qingqing broke the silence, saying, "The 2 deans almost started a fight. This isn't something to be taken lightly." Lu Qingchen quickly defended himself, "It's a misunderstanding. The important thing now is to choose our weapons." With that, He walked straight to a young instructor on the first floor of the armory pavilion. Seeing them approach, the instructor stood up immediately and asked, "Did Dean Han send you here to select weapons?" Lu Qingchen nodded, indicating that Han Ming had already informed the instructor in advance. The instructor gestured for them to follow and led them to the second floor of the armory pavilion. They stopped in front of a gray door intricately carved with complex patterns. The instructor placed an emblem into a recess on the door, which slowly opened to reveal a tranquil secret room. The instructor told them they had 1 hour to choose their weapons, ranging from spirit grade to heaven grade, and hoped they would find suitable ones. With that, the instructor left. The group exchanged glances and then entered the secret room. Inside, it was spacious and bright, with a dazzling array of weapons on display. Lu Qingchen and Yushan circled the display tables before their eyes settled on the heaven-grade weapons. There were about 200 of them, which spoke volumes about the Academy's resources. If there were so many heaven-grade weapons, there must be even more spirit and earth-grade ones. Lu Qingchen picked up a crimson longsword and began to swing it. What started as casual movements soon evolved into a meditative state. He began to comprehend the battle techniques from the burning heaven sacred canon. His sword moves becoming increasingly complex, and a blazing aura emanated from him. The others were stunned, amazed at Lu Qingchen's prowess in both strength and swordsmanship. After performing the first 3 sword techniques, he stood still, seemingly lost in thought. In his previous life, Lu Qingchen was an artistic youth who loved martial arts novels and often fantasized about becoming a character in those stories, roaming the martial world. Little did he know that in this life, his dreams seemed to have come true. Ever since he picked up the longsword, he realized the path he was destined to walk in this life. Hidden deep within Lu Qingchen's heart was an unyielding spirit. He gently placed the crimson, celestial grade sword back on the display stand and picked up the next weapon. Lu Qingchen tried dozens of celestial grade weapons, yet none met his standards. With his supreme martial soul, he found these weapons too light. Although great swords were powerful, their bulkiness didn't suit his preference. As for spears and halberds, they were ideal for mounted combat but didn't appeal to him. Meanwhile, the other 4 had already chosen their weapons and were waiting for Lu Qingchen in high spirits. Yushan held a long staff adorned with intricate beast carvings, Zhang Yu wielded a thick-backed broadsword, and the 2 girls each selected a celestial grade longsword. Lu Qingchen and Mu Ningyue, both top 10 in the national martial arts exams, had formidable backing. Yet, they chose to hone their skills at the Tiandao Sacred Academy without relying on family influence. After choosing their weapons, everyone stood at the weapon room entrance, waiting for Lu Qingchen. When he emerged empty-handed, they were surprised. Lu Qingchen's bright eyes widened as she asked, "Lu Qingchen, why didn't you pick a weapon?" Lu Qingchen shrugged and replied helplessly, "I looked around but didn't find anything suitable, so I didn't take one." Seeing this, the group said no more and left the weapon room together. Han Ming was waiting idly and was also curious about Lu Qingchen's choice. She speculated that with his personality, he might choose a sword or a saber, or maybe even a folding fan. But recalling Lu Qingchen's conversation with Nangong Qianyue, Han Ming's thoughts began to wander. Suddenly, a noise came from afar, and Han Ming looked up to see several people running towards her. As they arrived, Han Ming glanced at their weapons, 2 long swords, a thick-backed broadsword, and a long staff. She nodded slightly, silently approving of their choices. However, when she looked at Lu Qingchen, she noticed his hands were empty. Han Ming glared at Lu Qingchen and asked sternly, "Lu Qingchen, where's your weapon?" Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lu Qingchen replied, "There wasn't anything suitable in the weapon pavilion." As Han Ming stood puzzled, several instructors approached. 3 female instructors and 1 male instructor. The male instructor glanced at the weapons in their hands, a hint of delight in his eyes. A valiant female instructor, noticing the long staff in Yushan's hand, brightened up and resolutely said, "You, follow me." At that moment, Han Ming, filled with enthusiasm, resolutely faced the crowd and firmly announced, "For the next 3 days, the mentors will personally guide you in mastering your weapons. After 3 days, I will personally assess your progress." While Yushan was feeling refreshed and about to bid farewell to the female mentor in front of him, a commanding and deep voice suddenly echoed, "Instructor Shen, I will personally mentor this new student who excels with the staff over the next 3 days." A deep and resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing it, a trace of anticipation welled up in Lu Qingchen's heart as he slightly turned his head toward the direction of Yushan. Yushan's previously excited expression froze instantly, as if he were paralyzed. A commanding figure emerged. It was Dean Chu from the Heavenly Academy. With a cheerful smile, Dean Chu looked at the female mentor beside him, Mentor Shen, and said, "Mentor Shen, sorry, but I will be guiding this student from now on." Mentor Shen could only nod helplessly and silently leave. Yushan watched her departing figure, his lips moving as if to say something, but he ultimately remained silent because Dean Chu's tall frame had already blocked his view. Dean Chu patted Yushan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Why the long face, kid? Didn't you see that Lu Qingchen is being personally guided by Dean Han? Yushan gave a dismissive shrug. Seeing this, Dean Chu decided to take a different approach. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Once you achieve greatness, you'll have no shortage of admirers. Yushan's eyes brightened at this. Sensing his change in attitude, Dean Chu continued, now, I'm going to help you train. Make sure you stand out in the secret realm and impress everyone. Yushan nodded enthusiastically and followed Dean Chu, casting a final glance at Lu Qingchen. Noticing their exchanged looks, Han Ming chuckled and asked, do you also dream of pursuing love after achieving mastery? The mocking expression on Lu Qingchen's face froze instantly. After everyone else had left with their mentors, only Lu Qingchen and Han Ming remained. Han Ming looked at the empty-handed Lu Qingchen and sighed. Are you planning to face others' weapons barehanded in the secret realm? Remember, before you become a master, your body can never be as hard as a weapon. I don't want a master, but those heaven-grade swords are too light for me, Lu Qingchen said, spreading his hands helplessly. You mean you originally wanted to choose a long sword? Han Ming's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise. Lu Qingchen nodded, indicating that he indeed found the long swords too light. Han Ming pondered for a moment, and with a flicker from her storage ring, a slender, ice-blue long sword appeared in her hand. This sword was slightly thinner than usual, seemingly crafted from ice crystals, exceptionally sharp, with snowflake patterns carved into the blade, glinting coldly in the sunlight. How about this sword? Han Ming handed the sword to her disciple. Lu Qingchen took it, knowing it wasn't the right choice for him, as it was clearly designed for female use. Nevertheless, he accepted the sword. Taking hold of the ice-blue sword, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of excitement. However, as he gripped the sword, he sensed its weight, as if he were bearing the burden of the entire world. Despite this, for someone with extraordinary strength like Lu Qingchen, lifting the sword was a breeze. He swung it casually, nodding with satisfaction, finding it quite suitable. Turning to Han Ming, Lu Qingchen remarked, this sword is indeed excellent. Han Ming then handed him a jade tube containing a cultivation technique. Closing his eyes, the technique's diagrams gradually manifested in Lu Qingchen's mind. He tightened his grip on the sword and began practicing the first form of the ice cloud sword technique. Han Ming watched her disciple quietly as he focused on his sword practice. Gradually, she sensed something unusual. In just 15 minutes, Lu Qingchen had mastered the sword technique to a sublime level, exuding an unparalleled aura. Han Ming's eyes widened as she felt the subtle yet rising momentum emanating from Lu Qingchen. Completely absorbed in his practice, Lu Qingchen was oblivious to his surroundings. Under the sunlight, the ice-blue sword shimmered, absorbing a continuous flow of soul energy. Gradually, Lu Qingchen's figure became blurred, merging with the sword's light before disappearing altogether. Ice clouds floated in the air, the temperature plummeted, and the ice-blue sword radiated a dazzling blue light. With a clear mind, Lu Qingchen executed the ice cloud sword technique, progressing from the first form to the sixth, ice forming on the blade, a cold aura emanating from his body. Finally, Lu Qingchen gripped the sword tightly and thrust it forward. A sharp blue sword beam shot out, heading straight for the forest ahead. Upon contact, white frost rapidly spread, covering a 10-meter radius of the forest in white ice crystals. The ice crystals shattered, ice clouds scattered, and the trees turned to ice shards, dancing in the air. Han Ming witnessed this magnificent scene, utterly astonished. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingchen, his performance had been observed by Long Feng and others from above the clouds. Watching Lu Qingchen's final strike, the onlookers wore solemn expressions. Did I see that right? Is that sword momentum? The head instructor standing next to Long Feng murmured in disbelief. At that moment, the people in the distance looked visibly surprised. Hearing Li Yinqing's words, Long Feng slowly nodded. Li Yinqing asked in confusion, has this kid practiced swordsmanship before? How did he grasp the sword stance so quickly? Long Feng patted Li Yinqing's shoulder and said in a deep tone, whether he has practiced before or not, just assume he has been honing his skills for a long time. Then, he turned to the one-armed elder beside him and asked, Elder Tian, what do you think? The one-armed elder stroked his beard and smiled. This journey to the secret realm looks promising, but we don't know about the boy's willpower. We'll have to wait 3 days for Nangong Xiaoye to test him. Nangong Xiaoye chuckled and said, I already want to teach him now, but I'm worried Principal Han won't agree. Hearing this, the other elders' expressions became serious. Long Feng calmly said, the apprenticeship ceremony hasn't taken place yet, so nothing is set in stone, right? Let's wait until these young ones return successfully, then we'll see what each of them can do. At this moment, Lu Qingchen had flawlessly executed the 6 forms of the ice cloud sword technique. Watching the swirling ice flakes before him, he couldn't believe he had created this result. Gazing at the distant Han Ming, who seemed a bit dazed, Lu Qingchen shouted, Master, how do you think my swordsmanship is? Han Ming had already snapped out of her thoughts. However, to To prevent her disciple from becoming arrogant, she somewhat insincerely said to the delicate-looking boy, "For your first time, executing the sword technique perfectly is quite commendable, but you still have a way to go compared to me back in the day." Lu Qingchen scratched his head, thinking he was quite the genius. He didn't expect his master's talent back then to be even greater. Han Ming raised her head proudly and said, "Of course, look at who your master is." Saying this, her face turned slightly red, feeling a bit ashamed for deceiving her disciple. But to keep Lu Qingchen humble, she had no choice. "Unfortunately, this sword isn't quite suitable for you, and there are too few high-level weapons in the academy." Master sighed regretfully. If there was a suitable weapon for her disciple, she would definitely strive to obtain it. Lu Qingchen didn't mind at all and winked at Han Ming, asking, "Master, can you tell me the name and grade of this sword?" Seeing her disciple's curiosity, Han Ming didn't hide anything and said, "This sword is called the Ice Cloud Sword, and the sword technique I just taught you is its matching technique. As for the grade, it's only a high-grade king-level weapon. But for the academy, king-level weapons are already rare." Lu Qingchen was quite surprised to hear this. He didn't expect his master to have only a king-level weapon. Although Han Ming mentioned the scarcity of high-level weapons in the academy, he didn't expect it to be this extreme. He couldn't help but ask, "Does the academy not have a single emperor-level weapon?" Han Ming replied, "There are a few emperor-level divine weapons, but they are all in the hands of the academy's seniors and other principals. Moreover, none of those emperor weapons suit me, and the only one I had my eye on was taken by someone else." Saying this, Han Ming felt quite regretful. Han Ming's precious weapon was stolen, and Lu Qingchen was burning with rage. His ice blue eyes sparkled with anger, but Han Ming smiled and asked her disciple, "If I tell you it was Nangong Qianyue who took it, will you help me get it back?" Upon hearing Han Ming's words, Lu Qingchen's initially indignant expression froze. He forced a smile and reluctantly said, "Master, I want to help you retrieve it, but I can't defeat Dean Nangong." Han Ming listened to her disciple's response with a composed expression and said, "Didn't you say before that Nangong Qianyue and I each have our own unique qualities? Then tell me, what exactly are the differences between us?" Lu Qingchen was momentarily dumbfounded by his master's question. "If you don't come out or make me unhappy, don't blame me," Han Ming said sharply, her ice blue eyes fixed intently on the handsome young man. High above the clouds, Lu Qingchen and Lu Chengfeng, along with others, looked at Nangong Qianyue in an unusual manner. Nangong Qianyue's face showed a hint of embarrassment, not expecting Han Ming to ask such a question. The atmosphere became awkward. Elder Tian cleared his throat and said, "I'll go check on the other students' training. Would you like to join me?" The senior members of the academy responded affirmatively and left with Elder Tian, leaving only the 3 deans and 1 director behind. Long Feng and the others perked up their ears, listening to the conversation between Lu Qingchen and Han Ming. Han Ming asked, "Tell me, who do you think is more beautiful, Nangong Qianyue or me?" Lu Qingchen smiled and said, "Of course, you are more beautiful, master." Han Ming continued, "And if I were to fight her, who would you support?" Lu Qingchen, feeling helpless, replied, "I'm just at the Lingwu level. I haven't lived enough yet." Standing on the clouds, Nangong Qianyue's expression fluctuated, longing to confront Han Ming. Fortunately, Lu Qingchen's answer did not provoke her anger, and she managed to calm down a bit. Long Feng and the others watched Nangong Qianyue leave, secretly pleased. Lu Changfeng and Li Yinqing nodded excitedly, looking forward to the outcome 3 days later. Thinking about Lu Qingchen's response, the 3 couldn't help but smile at each other. Han Ming nodded in satisfaction and stopped dwelling on the matter. She took out a book of basic sword techniques and handed it to Lu Qingchen, instructing him to practice. As Lu Qingchen received the book, he noticed it contained fundamental sword movements. Understanding the importance of a solid foundation, he began practicing earnestly. Han Ming took out a small stool and sat nearby, silently observing. As night fell, Lu Qingchen continued to diligently repeat the monotonous sword techniques. In Han Ming's eyes, the young man standing before her was tall and graceful, possessing an ethereal beauty, like a captivating painting. She couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart, and her slightly lowered gaze couldn't hide the blush spreading across her cheeks. The young man gave a gentle smile, and the warmth of it seemed to melt away all the coldness in her heart, bringing a touch of warmth. In that moment, Han Ming felt as if she were in a fairy tale world, filled with tenderness and happiness. As the first rays of dawn cast their light on Lu Qingchen's handsome face, Han Ming sat there, attentively guiding her disciple. She hoped that Xiao Chun could be quicker in his sword selection and that his strikes would exude unparalleled momentum. Lu Qingchen diligently practiced the basic sword techniques, his sweat soaking through his clothes, large beads of perspiration dripping from his forehead. After 10,000 repetitions of the fundamental sword moves, even the exceptionally fit Lu Qingchen was exhausted. Finally, as the last sword shadow fell, the long training session came to an end. He almost couldn't hold himself up, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing the young man's weary face and sweat-drenched forehead, Han Ming felt a pang of sympathy. She brought out a table and a small stool, gesturing for Lu Qingchen to rest. Struggling to the table and sitting down, Lu Qingchen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Han Ming handed him an ice blue handkerchief embroidered with patterns, indicating he should wipe away his sweat. Lu Qingchen took the handkerchief, catching a faint fragrance, which made him feel slightly ticklish. Han Ming noticed his reaction and frowned slightly. Quickly, Lu Qingchen wiped his forehead a few times before tucking the handkerchief into his storage ring. Han Ming reached out to take the handkerchief back, but Lu Qingchen, oblivious, just grinned foolishly. Just then, a bright figure ran towards them, carrying many things. Lu Yan's clear voice rang out, "Junior brother, is training over? Let's have breakfast together." Seeing her other disciple arrive, Han Ming decided not to pursue the matter of the handkerchief further. Lu Qingchen asked in surprise, "Senior sister, how do you have time to come over?" Han Ming explained, "Xiao Yin has been in seclusion, so you haven't seen her since you joined." Lu Yin proudly said, "Yes, I've been training hard lately, aiming to challenge the top 10 on the Huagua Tianjiao list." Hearing this, Han Ming looked at Lu Yin in surprise and asked, "Have you achieved the transformation from mortal body to spiritual?" Lu Yin lifted her head proudly and replied, "Yes, I've broken through." Listening to their conversation, Lu Qingchen felt a bit puzzled. Han Ming patiently explained, "The transformation from mortal body to spiritual is a hallmark of advancing from the Zunhua stage to the King stage, a significant milestone for young talents. This process is extremely difficult, requiring the tempering of heavenly tribulation, and no one can interfere. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry, especially since his sister had just advanced to the Zunhua stage. Upon hearing his master's words, Lu Qingchen felt a sense of relief. Lu Qingxue had reached the Zunhua realm at such a young age, which undoubtedly showed her extraordinary talent, and this thought eased his mind. Han Ming suggested having breakfast first, and then sparring with Lu Yin. Lu Qingchen's appetite surged immediately, as his stomach was growling after countless sword practice sessions. The breakfast prepared by Lu Yin was rich in spiritual energy, with some rare treasures to replenish his strength. While savoring the food and sipping the heavenly cold pool water brought by his master, he felt completely rejuvenated. After finishing breakfast, Lu Qingchen felt his whole body invigorated, as if filled with boundless energy. He eagerly stood up and said to Lu Yin, "Senior sister, let's have a sparring match." Lu Yin put down her chopsticks and, with a smile, responded, "Junior brother, don't blame me if I hit too hard." Half an hour later, Lu Qingchen returned to his seat, looking utterly defeated. Han Ming couldn't help but chuckle at his troubled expression. "It's okay. For your current level to last half an hour against Lu Yin is quite impressive. After all, she's in the Zunhua realm and 3 years older than you." Hearing Han Ming's words, Lu Qingchen felt even more dejected. Lu Qingxue had reached the Zunhua realm 2 years older than him, and Lu Yin had achieved Fantai Hualing 3 years older. He couldn't help but worry if he could reach the Zunhua realm in the next 2 years. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen asked, "Master, how old are you?" He was quite curious about Han Ming's age. Ever since he met her, she never seemed to age, but he knew she had reached the Emperor realm, so he couldn't help but ask. Han Ming gave him a sidelong glance and replied slowly, "Your master is quite old. I should be over 300 years old by now." 300 years old? That's like an ancient monster. Lu Qingchen shivered at Han Ming's response. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. "Haha, master is joking. She's only 4 or 5 years older than you." This sudden revelation left Lu Qingchen feeling dizzy. Master is only 4 or 5 years older than me, so that means she's around 22? Thinking about this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but complain. "This is unbelievable. I thought I was a genius, but now it seems." Han Ming glared at Lu Yin and then comforted him. "Don't think too much, Xiaochan. I'm just a special case. I believe your cultivation at this age will only get better." Without saying more, Lu Qingchen silently picked up his ice cloud sword and continued practicing his basic sword techniques. The passage of time is like fine sand slipping through one's fingers. Lu Qingchen, like an unrelenting machine, persistently practiced the monotonous sword techniques. After countless repetitions, a moment of enlightenment finally dawned upon him. Following this newfound insight, Lu Qingchen resumed the fundamental sword techniques, and an imposing aura began to rise. With each simple slash, thrust, and stab, he felt a power that far surpassed the Bingyun sword technique he had used before. This new swordsmanship was smooth and controlled, unlike the concentrated force of the Bingyun sword technique. Now, his aura was immensely robust. With every swing, the thick aura grew increasingly domineering. As he executed the final move, the domineering aura descended with the sword blade, shattering the ground within a dozen meters. Lu Yin hurriedly stepped aside in shock. Standing with his sword sheathed, Lu Qingchen felt deeply satisfied with the abundant gains from the past 3 days. From a distance, Han Ming watched him with a smile, clearly pleased with his performance. Master, it feels like I have some new insights in my mind. Is this what sword aura is? After 3 days of practicing the basic sword techniques, Lu Qingchen had fully mastered this sword aura. Indeed, judging by the aura you displayed, you've already reached the pinnacle. Among the geniuses in Huagua, there is hardly anyone who can compare to you, his master praised, a rare commendation that delighted Lu Qingchen. He eagerly asked, Master, since my sword aura has reached its peak, what is the next realm? His master patiently explained, there are 4 stages of sword aura: minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, and complete perfection. Beyond complete perfection lies sword intent, which is beyond your current level. Seeing her disciple break through from minor achievement to perfection in just 3 days, Han Ming felt elated. Your rapid progress to perfection in just 3 days proves your unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. I believe that as your realm advances, sword intent will eventually be within your reach. Han Ming's words were filled with high expectations for Lu Qingchen. Compared to sword aura, having one's own sword intent is even more challenging. Han Ming had never seen a warrior below the Emperor realm possess sword intent. Even she only comprehended sword intent upon advancing to the Emperor realm, which granted her immense strength and led to her becoming the vice principal of the Tiandao Sacred Institute. According to ancient texts, comprehending sword intent marks the true pinnacle of swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to Han Ming, as Lu Qingchen was about to venture into the secret realm, his extraordinary nature began to reveal itself. Suddenly, several figures descended from the sky. It was the other 3 new students and their mentors. With the arrival of Ding Chu and Yushan, the 3-day training reached its conclusion. The 3 mentors approached Han Ming to report the training results. Lu Qingchen's performance was satisfactory. Mu Ningyue and Zhang Yu's training results were impressive. All 3 mentors wore smiles, clearly pleased with their students. They turned to Ding Chu, who proudly lifted his head and announced loudly, Yushan's training results are excellent. Lu Qingchen glanced at Yushan, who was grinning with pride, thinking that Ding Chu must be very pleased with his good friend's performance. The thought of Yushan possibly becoming an apprentice to a vice dean made Lu Qingchen happy for him. Since everyone had successfully completed the 3 days of training, the next steps are up to me. A clear, melodious voice rang out as Nangong Qianyue emerged from the void, smiling at Han Ming. Han Ming and Lu Yin exchanged glances, as if sparks were flying between them. After giving Lu Qingchen a look, Han Ming and Lu Yin left, followed by the other 3 mentors and Ding Chu. Once everyone had departed, Nangong Qianyue gently smiled at the 5 students before her and said, You have an hour to rest before we officially start training. With that, she stood aside and closed her eyes to rest. The 5 students exchanged looks and eventually sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. Lu Qingchen settled into a meditative position and began to recall the sword stance he had previously comprehended. The stance seemed to have taken shape through countless swings, as if it had merged with the world itself. Could this mean that a sword stance is a manifestation of the world's greater forces? If swordsmanship has its own stance, then what about martial spirits? Do they have their own stance too? With this thought in mind, Lu Qingchen began to carefully sense his martial spirit. Since awakening his 3 major martial spirits, he had been infusing them with soul power daily and trying to comprehend any new abilities. As for the concept of stance, he had never considered it before understanding the sword stance. Now, he closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness, and entered the space of his martial spirit. He observed the 3-legged golden crow, its wings outstretched, shrouded in golden flames, and its eyes shining like the sun. Lu Qingchen felt a slight tremor in his heart. Although this was his martial spirit, it always exerted pressure on him. Perhaps this was the stance of a martial spirit. Watching the divine bird stand proudly between heaven and earth, Lu Qingchen began to silently comprehend. This stance seemed somewhat similar to the sword stance he had grasped, yet entirely different. It possessed an invincible aura of suppressing and burning everything, as if all things would be incinerated in its presence. As his understanding deepened, Lu Qingchen seemed to grasp the essence of the stance contained within the 3-legged golden crow martial spirit. An hour passed. Time to start. Nangong Qianyue's voice rang out, just as Lu Qingchen was beginning to comprehend a trace of his martial spirit stance. Everyone opened their eyes and stood up straight, showing great respect due to their unfamiliarity with Dean Nangong's character. Nangong Qianyue looked at the 5 of them standing upright and chuckled softly. I hope you can maintain this posture later. She didn't say much more and got straight to the point. Nangong Qianyue looked at everyone sternly, her tone firm and filled with challenge. The upcoming test will require you to endure extreme mental pressure for 3 days. No matter what difficulties you face, you must persist unwaveringly. Otherwise, this expedition will have to be reconsidered. Hearing her resolute words, worry appeared on their faces, and a sense of unease settled in their hearts. However, they also understood that this was an opportunity for growth, and they could not give up easily. Thus, the mental endurance training officially began. As soon as Nangong Qianyue finished speaking, a powerful wave of mental force surged towards them like a raging sea, testing their resolve. A vast wave of spiritual power surged towards Lu Qingchen and his companions. Except for Lu Qingchen, the other four immediately bent under the invisible weight, as if crushed by an immense force. However, these individuals were not ordinary. They had stood out among many geniuses, showcasing extraordinary strength. Moments later, they straightened their backs, standing tall once again. Lu Qingchen felt as if a massive mountain was pressing down on him, the weight growing heavier, almost forcing him to bow his head to relieve the burden. But Lu Qingchen was not one to easily yield to pressure. As the sword intent within him rose, the pressure on him began to lighten. However, the other four did not have it as easy. Among them, Yushan and Lu Qingchen were the least affected by the pressure. Yushan, possessing a top-tier martial soul, unleashed the power of his golden-backed bull martial soul, which integrated strength and sharpness, significantly reducing the pressure on him. Lu Qingchen, with her twin martial souls and exceptional spiritual power, released one of her souls. Upon release, two pairs of small, adorable horns sprouted from her head, and her bright eyes turned multicolored. In contrast, Mu Ningyue and Zhang Yu had a tougher time. Although Mu Ningyue's martial soul was also top tier, it wasn't as outstanding. Her blazing green feather eagle martial soul, with its 7 soul slots, balanced speed and attack but lacked the pure offensive power to stand out. It also did not enhance her spiritual power enough. As for Zhang Yu, his martial soul, with only 6 soul slots, forced him to endure the pressure silently. Nangong Qianyue slightly adjusted the pressure she exerted on the group, making the weight on Lu Qingchen feel even heavier. Under the dual oppression of Nangong Qianyue's spiritual power and aura, Lu Qingchen's sword intent felt like a small boat in a stormy sea, constantly at risk of being engulfed but unwavering. Sensing the external spiritual pressure, the creation Jade Lotus martial soul in Lu Qingchen's mental sea began to rotate, emitting a jade-colored light that nourished his mind. As the creation Jade Lotus was released, Lu Qingchen felt the pressure vanish instantly, leaving him refreshed. However, Nangong Qianyue noticed this change and slightly reduced the pressure on Mu Ningyue and Zhang Yu, redirecting more spiritual power and aura pressure onto Lu Qingchen. This wasn't an act of targeting Lu Qingchen, but a means to aid in his spiritual growth. As the head of the Sacred Academy, Nangong Qianyue's control over spiritual power far surpassed others. The spiritual pressure and aura she applied to the 5 were tailored to each individual, ensuring everyone could endure it. After half an hour of silent perseverance, Lu Qingchen emitted 5 brilliant green lights. One enveloped her, while the other 4 spread towards Lu Qingchen and the others. Lu Qingchen felt a sudden relief in pressure and a partial restoration of his soul power. The changes in the others were even more pronounced. With the infusion of green light, their soul power rapidly recovered, exceeding 1/10. Lu Qingchen's martial soul, the 5-color deer, is a rare top-tier auxiliary soul that can simultaneously assist 5 people. The soul power consumed and the healing effect of the 5 green lights are identical, explaining why she could aid multiple individuals at once. Forming good relationships with these talented individuals in the secret realm was advantageous for Lu Qingchen. However, Lu Qingchen had different thoughts. He was surprised that Lu Qingchen could assist 4 people simultaneously, despite not being very familiar with them. Not one to take advantage, Lu Qingchen, recognizing the significant soul power Lu Qingchen expended to help them, immediately reciprocated with 4 beams of light. As fellow students of the Tiandao Holy Academy, mutual assistance was essential, especially since his close friends were among them. At this moment, the healing effect of the creation Jade Divine Lotus manifested. As a top-tier auxiliary martial soul, its healing ability surpassed that of the 5-color deer. Lu Qingchen's 3rd place in the National Martial Arts exam was due to her twin martial souls. However, since each of her martial souls only had 6 soul slots, the top spot went to Lu Qingchen. With twin martial souls, the judges favored those with 7 soul slots, the pinnacle of talent. As for martial souls with only 1 slot, they were not even acknowledged by the examiners. For beams of pure white light entered their bodies, prompting Yushan and Zhang Yu to exclaim in admiration. The 2 women also felt the powerful healing capability of the creation Jade Divine Lotus. This innate ability of Lu Qingchen's martial soul could simultaneously restore soul power and mental strength, and even heal minor injuries. Whether its healing capacity would increase with his level was still unknown to Lu Qingchen. Aside from Yushan, the other 3 looked at Lu Qingchen with gratitude. The light gave Mu Ningyue and Zhang Yu, who were on the verge of exhaustion, renewed hope. Nangong Qianyue admired the unity of the freshmen, despite being competitors. As classmates, there was no need for excessive hostility. At this moment, they were all on the same team, and the academy's higher-ups would appreciate such behavior. For Lu Qingchen, this expenditure was negligible. He understood right from wrong and acted with precision. As the pressure continued to mount, Lu Qingchen had no choice but to release his golden crow martial soul. After his spirit merged with his body, he felt the weight on his shoulders suddenly lighten, as if the entire world had become easier to bear. However, Nangong Qianyue did not experience the same relief and instead appeared somewhat exhausted. When Lu Qingchen unleashed the three-legged golden crow martial soul, Nangong Qianyue felt as if a wave of intense heat had struck her, shaking her entire mental world. A powerful and scorching energy surged towards her, seemingly capable of igniting everything in the void. Nangong Qianyue almost believed she was facing not an ordinary spirit martial realm cultivator, but a mythical being capable of obliterating everything. She had heard of Lu Qingchen's awakening of the supreme martial soul, the three-legged golden crow, but she never imagined its might would be so terrifying, even making someone as powerful as herself feel oppressed. The other four felt a noticeable release of pressure on their bodies after Lu Qingchen released the three-legged golden crow martial soul. However, this relief was short-lived as a tsunami of mental pressure and momentum soon engulfed them again. Lu Qingchen, feeling the pressure on her body suddenly decrease after releasing the three-legged golden crow martial soul, began to silently comprehend the earthly forces contained within this supreme martial soul. She immersed herself in it, feeling as if she were surrounded by blazing flames. When she looked up at the divine bird towering in the sky, her expression became somewhat dazed. Flames emanated from her body, and in an instant, she transformed into a being of fire. Yet, these flames did not harm her. Instead, they helped to disperse the pressure brought by Nangong Qianyue. Standing beside Lu Qingchen, Yushan and Zhang Yu felt the temperature around them rising continuously, almost beyond their tolerance. Their clothes began to catch fire, but under Nangong Qianyue's mental suppression, they could only endure the scorching flames. Go back and change your clothes first, then come back, Nangong Qianyue said helplessly as she withdrew her mental suppression, watching their clothes burn away. Muning Yue and Lu Qingchen also felt the intense heat, but fortunately, they had strong backing and were wearing high-quality garments, avoiding an embarrassing situation. Yushan and Zheng Yu screamed as they ran towards the academy lake with their burning clothes. Suddenly, two icy blue beams descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames on them. The deans, standing on the clouds, silently observed everything. Those icy blue beams were the intervention of Han Ming, truly worthy of a supreme martial soul, touching the edge of the laws so swiftly. Li Yinqing and Long Feng remarked in amazement. Han Ming kept a vigilant eye on her disciple, who was being suppressed by Nangong Qianyue, fearing that something might happen to Lu Qingchen. Nangong Qianyue glanced at the people in the clouds. Lu Changfeng gave a helpless smile and transformed into a stream of light, landing beside Nangong Qianyue. You two, come over here, Lu Changfeng said to Lu Qingchen and Muning Yue, noticing the temperature around Lu Qingchen continuing to rise. The two women hurriedly ran towards Lu Changfeng. After releasing the mental constraints on them, Nangong Qianyue focused intently on observing Lu Qingchen's condition. At that moment, flames raged within a 10-meter radius around Lu Qingchen, and the high temperatures caused the space to warp and distort. After about 15 minutes, the flames gradually receded into Lu Qingchen's body. When the fire completely merged into him, a wave of heat surged out, causing Lu Qingchen to close his eyes and silently feel his martial soul. He seemed to touch something, an unprecedented sensation of merging with the universe, making him feel capable of destroying everything. Upon carefully inspecting his internal state, Lu Qingchen discovered a dragonized crimson gold seed in his dantian. This seed rotated slowly, absorbing fire element spiritual energy. Suddenly, a more powerful aura and mental pressure emanated from Nangong Qianyue, almost 10 times stronger than before, causing Lu Qingchen to bend over instantly. Clenching his teeth, he slowly straightened up. At that moment, his clear eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, exuding boundless majesty. When he locked eyes with Nangong Qianyue, she felt as if she were facing an imposing emperor, his cold gaze instilling a trace of fear in her. The golden emperor dragon within him seemed to sense Lu Qingchen's will, roaring in the martial soul space. Lu Qingchen let out a roar that resembled the cry of a dragon from the 9 heavens, breaking Nangong Qianyue's mental pressure. Her vision was nearly blinded by his dragon eyes, and she then heard a primal dragon roar. As a member of the true dragon clan, the Golden Emperor Dragon was incredibly terrifying. It was said that the roar of an adult Golden Emperor Dragon could shatter the sky and make all beings tremble. Nangong Qianyue, having endured the dragon's might twice, felt her mind in chaos and her body teetering. Seeing her pained expression, Lu Qingchen quickly retracted his martial soul and supported her to prevent her from falling. As Nangong Qianyue felt slightly better, she leaned against Lu Qingchen for support. Feeling guilty, Lu Qingchen swiftly used his sacred healing ability, sending a green light towards Nangong Qianyue. This was the latest supernatural power he had acquired from the Soul Pearl. A soft moan was heard, and Dean Nangong's wavering body finally steadied, his mental state gradually recovering. He had always been a pillar of the academy, bearing significant responsibilities, but recently he had been troubled by immense pressure and a heavy heart. After enduring a period of struggle and torment, he finally regained his inner peace and resolve. This experience made him cherish the present even more and strengthened his confidence in the future. Nangong Qianyue had just regained consciousness and immediately became aware of her surroundings. She quickly pushed away the handsome young man in front of her, her deep, mysterious eyes fixed on Lu Qingchen, and a blush crept across her cheeks, barely concealed by her veil. Despite her efforts to remain composed, her inner turmoil was evident. Lu Qingchen had caught the sound she made during the healing process of the sacred healing art. Not far away, Lu Chengfeng witnessed the scene and promptly released his mental suppression on the others. He walked over to Nangong Qianyue with concern and asked, "Dean, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a minor accident. I just need a bit of rest," Nangong Qianyue reassured him. Satisfied with her response, Lu Chengfeng turned and left. Noticing the curious gazes of the other freshmen directed at Nangong Qianyue, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but mock. "What are you looking at? If any of you could injure me like Lu Qingchen did, then you'd be impressive." He continued to exert his mental pressure on everyone present. Meanwhile, above the clouds, Long Feng and his companions had observed the situation anxiously. They wanted to confront Lu Qingchen immediately, but knowing that Nangong Qianyue's training was not yet complete, they could only wait impatiently. Long Feng's eyes widened as he asked the person next to him, "Did you feel that oppressive force just now? Could it be dragon might?" "I'm not sure, but that roar seemed like a dragon's call," Li Yinqing replied. When Han Meng was asked about her experience training with Lu Qingchen, she responded irritably, "You were all there during his training. Have you forgotten?" She felt puzzled about her disciple's situation, wondering if the existence of three martial souls was indeed possible. The dragon's roar had made Han Meng shudder, even though she hadn't directly faced it. As a supreme species among divine beasts, dragons inherently suppressed other beast martial souls. Like Long Feng, she was eager to uncover the truth. The academy elders descended from the clouds, and a one-armed elder spoke to Long Feng, "Come with me to another place." Suddenly, Lu Qingchen felt as if he had been transported to a different location. "Reflect on your recent insights in the training room. I will join you shortly," said Nangong Qianyue before leaving. Lu Qingchen began to survey his surroundings and realized it was a place suitable for living. The courtyard was filled with various spiritual herbs, exuding a strong fragrance and spiritual energy. He wondered if this could be Nangong Qianyue's courtyard. Looking at the spiritual herbs before him, he couldn't help but feel tempted, carefully identifying each plant while almost drooling with excitement. At this moment, Lu Qingchen felt a bit heavy-hearted because he had accidentally hurt Nangong Qianyue, causing him to feel guilty. In the hall, he noticed a door with the word "training" written on it. Intrigued, he decided to head to the training room. As he pushed the door open, he was captivated by the spirit stones embedded in the walls. The dense spiritual energy surged into his body, filling him with a refreshing power. He closed the door, sat cross-legged, and shut his eyes to focus on his training, feeling the flow of the spiritual energy. Suddenly, he realized that the roar he had just emitted seemed to contain immense power. Could this be a special ability of the Golden Emperor Dragon? He pondered as he opened the information panel to check his martial spirit and realm. However, the information panel wasn't entirely accurate. His control over the Golden Holy Eyes was still insufficient, and it seemed that the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar required the martial spirit to be attached to his body to be released. His spiritual power had reached the 9th level, but the two extra words on the panel puzzled him. He began to suspect that it had something to do with the small crimson gold seed in his dantian. Carefully observing the changes in the seed, he used his mind to communicate with it. A flame appeared in his palm, transforming into a firebird that flew forward. But he quickly withdrew his spiritual energy, causing the firebird to vanish. The power of this law amazed him. With a mere thought, he could control the fire attribute's spiritual energy. He recalled the stargrass in the courtyard, took out a large cauldron, and placed the stargrass inside. After adding water, he ignited a flame. Closing his eyes, he entered the cauldron and silently activated the Undying Dragon Emperor Body technique. When Principal Nangong imposed mental pressure, Lu Qingchen let out a roar, drawing the attention of the onlooking students. Long Feng patiently explained what had happened, but everyone was still puzzled by the dragon roar they had just heard. After listening to Long Feng's explanation, the elders of Tiandao Holy Academy wore grave expressions. They realized that if this student could grow, they would become an unparalleled force, capable of rivaling the academy itself. A burly elder couldn't help but ask Long Feng, "According to your description, this student's martial soul should be related to dragon-type martial souls?" Long Feng nodded affirmatively and, with a smile, replied, "Judging by that immensely powerful roar, It is very likely an extremely formidable dragon-type martial soul. He then added somewhat helplessly, however, we need to confirm the specifics directly with the student. At this point, everyone looked up towards the clouds. But where was that person? They had been right below them just moments ago. Now, Lu Qingchen and Nangong Qianyue were nowhere to be seen. Only Lu Chengfeng and the other 4 new students remained, continuing their training. At that moment, Nangong Qianyue was lazily reclining in an ice-forged bathtub, her eyes somewhat dazed. Having just endured Lu Qingchen's dragon roar, her mind was in turmoil, and she was drenched in cold sweat. However, she felt a long-standing mental barrier loosen under that roar, bringing her a hint of surprise. For someone at her level, breakthroughs were exceedingly difficult, especially on a mental level. Nangong Qianyue accurately judged that Lu Qingchen's other martial soul was definitely a pure-blooded dragon soul, of a quality that wouldn't be inferior to the 3-legged golden crow. Because, apart from a pure-blooded dragon martial soul, no other could exert such overwhelming pressure on a student at the spirit martial realm. She speculated about which type of pure-blooded true dragon Lu Qingchen's martial soul might be, filled with curiosity. Thinking about Lu Qingchen's other 2 martial souls, Nangong Qianyue couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too monstrous." Recalling the sound she made at the end, her cheeks flushed slightly. Though she was supposed to be training the new students, she ended up embarrassing herself, which made her feel quite ashamed. However, with the slight loosening of her mental barrier, it was a small consolation. At that moment, Lu Qingchen was enduring immense pain. Since ordinary flames were ineffective against him, he had to rely on his Golden Crow Emperor Flame for body tempering. Under his control, the Golden Crow Emperor Flame burned fiercely, and the water in the refining star cauldron had long since boiled. He gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching heat while silently cultivating the indestructible dragon body. After absorbing several star grass herbs, a dragon pattern gradually appeared on his body, though it was faint and somewhat dim. Watching the essence of the spiritual herbs being absorbed, he felt a bit disappointed. He realized that the resources needed to cultivate the first layer of the indestructible dragon body far exceeded his expectations. Just as he was feeling a bit dejected, Nangong Qianyue's voice rang out, and dozens of star grass herbs appeared in the refining star cauldron. Having just finished her bath and intending to inquire about his martial soul, she was taken aback by the scene before her. When Lu Qingchen saw the star herb in the cauldron about to vanish, he hurriedly picked every plant in the courtyard and placed them into the large cauldron. As the star herbs merged, the star refining cauldron brimmed with energy once more. Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen began to channel his cultivation technique, absorbing the energy frantically. After a quarter of an hour of continuous absorption, the last drop of the elixir's essence was drawn into his body, and the dragon patterns finally gleamed. He stretched his limbs, his body emitting crackling sounds. The power of the first layer of the undying dragon body was intoxicating. Lu Qingchen felt his physical strength had increased at least tenfold. Imagining a battle with Lan Xiao, he couldn't help but smile. However, his reverie was interrupted by a cold voice. "Can you put on some clothes before you start smiling?" The clear and melodious voice of Nangong Qianyue startled him. Fortunately, the cauldron was spacious enough to only reveal his muscular chest. Nangong Qianyue glanced at him and then turned away. She left a message, "I'll be waiting in the courtyard," and Lu Qingchen hurriedly dressed, feeling the surge of power within him. He was one step closer to the realm of kings. Walking through the living room, Lu Qingchen headed straight to the courtyard. A stone table and several stone chairs came into view, with Nangong Qianyue sitting sideways on one of the chairs, her legs crossed, showcasing her alluring curves. She gestured for Lu Qingchen to sit down, and a subtle fragrance filled the air. Unintentionally, Lu Qingchen glanced at Nangong Qianyue, and his golden dragon eyes flashed instantly, causing him to quickly look away. He wondered why this divine ability always activated on its own. Seeing him suddenly turn away, Nangong Qianyue asked curiously what he was doing. Lu Qingchen hastily answered, and then sat at the stone table, not daring to lift his head. She inquired what had happened, but he was still lost in the earlier scene and couldn't respond immediately. Noting his lack of response, Nangong Qianyue straightforwardly asked about the dragon aura and the change in his golden eyes. Lu Qingchen had no choice but to confess that his dragon aura was a manifestation of another martial soul, and the golden eyes were also an influence of his martial soul. Nangong Qianyue sighed in relief, remarking that if he couldn't even be honest about this, there would be no hope in taking him as a disciple. She continued to probe, confirming that he possessed 3 major martial souls, with the third being a dragon-type martial soul. Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement, looking into Nangong Qianyue's clear eyes and replied, "Yes, Dean." Seeing Lu Qingchen's straightforward answer, a wave of admiration surged in Nangong Qianyue's heart. She suddenly stood up, leaned close to Lu Qingchen's ear, and whispered softly, "So, would you like to become my disciple?" Her words were filled with warmth and anticipation, like a gentle invitation that highlighted the emotional bond between master and disciple. Nangong Qianyue was as elegant as an orchid, her voice soft and melodious, like a gentle breeze brushing past Lu Qingchen's ears. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave struck Lu Qingchen's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Nangong Qianyue had just proposed to take him as her disciple, catching him completely off guard. He couldn't help but recall the time when she helped him absorb the soul orb, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Ever since that playful moment with his master, Lu Qingchen had found no peace. The enchanting beauty before him made him almost want to draw closer. The two deans each had their own unique charm, one cold and noble, the other alluring and charming. Everyone in the academy admired them fervently. Now that both deans wanted to take him as their disciple, he knew other students and instructors would be green with envy. However, as he faced those captivating eyes, Lu Qingchen found himself at a loss for words. Nangong Qianyue, how shameless of you. A figure clad in icy blue emerged from the void, her face clouded with anger. Han Ming, who had been eavesdropping with others, was infuriated that Nangong Qianyue had openly proposed taking Lu Qingchen as her disciple right in front of her. This could not be tolerated, leading to the current confrontation. Oh my, Dean Han. What brings you here in such a hurry? Not even a moment to say hello? Nangong Qianyue said with a slight frown and a mocking tone. Did you think I wouldn't notice you hiding and eavesdropping? She continued to speak to the void. Everyone, except for Lu Qingchen who had accidentally fallen, appeared from the void. The courtyard suddenly became crowded, making Lu Qingchen quite uneasy. Fortunately, he hadn't spoken up, or his master might have truly lost her temper. Han Ming's icy blue eyes flickered with anger, sending a chill through Lu Qingchen. So many of you here, Nangong Qianyue said with a bright smile, though she seemed a bit uncomfortable. We were worried about the effect of that dragon's roar on Dean Nangong, so we came to check, Long Feng said with a helpless shrug. Dean Nangong, your actions are somewhat inappropriate. The apprenticeship ceremony hasn't even started, and you're already trying to take a disciple? Nangong Qianyue's expression remained unchanged as she coolly replied, which academy rule forbids taking a disciple early? Her words left everyone speechless. Besides, who can guarantee that you wouldn't do the same? She added with a smile, her gaze fixed on Han Ming. Han Ming, trapped by Nangong Qianyue's gaze, found herself at a loss for words. If that were the case, wouldn't she be the first to break the rules? As soon as Nangong Qianyue finished speaking, the entire scene froze. For a genius with 3 martial spirits like Lu Qingchen, every dean and even other seniors hoped to take him as a disciple. They understood that a talent like Lu Qingchen was a rare find, and his future achievements would surely surpass everyone present. Thus, having him under their tutelage would not only benefit the future of the Heavenly Tao Academy, but also add infinite possibilities to their own paths of cultivation. In the silence and mutual glances exchanged among the crowd, one senior couldn't help but break the silence. He believed that the most pressing matter was to understand Lu Qingchen's martial spirit attributes and prepare for the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and turned their gazes towards Lu Qingchen. However, amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Lu Qingchen did not reveal his martial spirit attributes. He only casually answered a few questions, leaving everyone with mixed feelings. The seniors and deans departed with complex thoughts, their true intentions remaining a mystery. As they left, only Lu Qingchen, Han Ming, and Nangong Qianyue remained in the courtyard. Why hasn't Dean Han left yet? Planning to stay for dinner? Nangong Qianyue teased with a laugh. Han Ming glanced at Lu Qingchen upon hearing this, then turned and left as well. The commotion finally ended, and Lu Qingchen rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. You can train here for the next couple of days. Having one more person around makes it livelier, Nangong Qianyue said with a smile, not mentioning the matter of apprenticeship again. Over the next 2 days, Lu Qingchen devoted himself to rigorous training in the practice room while enduring Nangong Qianyue's mental pressure. This time, however, Nangong Qianyue strictly forbade him from releasing his Golden Emperor Dragon martial spirit. Dean Nangong, you are truly formidable, Lu Qingchen said, slightly exhausted after nearly 5 hours of mental and aura suppression. Nangong Qianyue withdrew her mental pressure and walked straight into her room, while Lu Qingchen lay down on the courtyard ground. After 2 days of training, Lu Qingchen finally made a breakthrough in his mental strength. As he lay on the ground for a moment, he saw Nangong Qianyue approaching with a few small plates. Let's have a bite together, she said. Lu Qingchen was somewhat surprised to see the beautiful lady before him, not expecting her to cook. The meal was somewhat subdued, as both of them chewed their food with heavy hearts. Nangong Qianyue sipped her soup in small mouthfuls, while Lu Qingchen hesitated to speak. Dean Nangong, I'm about to leave, Lu Qingchen finally said after some contemplation. Oh, then go ahead, Nangong Qianyue replied indifferently, continuing to sip her soup. Seeing her unchanged expression, Lu Qingchen felt a bit heavy-hearted as he slowly rose from his chair and walked towards the door. Come back. Just as Lu Qingchen was gradually moving away, Nangong Qianyue suddenly spoke. Lu Qingchen heard the sound and slowly turned around, only to see a beautiful figure standing behind him. Nangong Qianyue removed a string of crystal-clear necklace from her snow-white neck and gently placed it on Lu Qingchen. This was a treasure for mental defense, different from other items, as it served as a passive defense mechanism. When subjected to mental attacks, it would sense the danger in advance and protect the mind from harm. Nangong Qianyue's gentle eyes gazed at the young man before her. And don't give up easily, she said softly. Before Lu Qingchen could respond, the enchanting dean had already walked away. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Lu Qingchen opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Over the past few days, Lu Qingchen had gained some understanding of Nangong Qianyue. She had a quiet demeanor and showed indifference to most things, similar to his master. Apart from teaching him, she spent most of her time either cultivating or playing in the courtyard. The crystal-clear necklace emitted a faint fragrance, and upon closer inspection, intricate and mysterious patterns were carved on it. Unlike other treasures, this necklace did not emit any spiritual energy and looked just like an ordinary necklace. Lu Qingchen toyed with it for a moment before taking a deep breath. He pushed open the door and left the fragrant courtyard. As soon as he stepped outside, Lu Qingchen noticed a figure waiting for him. Upon seeing him, Han Ming let out an annoyed huff. You finally decided to come out. I thought you were going to stay there forever. No, no, Lu Qingchen replied somewhat guiltily, rubbing his nose. Come with me. I have some things to tell you, Han Ming said, glaring at him as if sensing his guilt. The two then slowly made their way to another courtyard. Earlier, you mentioned your third martial spirit is the Golden Emperor Dragon? Han Ming asked hesitantly. Lu Qingchen nodded, and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. The Golden Emperor Dragon spirit slowly manifested, exuding an ancient and primitive aura. Han Ming stared at the dragon shadow for a few seconds before signaling Lu Qingchen to retract it. How many people know that your martial spirit is the Golden Emperor Dragon? Han Ming asked seriously. Only my master and Dean Nangong, Lu Qingchen replied, looking down, still feeling a bit guilty. Seeing his expression, Han Ming almost laughed but understood that Lu Qingchen meant no harm. Nangong Qianyue had been a great help to him, so it was okay that he told her. With that in mind, Han Ming sternly said, You did the right thing. Don't easily reveal the type and name of your martial spirit. Dragon-type spirits are numerous, and even within the dragon clan, the abilities of pure-blooded true dragons vary greatly. While they are the dean and senior figures, you must still be cautious, even within the secret realm. Listening to Han Ming's advice, Lu Qingchen felt warmth in his heart. Understood, master. I will be careful to keep it a secret. Seeing her disciple's serious expression, Han Ming nodded in satisfaction. At the academy, there are a few seniors who have connections with the City of Life. They might ask you to look after Lu Qingchen in the secret realm. You can handle it as you see fit. There's no need to be overly concerned. In the secret realm, your own safety and interests are paramount. Lu Qingchen nodded slightly as he looked into Han Ming's earnest eyes. He understood that his own safety was indeed the top priority in the secret realm. If Lu Qingchen could be of help, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, opportunities and treasures in the secret realm are fought for based on one's strength, and he wouldn't easily give up on those. With the basic information conveyed, Han Ming said, It's getting late now. You can stay here for the night. I'll take you to a good place tomorrow morning. After saying this, Han Ming went straight into her room. Lu Qingchen found a clean room, lay down, and closed his eyes. He hadn't rested for 6 consecutive days. When he woke up, it was nearly dawn. Lu Qingchen washed up quickly and then sat in the living room waiting for Han Ming to wake up. About half an hour later, Han Ming's door opened, but she didn't seem to be in good condition. Lu Qingchen noticed that her face was pale, her lips slightly purple, and she emitted a cold aura. Master, are you all right? Lu Qingchen asked as he hurried over to her. I had a slight issue during my cultivation last night. Nothing serious, Han Ming said softly, waving her hand dismissively when she saw the concern in his eyes. Lu Qingchen took her hand and felt a chilling coldness. He used his holy healing technique, slowly channeling soul power into her body. Han Ming initially tried to pull away but stopped when she felt a warmth spreading from her hands. She stood still, allowing the healing to continue. 15 minutes later, Lu Qingchen released her hand. Master, do you feel better? Han Ming felt a comforting warmth throughout her body, with the previous coldness completely gone. Much better. Let's get going, she said with a gentle smile, and the two of them disappeared. They arrived at the Tianshang Pavilion, but this time in the basement. According to the Academy's arrangements, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and 3 others would be training here for the last few days. Staring at the intricate spiritual veins before him, Lu Qingchen was somewhat stunned. Chun, you're the last one. Come over here and start training, Yushan called out. Lu Qingchen walked to a place dense with spiritual energy and began absorbing the energy from the veins. For days later, powerful waves of spiritual energy radiated from everyone, indicating they had all made breakthroughs. Lu Qingchen, still some distance from reaching the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, said to the group, "Let's go. Today, we head to the secret realm." Hearing this, the group composed themselves and left the spiritually rich area. The first floor of Tianqing Pavilion was packed to the brim, and the air was thick with anticipation. Long Feng, with a broad smile, chatted casually with Li Yinqing. "Yinqing, what do you think these new students will achieve after a few days of training?" Li Yinqing pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "They might break through to the 5th level of spirit martial, maybe even reach the 6th or 7th level." Long Feng patted his shoulder patiently, smiling. "Why not aim even higher?" Dean Shu overheard their conversation and shook his head helplessly, hoping the new students would gain something from the upcoming journey into the secret realm. A senior remarked, "I heard there's a saint-level inheritance hidden in this secret realm. Not only are students from the 3 major academies participating, but also disciples from the 3 great sanctuaries. Securing the saint-level inheritance will be an arduous task." Lu Qingfeng sighed and added, "The sanctuary's approach is baffling. They possess saint-level techniques yet choose to send their disciples into the secret realm, posing a significant challenge to other forces." Li Yinqing expressed his frustration. "It's hard to accept the sanctuary's actions. They already have saint-level techniques but keep enhancing their strength, leaving other forces powerless." Long Feng gently patted his shoulder, consoling him. "The martial world has always been survival of the fittest. Every force is constantly growing stronger, and that's an unchangeable truth." Still dissatisfied, Li Yinqing said, "If it weren't for the sanctuary disciples, these new students would surely shine. It's such a pity." As they were chatting, Lu Qingchen and others emerged from the training grounds, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd assessed their cultivation levels one by one. 6th level of spirit martial, 3 at the 7th level. When their gaze landed on Lu Qingchen, their eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Qingchen was not only at the 8th level of spirit martial, but was also just a step away from the 9th level. The soul power emanating from him was extraordinarily strong, far surpassing others at the same level. Seeing the cultivation levels of these new students, most of the onlookers were pleasantly surprised. An elderly man smiled in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad." Long Feng cleared his throat and reminded everyone, "As we prepare to head to the Tianzu secret realm, be mindful of students from other factions and also beware of the fierce spirits formed from the battlefield's resentment." With Long Feng's words, the scene fell into silence. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen received a series of transmitted messages, informing him of the challenges ahead. The Tianzu secret realm they were about to enter was an ancient battlefield, teeming with countless fierce spirits, the manifestations of the resentment from the battlefield's fallen souls. Rumor has it that the most fearsome spirits in the secret realm can reach the emperor level, which sent a shiver down the spines of Lu Qingchen and his companions. Spirits at the emperor level would be as powerful as they were, if not more. The mere thought of encountering such a formidable spirit made them anxious, knowing that even with 100 legs, escape would be nearly impossible. However, Long Feng's words provided some comfort. He explained that most spirits were at the Lingwu level, and higher-level spirits typically guarded precious treasures. As long as they didn't provoke them, they wouldn't be attacked. Hearing Long Feng's reassurance, Lu Qingchen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission was to seek opportunities, not to court death. An elder reminded them again, emphasizing that life is paramount and urging them to seek the inheritance and techniques of the sacred realm. A reminder they took to heart. "Let's set off for the secret realm now." Long Feng signaled the group to depart. The others gradually left, leaving behind only the 3 deans and Lu Qingchen's team. Nangong Qianyue glanced at Lu Qingchen and left him with a message only he could hear, "Come back alive." As the deans departed, the spirit beast pouch at Han Ming's waist began to glow, and an ice-blue divine bird, the Ice Luan, appeared before them, exuding a chilling aura. "This is an emperor-level Ice Luan," Long Feng exclaimed in awe. Han Ming gently stroked the Ice Luan's head and instructed everyone to get on. Without hesitation, they leaped onto the bird's back. Once everyone was in position, Han Ming patted the Ice Luan's head and softly said, "Xiao Bing, let's go." The Ice Luan let out a cry, flapped its massive wings, and carried them into the distance. In a picturesque area with clear mountains and waters, many teams had gathered, waiting for the secret realm to open. A student from Wuhuan University curiously asked why the students from the 3 prestigious schools had not yet arrived. Others chimed in, saying that students from these schools always arrive late, as they were confident and proud. During the wait for the secret realm to open, the students from Wuhuan University started chatting. Someone asked Dean Wang about the rumors regarding the new students from the 3 prestigious schools. Dean Wang replied that this year's freshmen were exceptionally talented and full of confidence. This filled everyone present with anticipation for the upcoming challenges. The fact that the 3 prestigious schools only sent freshmen has infuriated some students from other academies. Although they do not come from the top 3 schools, as senior students of various martial soul universities, they have at least reached the 8th or even 9th level of the Lingwu realm. This journey to the secret realm is crucial and could determine the fate of many martial soul universities. If a university gains an opportunity in the secret realm, it might soar to new heights and even join the ranks of the prestigious schools. However, the top 3 schools only sending freshmen is seen as an insult and a sign of contempt. Many present expressed disdain for the actions of the 3 prestigious schools. They questioned whether these schools were digging their own graves or merely sending their freshmen to their deaths. Even the most talented freshmen could not possibly exceed the 5th level of the Lingwu realm, right? Meanwhile, most of the students from martial soul universities were at the 8th or 9th level of the Lingwu realm, and they all showed their contempt. Even the mentors and deans of the martial soul universities were puzzled and concerned. Despite the confusion, there was a hint of happiness among the crowd. After all, this journey to the secret realm was extraordinary, and having fewer competitors could actually be beneficial. Perhaps, as some students suggested, this experience could make them famous in one fell swoop. This thought excited many leaders of the martial soul universities. Who wants to remain obscure? Although the top 3 schools only sent freshmen, their reputation was undeniable and could not be ignored. Even though the top 3 schools have only sent freshmen, you must not let your guard down, understand? The mentors and deans of the martial soul universities repeatedly reminded their students. They also revealed that the Ice and Snow Sanctuary would participate in this journey to the secret realm, suggesting that students could consider teaming up with them. Ice and Snow Sanctuary? Yushan asked with some confusion. We are not familiar with them. No worries, our Heavenly Tao Academy has the support of several sanctuaries, including the Ice and Snow Sanctuary. If you encounter them, you can consider teaming up. They won't refuse, as there is strength in numbers, Long Feng said to Lu Qingchen and the other 4. Although the other 4 nodded in agreement, Lu Qingchen did not fully concur. He was acutely aware that teaming up with others could lead to conflicts over the distribution of opportunities and treasures, potentially causing internal strife. He understood the harsh reality of this world, where even brothers could turn against each other over unequal distribution of benefits. Except for Yushan, Lu Qingchen regarded everyone entering the secret realm as a competitor, even those from the Heavenly Tao Academy. The 2 who grew up playing with Yushan know him inside and out. This time, they must be especially cautious of the people from Monster Academy and the temples, as it's said that their students are exceptionally powerful. Particularly, the Flame Temple and the Thunder Temple have strong backing. Besides the Snow Temple, the only teams heading to the secret realm are from these 2 temples. They are essentially enemies on the same front, so they must not let their guard down. Hanming seemed to think of something and warned everyone to be careful. Dean Han was right. These 2 temples are definitely collaborating with Monster Academy. So, if you encounter them, fight if you can, and if you can't, retreat immediately. Long Feng also sternly reminded everyone at this moment. At the mention of the 2 temples being allied with Monster Academy, the expressions of Lu Qingchen and others turned serious. Suddenly, amidst the discussions of the Wuhuan University students, a ferocious beast's roar echoed. It was a black-armored dragon. The people from the War God Academy had arrived. The beast looked like a cross between a dragon and a serpent, covered in pitch-black scales, and it slowly descended. Standing on the dragon's back were people from the War God Academy. A middle-aged man in black descended from the dragon, followed by 5 students from the War God Academy. The leading youth had a tall, sturdy figure, a resolute face, and eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. Oh my god, is that Duan Hongtian? Am I seeing things? The 4th place in the National Martial Arts exam, Duan Hongtian, actually joined the War God Academy? You really don't know, do you? That was ages ago. He challenged a Lingwu level 9 with only Lingwu level 8 and didn't lose. Is he really that strong? How long has he been at the War God Academy? As the leading youth dismounted the black armor dragon, the Wuhuan University students buzzed with discussion. Hearing the chatter, the higher-ups of various academies also grew serious. All eyes were on the tall, sturdy youth. Suddenly, another sound pierced the air. Everyone turned to see a giant ice phoenix flying towards them. The ice phoenix landed slowly, whipping up strong winds wherever it went. Many struggled to stay on their feet. A handsome man and a stunning woman gracefully descended, followed by Lu Qingchen and 4 others. These were the members of the Tian Dao Academy. The arrival of the Tian Dao Academy team drew everyone's attention. Does anyone recognize that woman? Is she a mentor from Tian Dao Academy? She's so beautiful, like a celestial being. Why doesn't our academy have a mentor like her? I want to pursue her, don't stop me. You Toad, get lost, let me go first. Seeing Hanming's unparalleled beauty, the Wuhuan University students were full of admiration. Lu Qingchen was amazed at how popular his mentor was. Hearing the commotion from their students, some mentors also turned their attention to Tian Dao Academy. Witnessing this scene, the mentors quickly warned their students to stay quiet. You're joking. the vice dean of the prestigious Tiandao Academy, a powerhouse at the Fenghuang level. His strength is enough to obliterate an entire city, an insurmountable chasm for others. Zhang Yu glanced at the people around him and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Were these people all waiting for the secret realm to open? This was his first time seeing so many soul warriors of the same level, and he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He couldn't resist asking, "Are they here waiting for the secret realm to open?" Mu Ningyue softly replied, "Probably, otherwise why would they waste their time here?" Just then, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the air, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Long Feng slowly said, "The people from the Monster Academy have arrived." They watched as the fierce eagle-like beasts drew closer, a sense of tension rising within them. A massive eagle-like beast with a wingspan of several dozen meters and a body covered in ash-gray feathers landed on the ground, letting out a piercing screech. The other students quickly covered their ears, some even clutching their heads in pain. However, Lu Qingchen and his group seemed unaffected. Standing nearby, Bingluan spread its wings and effortlessly neutralized the harsh sound. It then folded its large wings, lifted its head proudly, and showed a hint of disdain. Seeing Bingluan's attitude, Lu Qingchen and his companions couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, Principal Han, your Bingluan has quite the personality. It even mocks other spirit beasts." "No, it mocks that eagle," Mu Rongqing laughed, finding the spirit beast amusing. Bingluan tilted its head and glanced at Mu Rongqing upon hearing her words. That's just how Xiaobing is. It always shows that expression when encountering other spirit beasts. It's incredibly intelligent and can almost understand what we say, Han Meng said, somewhat speechless at Bingluan's behavior. As if understanding Han Meng's words, Bingluan let out a chirp in agreement. Monster Academy is always the same, trying to intimidate students from ordinary Wuhuan University as soon as they arrive to flaunt their prestigious status. Long Feng shook his head, disapproving of Monster Academy's behavior. Meanwhile, the higher-ups at Wuhuan University also realized the issue. Seeing their students in pain, they quickly cast protective shields to block out the piercing noise. Behind the ash-gray eagle-like beast descended 9 figures, the leading faculty and students entering the secret realm. The middle-aged man at the front had strikingly handsome features, no less impressive than Long Feng. The cold man behind him had sharp eyes like an eagle's, giving off an unsettling vibe. Observing closely, Lu Qingchen noticed a remarkable resemblance between this elder and Yao Qingwu from before. The middle-aged man leading the way was the principal of Monster Academy, and the cold man was the vice principal. Noticing his students staring at the people from Monster Academy, Long Feng explained, "See that vice principal from Monster Academy? His surname is Yao," he said mysteriously as Lu Qingchen and the others focused on the figures. "Surname Yao?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged glances, a cold killing intent rising within them. The memory of their escape, the helplessness against a formidable enemy, was unforgettable. That very incident had driven them to train relentlessly after joining the academy, waiting for this day to wash away their shame with blood. Sure enough, besides the 2 principals from Monster Academy, one of the figures was indeed Yao Changwu. Lu Qingchen also noticed Yin Zian among them. At this moment, Yao Qingwu and Yin Zian's gazes were also directed towards the Tiandao Holy Academy group. When Yao Qingwu saw Lu Qingchen staring at him, he sneered dismissively and made a throat-slitting gesture. Faced with such a crude provocation, Lu Qingchen's eyes gleamed with golden light, and an aura of majestic dragon energy burst forth. Yao Qingwu suddenly collapsed, injured, but fortunately, Yin Zian caught him in time, avoiding an awkward situation. A cold and aloof woman in the audience frowned at the scene. The 2 deans of Monster Academy also noticed this. One of them, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, snorted disdainfully, thinking that the methods of Tiandao Sacred Academy were too lowly. Long Feng smiled slightly and retorted, "Are the methods of Monster Academy any better?" The mutual accusations quickly escalated the tension. A handsome middle-aged man smiled and said, "Arguing is pointless. Let's prove our skills instead. Hopefully, Monster Academy won't disappoint Dean Long." His words seemed to ignite the flames of conflict, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Long Feng's steady voice echoed through the air, and the middle-aged man snorted again, choosing to ignore him. He found the dean of Tiandao Sacred Academy unreasonable. As this brief episode concluded, the secret realm was set to open in less than half an hour, and the scene gradually calmed down. Long Feng was giving final instructions to Lu Qingchen and others. This realm had never been ventured into before and hid countless opportunities, but it also came with great dangers. Long Feng warned them to stay united, and to show no mercy if anyone tried to harm them. After hearing his words, Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded in understanding. In contrast, Murong Qingqing, Mu Ningyue, and Zhang Yu's expressions changed slightly. The 3 of them had never faced an assault before, and Long Feng's words sent a shiver down their spines. They began to hesitate internally, wondering if they should risk their lives for the sake of opportunities and treasures. Long Feng noticed their concerns but didn't mind. He believed they would come to understand everything in time. Long Feng hoped that Lu Qingchen would take good care of Lu Qingchen and Mu Ningyue, as they had powerful forces backing them. On a scorching summer day, Xiaoming visited an animal shelter where his attention was immediately drawn to a frail little dog. The dog's name was Xiaobai, and it was curled up in a corner, its eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Feeling a surge of compassion, Xiaoming approached Xiaobai and gently spoke to it. Gradually, Xiaobai began to lower its guard and slowly inched closer to Xiaoming. He noticed that Xiaobai's fur was fluffy and that its eyes betrayed a deep mistrust of humans. With time and care, Xiaobai gradually regained its energy. It started to play with Xiaoming, although it occasionally showed signs of lingering fear from its past. Xiaoming was heartened by Xiaobai's transformation and decided to adopt the dog, determined to give it a warm and loving home. Under Xiaoming's attentive care, Xiaobai became lively and affectionate, growing to trust humans once more. A deep bond formed between them, akin to that of family members. Xiaoming felt that adopting Xiaobai was an incredibly meaningful decision, as he had not only saved a life but also gained a true and loyal friend. Long Feng didn't relay the message to the 5 people at once. Instead, he privately instructed Lu Qingchen. It was clear that the dean held Lu Qingchen in high regard. Lu Qingchen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He had his own judgment on how to act in the secret realm. As long as it didn't harm his interests, he didn't mind looking out for them a bit. Meanwhile, the 7 students from Monster Academy stood expressionless, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. There were 7 students because the Alchemist Association behind Monster Academy had also sent 2 participants. The 2 deans chatted and laughed with each other, seemingly unconcerned about their students' participation in the secret realm. Just a few minutes before the secret realm was set to open, a figure emerged from the void. It was the same Tianyang Palace Master who had previously come to notify Long Feng at Tiandao Academy. Since everyone is here, let's prepare to open the secret realm. 3 beams of light appeared, signaling the arrival of people from the Flame Temple, Thunder Temple, and Ice Temple. Everyone present turned their curious gazes toward the temple representatives, intrigued by these top forces from China. The man from the Flame Temple had short, fiery red hair, a chiseled face, and a tall, lean, and handsome physique. His fiery red temple robes made him look like a fire god. Smiling, he said to the person beside him, "Lei Hong, I didn't expect the Thunder Temple to send you to the secret realm this time. It seems this realm is no ordinary place." Hearing this, Lei Hong snorted coldly, "Yin Hao, don't think I don't know how much the Flame Temple values this secret realm. If we meet inside, I won't go easy on you." Yin Hao just smiled, unfazed by Lei Hong's words. The participant from the Ice Temple was a tall, curvaceous young woman in a white gown. She had a delicate nose, long eyelashes, and the elegant dress accentuated her slender waist. Unlike the other 2 temple representatives, she remained silent upon her arrival. She scanned the surrounding academies and frowned slightly when she saw Monster Academy. Her gaze then shifted to Long Feng and Han Ming of Tiandao Academy, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Greetings, Dean Long, Dean Han," she said, walking lightly towards them and bowing slightly. Long Feng smiled and nodded at her, while Han Ming, somewhat surprised, asked, "Elon, why did the Ice Temple send you this time? Are you entering the secret realm?" "Yes, Dean Han," the young woman nodded in response. Lu Qingchen and the others looked at the 2 deans with some confusion. Why did the Ice Temple's disciple seem so familiar with them? "Her name isn't Elon," Han Ming explained, noticing their puzzled expressions. "She was admitted to Tiandao Academy last year and became a course student. Later, the vice master of the Ice Temple took her as a disciple. I guided her for a while when she was at the academy." Lu Qingchen and his companions nodded and smiled, greeting the disciples of the Ice and Snow Sanctuary. And Elon also smiled warmly at them before turning to Han Ming with a puzzled expression, asking, "Dean Han, are only these 5 from the Heavenly Dao Academy participating this time?" Han Ming confirmed, "Yes, although their cultivation levels aren't high, they possess exceptional talent. The Academy hopes this will be a valuable experience for them." And Elon was curious about the relatively low cultivation levels of Lu Qingchen and his group, which was a natural reaction. Han Ming suddenly asked, "Elon, why are you still at the 9th level of the Spirit Martial Realm? Given your cultivation speed, you should have broken through by now." And Elon explained, "I really want to break through, but the divine abilities of the sanctuary don't suit me. That's why I came to this secret realm, hoping to find a suitable life-bound divine ability. To advance to the Earth Martial Realm, one needs to cultivate a life-bound divine ability, which grows stronger with one's cultivation." Han Ming understood in Elon's concern. And Elon continued, saying her master had told her that this secret realm was unexplored and might contain soul seeds, so she wanted to try her luck. At the mention of soul seeds, Lu Qingchen and his companions' eyes lit up with focus, fully aware of their value. Although Lu Qingchen already possessed a heaven-burning divine seed, he still needed 2 more soul seeds. If this secret realm indeed contained soul seeds, it would be an unexpected boon for them. Suddenly, an ancient altar began to rise slowly. The solemn, aged voice of the Sun Palace Lord echoed throughout the area. Life and death in the secret realm are determined by fate. No one shall be held accountable for any incidents. Violators will face the sanctuary's punishment. I ask all emperors to join forces with me to open the secret realm. The emperors obeyed, channeling their powerful spiritual energy into the altar. Moments later, the altar emitted a dazzling array of colors, and a rumbling sound filled the air as a fissure slowly appeared. The fissure widened, forming a seven-colored vortex, causing the entire realm to seem distorted. The time is now. Enter the secret realm quickly, the Sun Palace Lord shouted. Without hesitation, everyone rushed into the vortex. In a month, the secret realm would reopen, and they would be randomly teleported to different locations. Lu Qingchen thought to himself about the exit opening in a month, then felt a wave of dizziness. The seven-colored vortex lasted for about 30 seconds. Once everyone had entered, the emperors stopped channeling their spiritual energy. The vortex vanished, leaving only the spatial fissure, which eventually disappeared as well. Deans, the secret realm's exit will automatically open in a month. Please be prepared. After a long and arduous journey, Lu Qingchen finally felt the dizziness dissipate, as if the world had stopped spinning. A brilliant light appeared before his eyes. He blinked and realized he was now standing safely in a strange and mysterious place, the heavenly ancestors' secret realm. At this moment, his heart surged with excitement, as though he had embarked on a brand new adventure. Surrounded by the enigmatic beauty of this land, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. As he strolled through this mysterious terrain, his heart brimmed with curiosity and a thirst for exploration. Lu Qingchen took a deep breath of the fresh air, feeling a sense of calm wash over both his body and mind. He knew that countless challenges awaited him in this secret realm, but he felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and courage for what lay ahead. This was his chance to grow, his starting point for realizing his dreams. With determined steps, Lu Qingchen moved forward, ready to face the unknown challenges. He showed unwavering resolve and a brave heart. He believed that no matter what obstacles he encountered, he could overcome them because he carried a heart full of bravery and determination. In this mystical land, he was set to write his own legend. Upon landing, Lu Qingchen glanced around and felt a sense of relief. There was no immediate danger in sight. Surrounding him was a dense forest, filled with towering ancient trees whose lush foliage stretched up to the sky. This hidden realm must have existed for ages. Otherwise, these ordinary trees couldn't have grown to such majestic heights. While pondering this, Lu Qingchen swiftly dashed in a particular direction. He had just sensed a massive surge of spiritual energy from the southwest. This was evidently an ancient forest, overgrown with weeds that nearly reached his height. Moving like a nimble leopard, Lu Qingchen darted through the underbrush with incredible speed. In less than 10 minutes, he approached the source of the spiritual energy. During his stealthy advance, he had already activated a skill to cleanse his aura, blending seamlessly with the forest, making it nearly impossible for any creature to detect him. Suddenly, he saw two colossal figures facing off ahead. A tiger-like beast roared first, its golden fur gleaming like armor, with menacing green eyes and extraordinarily sharp teeth. A golden armor saber-toothed tiger. Lu Qingchen recognized it almost instantly. He had specifically studied ancient texts about natural treasures and hidden realms before coming here. The most distinctive features of this golden armor saber-toothed tiger were its golden fur and sharp teeth. The fur was as tough as armor, impervious to ordinary weapons, while its saber teeth could easily pierce through other beasts. The terrifying creature was glaring at a blood-red ape-like beast. This ape was equally fierce, with protruding fangs and an ugly face. A blood demon ape, another formidable beast. It wielded a massive staff, seemingly uprooted from an ancient tree. Despite being provoked, it did not retreat an inch. The two beasts were locked in a standoff, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen decided to observe. There had to be something attracting these two beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing their ground here. The golden armor saber-toothed tiger seemed like an intruder, while the blood demon ape appeared to be the guardian. With this thought, Lu Qingchen's gaze shifted behind the blood demon ape. Sure enough, a colorful, dragon-like herb was swaying gracefully, its fragrance permeating the air. A seven-leaf dragon agave. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled. This was a once-in-a-lifetime sacred treasure. This rare medicinal herb is exceptionally precious, growing very slowly and taking up to 700 years to mature. Once it matures, it transforms into a sacred herb, known in legend to have the miraculous ability to bring the dead back to life and heal grievous injuries. Lu Qingchen's heart was filled with anticipation as he closely observed the agave plant behind the blood demon ape. After careful inspection, he realized the agave was not yet fully mature. with its last leaf noticeably smaller than the other 6. The two fierce beasts had obviously noticed this as well, warily eyeing each other. However, Lu Qingchen was not in a hurry, knowing that the agave would mature in less than half a day. For such a rare sacred herb, he would not let it slip away. At this moment, his body was almost completely hidden in the dense grass, using the concealment technique to stay undetected by powerful beings like the golden armored saber-toothed tiger and the blood demon ape. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen sensed a strong presence permeating the surroundings. Someone was coming. He immediately became alert, but maintained his position. The golden armored saber-toothed tiger and the blood demon ape also sensed the presence, but it was too weak for them to consider a threat. Senior Zhou, look over there, a colorful medicinal herb. A frail young man excitedly pointed to the agave behind the blood demon ape. Following his direction, Senior Zhou spotted the colorful herb and was overjoyed. You two distract those beasts, and I'll retrieve the herb. We'll share it afterward, Senior Zhou instructed the two young men beside him. A square-faced young man hesitated. Senior Zhou, those beasts look extremely powerful. I don't think we can handle them. Senior Zhou immediately took out a fiery red sword from his storage ring and handed it to him. This is a defensive weapon given to me by the Dean before the secret realm opened, an exalted grade longsword. Use it to distract those beasts. The square-faced young man's eyes lit up with excitement as he accepted the sword, no longer hesitant. When I give the signal, you distract the beasts. Once I have the herb, we retreat. Senior Zhou ordered. The other two quickly nodded in agreement. Now's the time. Senior Zhou waved his hand, and the two young men immediately charged out, launching an attack on the two beasts. The square-faced man, wielding the exalted grade weapon, shouted at the golden armored saber-toothed tiger, "Beast, take this." A crimson blade of light slashed towards the tiger, breaking the previous stalemate. However, the blade was instantly neutralized by the tiger's golden fur. The enraged beast, provoked by this seemingly fragile human, let out a deafening roar and charged at the provocateur without hesitation. A fierce wind howled through the air as a gold-armored saber-toothed tiger lunged forward with incredible speed. Despite its massive size, it moved so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was upon a square-faced man. The man, seeing the tiger's gaping maw, trembled in fear but couldn't evade it. In the next moment, the beast's sharp teeth clamped down on him.
No.
"Help me!" the square-faced man screamed. A sickening crunch followed, and blood sprayed everywhere as his body was torn apart, with a severed limb falling to the ground. A frail young man witnessed his companion's gruesome death and was filled with dread. They were both students from the ordinary Wuhuan University, who, despite their rigorous training, rarely faced such brutal scenes. Now, paralyzed with fear, the frail youth couldn't move as he watched the square-faced man's demise. Suddenly, a massive hand of a blood demon ape smashed down, turning the frail youth into a bloody pulp. Nearby, Senior Zhou, a young man dressed in white, had reached the seven-leaf dragon agave. He inhaled deeply, greed flashing in his eyes as he smelled the potent fragrance of the spiritual herb. Without hesitation, he grabbed the agave's roots, trying to uproot it. However, he underestimated the herb's strength and failed to budge it after several attempts. Seeing the two ferocious beasts charging at him, Senior Zhou quickly let go and retreated, attempting to escape. But a scorching flame shot toward him, and before he could flee, he screamed in agony and was reduced to ashes in an instant. The terrifying fiery bird that had released the flames circled overhead. Lu Qingchen witnessed the deaths of these young men with an expressionless face, though his heart remained unruffled. This was the stark difference between the three prestigious schools and the ordinary Wuhuan University. Lu Qingchen could not only accurately gauge the beast's levels, but also remain calm in the face of such brutality. The students from the ordinary university clearly couldn't do the same. The square-faced man, in particular, was panic-stricken and helpless under the beast's attack. As time passed, the fragrance from the dragon agave grew stronger. The situation spiraled out of control as three powerful beasts engaged in a fierce battle. The roars of the beasts and the cries of the birds echoed through the ancient forest, staining the ground with blood. 100 maternal trees fell one after another amidst the chaos, while Lu Qingchen quietly approached the dragon agave. However, he didn't rush to pick the sacred herb, choosing instead to wait for the right moment. A massive flame erupted from the sky, burning the blood demon ape. The ape roared in agony, its eyes filled with ferocity. With its powerful legs, it leaped 100 meters high, swinging its long staff at the airborne beast. The fiery phoenix suffered a devastating blow, letting out a mournful cry as its body plummeted to the ground. Upon seeing the injured phoenix, the golden armored saber-toothed tiger immediately pounced, sinking its massive fangs into the bird's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the fiery phoenix flapped its wings in a desperate struggle, but its strength waned. With a final, agonized screech, it ceased to move. The saber-toothed tiger, its mouth drenched in blood, placed a massive paw on the phoenix's back. Its eyes glowed with a ghostly green light as it roared to the sky and then turned to charge at the blood demon ape. The blood of the fiery phoenix had awakened the tiger's ferocity, and it aimed to quickly end the blood demon ape's life and seize the agave. The blood demon ape, unwilling to back down, knew it was partly responsible for the phoenix's death. As the saber-toothed tiger lunged, the ape swung its long staff, knocking the tiger down. However, the tiger's armor was impenetrable, and it shrugged off the blows. With a flash of golden light, the enraged saber-toothed tiger charged again, engaging in a brutal close combat. It sank its teeth into the ape's neck with precision. The blood demon ape roared in pain, pounding the tiger's abdomen with its fists. Despite the heavy blows, the saber-toothed tiger held on tenaciously. The struggle lasted for several minutes until the blood demon ape, exhausted, collapsed. The saber-toothed tiger emerged victorious, howling triumphantly as the winner of the battle. Yet, in its moment of pride, a golden claw pierced its chest. The saber-toothed tiger fell silently, its eyes meeting those of a human. A fleeting look of defiance crossed its face, but it did not attack, as its life was slipping away. With a final roar, the saber-toothed tiger collapsed. Lu Qingchen watched coldly, his eyes devoid of pity. As the tiger had charged at the blood demon ape, Lu Qingchen had used his supernatural abilities to approach unnoticed. Every creature, even a fierce beast, has moments of vulnerability. After defeating a rival beast, the saber-toothed tiger had let down its guard. Knowing the terrifying potential of such creatures, Lu Qingchen showed no mercy. With the golden emperor dragon martial spirit possessing him, his claws pierced the beast's chest. As he slowly approached the seven-leaf agave, Lu Qingchen felt his heart pounding, as if it might leap out of his chest. He clenched his fists, as if trying to crush the still-beating heart. However, he controlled himself and smiled. In this battle, he was the ultimate victor. This moment of triumph was not just a victory over his opponent, but also a victory over his own inner struggles. Standing before the seven-leaf dragon agave, Lu Qingchen first surveyed his surroundings to ensure there were no immediate dangers. Taking out a small shovel, he prepared to carefully extract the precious herb. The seven-leaf dragon agave had intricate and extensive roots deeply embedded in the ground. The previous attempt by the young man in white to pull it out had been a futile effort. Lu Qingchen continued digging until he reached a depth of about 1 meter, finally uprooting the valuable herb and gently placing it into a jade basin. Before venturing into the secret realm, the academy had provided each student with a storage ring capable of holding up to 100 cubic meters. Inside the storage rings were numerous containers for storing treasures. However, Lu Qingchen had his own built-in storage space, making him less reliant on the storage ring. With a thought, he transferred the precious herb into his system space, which was far more secure and undetectable. After securing the seven-leaf dragon agave, Lu Qingchen returned to the side of the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger. A golden orb slowly rose from the tiger's body, hovering in the air. A soul pearl. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled as he carefully placed the golden pearl into a jade box and then stored the entire beast's carcass in his system space. Despite being just a beast at the Zunhua level, it was exceptionally valuable. The two sharp saber teeth were excellent materials for crafting weapons, its hide could be used for making armor, and its meat was a gourmet delicacy. After dealing with the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger, Lu Qingchen turned his attention to the other two beasts. Unfortunately, neither the fiery demon bird nor the blood demon ape had dropped soul pearls. He had no choice but to store their bodies in his system space as well, as they were still valuable cultivation resources. Meanwhile, other individuals who had entered the Tianzu secret realm were also seeking their own fortunes. Yushan seemed to be having some good luck. He was teleported into a cave where a stone table stood. On the table were a storage ring and a jade tube. Seeing these items, Yushan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached the table. Just as he picked up the two items, a cold glint flashed toward him. "Bastard, put those down." Yushan dodged the attack and turned to see a pockmarked young man behind him. After tallying his gains, Lu Qingchen arrived at a secluded stone cave. He sat cross-legged and took out the seven-leaf dragon agave from his storage space. Plucking a fiery red leaf, he unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth and chewed it. The taste of the agave was exquisite, and the red leaf turned into a sweet liquid that he swallowed. He quickly activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the herb's essence with fervor. Within minutes, his body began to glow, becoming translucent. The crimson gold seed in his dantian spun wildly, deepening his understanding of the laws and even enabling him to sense the fire elements in the air. As the aura around him gradually intensified, Lu Qingchen effortlessly broke through to the 9th level of the Lingwu realm under the miraculous power of the sacred herb. This herb was truly extraordinary, making the breakthrough seem as easy as lifting a finger. Feeling the immense spiritual power coursing through his body, Lu Qingchen murmured to himself, "The sacred herb is indeed miraculous." The primary effect of the seven-leaf dragon agave was to enhance a warrior's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, with only minimal improvement to soul power. The rumors of its ability to resurrect the dead and heal grievous wounds were largely unfounded. Even among sacred herbs, different types had varying effects. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy contained in this herb was sufficient for Lu Qingchen to advance a level. After stowing away the now six-leaf dragon agave, Lu Qingchen quickly exited the stone cave. Feeling a surge of urgency, had to find Yushan and the others. At this moment, Yushan was already engaged in a fierce battle with a pockmarked man. The sight of an enemy stirred intense emotions. Both Yushan and Lu Qingchen vividly remembered the previous ambush. The pockmarked youth named Yao Chengwu had tried to kill them over a minor conflict, igniting Yushan's fury. Instantly, Yushan's golden-backed bull martial spirit manifested, and a dazzling golden beam shot from the spiral horn atop his head, transforming into a lethal attack. Yao Chengwu deftly dodged the strike. As he evaded, a beast-patterned staff appeared in his hand, which he swung violently towards Yushan. An ice wall materialized in front of Yao Chengwu as he released his own martial spirit. With his martial spirit revealed, Yao Chengwu's eyes glinted sharply, and his hands resembled eagle talons. The staff smashed into the ice wall, shattering it instantly. The force of the staff remained undiminished, continuing its assault on Yao Chengwu. However, as an elite talent, Yao Chengwu would not surrender easily. Facing Yushan's oncoming staff, Yao Chengwu fearlessly met it with his talons. Sparks flew as the staff clashed with the sharp claws. Yao Chengwu stared deeply into Yushan's eyes and sneered, "Is that all you've got? Show me what else you can do." Yushan narrowed his eyes, his soul power gradually gathering, and a powerful aura began to coalesce behind him. Sensing the increasing pressure, Yao Chengwu couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Without hesitation, he charged towards Yushan's attack. A terrifying will erupted as Yushan swung his staff, creating a fierce gale that struck Yao Chengwu with immense force. Yao Chengwu felt as if he were standing before a mountain, almost being crushed. Unable to evade, he could only cross his arms to withstand the blow. Boom! The staff struck heavily, enveloping Yao Chengwu in a blinding light. He was sent flying, crashing into the cave wall, blood spurting from his mouth. His face turned pale, his body weak. Without the aid of his defensive spiritual artifact, he would have been dead. Watching Yushan stride towards him, Yao Chengwu's eyes gradually lost their luster. He understood that his end was near. Having successfully broken through the 9th level of Lingwu, Lu Qingchen emerged from the stone cave, brimming with energy. His alchemical radiance technique continued to flow, allowing him to move through the ancient forest like the wind. Suddenly, he sensed two unfamiliar presences ahead to his left. Could they be members of various factions from Huagua? Lu Qingchen halted and cautiously approached the disturbance. Two young men in white robes, each carrying a long sword, were battling a fierce beast of the earth martial realm. A sharp flash of sword light cut through the air, and the beast fell, blood spilling everywhere. One of the handsome youths sheathed his sword and stored the beast's body in his storage ring, boasting, "My sunset sword technique has reached perfection. An early earth martial realm beast is no match for me." His junior, Zhang Bin, praised him, "Brother Wang, your swordsmanship is unparalleled." Brother Wang earnestly reminded Zhang Bin to seek a powerful inheritance in the Tianzu's secret realm, as failure would be unacceptable. Zhang Bin nodded in agreement, his heart filled with anticipation. Overhearing their conversation, Lu Qingchen grew curious. Terms like Brother Lingyun, Lingxiao sect, and Tianzu domain puzzled him. Could they belong to another world? With this thought, he decided to intervene without hesitation. He suddenly burst forth, startling the two youths. Brother Wang demanded to know Lu Qingchen's identity, but before Lu Qingchen could answer, he had already lunged at them. His golden claws slashed through the air, ripping open the chest of one of the white-robed youths, who fell lifeless to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Bin hurriedly fled, but Lu Qingchen was not about to let him escape. He caught up, seized Zhang Bin by the neck, and tossed him beside the gravely injured Brother Wang. Lu Qingchen cast a cold glance at the two people at his feet and said sternly, "Who are you? Why did you attack us? Don't you know we are disciples of the Lingxiao sect?" Zhang Bin, with no way to escape, tried to intimidate Lu Qingchen. However, Lu Qingchen was taken aback by the young man's audacity to threaten him even in defeat. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and with a swift movement, his sharp claws struck. Zhang Bin clutched his now broken arm, screaming, "Ah, my arm! I ask, you answer. Understand?" Lu Qingchen said harshly. The two nodded fearfully. He continued to interrogate. "Where are you from? Why did you enter the Tianzu secret realm?" Faced with Lu Qingchen's questioning, the two stopped resisting and answered cautiously, "We are from the Lingxiao sect, sent here by our sect." The young man surnamed Wang replied with a trembling voice. Lu Qingchen then asked, "What is this Tianzu domain you mentioned? And who is Ling Yun?" The young man surnamed Wang replied, "The Tianzu domain holds a low status in the heavenly realm. Senior brother Ling Yun is our sect's strongest disciple and the leader of this expedition into the secret realm." The mention of Ling Yun brought a look of admiration to the young man's eyes. Tianzu domain is the most fragile place in the heavenly realm? Lu Qingchen's expression grew serious, as if he was piecing together a theory. He continued, "You come from the Tianqian domain. So why attack the warriors of the Tianzu domain?" The two looked at Lu Qingchen and replied, "Because our sect leader believes the warriors of the Tianzu domain are weak but incredibly wealthy, so he ordered us to rob them." Lu Qingchen suppressed his anger and said calmly, "Robbing, is it? Fine." He continued, "How many people did the Lingxiao sect send this time? And how many sects from the Tianqian domain are involved?" Zhang Bin interrupted, "We've answered several questions already. Will you let us go after this one?" Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, and the two quickly confessed, "The Lingxiao sect sent 10 disciples, and there are 3 major sects from the Tianqian domain involved." "All right, you can leave now," Lu Qingchen said with a smile. The two hastily got up and began to flee. However, a sharp flash of a sword cut through the air, and before they had run 10 meters, they fell to the ground, blood gushing from their necks. Lu Qingchen shook his head, sheathed his ice cloud sword, and strode forward. "Letting you go was just a joke. Did you really think you could bring someone to deal with me? So naive." Approaching the fallen disciples of the Lingxiao sect, Lu Qingchen gently touched their bodies, searching for useful items. Soon, he found a storage pouch and a storage ring. Considering their low status within the sect, he easily erased the imprints on these storage artifacts. With a flicker of curiosity, he began to examine his loot. The storage pouch contained a few jade bottles, a small pile of soul stones, and some miscellaneous clothing. Seeing the poor state of the Lingxiao sect disciples, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned his attention to the storage ring. Inside, he found the corpse of a recently killed beast, several bottles of elixirs, and some soul stones. Just as he was feeling a bit disappointed, a map made of an unknown material caught his eye. The map was very detailed, with some areas marked in red and annotated with notes. Clearly, it was specially made by the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sect. To verify his suspicion, he rummaged through the storage pouch again. Sure enough, he found an identical map among the scattered items. It seemed that the sects in the Tianqian domain were well acquainted with this secret realm. Lu Qingchen thought to himself as he began to study the map carefully. The map didn't depict the entire secret realm but showed a small part of it, including the Forest of Fallen Gods. According to the map, this forest was known as the Forest of Fallen Gods. Legend had it that this secret realm was an ancient battlefield from tens of thousands of years ago, where countless powerful beings perished, including various fierce beasts and even divine beasts. The forest was their battleground, hence the name Fallen Gods. It was said that many divine beasts were buried here, including true dragons, true phoenixes, and cheilants. Besides them, many other formidable beasts participated in the great battle. This realization made Lu Qingchen's eyes light up. If the information on the map was accurate, this secret realm would be incredibly valuable. He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for the true dragon essence blood he had consumed during his body tempering stage. If the Forest of Fallen Gods truly contained the corpses of divine beasts, then, thinking of this, a fierce determination ignited within him. After carefully examining the map, Lu Qingchen noticed 2 locations marked in red, a mountain range and a massive lake. Confirming his current position, he decided to head towards the mountain range marked in red. The map described the mountain range with 4 words: supreme treasure, extreme danger. He paid no heed to the warning and set off towards the mountain range. Life and death are governed by fate, and wealth by the heavens. Opportunities often come with risks. If one is deterred by mere words, how can they hope to reach the pinnacle of martial arts? Meanwhile, another cave abode presented a different scene altogether. As Yushan raised his long staff, ready to end Yao Chengwu's life, a sudden bolt of lightning struck him. The electric surge ripped through his clothes and flesh, sending him tumbling through the air. His chest crackled with electricity, and his blood churned. Fortunately, he wasn't gravely injured. He fixed his gaze on the entrance of the cave. A cold and arrogant young man, dressed in a robe adorned with lightning patterns, walked in with a haughty expression. The dull light in Yao Chengwu's eyes suddenly blazed with hope. "Lei Hong, brother, help me. Are you from the Thunder Temple?" Yushan stared intently at the young man and asked in a deep voice. Lei Hong glanced at Yushan with disdain and didn't answer him. Instead, he walked towards Yao Chengwu. Just as he reached out to help Yao Chengwu up, a beast-patterned staff struck fiercely. Lei Hong dodged slightly, his eyes sharply fixed on Yushan. "How dare you attack me? Are you courting death?" Yushan's lips curled into a cold smile. "If you dare save this guy, I'll destroy you." Lei Hong clenched his fists, his expression turning ferocious. It seems the Thunder Temple has been dormant for too long. Even insignificant pests dare to be arrogant in front of me. His face grew colder, and the power of thunder intensified as he launched an attack on Yushan. The staff flickered, easily neutralizing the attack, and Yushan counterattacked Lei Hong, leading to a fierce confrontation. Yushan's ignorance infuriated Lei Hong. With a cold glare, he gathered thunder power in his fists, aiming directly at Yushan's face. The difference in their cultivation levels, with Lei Hong at the 9th level of Spirit Martial and Yushan at the 7th, became evident. Seeing the two clash, Yao Qingwu hurriedly flew to the side, sat cross-legged, and took a healing pill, eager to restore his strength. However, Yushan saw through his plan. After exchanging dozens of blows, Yushan seized an opportunity and struck at the healing Yao Qingwu. Lei Hong blocked the attack just in time, and Yushan took the chance to escape from the cave. Rushing to Yao Qingwu's side, Lei Hong asked in a deep voice, "How are your injuries? Do you need help?" Yao Qingwu's eyes flashed with venom as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm almost recovered, but that brat took the treasures from the cave. If your elder brother finds out, I don't know what will happen." "Lei Hong, brother, please promise me one thing." Lei Hong listened to Yao Qingwu's proposal, his heart filled with inner conflict. The little guy was severely injured at the moment, likely with very little soul power left, yet Lei Hong remained hesitant. Yao Qingwu's words furrowed his brow. He knew the mission assigned by the sanctuary was of utmost importance and could not afford failure. However, Yao Qingwu's temptation made him waver. The allure of a king-level weapon was hard to resist. After a long struggle between temptation and duty, Lei Hong finally nodded heavily, deciding to join Yao Qingwu in pursuing the little guy. With that, the two set off with resolute steps, moving in unison. As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them swiftly crossed the cavern and headed towards the outside of the mountain. Lu Qingchen clutched the map tightly and sped away. After about 2 hours, he finally gazed upon the rolling mountain range ahead. An ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him as he stared ahead, where a towering mountain stood proudly, piercing the sky. Walking slowly forward, Lu Qingchen felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth growing denser. When he was less than 1,000 meters from the mountain, he suddenly stopped. He sensed the presence of many warriors around the mountain, some familiar and some unknown. So many people? Lu Qingchen's eyes narrowed as he carefully examined the towering mountain before him. Looking up at the peak, he suddenly froze. A tall fruit tree came into view, laden with 9 bright red fruits. Each fruit was unique in shape, swaying in the wind, and emitting a tempting red glow. Lu Qingchen stared at these 9 fruits, his whole body trembling. The sacred blood celestial fruit. And there are 9 of them, he excitedly shouted in his heart, never expecting to encounter such a precious treasure here. He had read about this sacred item in ancient texts. Though referred to as a holy medicine, it was even more valuable. The sole effect of the sacred blood celestial fruit was to enhance one's martial soul aptitude. To enhance the martial soul aptitude, one only needed to swallow the fruit. A warrior with 6 soul slots would increase to 7 after consuming 1 sacred blood celestial fruit. However, each person could consume only 1 fruit, meaning that the effect of 1 and 2 fruits would be the same. Lu Qingchen already possessed 2 supreme martial souls, and the creation Jade Divine Lotus had 7 soul slots. If he consumed a sacred blood celestial fruit, the creation Jade Divine Lotus would also become a supreme martial soul. 1 person, 3 supreme martial souls. It was nothing short of a miracle. Ever since awakening the 3 martial souls, Lu Qingchen had felt a pang of regret, thinking the creation Jade Divine Lotus was slightly inferior compared to the 3-legged Golden Crow and the Golden Emperor Dragon. If the creation Jade Divine Lotus also became a supreme martial soul, his cultivation speed would become terrifyingly fast. Thinking of this, even the usually calm Lu Qingchen couldn't hide his excitement. Forcing himself to calm down, Lu Qingchen carefully scanned the surroundings of the mountain peak. There were about 30 people, including 2 unfamiliar auras at the Earth Martial Realm. Although these people were hidden at the moment, it was easy for Lu Qingchen to pinpoint their locations. "Sister, why don't we pick the sacred medicine right away? Are there others?" A mischievous young girl whispered midway up the mountain. "Keep your voice down. Many people have their eyes on this sacred medicine. Let's wait and see for a bit." A cold and aloof woman beside her couldn't help but respond. The man in black, next to them, nodded in agreement. If Lu Qingchen saw these 3, he would recognize them as students from the Monster Academy. Recalling the contents of the ancient texts, Lu Qingchen's gaze shifted to the foot of the mountain. If I remember correctly, the sacred blood screeching fruit tree requires extremely stringent conditions to grow, making it impossible for it to thrive on this ordinary mountaintop. Lu Qingchen frowned, his mind filled with doubts. According to ancient texts, this mountain must be extraordinary. What could have caused this tree to bear as many as 9 fruits? Just as Lu Qingchen was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a faint crack at the foot of the mountain. A revelation struck him. His eyes lit up, inspiration flashing like lightning. There must be a hidden place inside this mountain, without a doubt. He gazed intently at the crack, his eyes gleaming with determination. Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen used his magical powers to quietly move to the crack at the mountain's base. Peering inside, he saw nothing but darkness. Closing his eyes, he resolutely entered the crack and then sealed it with a stone. With his golden divine eyes flickering, he activated his golden vision. Lu Qingchen gazed down the narrow passage ahead and stepped forward, embarking on the path of the unknown. In the forest, Yushan endured the torment of thunder, his body covered in wounds. In the brief but fierce battle with Lei Hong, he had sustained severe injuries. The thunder clung to his wounds like maggots, causing unbearable pain. He could only think of finding Dust Brother, his heart heavy, muttering to himself. Clearly, his mood was at rock bottom. He had already defeated Yao Qingwu, only to be interrupted by members of the Thunder Temple, leaving Yushan feeling utterly helpless. Fortunately, he had seized the scroll and storage ring. Otherwise, the loss would have been catastrophic. He took out the storage ring, finding the seals impossible to break, deciding he had to find Dust Brother first. With a furrowed brow and a wry smile, Yushan sighed in frustration. Just as he swallowed a healing pill, he heard a voice call out from behind. Brother Lei Hong, that guy is nearby. He can't escape. Damn it. Yushan cursed, realizing the two were relentlessly pursuing him. He could only flee desperately, but it was hard to shake off his pursuers. As the prolonged chase wore on, Yushan felt his soul power depleting, with no escape in sight. He stopped, turning to face his pursuers. Ha ha ha, keep running. Why have you stopped? Yao Qingwu laughed triumphantly. Yushan slowly drew out his beast-patterned staff. Dust Brother, we have no fate in this life. Let's continue our bond in the next. In the next moment, the staff swung, and the three became entangled in a fierce battle. Lu Qingchen walked slowly along the path at the foot of the mountain, guided by the divine power of his golden saint eyes to discover several rare king-level herbs. These herbs grew on either side of the path, exuding a mysterious aura. Without the help of his golden saint eyes, he would never have found these precious king-level herbs. Grateful, Lu Qingchen carefully stored the herbs in his storage ring. Continuing forward, he reached the end of the path, where a massive boulder blocked his way. He stepped closer and gently tapped the rock, the clear sound bringing a flicker of joy to his eyes. Behind the boulder was an open space. He let out a low shout, and with a burst of soul power, unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the rock and revealing a human-sized entrance. Lu Qingchen quickly approached and peered inside. What he saw left him stunned, his expression gradually turning rigid. Could this be an illusion? Before him lay a small lake of milky white liquid, surrounded by a concave pit filled with countless translucent stones. Looking up, he saw the roots of a sacred blood skyfruit tree, anchored in the corpse of a golden divine bird. This meant he had struck it rich. Lu Qingchen stared in awe at the scene before him, doubting whether he was in a dream. He slapped himself hard, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed that everything was real. Without hesitation, he dove into the pool. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, a crowd had already gathered. A young man in white asked senior brother Ling Yun how much longer they would wait. Ling Yun calmly replied that he had notified the others and would act once they arrived. At the same time, many people were already rushing toward the sacred blood skyfruit tree. Ling Yun smirked coldly at the impatient crowd. Another disciple from the Lingxiao sect couldn't help but ask if they should act now. Ling Yun stopped him, advising to wait until Li Yi from the Beast King sect made his move. Just then, another group emerged from the mountainside, led by a burly youth. He roared and struck a warrior ahead of him, knocking him to the ground. The entire scene suddenly became tense. The students of Wuhuan University were stunned, staring in disbelief at their fallen companions on the ground, a surge of anger and frustration rising within them. One of the students demanded loudly, "Who exactly are you people to be so ruthless?" They clearly hadn't realized they were in a perilous situation. Li Yi sneered and arrogantly retorted, "You bunch of incompetents dare to compete with us for the spiritual herbs? Get lost." His words ignited fury on the faces of the opposing students. Nonetheless, despite being outnumbered, they launched an attack without hesitation. As elites from various Wuhuan universities, they were not about to back down easily. Li Ye's threats did nothing to deter them, and thus, a fierce melee began. Ling Yun was the first to charge towards a massive sacred blood Tongtian fruit tree, with the other disciples of Lingxiao sect following closely behind, engaging in intense combat. Seeing this, Li Yi was enraged, cursing the Beast King sect members, his face dark with anger. A curious girl nearby asked, "Should we intervene? Who are those two teams? They don't seem to be from our country." A cold and aloof woman replied indifferently, "Let's wait and see. These teams appear to be from another world." She sheathed her weapon and continued to observe the unfolding events. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound as Lu Qingchen landed steadily by the lake. He bent down to take a few sips of the lake water, then took out a small jade bottle. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the bottle began to expand, absorbing the lake water. To his delight, Lu Qingchen discovered that the lake contained earth essence milk, and in astonishing quantities. Overjoyed, he hastened to collect the earth essence milk into the bottle. As the lake, formed from the condensed earth essence milk, quickly ran dry, Lu Qingchen put away the bottle and couldn't help but look down. A few pieces of milky white paste caught his attention, and he was astonished to realize it was earth essence marrow. Earth essence milk is rich in spiritual energy and a precious resource for cultivation, while earth essence marrow is an even rarer treasure, greatly beneficial for enhancing spiritual power. Lu Qingchen felt a surge of gratitude. This unexpected bounty was truly extraordinary. Thud. Lu Qingchen gazed at the 7 or 8 pieces of jade essence before him, his heart swelling with excitement. He couldn't help but swallow hard. These earth core essences were incredibly valuable treasures for enhancing spiritual power, holding immense significance for cultivators. The strength of one's spiritual power determines the depth of a warrior's soul, influencing their comprehension of techniques, combat skills, and divine abilities. This is especially crucial upon reaching the King realm, where understanding the laws of heaven and earth becomes essential. Nangong Qinyue's rise to the position of the Holy Academy's head was due to her formidable spiritual power. Each piece of earth core essence in front of Lu Qingchen was as large as an adult's palm, and their combined weight of dozens of pounds left him utterly astounded. This meant his wealth would far surpass others, and if he wished, he could have everything he desired. Yet, what thrilled him even more was the promise of even greater surprises ahead. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Yushan engaged in fierce combat with 2 opponents. Facing Lei Hong and Yao Chengwu, both at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, Yushan knew he was in a dire situation with no one to assist him. He understood that even if help arrived, no one would dare offend the Thunder Temple. Resolute in his determination to die fighting, Yushan brandished his beast-patterned staff, launching relentless attacks without fear. Although Yao Chengwu and Lei Hong dodged his strikes, they avoided direct confrontation. They patiently waited for Yushan's spiritual power to deplete. Despite each strike from the beast-patterned staff forcing them back, Yushan himself was accumulating injuries. With sheer force of will, Yushan summoned a powerful aura behind him, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. The beast-patterned staff, infused with unstoppable force, fiercely struck at Yao Chengwu, while Lei Hong's long blade silently closed in. As visions of his parents and loved ones flashed in his mind, Yushan solemnly prayed, bracing himself for death. Unaware of Yushan's perilous situation, Lu Qingchen hurriedly stored the earth core essences, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Now, both he and Yushan no longer had to worry about their cultivation resources. Sounds of battle echoed from outside the mountain, clearly indicating a fierce fight involving many people. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to seize the sacred blood sky fruit, a white jade-like spike caught his attention. He approached it, examining the spike carefully. It felt smooth and warm, as if touching the horn of a fierce beast. Activating his martial spirit, Lu Qingchen's sturdy golden claws began to dig. After a few minutes of effort, the ground suddenly collapsed, pulling Lu Qingchen into it. Once he steadied himself and looked around, a gigantic figure appeared before him. With the head of a lion, tiger eyes, deer antlers, a body like an elk, dragon scales, and a cow's tail, this creature was pure white like jade, with only a few yellow and red spots. Despite its lifeless state, it exuded an extraordinary aura. A faint pressure emanated from the creature. A Qilin? The sight of such a mythical creature made Lu Qingchen tremble as he spoke. This was the first time he had seen a creature from legends in reality. After calming himself, Lu Qingchen scanned his surroundings. Various fierce beasts and divine creatures lay quietly around him. Taotai, Qiongqi, white tiger, golden-winged roc, 9-headed golden lion, and many other beasts that Lu Qingchen couldn't identify were all here, silently resting. What shocked him even more was seeing a divine beast he was very familiar with. The Golden Emperor Dragon. The Golden Emperor Dragon, shining brilliantly even in death, exuded an aura that felt incredibly familiar to Lu Qingchen. The corpses of these fierce and divine beasts were well preserved, with only a few showing wounds. Lu Qingchen's eyes burned with intensity as he looked around, his emotions in turmoil. In fact, even the most elite cultivators would likely go mad at such a sight. How magnificent was it to see so many divine beast corpses? Previously, Lu Qingchen had absorbed a drop of true dragon essence blood, perfecting his physique and breaking through to the 10th level of the body-refining realm, far surpassing the limits of the cultivation world. This highlighted the preciousness of divine beast essence blood. Enhancing one's physique and washing away impurities was just the beginning. These divine beasts were immensely powerful in life, containing vast amounts of energy within them. The thought of having enough divine beast blood for cultivation made Lu Qingchen drool. However, these beasts were enormous and impossible to carry away. He calmed himself and walked towards the Qilin. Reaching out to touch the Qilin's body, Lu Qingchen's thoughts stirred. In the next instant, the Qilin vanished. It worked. Seeing the Qilin disappear, a glint flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes, and he marveled at the system's wonder. With the system's help, the precious divine beast corpses were swiftly stored in the system space by Lu Qingchen. As the last mythical beast was successfully sealed into the system space, a look of satisfaction and relief spread across Lu Qingchen's face. This young, enigmatic emissary, usually composed and reserved, now had eyes gleaming with excitement. After months of relentless effort and exploration, he had finally completed this arduous task. Lu Qingchen is a young man of wisdom and perseverance, always passionate about challenges and never daunted by difficulties. Throughout the process of capturing the mythical beasts, he faced countless setbacks and failures, but never gave up. Each failure only strengthened his belief that with relentless determination, he would ultimately achieve his goal. Standing beside the mythical beast, he felt not just the joy of victory, but also a profound affirmation of his tireless efforts. This journey was filled with hardships and challenges, but it was precisely these experiences that made him stronger and more mature. Finally, as he gazed at the mythical beasts resting quietly in the system space, an inexplicable surge of excitement welled up within him. This sense of accomplishment and satisfaction made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. The road ahead might still be full of unknowns and difficulties, but Lu Qingchen had learned that as long as he held firm to his beliefs, he could overcome anything. This journey to the secret realm brought Lu Qingchen many unexpected surprises. At this moment, he was filled with joy, as if the allure of the sacred inheritance had lost its charm. Jokingly, with so many precious resources at hand, even a pig could cultivate into a sage. Despite these thoughts, Lu Qingchen wouldn't miss any opportunity or inheritance. Even the smallest gains matter, especially since future cultivation at the King realm would become increasingly difficult, and resources would be invaluable. Who would complain about having too much wealth these days? The rewards from this trip were astonishing, and he couldn't let anyone else know, or the consequences would be unimaginable. With a serious expression, Lu Qingchen murmured to himself. It wasn't out of selfishness, but because these rare treasures were incredibly valuable. Once exposed, they would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes. After all, he was only at the spirit martial realm. After a brief contemplation, he had formulated some plans. Setting aside his worries, Lu Qingchen began collecting the spirit stones from the pit. These stones, though larger and purer in spiritual energy than soul stones, were rare in Huagua. So martial artists below the King realm typically used soul stones for cultivation. Only those who had transcended to the sovereign martial realm used spirit stones. After storing all the spirit stones in his system space, Lu Qingchen looked up at the sacred blood celestial fruit tree and the last divine beast corpse on the mountaintop. A bold idea quietly surfaced in his mind. If the corpse of the divine beast could be stored in the system space, what about the sacred blood celestial fruit tree? With this thought, Lu Qingchen spread his wings and ascended. Upon reaching the golden divine beast's corpse, he realized it was a golden-winged rock. According to ancient texts, the golden-winged rock possessed the fastest speed in the world, ranking among the top divine beasts. There were even rumors that adult golden-winged rocks preyed on dragons, though no one had witnessed it. Perhaps it referred to earth dragons and other dragon-like fierce beasts. If it were the golden emperor dragon, who could become its prey? Lu Qingchen speculated in his mind. Shaking his head, Lu Qingchen decided to store both the sacred blood celestial fruit tree and the golden-winged rock in his system space. Although this would certainly provoke widespread anger, Lu Qingchen was not one to shy away from challenges. What he set his eyes on was his. Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen placed his hand on the golden-winged rock. In the next moment, both the rock and the sacred tree disappeared. Suddenly, Lei Heng's blade was about to strike Yushan's neck. However, in that critical moment, an icy blue longsword blocked Lei Heng's attack. An Elon, dressed in a long dress, engaged Lei Heng in dozens of exchanges before lightly standing beside Yushan. Yushan was surprised to find himself still alive. Expecting death, he felt no pain and quickly opened his eyes. Before him stood a slender figure, a girl in a white dress holding an icy blue long sword, confronting Lei Heng. An Elon, do you intend to stop me? Lei Heng's expression twisted with fury as his attack was thwarted. Lei Heng, a member of the sanctuary, actually teamed up with others to attack a weaker martial artist. Such behavior is shameful. An Elon, gripping her long sword, stared at Lei Heng, her phoenix eyes flashing with anger. If she had arrived a moment later, Yushan might have already fallen to Lei Heng's blade. Fearlessly, an Elon responded, Lei Heng, I will definitely avenge this. Leave now, and I might consider the favor you owe me. Lei Heng replied coldly, trying to negotiate with an elan. But his mind was on the king-level spiritual weapon promised by Yao Chengwu. An elan did not reply. Instead, she raised her sword slightly, indicating, "Want to kill him? Defeat me first." Lei Heng's face turned red with anger, and he was momentarily speechless. His gaze fell on the fallen Yao Chengwu, and after taking a deep breath, he stared at Yushan. "Kid, you're lucky this time. But an elan won't always protect you. You're only living a bit longer." With that, he hoisted Yao Chengwu onto his shoulder and prepared to leave. Yushan sneered, "Next time we meet, I will kill you." Lei Heng snorted dismissively and walked away. An elan turned to Yushan with concern. "Are you seriously injured?" Yushan scratched his head awkwardly. "Just exhausted my soul power." An elan nodded and handed Yushan a bottle of pills. Yushan took the pills and began to recover his energy. An elan didn't leave, clearly worried that Lei Heng might return. Lei Heng, hiding in the shadows, saw this and his face darkened. He threatened, "An elan, you're asking for trouble. Don't blame me for being ruthless next time." Knowing he had no chance to defeat Yushan, Lei Heng gradually moved farther away. After a while, Yushan slowly opened his eyes. "Missin, do you have any instructions?" he asked nervously, seeing an elan watching him curiously. An elan quickly looked away and waved her hand. "No, your recovery speed is impressive. Are you a top-level martial soul?" Yushan nodded, not hiding it, as an elan had saved his life before. An elan reflected, "Dean Han was right. We shouldn't underestimate you guys." Yushan gave an awkward smile, having no response to her words. An elan continued, "Why was Lei Heng chasing you? Did you have a conflict before?" Yushan explained in detail, but an elan seemed slightly puzzled. Yushan inwardly complained, thinking an elan was a bit slow, possibly influenced by Cheng Ge. An elan asked, "Where are you planning to go next? Looking for your brother Qin?" Yushan quickly nodded, then shook his head. An elan felt a bit lost, wanting to find him but having no idea where he was. When she heard Yushan's suggestion, she nodded silently. This mysterious place was vast and boundless, with everyone randomly appearing in different corners, making the search extremely challenging. "Perhaps you can come with me to a place rumored to be filled with precious treasures. You're currently at the 7th level of Lingwu. If you can obtain that opportunity, you might break through to a higher level, increasing your chances of competing for the inheritance." An elan carefully analyzed the current situation. She believed Yushan was quite powerful and, as a student of the Tiandao Academy, trustworthy. Moreover, Yushan didn't give off an evil impression. After hearing an elan's analysis, Yushan agreed. "All right, we'll head south along this route. We should reach our destination in a few hours." With Yushan's consent, an elan took out a map and began analyzing the exact location of the opportunity. If Lu Qingchen were here, he would be shocked to find that an elan's map was identical to his. The mountaintop had turned into a fierce battleground. Seeing the people from Lingxiao sect rushing towards the sacred blood screeching fruit, Li Yi was anxious. Beast King sect disciples, stop the Lingxiao sect. At Li Ye's command, the Beast King sect disciples halted their attack on the Wuhuan University students and charged towards the Lingxiao sect disciples. A shadow crossed Ling Yun's eyes, but he shouted, "Li Yi, let's defeat these weaklings together first, then we can each fight for the spirit herb." Hearing Ling Yun's words, the Beast King sect disciples paused and looked at Li Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi agreed, thinking Ling Yun made sense. Thus, the two sects joined forces against the Wuhuan University students. With the combined forces of the two sects, the Wuhuan University students were gradually overwhelmed. Despite their numbers and having experts at the 8th and even 9th level of Lingwu, as regular university students, they lacked combat experience and were no match for the sect disciples. Moreover, Li Yi and Ling Yun had already broken through to the Diwu realm. The students of Huaguo Wuhuan University were in extreme danger. "Sister, we need to act now, or it'll be too late," an impish girl said urgently, watching the situation unfold. The aloof woman nodded, and the three of them instantly charged out. These three were geniuses from the Monster Academy, and the aloof woman was the second place in the National Martial Arts exam, just behind Lu Qingchen. With Long Qianjue and the other two joining the fray, the balance of power began to even out. "Who are you? Why are you interfering?" Ling Yun asked, his tone grave as he stared at the aloof woman. Her strength was clearly on a different level from the others. Long Qianjue glanced at him indifferently. "No need to worry about who I am. Treasures belong to those with the strength to claim them." As the battle raged on, Lu Qingchen already had his hand on the golden-winged rock. As the golden-winged rock and the precious sacred blood fruit tree mysteriously vanished, a sudden void appeared at the mountaintop. Long Qianjue and Ling Yun quickly engaged in a fierce battle, their moves swift and deadly. Just as they were about to clash again, an urgent shout rang out. "Oh no, The rare elixir is missing. Hearing the cry, both stopped their intense combat and turned in unison towards the spot where the sacred tree had been. But all they saw was a large, empty hole, with a pair of eyes staring back at them. Lu Qingchen had just stored the divine tree in his system space when he felt a pair of eyes on him. Seeing the eyes that seemed to be blazing with fury, Lu Qingchen waved and called out, "Hey, who are you?" At that moment, Yushan and an Elon were speeding along the road, their destination the mountain range where Lu Qingchen was. Initially, Yushan hadn't looked closely at the map and simply followed in Elon's directions, heading south. Over 3 hours later, Yushan noticed something was off. They should have reached their destination by now. Upon checking the map, he realized an Elon had made a mistake in the direction, and they had to backtrack and follow the correct route. The map is poorly designed, it's not my fault. An Elon explained helplessly on the way back. Yushan nodded, not mocking her. After all, an Elon had once saved his life. Longia, does the mountain range ahead match the one on the map? As the distance decreased, Yushan finally saw the mountain range clearly. The reason he called an Elon Longia was because she had suggested it herself, having once trained at the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and considering herself their senior. Yes, that's it. An Elon confirmed, comparing the map with the mountain range ahead. As they got closer, they seemed to hear the sounds of battle in the distance. Did I hear that wrong? It sounds like someone is up ahead. Yes, I heard it too. They exchanged a glance, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Let's go. They rushed towards the mountain range together. Who are you? Why are you here? Where's the elixir? Lu Qingchen now stood at the summit. Since he had been discovered, he decided not to hide anymore. Facing Li Ye's questioning, Lu Qingchen replied indifferently, "Who I am is not important, and why I am here is none of your concern." Pfft. A girl from the Monster Academy suddenly laughed. Hearing Lu Qingchen's response, Li Ye's expression alternated between green and white, and he couldn't help but roar, "You scoundrel, don't play dumb. You took the elixir, didn't you?" Hearing Li Ye's arrogance, Lu Qingchen's previously indifferent expression vanished. His eyes turned cold as he responded icily, "Who are you calling a scoundrel?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.